I awakened the despised D-level talent by everyone. Yet, I ascended to the top of the God list in the federal trial, and led by nearly double the score of the second place. And all of this was because on the day of awakening, I also awakened a second talent and gained 1 million attribute points. This talent is also the world's unique 3S level talent. It can upgrade everything. So I immediately upgraded the first talent. At this moment in the Happy Garden community, after checking my attribute panel, I finally confirmed the reality of rebirth. Before the rebirth, I struggled to reach level 54 through hardships, but due to a moment of carelessness. In the instance, I was stabbed from behind by my fellow clan brother Zhou Wang. I can never forget the moment before death, Zhou Wang holding a blood-soaked bone-cutting knife, the terrifying image of it stabbing me repeatedly. The piercing pain to the core, even though I have been reborn, still sends chills down my spine. I was originally the first noble family in Lingyuan City, Great Xia Country, the legitimate son of the Zhou family, and my father Zhou Xianrong was the eldest son of the Zhou family's patriarch. Moreover, possessing the rare SS-level talent, I can be considered the first heir of the Zhou family. However, just after my 15th birthday, as I was about to embark on the path of cultivation, belonging to the federal top law enforcement agency, the White Tiger Hall, they brazenly entered the Zhou family, publicly sentenced Zhou Xianrui, the eldest son of the Zhou family, for betraying the human race on the starry battlefield and defecting to dark creatures. The federal high level has issued an SSSG arrest warrant against him, which will be spread throughout Blue Star daily. This grave crime of betraying the human race should have implicated the family. However, the Federation took into account the Zhou family's many contributions to the starry battlefield over the past few hundred years. In addition, considering factors such as individual will of Zhou Xianrong, they did not impose substantive punishment on the Zhou family. They only conducted a 3-month investigation and detention. After leaving the White Tiger Hall, the former clan leader sat alone in the hall for a long time. Months later, the former clan leader announced his retirement, no longer involving himself in family matters. My second uncle became the new clan leader. Although I was young at the time, I also found this matter suspicious. My father, Zhou Xianlong, is a righteous person and would never betray the human race. My mother, also a lady from a prominent family, had impeccable character. Saying she died in the starry sky is more believable than defecting to dark creatures. Unfortunately, even though I knew there were hidden aspects to this, I was powerless, as I was just a newly turned 15-year-old boy at that time. With the former clan leader's retirement and my second uncle taking over, my position as the young master of the Zhou family became precarious, especially since my second uncle also had children. And that person is my cousin Zhou Wang. Zhou Wang used to follow me around like a shadow, obeying my every word, until I realized later on that it was all an act. When the Zhou Xianrong incident occurred and his father had not yet become the family head, Zhou Wang finally stopped pretending. He almost completely dropped the facade, revealing his true colors in front of me, and used all sorts of overt and covert means to take away everything that should have been mine. In the end, exhausted, I distanced myself from the family and moved to live alone in the old city area. In my previous life, I thought that leaving the Zhou family would mean I was free as a bird, but I never expected that my dear cousin had already made arrangements. In my rented room, there was a mythical great item hidden, the ingenious stone, which significantly downgraded my awakened talent, only allowing me to awaken to the first level talent. However, despite that, Zhou Wang was still a thorn in my side, obstructing my path in every way possible, and ultimately brutally killing me in the instance. Fortunately, during an adventure in a secret realm, I happened to obtain a unique immortal mirror, the weeping of the goddess of time. This item has only one effect, which is to reverse time and space. That is also the reason why I can be reborn. When I was killed by Zhou Wang, the weeping of the goddess of time was passively punished, causing my consciousness to return to the present day. I am currently 18 years old, about to complete my first awakening in life and become a punisher. In this life, I not only have to investigate the reasons for my parents' disappearance but also reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to me from the Zhou family. In the room, I stared at myself, just a bit away from leveling up to level 3 on the attribute panel, flames of revenge burning in my eyes. In this world where everyone can train and level up, as long as you reach level 3, you will automatically awaken and gain a powerful talent. In my previous life, I was unaware of the hidden history of the fallen stars in my family, resulting in only awakening to a first-level talent. Now that I am reborn, I will naturally not repeat the same mistakes. In fact, given my background, even awakening to an S-level talent is not surprising. After all, my father Zhou Xianrong was so brilliant, the only S-level talent holder in the family for hundreds of years, and my mother was also a pride of the heavens, possessing a powerful S-level combat talent. Federal researchers have long confirmed that there is a significant correlation between a child's talent awakening level and the talent level of their parents. So with such talented parents, my talent will definitely not be ordinary. Memories surged in my mind as I hurried to the bathroom, where I retrieved a red gem the size of a silkworm bean from the sink. A hint of mockery remained on my face, as I had found it shortly after awakening, in the toilet tank. Even now, I still vividly remember the anger and despair I felt when I discovered the Heartstone. After all, talent level determines one's entire life, and Zhou Wang's actions were like cutting off my future path. This so-called artisan Heartstone, with its quality-reaching mythical effects, can significantly reduce the awakened talent level of nearby individuals during talent awakening, within a 50-meter effective range, which conveniently covers the old broken dawn room I rented. Zhou Wang, oh Zhou Wang, you have truly gone to great lengths to stop my rise, but you never expected that I could be reborn after death. I graciously accept this artisan Heartstone. A cold smile crept across my lips. The artisan Heartstone, as a mythical great item, is quite valuable. Placed on the black market, it could easily fetch tens of millions of federal coins. With a single thought, I placed it into the Punisher's spatial backpack. The spatial backpack is a gift bestowed upon humanity by the will of the world, similar to a storage treasure in novels, creating its own world inside. Even a mythical great item cannot penetrate the spatial backpack's effects and influence reality. Therefore, the threat from the artisan Heartstone has been eliminated. After completing all this, I relaxed back onto the sofa, crossed my legs, and decided to break through to level 3 in one go today, completing the awakening ceremony. In this world, there are only 2 ways to gain the experience needed for leveling up. The first is by killing wild monsters, by absorbing the energy from their bodies and converting it. The second method is to meditate and adjust one's breath, allowing the natural growth of energy between the earth and heaven, following the process of breathing in and out. Time passed unknowingly, and after about 2 to 3 hours, as I was meditating with closed eyes, a sudden white light shone from my body. As the white light just dissipated, a stronger golden glow surged again. I immediately opened my eyes, my face filled with anticipation that was hard to conceal. I knew this was the sign of my talent awakening after reaching level 3. Having experienced it once in the previous life, Rauscher was particularly nervous at this moment. I could only see in my consciousness that the golden glow continuously enveloped my whole body. After some time passed, suddenly a prompt sounded. Congratulations on awakening the reassignment of a certain talent. You have gained an additional 100 attributes. At the moment I heard this voice, my expression changed continuously. Because this reassignment was unexpectedly the talent awakened after being influenced by the star descent in my previous life. But in this life, I had clearly eliminated the influence of the star descent. How could I still awaken the reassignment? I furrowed my brow, somewhat disbelieving this result, but faced with the reality before me, I felt helpless. The reassignment of the Earth-level talent is widely recognized as a useless talent. It belongs to the combat category, but its effect is only to gain an extra 100 attribute points upon awakening, which can be freely added to the 4-dimensional attributes. This ability can be considered as a waste, as it has no growth potential. Placing those extra 100 attribute points in the middle to later stages is basically insignificant in boosting combat power. In the previous life, I reached level 54 solely relying on my own intelligence, with no relation to the reassignment. Yet in this life, I once again awakened the reassignment. This seemingly illusory and useless talent also caused me great annoyance. As I took a deep breath, trying to adjust my mindset to face reality, I suddenly found in shock that the golden light on my body was still glowing. Just as I was amazed and uncertain, the rich golden light on my body transformed into a colorful hue at this moment, bursting with endless brilliance, illuminating the entire cabin in a sacred and extraordinary manner. Simultaneously, a supreme and vigorous aura surged and spread from within my body. Congratulations on awakening your second talent. The SSS level infinite sublimation is now your first talent, automatically upgrading your earthly talent again. You have perfectly sublimated to SSS level, and the talent has been redistributed. You have gained an additional 1 million attribute points. As these successive prompts appeared, my bewildered expression was replaced by rich joy, and my breathing grew heavier. All previous dissatisfaction vanished. The sublimation opportunity only occurs once and randomly triggers in the 4 categories of primary, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. The triggering probability for these 4 categories is the same, all at 25%. Among them, the perfect sublimation offers the highest benefits and will yield unexpectedly magical effects when triggered. Just now, after awakening the infinite sublimation, the automatic sublimation of the first talent occurred, and I was very lucky to directly draw the perfect level, which can be described as a leap through the dragon gate. SSS level redistribution, you have gained an additional 1 million attribute points. Truly a full 1 million, this heaven-defying number made my eyelids uncontrollably twitch. As far as I know, even those human experts who are hundreds of levels high probably do not have a total attribute of 1 million. With so many attribute points at my disposal now, even if I were only at level 3, and even without any combat skills, relying solely on physical strength, I could easily overturn the entire Joe family. Of course, this is just a thought. I couldn't possibly allocate all my attribute points because researchers on Blue Star have long confirmed that there is a limit to the 4-dimensional attributes at each level. It's just that the specific limit at each level is still unclear because no one has ever been able to max out the 4-dimensional attribute points at a single level. In the history of the Federation, there is a record for the highest 4-dimensional attributes every 10 levels. The first level 10 marks the end of the novice period, making it significant, hence the competition is intense. The current record holder at level 10 is the 3S grade talent who emerged 50 years ago with the Flame Domineer talent. This individual, now a 500 level God King, is formidable. At level 10, his 4-dimensional attributes average 3,000 points each. Truly unprecedented. God King is the highest honor in the Human Federation, only bestowed upon those who reach level 500. Coming to my senses, I opened the personal panel, selected attribute allocation, and began adding points frantically. I maxed out every plus sign next to the basic attributes, causing my 4-dimensional attributes to skyrocket at that moment. Your strength has reached the maximum value at this level, and your agility has also reached the maximum value at this level. After some time passed, a series of prompts suddenly sounded in my ears. Looking at the personal panel, I found that all 4-dimensional attributes had reached 300 points, and the plus signs had turned gray at that moment. I realized that the highest 4-dimensional attribute of a tier 3 can only be 300. I touched my chin and glanced at the remaining unallocated free attribute points, which totaled 998,800. With so many attribute points, it's enough to max out every level without much thought, and all levels will be at their maximum value. The accumulation of 4-dimensional attributes is terrifying. I can hardly imagine it myself, but one thing is certain, my future self will be very strong. At this thought, I smiled with emotion, and an unprecedented momentum surged out. It was a powerful confidence, a brilliance that even as the young master of the Zhou family, I had never possessed. Early the next morning, I was jogging along the cobblestone road, adjusting to my body after the surge in mental attributes. As I passed by a breakfast shop, I found a table in a corner, sat down, and played with an inconspicuous red stone in my hand, the artisan stone. I had initially intended to sell the artisan stone, but after awakening the second talent, I had other thoughts. Unlimited sublimation can lead to the sublimation of all things, and with the artisan stone's quality reaching mythical levels, what would it become after sublimation? With this idea in mind, I felt a strong urge. Without hesitation, I activated the ability of the second talent. In an instant, an infinite sense of mystery arose in my heart. I felt a thunderous sensation in my mind, as if my spirit had been drawn out. I even experienced a brief dizziness, eagerly looking at the center of my palm. Congratulations, your artisan stone has been sublimated to the level of artisan's descent. At this moment, the red gem has transformed into an exquisite, dark pendant. Named Pendant of Artisan's Heart, this epic accessory enhances agility by 66, spirit by 102. Its active skill, Artisan's Blade, consumes 5% spirit to unleash a guaranteed strike. It has a 1% chance to permanently reduce the opponent's talent level, race rank, or any of the 4 attributes. Reading the instructions on the pendant in my hand, I couldn't help but gasp. Even though the stubborn starstone didn't evolve into an immortal grade relic after the enhancement, the effects it gained were extraordinary, after all. A gear skill that can actively reduce the opponent's talent level even in my 2 lifetimes, this is the first time I've encountered it. Moreover, the effect of the Starfall pendant is clearly not limited to humans. The race rank mentioned in the description is evidently aimed at monsters. Monsters are different from dark creatures, they have descended to the Blue Star along with dungeon instances. They have been in conflict with humans who possess upgrade panels for thousands of years. Monsters have diverse races and strict levels, especially those who serve as lord bosses in dungeons are the cream of the crop, possessing extremely high race ranks and thereby wielding various formidable skills. The effect of the Starfall pendant can be said to counter all, even lord strategists. Once triggered, it directly lowers their race rank by 1 level. The undead tyrant instantly transforms into a skeletal giant head. The Goblin King of Soldiers instantly demotes to a passing miscellaneous soldier. With such terrifying effects, which monster could endure it? It's almost more unbearable than killing them. I equipped the heartfelt pendant, silently reflecting on its significance. This falling star pendant not only greatly assists me in dungeon runs, but also serves as a weapon against Zhou Wang. In the previous life, Zhou Wang cruelly suppressed my awakening talent with the falling star stone. This life, I will use the refined falling star pendant to systematically cut off Zhou Wang's talents. If I remember correctly, Zhou Wang's talent is a rare S rank, enough for me to cut down many times. I imagine that Zhou Wang's expression at that time must have been quite spectacular. I look forward to that day. Half an hour later, full from eating and drinking, I arrived at the entrance of Lingyuan City's 5th high school. Reborn, at the age of 18, I am still a high school senior. Looking up at the school's gilded plaque, I must be filled with emotions. In Lingyuan City, there are a total of 6 high schools, ranked simply according to the order of their names. 1 high school is the strongest, while 6 high school is the weakest. The 5th high school I attend naturally belongs to the bottom of the list. I used to be a student at 1 high school, but due to the ups and downs with Zhou Wang, I lost the qualification to continue studying there. In my sophomore year, I was forced to transfer to 5th high school. In the previous life, I was indignant about this for a long time. But now that I have been given another chance, I don't view 1 high school as that important anymore. After all, high school is just high school. What truly determines the future of a celestial slayer is the university. And in this life, I have only one goal: to enter the top-tier university known as the strongest in the Federation, Kunlun University. Kunlun University is located on Mount Kunlun in the Great Xia country, with a history of thousands of years. It not only possesses the most top-notch teaching staff in the entire Blue Star, but has also produced dozens of 500-level God Kings for the human race. The 3S level Fire Rock Tyrant body mentioned earlier graduated from here. Only by entering Koin University can one truly step into the realm of the Heaven Hewers for cultivation, and also gain the capital to return to the Zhou family. Brother Chen, as I was contemplating matters related to Kunlun University, a joyful voice suddenly sounded next to me. I turned my head and saw a tall and sturdy man striding towards me, with a height of nearly 2 meters and a weight of over 300 pounds, drawing much attention at the school gate. I recognized his identity at a glance as Yi Changshan, one of my few close friends from a past life. We forged a deep friendship during the 5th period. Upon learning that I had only awakened a secondary talent, Yi Changshan did not distance himself from me at all. Even in the extremely difficult Beijing instance, Yi Changshan was by my side until the moment of death. Look at you, all grown up but still running around like a child. As Yi Changshan approached, I lightly punched his shoulder with a smile. The man as sturdy as an iron tower unexpectedly revealed a silly smile at this moment. Brother Chen, why wouldn't I be happy? I successfully awakened yesterday and even unlocked a talent. I smile without saying a word. As a reborn individual, I not only know that Yi Changshan awakened a talent yesterday, but also that the talent is called Wrathful Buddha. Even among first-tier talents, it is considered top-tier. In my previous life, I was able to grow to level 54, thanks in no small part to Yi Changshan's help. Otherwise, with my trashy Earth-tier talent, I wouldn't even be able to handle monsters in the early stages. At this moment, Yi Changshan's face still couldn't hide the excitement as he said, Brother Chen, I remember you are about to awaken too. Let's participate in the college entrance examination together when the time comes. In this event dominated by Heaven's Punishers, apart from the cultural written test, the college entrance examination also includes the most critical 5 assessments. These 5 assessments are essentially evaluations of the Heaven's Punishers' own levels and the comprehensive strength of their awakened talents. The minimum application threshold is level 3, completing the awakening ceremony. If one fails to awaken before the college entrance examination, they can only repeat a year. With only half a month left until this year's college entrance examination, everyone is racing against time, striding towards level 3. It's no wonder Yi Changshan reminded me to upgrade quickly in a subtle way. At this moment, I just smiled, revealing my level 3 status panel. I didn't easily expose the 4-dimensional attributes behind, considering each attribute has 300 points, which is quite astonishing to hear. Seeing that I also reached level 3, Yi Changshan felt genuinely happy and was curious about my talent. As a close friend, he naturally knew about my past. Whether Uncle Zhou Shenrong has betrayed the human race or not, let's put that aside for now. Just focusing on talent, he was truly a peerless genius, once towering over the entire Lingyuan city. With such a father, Yi Changshan has always believed, I will not fade into obscurity among the masses. Even if I am driven out of the Zhou family, it's just a passing storm. How can the divine dragon be trapped in shallow waters? The day will come when it soars through the clouds. My talent is strong. You'll see during the registration test later. Teasing a bit, I smiled and walked towards the campus. Upon hearing this, Yi Changshan's face lit up with anticipation, following me into the classroom. Upon arriving in the classroom, there were already many students inside. Most had completed their awakening. Everyone's cultivation was diligent, with some even hiring experts directly for training, contrasting with Yi Changshan and I awakened relatively late. Upon seeing Yi Changshan and me enter the classroom together, our classmates didn't pay much attention. However, two boys in the back corner cast curious glances. Then, one tall boy with red-dyed hair and a cocky demeanor suddenly shouted, "Hey, isn't this Junior June? Haven't you awakened successfully yet after a weekend? How about this, kneel down and call me master, and I'll take you to train in the wilderness." As his words fell, it immediately drew the attention of the whole class. Another boy with dyed golden hair, Pangyu, also chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "You're going too far. Regardless, he is still the young master of the Zhou family. No need for us lowly commoners to lead him. Oh, I almost forgot, the current young master of the Zhou family is Master Zhou Wang now. He is just a bereaved dog." Ha ha, the two of them laughed recklessly, their provocative gazes undisguised. The classmates in the class couldn't help but frown, looking at the two with some disgust, but dared not speak up. One of them is called Peng Yu, and the other is Wang Tong. They are both well-known troublemakers at Wuzhong. It is said that both of them transferred from Erzhong. The specific reasons are not very clear, but undoubtedly, coming from privileged families, they are not students that ordinary students at Wuzhong can afford to provoke. Upon hearing Peng Yu and Wang Tong dare to be disrespectful to me, Yi Changshan immediately rolled up his sleeves, glaring angrily at the two like little rabbits. "Do you dare to come out and spar with Grandpa? I'll shut your mouth up. My surname is the same as yours." With a height of nearly 2 meters, Yi Changshan, like a tower, exudes a strong sense of oppression visually. At this moment, as Yi Changshan spoke, Peng Yu and Wang Tong fell silent for a moment, but they were not completely intimidated by Yi Changshan, as both of them had long completed the awakening ceremony and had now reached the 5th level as punishers. So Peng Yu sneered repeatedly at Yi Changshan, saying, "I'll show you today the real difference between a punisher and an ordinary person." The atmosphere became tense for a moment, and many classmates in the class even began to shiver. As the person involved, I remained calm and composed. In the past life, Peng Yu and Wang Tong often caused me trouble during high school. At that time, I didn't understand why these two were targeting me. Later, I realized that it was all instigated by Zhou Wang behind the scenes. The so-called school bullies Peng Yu and Wang Tong at Wuzhong are actually lackeys under Zhou Wang. They were transferred from Erzhong to Wuzhong by Zhou Wang's means, with only one purpose, to disgust me. However, in the eyes of the reborn me today, these petty tricks are naturally not worth mentioning. Endowed with two top-tier 3S level talents, all four-dimensional attributes have reached the maximum value of 300 points. If I were to really deal with these two, despite them awakening early and even advancing to level 5 ahead of time, they are still no match for me. What's all the noise about, whether we are having class or not? Just as the situation in the classroom was escalating, a cold rebuke suddenly came from the door, followed by an extremely powerful pressure. Everyone quickly lowered their heads to their textbooks. Peng Yu and Wang Tong also had a drastic change in their expressions, gratefully returning to their seats. I and Yi Changshan also went back to our positions, then our gaze shifted towards the source of that powerful pressure. A young female teacher in her mid-20s, dressed professionally, with a stern face looking at the whole class. This person is their homeroom teacher, the formidable level 61 Punisher Chu Xiuyan. As the class began, listening to knowledge I've recited countless times, I felt somewhat bored. Casually gripping a pen, my gaze wandered to Chu Xiuyan, the homeroom teacher, with tears welling up. This homeroom teacher is extraordinary, reaching level 61 at just 26 years old. Chu Xiuyan's talent is exceptional, even in Erzhong, she could be the homeroom teacher for a key class. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, in the blink of an eye, 2 classes had passed. As the lunch bell rang, a large number of students walked out of the classroom building, chatting and laughing, heading towards the gymnasium across the playground. It is the place where the Federation registers talents on campus. With the college entrance examination approaching, students who have awakened their talents are busy registering for the exam. Those who have registered also come every day to watch and see if anyone from the same year has awakened any top talents. I and Yi Changshan are also in the crowd. Both of us completed our awakening yesterday, so naturally, we are going to register today. From a distance, you could see a huge black platform set up in the center of the venue, with a white light ball slowly floating in midair at the center of the platform. Named the Divine Pearl, it is a legendary type of identification tool. After coming into contact with the Punisher, it can automatically identify talent levels and match them with recorded talents. It can automatically identify talent levels and match them with recorded talents on file. The divine pearl shines with a sacred light, and next to it, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes stands with his hands folded, guiding each third-year student who comes to register. Younga, have you heard? The best talent of this year, Liang Yu, has just finished awakening. I can't wait. When I go on stage for the test later, I'll definitely shock their eyes. Yi Changshan kept talking, gesturing happily. Sure, when your awakening results are announced, I'll be the first to support you. I responded with a smile, but there was still something I didn't say in my heart, which is that Yi Changshan is not the strongest talent of this year. According to the memories of the previous life, this year, no. 5 middle school really produced an S-level genius. If I remember correctly, that girl also seems to have registered for the college entrance examination today. Thinking about this, I felt quite interested and quietly looked forward to it. Next up is Yi Changshan from Class 8 of the 3rd year. As the voice of the middle-aged man echoed from the central black high platform, Yi Changshan below swiftly stepped forward. His towering figure, as sturdy as a tower, elicited gasps from the junior brothers and sisters around him. Excitedly nodding, Yi Changshan placed his thick palm on the communication bead. As his palm moved, the communication bead also emitted a brilliant light. The purple radiance was richer than anyone before, casting an ethereal halo over the entire gymnasium. After a few breaths, the purple light gradually faded away. The middle-aged man announced with surprise that Yi Changshan of Class 8 of the 3rd year had awakened to level 3, with awakened talent, and met the standard to participate in the college entrance examination. As the voice fell, the scene erupted into an uproar. Listening to the exclamations of the crowd below, Yi Changshan's back, which had always been slightly hunched, appeared more upright than ever today, exuding a confident and imposing air. Student Yi, this is the Federation's reward for young heroes. In the future, you must cultivate and upgrade diligently, not betraying the Federation's trust in you. The middle-aged man smiled faintly, handing Yi Changshan a card. It is a universal bank card from the Federation with a credit limit of 2 million. Thank you, sir. Yi Changshan's face brightened, bowing before descending from the high platform under the kind gaze of the middle-aged man. I should be the strongest in terms of talent among the 5, aside from the military song. Yi Changshan returned to my side, his face beaming with pride, while secretly pondering in his heart. I just smiled and didn't say anything, gesturing to Yi Changshan to continue looking towards the platform, because after Yi Changshan left, the figure in my memory seemed to have taken over the platform like a relay. She was a slightly thin girl, around 1.6 meters tall, with 2 ponytails, wearing a simple black hoodie, and holding a lollipop in her mouth. At this moment, she calmly walked towards the Tongshan bead, Wei Duo from Class 1 of Senior 3. At this moment, Wei Duo raised her fair little hand, touched the bottom of the Tongshan bead, and unsurprisingly, a shimmering red light bloomed on it, attracting many students. The crowd was unaware that the smooth red light was the Tongshan bead, detecting the growth of an S-level talent, while the middle-aged man in charge of registration was already dumbfounded at this moment. An S-level talent emerged from 5th senior high, he could hardly believe it. You must know that even up to this day, only 2 S-level talents have been registered, but 5th senior high, which has always been behind, actually produced such a genius. What a stroke of luck! At the same time, in the half-empty space of the stadium, there was a sudden strong fluctuation. Then, an elderly man with half-white hair appeared out of thin air and landed directly in front of the Tongshan bead without saying a word. Principal Sun and the middle-aged man were shocked. They didn't expect the registration of a Senior 3 student to even alarm the 80th level old principal of 5th senior high. The old principal gestured for promotion, indicating not to disturb Weigua. His experienced eyes were fixed on the Tongshan bead. After a few breaths, they finally saw Weigua's talent information. S-class loves you. The middle-aged man took a deep breath at this moment. The calm and collected old principal, who rarely shows emotions, also revealed a hint of excitement. The reason is simple. GS-level Shadow is a talent born purely for battle, with extremely high growth potential. If developed well, its effects can even rival SS-level talents. Not to mention, at this moment, among the many God Kings guarding the starry sky for the human race, there is one who is the owner of an S-class Shadow, showcasing the power of the Shadow. Wei, this is the crane the Federation has provided for you to awaken your S-class talent. Make good use of this resource to cultivate diligently and strive to create another God King for our Federation. The middle-aged man stepped forward and directly took out 3 cards from his spatial backpack, 1 federal bank card with a limit of 5 million, 1 VIP card with 0 balance, allowing many things in the city to enjoy priority policies, and the last one, unnamed but exchangeable in the Federation, a set of excellent quality equipment usable up to level 20. Facing this generous reward and the exclamations of classmates around him, Wei Duo did not show the same triumphant expression as Yi Changshan. Instead, he remained calm and composed. With a lollipop in his mouth, Wei Duo brought his two fingers together in front of his forehead in a victory gesture, and crisply said, "Thank you, uncle, for becoming a god king. Let me treat you to hot pot." "Ha, then I'll take you up on that." The middle-aged man smiled. At this moment, the old principal cleared his throat and walked over. With a wave of his hand, he took out a dazzling belt, then kindly smiled and said, "Little girl, this legendary dragon roar shining belt will double the experience points you gain from hunting monsters within 5 days. It is a reward bestowed to you by our Class 5 for awakening your S-level talent. Upgrade it well and strive to achieve a good result in the college entrance examination." As soon as the old principal made a move, he immediately displayed a different level of grandeur, with a belt of mythical quality that caused the onlookers to exclaim in astonishment. After all, equipment of this level is something many can only dream of possessing. It's rare to even have the chance to take a glance at it. Yi Changshan widened her eyes, looking at the generous rewards in Wei Duo's hands. She then glanced down at her tightly held bank card and suddenly felt less satisfied. Seeing my good brother's bewildered expression, I couldn't help but chuckle. Just as I was about to say something, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly sounded in my ear. The last one, Zhou Chun from Class 8 of Grade 12. Inside the gymnasium. Upon hearing the middle-aged man calling his name, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and walked slowly out of the crowd. "Brother Jun, show them what you've got." Yi Changshan winked on the side. Although Zhou Chun hadn't told him what talent he had awakened, Yi Changshan had no doubt about Zhou Chun's genius level. As Zhou Chun stepped out, the surrounding gazes converged on him. Not far away, Pine Yu and Wang Tong were closely watching the situation here. One of the tasks Zhou Wang had entrusted to them was to closely monitor Zhou Chen's awakening level. According to Zhou Wang, he had taken measures to ensure that Zhou Chen wouldn't awaken any top-tier talent. However, despite his words, Pang Yu and Wang Tong couldn't completely relax until they saw Zhou Chen's talent level with their own eyes. Is this Zhou Xianrong's son? As Zhou Chen walked towards them step by step, the old principal's cloudy eyes lit up with a sharp light. After all, the name Zhou Xianrong was incredibly prestigious. He was a prodigy who dominated an era. His brilliance was not only renowned in Lin Yuan City but also ranked among the best in the entire human federation. And Zhou Chen, as Zhou Xianrong's son, undoubtedly had everyone's expectations for his talent level. Perhaps, he is truly the strongest student of our school this year. The old principal couldn't help but think to himself as he watched Zhou Chen leisurely walk up to the divine communication bead. "Little brother Zhou, place your hand on it." The middle-aged man had obviously heard about Zhou Chen. Thinking that this young man might awaken a talent surpassing the S level, he was unusually friendly. Zhou Chen didn't respond, he just raised his hand high. The moment his hand touched the divine communication bead, a mysterious energy rushed into his body and circulated within him. At the same time, the surface of the divine communication bead shone brightly. A brilliance far surpassing that of anyone's previous awakening erupted, not purple, not red, but a dazzling rainbow. The rainbow light descended like the Milky Way from the sky, carrying a vast and supreme aura that swept in all directions at that moment. When had the countless students below ever seen such a scene? They were all stunned. Yi Changshan was excited, cheering, and punching the air in place. In a corner of the platform, Wei Duer stood with her hands in her pockets, her face showing a rare seriousness. She watched Zhou Chen enveloped in infinite radiance, and quietly took 2 steps back. If someone looked closely, they would notice tiny hairs standing up on her exposed skin, like a cat instinctively on guard against danger. Damn it! Didn't Zhou Xiao say he had taken measures and this kid wouldn't awaken a top-tier talent? No one noticed Wei Duer's strange reaction, but Wang Tong in the crowd cursed directly. Peng Yu also had beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, silently watching the stage. Rainbow Divine Light, this is definitely an SSS-level talent. The usually calm old principal was now showing shock, trembling at the sight. An 80th level Heaven's Punisher was so excited that he was shaking. Not to mention the middle-aged man, who was completely stunned. Since taking on this position, he had visited countless high schools over the past decade, registering numerous geniuses. S-level was already the ceiling, and he had only seen one SS-level talent. But now, he was about to register an SSS-level talent. How could he remain calm? An SSS-level unparalleled prodigy, he will definitely reach the level of 500 in the future. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva, his face showing a mix of shock, joy, and pride. Because of his identity, he was not just a registrar, but also had the responsibility of scouting talents for the Federation. Like an S-level genius, if discovered in his hands, not only can one get an early advantage and make connections, it can also lead to receiving an additional bonus at the end of your performance review. As for the extremely rare talent of SSS level, just registering for commissions could earn millions of federal coins. Therefore, the middle-aged man was very excited. He urgently wanted to know which SSS level talent Zhou Chen had awakened. Not only him, the old principal, and even all the onlookers around, had the same reaction. What talent did Zhou Chen awaken? Everyone was extremely curious. And at this moment, as the seemingly ethereal and infinite rosy light in the venue finally dissipated, returning to the calm divine pearl, gradually condensed into a line of text. The moment they saw that line of text, everyone was stunned. It boldly stated D-level, redistribution. Next chapter reversal, the protagonist's unique SSS level talent shocks the Federation, will not be concealed. This book follows the path of peerless genius. Please rest assured, the plot is absolutely exciting. Thank you. Did the Divine Pearl make a mistake? With such a grand ceremony, you're telling me it's a D-level talent? After a brief silence, the venue erupted into a commotion. All the onlookers were frantically discussing. The middle-aged man on the platform was equally dumbfounded. His enthusiasm seemed to be extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Principal's son, should I apply to the Federation for a new Divine Pearl? Seemingly unwilling to give up, the middle-aged man asked the old principal. At this moment, the old principal, too, went from anticipation to astonishment. After a long while, he sighed. No need, you and I know whether the Divine Pearl can make mistakes. The middle-aged man, seeing this, gnashed his teeth in frustration. Indeed, a Divine Pearl of such mythical quality would never make a mistake. Because such artifacts are not made by humans, they are produced in dungeons or secret realms. If there were any damage, it would be displayed in the attribute bar. It seems that the young man named Zhou Chen really only awakened a D-level talent, or a rather useless redistribution of D-level talent. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's eager look dissipated, and his gaze towards Zhou Chen turned cold again. Senior 3 Class 8, Zhou Chen, awakened D-level redistribution, meets the standards for participating in the college entrance examination. As the words fell, Zhou Chen's information was also recorded on the tablet in his hands. Zhou Chen opened his mouth to speak, but in the end, he said nothing. At the same time, Pangyu and Wang Tong in the crowd experienced a sudden turn of events and breathed a sigh of relief. Pangyu couldn't help but mock openly, I'm laughing to death. Such a big fuss, turns out it's just a waste to awaken a D-level. Zhou Chen, you really have disgraced your father, Zhou Xianrong. Hearing his harsh mocking, the people around fell silent. Not a single person dared to speak up for Zhou Chen. In the world of the Celestial Slayers, reality is much harsher than for ordinary people. Because talent determines everything. Zhou Chen only had a D-level talent, destined to be mediocre in this life. Pangyu and Wang Tong, on the other hand, were both B-level, with family support, making it clear who would achieve greater success in the future. So even if Pangyu publicly mocked Zhou Chen, no one would step in to help out of a sense of justice. There was no need to offend two B-level individuals over a D-level talent. Of course, this did not include Yi Changshan. Yi Changshan, at this moment, simply rolled up his sleeves and beckoned with his finger. Come on, today if I don't skin you alive, my surname isn't Yi. Although Yi Changshan was also puzzled as to why Zhou Chen only awakened a D-level talent. But this did not affect their relationship, nor did it hinder him from defending his friend's dignity. You. After being confronted by Yi Changshan several times, Pang Yu's face turned extremely pale. Brother Yu, the principal is still here. Wang Tong tugged at Pang Yu's sleeve, signaling him not to act rashly. After weighing their options, they ultimately decided not to confront Yi Changshan. Amidst the commotion below, Zhou Chen on the platform paid no attention. He was gazing thoughtfully at the evaluation given by the divine communication bead. How could this mythical great item fail to detect that his reallocation had ascended to SSS rank? Or perhaps it had detected it, but since there was no record of SSS rank reallocation in the database, the bead displayed D rank information instead? It must be the case, given the vibrant multicolored light. But what about his second talent? Couldn't the SSS rank unlimited ascension be detected? Or was there a delay? Just as Zhou Chen pondered, a middle-aged man next to him coldly declared, Alright, Zhou Chen, you may go down now. Once Zhou Chen's talent was confirmed as D rank, the middle-aged man distanced himself even in his speech. Previously calling him Little Zhou brother, he now simply referred to him as Zhou Chen, not even willing to add the word classmate. Fortunately, Zhou Chen was accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and did not feel much anger. He calmly descended from the platform, ignoring the curious, sympathetic, or gloating gazes. He stayed in the venue, standing quietly by Yi Changshan's side because he knew the old principal had an important announcement to make. As expected, the old principal raised his hand at that moment, gently pressing down to silence the entire venue. With a flushed face, he spoke, "Students, besides celebrating the emergence of a talent like Wei from our school, we have another piece of good news to announce. Just now, the Federation has granted our school a new novice period secret realm for the upcoming college entrance examination. This secret realm can only be opened for 3 hours. So, the senior students don't need to attend classes this afternoon. Now, all registered students, gather at the playground and enter the secret realm for training in 20 minutes. Oh my! Am I hearing this right? The principal actually secured a new novice period secret realm for us? Didn't the news say that the supply of novice period secret realms is scarce this year? It seems like even the second high school didn't get one. Hail to the principal! Countless senior students in the sports field excitedly discussed, their heads spinning from this sudden surprise. It's no wonder everyone was so thrilled. Secret realms were hard to come by, especially novice period ones. On Blue Star, over the centuries, numerous copies and secret realms had been created, each with varying difficulties. Copies were permanently located in the wilderness and open at all times. Secret realms, on the other hand, were rare and required special items to summon. Compared to copies, secret realms offered more experience points for killing monsters and had a higher drop rate for equipment. Most importantly, there was one-time immunity to death inside a secret realm. Therefore, the items to summon secret realms were highly sought after on Blue Star, in high demand and short supply. This was even more so for novice period secret realms. With monsters capped at level 10, they were perfect for newly awakened individuals to train. The only downside was their short existence, usually dissipating after a few hours. In the entire Federation, schools with secret realms were extremely rare. In Linyuan City, such treasures were usually prioritized for the first and second high schools. It was unexpected for the 5th high school to receive one. For the senior students of the 5th high school, it was indeed a once-in-a-century event. Over 10 minutes later, the students in the gymnasium had mostly dispersed. The freshmen and sophomores returned to class, while the seniors gathered on the playground. The entire sports field was now left with only the middle-aged man in charge of registration. After confirming the information on the tablet once again, he planned to reach out and put away the suspended communication bead, completing today's work. However, when his gaze fell back on the communication bead, he suddenly froze in place. Then, a visibly trembling voice was heard. How could this be? The middle-aged man spoke clumsily, pointing in astonishment at the communication bead. His pupils uncontrollably dilated at that moment. In front of him, the pure white communication bead was emitting a never-before-seen colorful radiance, dazzlingly bright. The gradually appearing text above it was even more eye-catching. Student name, Jochin second talent level, SSS talent information, unable to match talent attribute, unique. These 3 keywords, seemingly not heavily written, weighed heavily at this moment, because SSS level represented the highest level of talent. Unable to match meant that even the communication bead couldn't detect the specific information of this talent. Unique, indicating that this talent was one of a kind, possessed by only one person in the world. A clatter sounded as the tablet in the middle-aged man's hand fell to the ground. He stood still for a long time, gradually coming back to his senses, but the look of shock on his face remained difficult to fade. Oh no! Then, as if remembering something, his expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly rushed out of the gymnasium. At the same time, in the center of the playground, a space crack over 3 meters high exuded a hint of danger as it stood on the ground. This was the entrance to the novice period secret realm summoned by the old principal. Under the guidance of the teachers from Warjong, a large number of third-year high school students were lining up to enter. Remember, the secret realm can only exist for 3 hours. Within these 3 hours, try to kill monsters to level up as much as possible. Students with weaker abilities can team up with each other, but never venture deep into the center of the secret realm, as the closer to the core of the secret realm, the higher the level of the monsters. At the deepest point, there are even level 10 monsters, which you cannot handle. If you accidentally trigger a death immunity once, then you must actively exit the secret realm, because if you die again, then it's really over. The headmaster even held a megaphone in his hand, repeatedly reminding them. Amidst the bustling crowd, Yi Changshan and Zhou Chen were also queuing up towards the entrance of the secret realm. Brother Jun, is there something wrong with the communication bead? Yi Changshan asked in a low voice. Even now, he was unwilling to believe that Zhou Chen had only awakened a D-level talent. Zhou Chen didn't hide it either and nodded. My first talent is indeed D-level, but the second talent is SSS level. As for the communication bead, I'm not too sure either. After hearing this, Yi Changshan's small eyes widened a bit, so surprised that he couldn't even finish his sentence. Brother Jun, you have dual talents? Keep it down. Zhou Chen kicked him. Ah, sorry. Yi Changshan quickly lowered his voice, then his rugged face couldn't stop grinning foolishly. My brother is SSS level, huh? My brother is invincible. Zhou Chen. How did I end up with such a silly little brother? He sighed, placing a hand on Yi Qingshan's shoulder, and the two walked into the secret realm with their arms around each other. And just as the two entered, the middle-aged man in charge of registration flew over like a whirlwind. Principal's son. He directly ignored the Wuzhong teachers greeting him along the way, panting as he stood in front of the old principal, his face still showing thick regret and astonishment. The communication bead didn't malfunction. Little brother Zhou is a rare dual talent, and the second talent is still a unique SSS level. What? The old principal was initially puzzled by what was going on, but his reaction was even more significant after hearing the full sentence. Tell me what happened. The middle-aged man couldn't hide his anxiety and quickly recounted everything that had just occurred. Then, with concern, he asked, Principal's son, as you know, whenever an SSS-level human talent enters a secret realm, all the monster attributes inside automatically double. If Xiao Zhou hasn't entered yet, I want to give him 2 protective equipment pieces, apologize sincerely to him, I was blind to his potential. It's too late. The old principal bluntly interrupted him, just a second before you arrived, Zhou Chen had just entered the secret realm. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned bitter. But the other students don't know this news yet. He seemed to want to struggle a bit more, trying to see if he could cancel the secret realm. However, the old principal coldly snorted, no need to fear. Consider it an early test for these kids, they still have 1 death immunity left. In his words, it was evident that he didn't pay too much attention to the doubling of monster attributes inside the secret realm. His real focus was on Zhou Chen's dual talents. A smile uncontrollably appeared on his face, an SSS level with a unique attribute. I never thought that our 5th middle school would produce such a genius one day. I knew Zhou Xianrong's bloodline couldn't be so weak. The folks at 1st middle school still look down on us at 5th middle school? With their mediocre S-level talents, they're not even worthy to shine Xiao Zhou's shoes. The old principal looked proud, as if all these years of grievances were released in that moment. By the way, have you registered Xiao Zhou's second talent? After the laughter, the old principal stroked his beard and inquired. Messing up the registration of awakening information for a senior student was already a serious incident. Most importantly, it could potentially affect Zhou Chen's reputation. The old principal didn't want to diminish 5th middle school's image in Zhou Chen's eyes over such a trivial matter. So, after realizing the situation, he immediately paid close attention. When the middle-aged man heard the old principal mention this, his expression became extremely complex, with a hint of disbelief. To be honest, I've already reported Xiao Zhou's situation to the federal high-level officials on my way here. I just received a reply, and the higher-ups indicated that if Xiao Zhou's talent is confirmed, he can be directly included in the Federal Reserve list for quasi-sequences, and his personal file will be encrypted as Azure Dragon level. In addition, due to this misunderstanding, the Federation has also made compensation, which will be distributed along with the reward for awakening to SSS level. According to the leaders, besides various regular resource cards, a set of myth-level beginner universal equipment has been specially prepared for Zhou Chen. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the old principal seemed frozen in place, stunned and unmoving. Federal Reserve List. Ordinary people might not know what this meant, but as the principal of 5th middle school, an elderly person who had been deeply rooted in the education field for decades, the old principal understood the weight of these 5 words deeply. Sequence was a concept proposed by the federal high levels 100 years ago. It represented the ticket to enter the realm of top-tier experts. Every 20 years, the Federation would only select 1 sequence, and grant this sequence supreme power, endless resources, aiding them in becoming the supreme of the human race. The competition for sequences had always been brutal, with countless geniuses falling on this path each time. But they still came one after another, just to strive for a way to the top. Not to mention the sequence, even the threshold to become a quasi-sequence was sky-high. Ordinary talents had no qualifications to touch it, only the truly peerless geniuses above millions could contend. This was not an exaggeration. In the Federation of 5 billion humans, each term of quasi-sequences would not exceed 50 people. How terrifying was this ratio? Truly 1 in a billion. Not to mention the distant future, just look at Lin Yuan City. This city in the southern border of Daxia can be considered a fairly large city, but in the past 100 years, only 1 quasi-sequencer has emerged. He is Zhou Xiaoyong, the divine dragon of the Zhou family. Now, the Zhou family has produced another extraordinary talent, as Zhou Chen, the son of Zhou Xiaoyong, has been directly included in the list of potential quasi-sequencers. How astonishing is this? It's no wonder the old principal reacted this way. Moreover, besides granting status, the Federation has also bestowed a set of mythical grade beginner equipment. This matter is worth pondering. It should be noted that while there are rewards for awakening ordinary SSS-level geniuses, they are far less generous than this. The concept of mythical grade equipment needs no further explanation. What is truly valuable is the word set. Equipment is completely different when it comes to individual pieces versus a set. Sets are hard to come by, but once assembled, they provide additional attributes. The boost in combat power from this is beyond description. Top-tier sets play a significant role even in the Starry Sky battlefield dominated by the God King. This time, the Federation has directly provided a complete set of mythical-grade beginner equipment, which can be considered quite a generous gesture. It has completely exceeded the old principal's expectations and given him a new understanding of the unique value of SSS talents with singular attributes. Bang! A dull fist sound echoed in the dark forest, accompanied by the howls of monsters. A wild boar-like monster over 2 meters tall, as sturdy as a small mountain, lay lifeless on the ground, raising a cloud of dust around it. Killed level 4 monster arrogant savage boar, experience points plus 26, 2 notification boxes floated before Zhou Chen's eyes. He casually clapped his hands and calmly walked past the monster's corpse. This was the third monster he had killed since entering the secret realm. 2 were level 3, and 1 was level 4. Perhaps due to Zhou Chen's exceptionally high 4-dimensional attributes, the journey had been relatively easy. With a speed of up to 300 points, the heavy fist struck before these low-level monsters could react. Zhou Chen also targeted the monster's weaknesses. If lucky enough to trigger a critical hit, there was no need for a second blow. Compared to other students entering the secret realm, his experience was on a completely different level. After all, in his previous life, Zhou Chen had reached level 54 in cultivation. Dealing with these low-level monsters was a piece of cake for him. I wonder where Olji went. Does he need help? With his hands in his pockets, Zhou Chen looked around as he walked. When entering the secret realm, everyone would randomly appear at a certain location on the periphery. Therefore, Zhou Chen was not with Yi Changshan. However, he was not in a hurry, as the secret realm was not large, and the peripheral area was limited. As long as he headed towards the core, he would eventually meet up. It's a pity I haven't mastered any skills. I can only rely on my 4-dimensional attributes to power through. Otherwise, even if I encounter level 5 or 6 elite monsters, I could kill them in one move. After killing a level 4 spotted tiger that tried to ambush him with 2 punches, Zhou Chen shook his head. In this world, the methods used by the celestial slayers to deal with monsters were not limited to relying on awakening abilities. Just like in online games, besides experience points, defeating monsters could also yield loot such as various quality equipment, items, elixirs, and even skill books. It's just that the drop rate is relatively low. Low-level monsters below level 5 are destined not to drop loot. Only elite monsters have a slight chance. Fortunately, the beginner-level secret realm Zhou Chen entered contained elite monsters. The name of this secret realm is the Dark Forest, which is quite common in beginner-level secret realms. Therefore, information about the secret realm had long been thoroughly understood by people. In the outer periphery of the dark and dense forest, it is quite safe, inhabited by low-level monsters below level 5. As one moves towards the core, the level of monsters increases. The minimum standard for the birth of elite monsters is a level exceeding 5. Therefore, by delving deep into the heart of the secret realm, there is a high chance of encountering elite monsters. With Zhou Chen's strength, he naturally couldn't just linger on the outskirts. His goal was clear, to head straight to the core and challenge higher-level monsters. This way, he could gain rich experience points and have a chance to obtain loot, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As Zhou Chen ventured deeper towards the core, at a certain location on the outskirts of the dark and dense forest, Panyu was surrounded by a faint blue fire, casually casting a fireball to kill a level 3 monster in front of him, then turned to Wang Tong. How about it, have you found that kid's trail? In front of him, Wang Tong held a deep purple longbow, his eyes emitting a red light, as if piercing through the dark forest, gazing towards the distant end. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "Not yet. But as long as he's still in this secret realm, even if he runs deep into the core, I will eventually find him." Peng Yu nodded at the words, a greedy look flashing across his face. Zhou Xiao has already instructed us that as long as we can keep Zhou Chen forever in this secret realm, each of us will be rewarded with a silver-grade weapon when we leave. Both of us have B-level talents, already reaching level 5 early on, while Zhou Chen is just a D-level waste. Even with Yi Changshan, that A-level guy, by his side, he won't make it out alive today. Pan Yu and Wang Tong both came from second-rate families in Ling Yuan City, awakening earlier and reaching higher levels than others. Peng Yu's talent is B-level, Blue Ghost Fire, which restores a certain state every time he uses a fire attack. Wang Tong, on the other hand, has the same B-level talent, Spirit Eyes, which enhances his vision like an eagle and has X-ray-like effects, capable of penetrating obstacles. Since Spirit Eyes leans towards auxiliary abilities, Wang Tong went to great lengths to equip himself with a bronze-grade bow and arrows to enhance his combat power. With their strength, the two of them could easily navigate the outskirts of this secret realm. Even in a slightly more central location, they were confident in their abilities. As for how Zhou Wang knew that the 5th middle school had opened a new novice secret realm, it was naturally the result of the two informing him. In fact, as soon as Zhou Chen's D-level talent was registered, clever Peng Yu immediately reported to Zhou Wang. Even through the phone, they could clearly sense Zhou Wang's excitement and joy. It was only at that moment that they realized that Zhou Wang had used a star-descending stone to influence Zhou Chen's awakening talent. For a moment, both of them couldn't help but admire Zhou Wang's boldness. To ensure that his cousin would never rise again, he dared to set up a scheme using a star-descending stone worth tens of millions of federal coins. Offending young Master Zhou Wang, Zhou Chen is doomed to die without a burial place. So be it. Let me, Peng Yu, send him on his way. They first sighed, then sneered, filled with murderous intent as they charged into the vast forest. They were not afraid of the consequences of killing within the secret realm. After all, Blue Star had never known peace. Countless people died in dungeons and secret realms every day. Not to mention that no one would care about the life or death of a D-level waste. Even if the 5th middle school wanted to investigate, they were powerless. After all, the scene of the crime was inside the secret realm, and once the secret realm closed, all evidence disappeared. At that time, they could easily shift all blame onto the monsters, leaving the federal law helpless. The secret realm is a good place for killing and plundering. Should we take the opportunity to get rid of Peng Yu and Wang Tong? Walking along the shaded path nearing the core area, Zhou Chen stroked his chin, pondering. As a reincarnator, he naturally knew what kind of people Peng Yu and Wang Tong were. After the secret realm of Wuzhong from the previous life opened, these two individuals chased after him like mad dogs within the realm. If it weren't for Yi Changshan awakening his A-level talent and fighting to protect him, he might have truly perished in this ghostly forest. Now that he's starting anew, this grudge must be settled. However, he didn't have time to specifically look for these two individuals. The secret realm only had 3 hours of opening time, so focusing on leveling up was the way to go. When he truly encountered Peng Yu Wangtong, he would kill him without hesitation. After all, he was not as powerless as he was in his previous life. Time passed swiftly within the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had gone by. During this time, Zhou Chen's gains were quite good. He focused on killing monsters higher level than himself to gain experience at a rocket-like speed. Now, he was only 5% away from reaching level 4. Just one more monster kill would do it. Coincidentally, right in front of him, there was a giant python coiled on a tree trunk. As Zhou Chen's gaze fell upon it, he saw the words LV5 floating above its snake body. It seemed that they had already entered the core area of the secret realm. However, he still hadn't encountered Yi Changshan. Before entering the secret realm, the two of them had agreed that no matter where they were teleported, they would head towards the core together. Since the secret realm of the dark forest was circular, the closer to the center, the less space there was to move around. As long as they moved towards the center together, they would eventually meet. Could that old G be having too much fun grinding on the outskirts? Zhou Chen muttered about Yi Changshan's unreliability in his heart, while his hands were busy. He picked up a fist-sized rock and hurled it towards the python's head. Swish! The unremarkable rock in his hand shot out like a heavy sniper bullet, stirring up a fierce white wind and firmly nailing itself in the python's head. 762, the giant tree trembled, shedding patches of grayish-white leaves, and the python's health bar above its head decreased by 1/5. Zhou Chen let out a soft exclamation. He hadn't expected this python to be so resilient. This world was very strange. Although it resembled a fusion of online games and reality, the fusion was not complete. Humans had access to an upgrade panel with visible 4-dimensional attributes, but no matter how high their level, there was no concept of changing professions. Moreover, the panel did not display so-called health bars. On the contrary, the monsters were just like wild creatures in online games, with their health points clearly visible. Based on the research of federal experts and scholars over the years, they had deduced a set of conclusions. Although humans did not have health bars displayed, their ability to resist damage was most closely related to their physical attributes among the 4-dimensional attributes, without considering equipment, talents, and other factors. If one had to measure it in terms of health bars, the health points were roughly twice their own physical attribute. As for evaluating damage, it was quite complex, involving too many factors. However, in simple terms, Physical damage was related to strength attributes, while magical damage was related to mental attributes. Of course, the specific calculation of damage levels was not solely based on the level of the four-dimensional attributes. Personal talents, weapon quality, and even skills had a significant impact on the damage inflicted on monsters. Although Zhou Chen had double SSS level talents, unlimited sublimation was not a combat-related ability. His reallocation was only on the fringes of combat skills. Coupled with the fact that he had not mastered any skills, the current Zhou Chen relied solely on his astonishing four-dimensional attributes and physical strength. He could easily one-shot monsters below level 5. However, when facing monsters above level 5, he had to put in more effort. The python in front of him was a prime example. With just one strike, it had only lost 1/5 of its health. This meant he would have to land 5 punches to defeat it. It was a bit embarrassing for his SSS level talent to be in this situation. I'm still at a disadvantage without any skills. Zhou Chen sighed lightly, feeling more and more eager to unleash a skill book. Then, he kicked fiercely with his right foot on the ground, and the rubble in front of him burst into the air, forcing the attacking dark python to retreat and fall to the ground. In the next second, Zhou Chen, with a speed attribute of up to 300, was like a flash of lightning, landing an elbow strike on the dark python's head, depleting its health bar. Killed LV5 Elite Monster Dark Python dropped loot X1 experience points plus 58. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to level 4. A series of prompts flashed before his eyes, and a rich light shone from his body. Zhou Chen felt all his fatigue dissipate. He stretched his muscles briefly and then his gaze fell on a white light next to the dark python's corpse. Loot! This dark python turned out to be an elite level monster, no wonder it was so tough. And it even dropped loot for him. Although only one, it was still quite good. Zhou Chen eagerly reached for the white light. Before picking up loot dropped by monsters, one wouldn't know what was inside. Whether it was equipment, elixirs, or skill books, it all depended on luck. It was somewhat like opening a blind box. Therefore, picking up loot was considered the most favorite part for all the celestial slayers in the Blue Star. It was all about the thrill. As Zhou Chen reached his hand in, the unique light surrounding the loot dispersed, revealing a thin tattered book in front of him. It's actually a skill book. Zhou Chen's face lit up with joy, truly getting what he wanted. As long as it was a combat-related skill book, the specific skill didn't matter. With Zhou Chen's exaggerated four-dimensional attributes, even the most mediocre skill would unleash unparalleled effects. After all, just throwing a stone, his power was already comparable to awakening skills of the same level celestial slayers. At this moment, the true content of the skill book was revealed before him. Name, Strong Kick Tier, Bronze Type, Melee Combat Skill Book Effect, Condensed Strength to launch a powerful low kick at the enemy, dealing double damage based on own strength attribute cooldown, 300 SA simple skill description, yet it made Zhou Chen's eyes light up. It was a melee combat skill that didn't require any weapon usage. Although it was only bronze tier, one must remember that the Dark Python was only level 5. For a beginner level monster to drop loot was already quite rare, so how could one expect a high tier item? Moreover, bronze tier was not weak at all. In the beginner stage, most people hadn't even seen what a skill book looked like. Just look at the peripheral areas of the current mystery realm, where many people were teaming up to hunt monsters. So, mastering a bronze tier skill at this stage already surpassed most people. As for the 5-minute cooldown, it was not long at all, but rather quite short. One must remember, the Blue Star was a real world, and running a dungeon was not as simple as sitting in front of a computer, tapping a few keys to finish a level. A normal dungeon would take at least 3 to 4 hours to complete. Some high-level supersized mystery realms might even take 3 to 5 days to finish. The areas were vast, and the distribution of monsters was not dense. It was normal to encounter a monster only every half an hour when luck was not on your side. Therefore, the cooldown time for skills could not be as short as in fast-paced computer games, where it was a few seconds per skill. It was said that the most top-notch immortal-level skills had cooldowns of over 10 minutes, even starting at half an hour. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Chen stopped thinking about irrelevant matters. He decided to start using the power of sublimation on this skill book. Infinite sublimation could elevate everything. From the moment this talent awakened, it was destined that Zhou Chen would never have the lowest grade equipment and items. Skill books were no exception. Therefore, Zhou Chen did not hesitate at all and directly activated the ability of Powerful Kick. The sensation of emptiness in his waist struck again, and the skill book in front of him underwent astonishing changes. The book was no longer tattered but became brand new. Zhou Chen's eyes looked on with anticipation. Name, Bone Crusher Grade, Gold Type, Melee Combat Skill Book Effect, Condensed Strength to launch a powerful lower kick at the enemy, with a certain chance of putting the enemy in a defense-breaking state. A successful attack can push back the enemy and trigger a shockwave, causing damage to multiple enemies in front. Cooldown, 120s with 1 sublimation, from bronze directly to gold, skipping 2 levels at once. And the value of this skill book doubled directly. If the previous powerful kick could be sold for tens of thousands of federal coins in the market, now Bone Crusher could easily fetch 1 million with people fighting over it. This is the scarcity of a gold-level skill book. Zhou Chen's face showed satisfaction as he finally made his choice to learn. Waves of brilliance shimmered around him. Then, a large amount of martial arts knowledge unexpectedly appeared in his mind. His sturdy and powerful legs seemed as agile as if he had been practicing kicking for years. Learn skill Bone Crusher LV1A system prompt appeared before Zhou Chen's eyes, and joy flickered in his eyes. This time, he was also someone with a skill under his belt. Alright, there are attribute points to allocate. After learning the skill, Zhou Chen remembered that he had just reached level 4, and his attribute limits had increased significantly. Without further ado, he opened his personal panel and maxed out each attribute with a click. Moments later, an extremely luxurious personal panel appeared before him. Name, Zhou Chen level, LV4, 2%, Strength, 700 Agility, 700, plus 66, Spirit, 700, plus 102, Constitution, 700 Skill, Bone Crusher LV1 Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic, Talent, SSS Grade Reallocation, SSS Grade Infinite Sublimation, Unique. After leveling up, the limit of each of the 4 attributes increased by 400 points. Zhou Chen, with his free attribute points, naturally maxed them all out. Agility and Spirit, in particular, received more due to the Epic Equipment Starfall Pendant. If this panel data were to be displayed, it would surely shock the entire Federation. After all, at just level 4, his total attributes were close to 3,000 points. Not to say there would be none to follow, but he was definitely unprecedented. As he ventured further into the core area of the dark and dense forest, the sense of danger grew stronger. LV5 monsters were everywhere, and Zhou Chen had already slain many on his way, with his experience points increasing by 20%, akin to riding a rocket. In his past life, this was beyond his wildest dreams. After once again using the skill Bone Crusher to slay a lion-like monster, a dark and cold pool appeared before Zhou Chen. Is this the territory of the bloodthirsty leader-level monster, the bloodthirsty crocodile? With his rich experience, Zhou Chen immediately recognized where he was. The dark and dense forest was a popular beginner's secret realm. Zhou Chen had spent a long time in the beginner's phase in his past life, so he was very familiar with the environment and monster information here. The bloodthirsty crocodile was an LV8 monster, a leader level 1 with tough skin and high attribute values. Among monsters, the classification is Common, Elite, Leader, Lord, King, Supreme, and Demon God, 7 levels in total. The higher the grade, the stronger the monster. In this secret realm of the dark and dense forest, the highest level monster was the Lord-level boss residing in the central core, the multi-eyed demon lizard. The bloodthirsty crocodile is the only leader-level monster besides the multi-eyed demon lizard. For most newcomers, dealing with an elite monster at LV5 is already challenging enough. Recklessly seeking out the leader-level bloodthirsty crocodile is akin to seeking death. Besides its own strength, the bloodthirsty crocodile also commands many lower-level monsters in the frigid pool where it resides. This means that taking down the bloodthirsty crocodile requires preparation to deal with a group of monsters. Among those who entered the secret realm this time were high school seniors who had just awakened a few days ago. They had to team up even on the outskirts to fight monsters, let alone entering the core area. Therefore, after the secret realm had been open for almost an hour, there was still silence around the frigid pool, with no one in sight. Zhou Chen stretched his muscles in place, contemplating whether to challenge the limits by taking down the frigid pool alone. With his formidable attributes, even without any equipment, he was confident in facing the LV8 leader-level monster. However, after the battle, his condition would deteriorate significantly, hindering further exploration of the central core. Unless the experience points provided by the bloodthirsty crocodile could instantly raise him to LV5 and refresh his condition. Just as Zhou Chen was considering whether to take the risk, he suddenly felt something and swiftly moved 5 or 6 meters away, staring intently at the spot he had just stood. There, a little girl with black double ponytails, wearing a black hooded shirt and knee-length denim shorts, and holding a lollipop in her mouth, appeared out of nowhere. She stood with her hands in her pockets, calmly gazing at him with dead fish eyes. Wei Duor? Zhou Chen immediately recognized her identity. At the same time, he was surprised because he had not sensed her presence before she appeared beside him. Want some candy? Wei Duor asked in a flat tone, taking out a string of lollipops from her pocket and tossing it to him. Zhou Chen took it somewhat bewildered, hesitated, and slowly put one in his mouth. Ugh! It tasted like strawberry, really bad. Zhou Chen grimaced, about to ask her what she meant when Wei Duor spoke first. Let's team up and clear the frigid pool. You take the bulk of the experience points, and you get first pick if we find any loot. Agree, and I'll charge ahead. Wei Duor sucked on her lollipop, speaking calmly. This straightforward approach left Zhou Chen at a loss. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, I only have a D-level talent. Are you sure you want to team up with me? At this, Wei Duor chuckled, a D-level talent made it this far? You're at least an SS-level talent, maybe even SSS level. Don't play games with me, I'm sharp as a tack. As she spoke, Wei Duor raised her fair chin, her small eyes looking down on him. It was as if she was proudly displaying her wit. Unfortunately, Wei Duor, who was only 1.6 meters tall, was like a small potato. Even if she tilted her head up to the sky, she couldn't see the top of Zhou Chen's head. Wei Duor's certainty about Zhou Chen's exceptional talent had nothing to do with her so-called sharpness. It was mainly due to her awakened talent, Shadow, which included a passive ability called Danger Perception. Danger Perception can sense the aura of targets stronger than oneself. When registering at the gymnasium, Wei Duor faintly felt a fierce and formidable aura among the crowd. And when Zhou Chen took the stage, she finally pinpointed the source of that intimidating aura. Seeing only the D-level talent displayed on the Divine Pearl, she found it hard to believe. As a senior high school student who had just awakened, she possessed an S-level shadow talent, far surpassing everyone else. But even someone as strong as her, when facing Zhou Chen, would inevitably trigger a sense of danger that she couldn't suppress. Obviously, the other party's talent was even higher. That's why the current scene unfolded. Zhou Chen remained silent. His gaze looked somewhat strange as he stared at the twin-tailed girl in front of him. He quietly pondered the proposal. After a moment, he nodded in response to the expectant look on her face. Alright, I agree to team up with you. Wei Duor was not weak, she was indeed a good helper. Although Zhou Chen had limited interaction with Wei Duor in his past life, he had vaguely heard of her reputation. It seemed like she had gone to a very prestigious university after the college entrance examination. In addition, Zhou Chen had another reason for wanting to team up with Wei Duor. He wanted to clear this secret realm. It was well known that in any instance dungeon or secret realm, the most abundant rewards were always the final clearance rewards. In times secret realms like the Dark Forest, if you couldn't clear it within the designated 3 hours, everyone would be automatically kicked out when the realm closed. To Zhou Chen, this was simply a waste of a secret realm opening opportunity. So, from the moment Zhou Chen entered the secret realm, he had the intention of clearing it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made an agreement to meet up with Yi Changshan. As for why Zhou Chen didn't solo clear it, that was because, with Zhou Chen's current strength, soloing posed too much risk and had a high chance of failure. Despite Zhou Chen's attributes making him seem invincible, he had no equipment on him, and his magic resistance was almost zero. In dungeons and secret realms infested with monsters, this was extremely dangerous. Furthermore, being only at level 4 was a major drawback. The final boss of the Dark Forest, the multi-eyed demon lizard, was a lord-level monster at level 10. It had countless level 9 and 10 ordinary monsters under its command. The power gap was too significant. Even with their double SSS level talents, it could only partially compensate for the difference but still carried risks. Zhou Chen, who had spent years struggling in various dungeons in his past life, deeply understood one thing: anything could happen in a dungeon. Until he could completely overpower his opponents, he had to be extremely cautious to survive. Don't wait until death arrives to realize the heavy price of arrogance. By then, it would be too late to regret. In the core area of the Dark Forest, near the icy pool, Zhou Chen and Wei Duor hid in the bushes, their 4 eyes staring like copper bells, constantly scanning the icy pool ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4. With her ever-present lollipop in her mouth, Wei Duor counted on her fingers, and after a while, she exclaimed, "There are a whopping 16 level 5 magic pythons. This bloodthirsty crocodile is cunning, gathering so many elite-level monsters to work for him. 16 of them? Wouldn't killing them all instantly level us up to level 5? Zhou Chen's focus shifted completely upon hearing this. Wei Duor was stunned for a moment at his words, then furrowed her pretty eyebrows deeply. Hey. Do you really want to kill all the magic pythons? Is that for real? We could just go straight to fight the bloodthirsty crocodile. Once the leader dies, these magic pythons will disperse on their own. There's no need to fight them." As she spoke, Wei Duor's eyes looked at him as if he were mentally challenged. Had this guy never played a game before? Who clears the small monsters first in a dungeon? If you want to clear it quickly, you should definitely kill the boss first. Wei Duor couldn't understand. She even tiptoed, trying to lift Zhou Chen's skull to see how his brain circuits were wired. Who would be so greedy for experience points? Was he asking for death? However, Jo-chin seemed oblivious to the issue, continuing to say, these magic pythons aren't strong. One punch each, 16 of them means 16 punches. What's so difficult about that? Wei-duer was stunned to hear this, the lollipop in her mouth fell down. Can you stop boasting? She looked disdainful, mixed with disbelief. Even if you have an SSS level talent, I would believe it if the attributes of the monsters in the secret realm weren't doubled. But now, the health points of these monsters are like they've been patched up one by one. Are you telling me you can take them down with just one punch? Although this was Wei-duer's first time entering the secret realm, she had learned in her cultural classes before and knew how much health each type of monster should have. But today, as soon as she entered, she noticed something was off. Whether they were level 3 or level 4, every monster she encountered had their health points doubled. Other attributes were the same. Their attack power, resistance, all boosted to an absurd level. If her shadow talent wasn't strong enough, she probably wouldn't have been able to enter the core area of this secret realm. But at this moment, the man in front of her actually said to take them down one by one? Did we enter the same secret realm? Wei-duer couldn't believe it. But she didn't know that Jo-chen's mind was even more chaotic than hers. Monster attributes doubled? How did I not know? Jo-chen picked up a piece of gravel at his feet and quietly flicked it towards the nearest elite monster, the magic python. It took damage and immediately showed its health bar. Jo-chen then realized that the elite magic python, which should have had just over 1,700 health points, now indeed had 3,400 health points. The monster's attributes had indeed doubled. He only found out this crucial information now, but he couldn't blame himself. After all the monsters he had encountered before were taken down in one move. Look at the health bar. The health bar just disappeared on the spot. Thinking of this, Jo-chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If all monster attributes are doubled, doesn't that mean the final boss will be stronger than we imagined? It's a bit tricky. We need to find Lao Yi quickly. Although Yi Changshan only had an A-level talent, his ability was extremely powerful, so much so that many people said that Numuefo Luo was an S-level hidden talent. Especially in terms of exploring secret realms, his ability was indispensable in the team. While Jo-chen was pondering these matters, Wei-duer couldn't hold back. Seeing Jo-chen silent, she thought she had embarrassed him by exposing his boasting, so she felt a bit awkward. She casually patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, we're buddies. It's fine to brag a bit, no one will laugh at you." As if passing a cigarette to a good buddy, she took out a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Jo-chen. Then she peeled one for herself and said confidently, "You'll be responsible for luring the monsters later, attracting those troublesome magic pythons away, creating a 1v1 situation with the bloodthirsty crocodile for me. I'm confident I can take it down within 10 rounds. Although Wei-duer was squatting in the grass, her slender waist was straight and imposing. But Jo-chen shook his head decisively, "No. You'll be responsible for luring all the magic pythons to me, and after I take them all down with a flying kick, we'll go together to decapitate the bloodthirsty crocodile. As long as you help me trick out its magical skills, I'm confident we can take it down within 5 rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei-duer turned her head as if her brain had short-circuited, a question mark slowly emerging above her head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jo-chen's words sounded like gibberish to Wei-duer, leaving her bewildered. She really wanted Jo-chen to tone down his boasting a bit, but before she could say anything, she heard someone whisper in her ear, "Charge. Twin ponytails," and then her small body was pushed out of the bushes like a cannonball. She stood bewildered by the cold pond, facing the magic pythons spitting venom at her. Obviously, the many magic pythons were not very welcoming to the unexpected intruder in front of them. "Jo-chin, I'll knock your grandpa." Wei-duer's reaction was explosive, her danger sense warning her frantically. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran. As she moved, over a dozen thick pythons in the icy pool, as large as water barrels, seemed to receive a signal and began writhing rapidly, crawling towards her. And then, a strange scene unfolded. A petite girl with a lollipop in her mouth, her black twin ponytails fluttering in the air, sprinted wildly around the icy pool. Behind her, terrifying snake monsters resembling prehistoric pythons chased after her frantically. The girl cursed as she ran, dark shadows gradually emanating from her body, elongating as she sprinted. Clearly, in her frustration, she accidentally activated her awakening ability. "Go for it, twin ponytails!" Jo-chen cheered enthusiastically, crouching in the grass. At this moment, Wei-duer had completed 2 laps around the icy pool, successfully drawing all the demon pythons behind her. "Jo-chen, if you don't act now, be prepared to burn incense for your sister." Wei-duer, panting heavily, was slowing down, her face flushed. The fastest pursuing demon python behind her was almost snapping at her clothes. Fortunately, the hiding grass was getting closer. Zhou Chen, no longer hesitating, leaped out in a swift motion. He intercepted Wei Duer, who was running towards him, by the waist, swinging her behind him for protection, while his right leg kicked forcefully forward. A tremendous force erupted instantly, like a mountain, bone crush. Crack! The first demon python's skull shattered upon Zhou Chen's side kick. With a strength of 700 points, the powerful force burst inside the demon's body, combined with a golden level skill, causing the demon python's health bar to visibly deplete. But it wasn't over yet. Bone Crush, as a golden level skill, had multiple bursts. Upon hitting the first demon python, powerful shockwaves spread violently in all directions. Surprisingly, all the dozen or so demon pythons gathered together were enveloped. Boom! A violent impact resounded through the forest as the demon pythons were turned into blood mist under the powerful assault. Only a few survived, but they were left with just a sliver of health. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly darted out from behind Zhou Chen. She seemed like an assassin from the netherworld, a grim reaper walking among mortals. In the blink of an eye, she passed by the few surviving demon pythons. With swirling black mist, the few demon pythons, attacked by an unknown force, let out piercing screams and fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Zhou Chen, witnessing this scene, had a slight change in expression. With his keen eyes, he vaguely saw how Wei Duer attacked. A dagger. She held a jet-black dagger, seemingly extraordinary and of significant origin. Each time she wielded the dagger, the shadow enveloping her would also launch an attack. That's Shadow Ghost, a passive shadow ability that synchronizes with the owner's every attack. It's about 130% of the damage I inflict. Seeing Zhou Chen's confusion, Wei Duer tossed her hair back and proudly explained. Then, she suddenly lowered her face, looking ferocious under the cover of the shadow. From now on, don't throw me around like a bowling ball. Got it. I'll make sure next time. Zhou Chen nodded absent-mindedly, his sharp eyes suddenly shifting past the numerous python corpses, landing on the icy pool. There, a massive crocodile of astonishing size, the LV8-liter level monster, Bloodthirsty Croc, had silently approached them. Without Zhou Chen's reminder, Wei Duer, with her danger sense, had already noticed the creature's presence. The dark shadow on his body grew denser, and the dagger in his hand tightened. Both of them were level 4 skychoppers, even though they had just killed over a dozen demon pythons in one go. Despite the massive experience points being split between them, they were still a bit short of reaching level 5. Zhou Chen was particularly regretful, even though according to the agreement, he got the lion's share of the monster-killing experience points. But in the end, he still fell short by a bit. Otherwise, Zhou Chen, who had reached level 5, would have dealt with this bloodthirsty crocodile with ease. Now, Bone Crush was on cooldown. They could only rely on Wei Duer to pull through. Without wasting any words, Wei Duer crunched on the lollipop in her mouth, swallowed it down, tossed the stick aside, and her eyes instantly became razor-sharp. The black shadow enveloped her, like a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, she was in front of the bloodthirsty crocodile. Instant shadow chaos kill. Without any hesitation, Wei Duer directly unleashed the awakening skill of her shadow ability. In an instant, countless shadow clones appeared around her, all attacking the giant crocodile in unison. Swish! Blade glints shimmered, as if a god of slaughter had descended. Roar! The bloodthirsty crocodile roared to the sky, its huge mouth wildly biting, but it couldn't even touch Wei Duer's clothes. At the same time, its densely packed health bar decreased by a third. Zhou Chen, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. This was the high-level combat talent, born purely for battle. Not a single skill was redundant. If Wei Duer used instant shadow chaos kill a couple more times, she could defeat this giant crocodile on her own. Well, after fighting monsters for 2 lifetimes, it was time to reap the rewards. Just as Zhou Chen was about to slack off, he saw Wei Duer flying back, sweat dripping from her pretty face, and the black mist around her had lightened considerably. I can't go on, it's your turn. Wei Duer gasped for breath, squatting down to rest on the spot. Zhou Chen was left puzzled. She had been so fierce just now, he thought she was going to solo it. And now she was backing off? Sensing Zhou Chen's silent questioning, Wei Duer said impatiently, that was my awakening skill, using it once consumes a lot of energy. I've already chopped off a third of its health, with your strength, the rest should be easy, right? Zhou Chen glanced at his Bone Crush skill, almost off cooldown, and sighed, just hacking at its health won't work, you need to bait out its ultimate move. A boss-level monster was already considered an advanced creature, possessing its own ultimate skill. And this bloodthirsty crocodile had a particularly fierce ultimate move, dealing magical damage. Due to not wearing any equipment, Zhou Chen's magic resistance was almost zero. Relying solely on his health and resistance from his physique, he couldn't withstand the bloodthirsty crocodile's ultimate move. It was hard to dodge too, as the crocodile's ultimate move was a lightning-fast laser breath emitted from its mouth. So Zhou Chen needed someone to bait it out. Bait out the ultimate move, then they could engage in close combat. Of course, he didn't ask Wei Duer to bait it out with the intention of sending her to her death. In his past life, although he didn't have much interaction with Wei Duer, he had heard of the reputation of the shadow talent. He knew that within this talent, there was an ability to fake death with a substitute. That's why he said that. After hearing this, Wei Duer made a troubled expression and snapped her fingers. The black mist around her spread out, forming a strand of shadow that fell on Zhou Chen's shoulder. Go! When facing a fatal blow, my substitute shadow will teleport you to my side to take that hit. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but be amazed. This shadow substitute death skill could actually be used by others. Truly convenient. Without further hesitation, he dashed forward like a released arrow, engaging in fierce combat with the ferocious crocodile. The giant crocodile's attack was nothing but biting, but its size couldn't keep up with Zhou Chen's speed. Zhou Chen, relying on his powerful strength and agility, each punch carried earth-shattering power. In just 2 short rounds, he managed to reduce the blood volume of the bloodthirsty crocodile to 1/3. Roar! A piercing roar, the frenzied crocodile couldn't withstand the assault and entered a berserk state. At the same time, a laser-like breath burst out. Zhou Chen only saw a bright light before appearing next to Wei Duer in the next moment. Above the icy pool, the power of the laser dissipated, Wei Duer's shadow clone vanished, revealing a conspicuous injury. 2,700, Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat. With his constitution of 700, according to the algorithm provided by the federal scholars, he only had about 1,400 health points. Without wearing resistance equipment, he wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. Indeed, once a monster race ascended to the leader level, it underwent a qualitative change. While pondering this, Zhou Chen's movements were swift, delivering a kick in midair. Bone Crush. Activating the golden skill, the bloodthirsty crocodile, without its secret technique, was like a lamb to the slaughter, howling in pain in an instant. Above its head, a shattered shield emblem appeared. This was the special effect of Bone Crush, breaking defense. The bloodthirsty crocodile, now in a defenseless state, was cleared of its health bar by the scattered shockwaves without Zhou Chen needing to strike again. Wei Duer's eyes lit up from behind. This guy really has some skills. The damage from one skill is unexpectedly as high as my awakening skill. While she was marveling, the rewards for killing the leader-level monster arrived. A white light consecutively flashed on both of them. Clearly, they both leveled up to LV5. Killed LV8 leader-level monster bloodthirsty crocodile, dropped loot X2, experience points plus 219, congratulations. You have successfully reached level 5. A series of notifications appeared in front of them. Zhou Chen's body was enveloped in a white light, and all his stats were restored to their peak due to the level up. In an instant, he looked radiant, gazing at the monster's corpse at his feet. The dazzling loot orb was truly eye-catching. Behind him, Wei Duer hummed a tune, bouncing over. Although, after teaming up, she could only receive a small portion of the experience points as agreed. However, she possessed the mythical-grade equipment, Dragon's Roar Shining Belt, gifted by the old principal. With the double experience acquisition feature, she wasn't far behind Zhou Chen in terms of level. Moreover, having previously killed over a dozen demon pythons and accumulated a massive amount of experience points, they both leveled up together, reaching LV5. Twin ponytails, how's your luck? Zhou Chen wasn't surprised by Wei Duer's level up, focusing on the loot orb without turning back. Seeing the girl casually toss her dark hair and slowly pop a chocolate-flavored lollipop into her mouth, her chubby face filled with pride. Naturally, it's a great haul. Let me put it this way, I win 9 out of 10 scratch cards. Really? Zhou Chen was skeptical but obediently moved aside. Pointing at the orb emitting a white light, he teased, you touch it, if you don't find anything good, I'll make fun of you for a lifetime. Humph. Wei Duer, unimpressed, walked candidly to the loot orb. I'll be the one to touch it. With that, she extended her fair little hand into it. In an instant, the dazzling white light faded, revealing 2 pieces of equipment emitting a cold, icy light. Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened as he hurriedly looked over. Name, Shadow Victor's short boots tier, silver type, leather armor, boots, restriction, LV5 LV20 agility, plus 32 strength, plus 27 physical defense, plus 329 description, spoils of conquering the bloodthirsty crocodile, representing that you have set foot in the core area of the dark and gloomy forest. Equipping it will awaken the skill damage amplification by 1%. The first loot is a piece of leather armor. In this world, all armor equipment is divided into 3 types, heavy armor, leather armor, and light armor. The most intuitive difference between the 3 types lies in the distribution of attributes. For example, heavy armor has the highest proportion of attribute bonuses in all aspects, but its significant drawback is its extreme heaviness. Wearing it will create a noticeable sense of weight, greatly affecting agility. It is generally worn by strong men with high physique attributes. Leather armor, on the other hand, has no impact on weight, but its defense is significantly lower than heavy armor. However, it provides considerable bonuses to agility and strength, making it suitable for berserkers who aim for high damage bursts. As for light armor, it strikes a delicate balance between the other two types, with no obvious drawbacks or remarkable advantages. Wei Duor couldn't take her eyes off the attributes of these boots after seeing them. She was practically drooling. If described in terms of an online game, Wei Duor, who possesses the talent Shadow, indeed resembles an assassin focusing on high burst damage. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, showed little interest in these boots. He maxed out all his attribute values without much thought, destined for a path of physical development akin to achieving saintliness. If he had to choose an equipment category, it would undoubtedly be heavy armor. After all, heavy armor, in terms of attribute bonuses alone, is the most outstanding among the three types of armor. As for the drawback of weight, it might be a headache for ordinary people, but it is inconsequential to Zhou Chen with all attributes maxed out. Collecting armor is still a distant matter for Zhou Chen. His attention is currently drawn to the second piece of equipment. It is a pitch-black broadsword. Name, Refined Crocodile Tooth Broadsword Tier, Silver Type, Blade Weapon Restriction, LV5 LV20 Agility, plus 31 Strength, plus 47 Physical Attack, plus 211 Description, a broadsword crafted from the teeth of the leader-level monster Bloodthirsty Crocodile, capable of cutting iron like mud. Each attack has a 5% chance to trigger a chain lightning effect, paralyzing up to 3 units and causing a certain amount of damage. Despite the seemingly ordinary attribute description, excitement flickered in Zhou Chen's eyes. This refined crocodile tooth broadsword is truly a gem. During his novice period in his previous life, he had heard discussions about this weapon more than once. It's not because of its high damage but its feature, the dominating chain lightning paralysis effect. It's a potent form of control. Once triggered, it can immobilize for at least 3 seconds. For novices lacking in both offensive and defensive capabilities in the early stages, it's like a divine intervention. On the black market, its price once soared to 30,000 federal coins. Yet, it was still in high demand. In his previous life, Zhou Chen lingered in the novice period for a long time and had yearned to possess this weapon. Unfortunately, the drop rate for this broadsword was notoriously low. Some powerful individuals had to clear the frosty abyss 100 times before barely obtaining one. Zhou Chen never laid eyes on this broadsword even after advancing beyond the novice stage. This became one of his many regrets in the years that followed. Little did he expect that after his rebirth, he would effortlessly obtain this moonlight weapon from his novice days on his first run through the frosty abyss. He couldn't decide whether to marvel at fate or attribute Wei Duor's incredible luck. Ahem. Little gentleman, since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you choose first. As Zhou Chen gazed at the pitch-black crossblade, a voice that pretended to be grand belonging to Wei Duor echoed in his ears. Zhou Chen couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, obviously feeling deeply speechless about the term little gentleman in the conversation. He glanced at Wei Duor, whose 2 ponytails swayed on top of her head, only reaching his chest. He couldn't fathom how she dared to address herself as sister. Firstly, I have reserved this crossblade. Secondly, according to the team agreement, all spoils of war should be chosen by me first. Zhou Chen calmly spoke, pointing out the other party's poor attempt at emotional manipulation. Wei Duor was exposed on the spot, blushing uncontrollably. After a snort of annoyed but not angry, she picked up her shiny boots and happily went to study in a secluded area. Seeing this, Zhou Chen also picked up the dark crossblade. His eyes gleamed. Talent Infinite Sublimation activated. In an instant, a familiar sense of emptiness spread throughout his body. However, the dark crossblade in front of him was enveloped in a strange divine light, undergoing a significant transformation. Apart from being entirely black, there were now deep purple patterns on the blade, as if a peerless expert had embedded thunder and lightning from the sky into it. Congratulations! Your refined crocodile tooth crossblade has perfectly sublimated into Extreme Blade Thunderous Raid. Name, Extreme Blade Thunderous Raid Tier, Mythical Type, Blade Weapon Restrictions, LV5 LV20 Agility, plus 69 Strength, plus 101 Physical Attack, plus 498 Description, a mythical equipment sublimated from the refined crocodile tooth crossblade, retaining the thunderous properties. Now, each attack has a 30% chance to unleash a chain of divine thunder, paralyzing up to 8 units and causing damage equal to the attack power of that strike. When the new panel appeared, Zhou Chen's eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Clearly, he hadn't expected to trigger perfect sublimation once again. By the icy pond. Zhou Chen stood tall on a pile of monster corpses, holding the dark crossblade wrapped in purple lightning in front of him. His eyes sparkled as he carefully examined it. The ancient crossblade after perfect sublimation looked vastly different from before. The imposing and extraordinary purple lightning patterns displayed its honor as a mythical grade weapon. Each attribute was not only greatly enhanced but also had vastly different effects from before. The chance of causing chain lightning increased to 30%, and the number of paralyzed units increased to a whopping 8. It could even trigger equivalent damage. If the original refined crocodile tooth crossblade was just a plastic toy, then the sublimated extreme blade, Thunderous Raid, was like finely crafted steel, admired by anyone who laid eyes on it. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, his face filled with joy. With a single thought, he equipped it on himself. Then, following tradition, he maxed out all the increased attribute limits after leveling up. What surprised Zhou Chen was that once he reached LV5, his attribute limit also increased by 500. He seemed to have found a pattern in the attribute limit for each level. Of course, this was only for now. Whether the same applied after reaching levels 10 and 20 remained to be seen. After a moment, Zhou Chen's personal panel underwent another magnificent upgrade. Name, Zhou Chen level, LV5, 10%. Strength, 1200, plus 47, Agility, 1200, plus 97, Spirit, 1200, plus 102, Constitution, 1200 Skills, Bone Shatter LV1 Equipment, Fall of the Descending Star, Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunderous Raid, Mythical, Talents, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Sublimation, Unique. Although only at level 5, Zhou Chen's stats surpass even a level 10 Heaven Slayer. His 4 attributes are outstanding, undoubtedly exceeding all the geniuses throughout history. No one can match him at the same level. His formidable strength attribute signifies his exceptionally astonishing attack power. Even without mastering sword skills, just relying on brutal swings, he can unleash incredible effects with the mythical quality Thunderous Raid in his hands. At this moment, Zhou Chen is truly confident in facing the final boss in the core of the secret realm. Even if the boss's attributes double, he is completely fearless. It can be said that everything is ready, only lacking a full team to start the raid. Twin Tails. With this in mind, Zhou Chen stows away the Thunderous Raid in his backpack and turns to Wei Duer, who is examining her new shoes, calling out, interested in clearing the secret realm. His loud voice carries an indescribable confidence that reaches the girl's ears. She is slightly startled, then raises her round little head. With a somewhat surprised expression, she says, "Little gentleman, playing on such a grand scale? What, is the mighty SSS level Shadow afraid to challenge even a beginner level secret realm boss?" Zhou Chen looks at her with a contemptuous expression. As it turns out, though crude, provocation is effective. Wei Duer's pretty face immediately flushes red, and she retorts, pinching her slender waist, "Who said I'm afraid? Let's be clear, I'm not scared. I just think it's a bit presumptuous for just the two of us. We Heaven Slayers should act more cautiously." Hearing Wei Duer's pretentiously mature tone, Zhou Chen can't help but smirk. "Don't worry. I've also invited Yi Changshan, with his A-level talent awakening. You should know about him, right?" Yi Changshan. Wei Duer is slightly taken aback, and in her mind appears the image of the towering man like a tower. Although she has had no interaction with Yi Changshan, he was ahead of her during talent registration and the only A-level awakener in the entire 5th middle school, leaving a deep impression. Most importantly, Yi Changshan's talent, Furious Buddha's Gaze, grants him extremely strong damage resistance. In gaming terms, he belongs to the top-tier tank category and also possesses certain crowd control characteristics. With Yi Changshan, they can indeed challenge the final boss in the Dark Forest. Thinking this, Wei Duer resolves, "Since you managed to team up with Yi Changshan, I'll go with you." After finishing her sentence, she pauses, as if performing a magic trick, takes out a lollipop from her pocket, then tilts her head. "But you'll have to wait a bit, I need to take care of something first." "What do you need to do?" Zhou Chen asks instinctively. "If you ask, won't it be embarrassing for me?" Wei Duer suddenly smiles mischievously, squinting her eyes like a fox deliberately stirring up trouble. Zhou Chen is speechless, then shakes his head helplessly. "Whatever you need to do, I hope you do it quickly, the secret realm will close in an hour and a half. You're really boring." Wei Duer, who expected some fun, is disdainful of Zhou Chen's indifferent reaction. She then crosses her arms and mutters, "Actually, I can tell you, it's no secret. Besides leveling up, my main goal in entering the secret realm this time is to get some agility boosting elixirs. And these elixirs can only be dropped by killing the LV6 monster, thousand-legged centipede, in the Dark Forest. So, sister, you should go and try your luck. But don't worry, within an hour, whether I obtain the secret medicine or not, I will come find you." Zhou Chen looked at Wei Duer with some curiosity. He didn't ask, but the other party took the initiative to answer. Human nature is indeed interesting. Zhou Chen nodded in understanding at this moment, not saying much. Opening the secret realm is not easy, so if one has the ability, they must find ways to maximize their combat power. Zhou Chen's attributes were already at the maximum level, so he only thought about leveling up. But others were different. In order to lay a solid foundation during the novice period, they had to rack their brains and do their best to improve every basic attribute. Wei Duoer's talent in, shadow, and agility attributes were a perfect match. Therefore, it was understandable for Wei Duoer to seek opportunities to enhance agility after entering the secret realm. After estimating the time, Zhou Chen immediately stopped hesitating. Alright, then let's split up. I'll go find Yi Changshan, and you go hunt monsters. We'll meet in the central area of the core region in an hour. Okay. Wei Duoer made a confident gesture, then in the next moment, she seemed to blend into the shadows and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She truly is a natural-born assassin, Zhou Chen muttered, somewhat surprised by her stealth abilities. Without further delay, he quickly identified the direction and headed towards the depths of the dense forest. Compared to the outskirts, the area where they could move within the core region was getting smaller. In theory, as long as Yi Changshan had also entered the core area, the two of them should meet soon. However, the reality was different. Zhou Chen had been walking for almost half an hour and still hadn't sensed Yi Changshan's presence. What's going on? Zhou Chen frowned, feeling somewhat worried. Just as he was considering whether to return to the outer area to check, a deafening noise suddenly rang in his ears. Following the source of the sound, he saw about 200 to 300 meters away, towering giant trees falling one after another with booming vibrations, as if a terrible battle had erupted there. Could it be? Zhou Chen's expression changed as he immediately thought of something and rushed towards the scene. With Zhou Chen's speed, a distance of 200 to 300 meters was nothing. However, before he could reach the spot, a sinister laughter reached his ears. Yi Changshan, you want to kill me, don't you? How come you're forced to reveal your transformation now? But even if you transform, it's useless. Let me make it clear to you, today I not only want to kill you, but also your big brother. The arrogant voice echoed in the forest, startling flocks of birds. Zhou Chen's gaze pierced through the thick foliage and he saw the situation clearly. On a relatively spacious flat ground, Peng Yu and Wang Tong stood proudly, with a playful smirk on their faces, mocking the figure in front of them. Facing them was a giant figure with a shocking appearance. About 5 to 6 meters tall, with dark red skin, 6 arms on its back, eyes like bronze bells, golden patterns covering its chest, and a string of skull beads hanging around its neck. It looked like an evil Buddha from the western heaven or a wicked monk from hell. At first glance, it was intimidating. If not for the human-like wisdom in its eyes, no ordinary person would dare to stand in front of it without trembling. However, Zhou Chen was not unfamiliar with this Buddha-like giant. In fact, he was very close to it. Because this was his good brother, Yi Changshan, the Furious Buddha, an A-level transformation talent. When activated, it would transform into an ancient evil Buddha 3 times its own size. It also gained up to 60% damage reduction, double the total sum of its own attributes and resistance, and an unparalleled boost in strength. It was precisely because of this astonishing transformation ability that the Furious Buddha was given the title of the most resilient tank. Ranked at the forefront of A-level talents, he could even be compared to S-level to some extent. After all, for the woodcutters who often delve into dungeons, a tank with outstanding damage resistance is an extremely sought-after presence. When Yi Changshan awakened the furious gaze of the Buddha, it was destined that his life would not be mediocre. Even if he couldn't reach the top level, his life would definitely be more prosperous than 99% of the people on Blue Star. In his previous life, Yi Changshan gave up such a luxurious life. With a heart full of hot-blooded loyalty, he always stayed by Zhou Chen's side, never giving up on this brother he deeply acknowledged. Zhou Chen's rise to level 54 was undoubtedly thanks to Yi Changshan's contributions. Many times, if it weren't for Yi Changshan sacrificing himself to protect Zhou Chen in dungeons, Zhou Chen would have long perished. This debt of gratitude, Zhou Chen couldn't repay in his previous life, nor did he have the ability to. But in this life, he would never let Yi Changshan suffer the slightest grievance. Just as memories lingered in Zhou Chen's mind, the battlefield before him once again changed. Tell me, where is Zhou Chen? A basketball-sized deep blue flame ignited in Peng Yu's hand, his face fierce as he fiercely threw it towards Yi Changshan's massive body. The scorching fireball swiftly streaked through the air, heavily crashing onto the latter's huge body. Sizzle, a sound akin to roasting meat echoed as Yi Changshan's chest, after enduring Peng Yu's fire attack, visibly charred and emitted waves of smoke. You better speak up, or I'll shoot arrows into your bone joints one by one, tormenting you to death. Eyes gleaming with cunning, Wang Tong, holding a bronze-grade longbow, also tightened the bowstring, aiming at Yi Changshan with a cruel smile. The two of them, like hunters with the upper hand, continued to toy with their prey. Meanwhile, before them, Yi Changshan, transformed into the evil Buddha of ancient times, glared with bloodshot eyes, furious. You dare to think of killing me with just you two? Shameless boasting. If it weren't for the sneak attack, the moment you approached me, you would already be corpses. Yi Changshan's voice thundered like rolling thunder, shaking the dense forest. 10 minutes ago, he was locked in combat with an elite monster at level 7. Just as victory was within reach, an ambush by Wang Tong's dark arrow prevented him from evading the dying monster's final counterattack, leaving him severely weakened. Peng Yu and Wang Tong then took turns in a war of attrition, constantly draining Yi Changshan's strength. This led to the current situation. Otherwise, with Yi Changshan's A-level talent, even if his level was lower than Peng Yu and Wang Tong's, he would never have been pushed to such a predicament. Humph. Sharp-tongued. Might makes right, there's no room for what-ifs in this world. Tell me where Zhou Chen is, and if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. With a heavy snort, Peng Yu, as if his patience had run out, conjured a fire snake in his hand, advancing relentlessly towards Yi Changshan. Yet, Yi Changshan looked up and laughed fearlessly. You're not worthy of making me betray my brother. And you're even less worthy of killing Lord Jun. He is a peerless genius destined to shake the world in the future. How could he fall at the hands of the likes of you? If you dare, then come at me. Let's see if I won't fight back before I die. As Yi Changshan spoke, his 6 arms slowly spread open behind him. Despite his obvious severe injuries, he exuded an indescribable aura of blood and pressure, as if a deity overlooking the mortal realm. You! Peng Yu and Wang Tong's expressions changed, momentarily frozen in fear, unable to advance. Seeing this scene, Yi Changshan openly sneered, his laughter growing louder. The two who realized they were being played with instantly turned pale with anger. Damn it! If I don't kill you today, my name isn't Peng Yu. But Peng Yu's face was extremely cold, and this time he didn't hesitate to throw the fire snake in his hand, turning it into a rainbow light in midair, heading straight for Yi Changshan's heart. Come on! Yi Changshan shouted, ready to fight. Swish! However, at the moment when both sides were about to clash, the air suddenly exploded, an indescribable force struck first, fiercely hitting the dark blue fire snake, directly annihilating it in midair. The sudden scene left everyone stunned. Immediately, an angry and domineering voice came from the dense forest. Changshan, go rest. With me here, no one can touch you today. Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Changshan's solemn face immediately softened, showing waves of joy. At the same time, Peng Yu and Wang Tong were alert, staring in the direction of the voice. There, a figure not particularly strong but calm and composed, was walking step by step. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a pitch-black long knife, his gaze deep and calm, he stood in front of Yi Changshan. Brother Jun. Yi Changshan's rebellious aura instantly disappeared, he breathed a sigh of relief. His huge figure vanished in an instant, returning to human form. Then, with a muffled sound, he fell to the ground, smiling innocently at the sky. He didn't need to worry about anything anymore, because his big brother had arrived. His SSS-level talented big brother. Zhou Chen, you finally show up. Peng Yu and Wang Tong exchanged a glance, both unable to hide their excitement. I have never hidden, so why talk about showing up? Zhou Chen's gaze was cold as ice, scrutinizing the two. These two clowns had been provoking him since he transferred to Wuzhong. In this life and the previous one, it had been 3 years in total, and it was time to pay back the quick-witted interest. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's expression grew even colder. But Peng Yu and Wang Tong obviously hadn't noticed all this, still insulting him as usual. You, with a D-level talent, still pretending? I was going to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to chop you into pieces to feed the monsters. Peng Yu's eyes were sinister, summoning another fire snake in his hand, ready to teach Zhou Chen a lesson. Wang Tong took out his phone, recording the scene with relish. It wasn't out of malice, but to have evidence for Zhou Wang. Otherwise, even though they had followed Zhou Wang for many years, he might not acknowledge it. After all, receiving 2 silver-grade equipment as a reward was not a small amount. Lost in their own thoughts, the two were already imagining the rewards they would receive from Zhou Wang after killing Zhou Chen. They had completely forgotten who had just shattered the fierce fire snake with an indescribable force. Only Yi Changshan lying on the ground showed a satisfied smile at this moment. Since you want me dead so badly, then come and try. In the dense forest, Zhou Chen stood calmly in the center of the arena, his eyes lowered, completely ignoring Peng Yu and Wang Tong, these two B-level talented experts. Across from him, Peng Yu's fire snake coiled around his wrist, the scorching heat causing ripples in the air around him. His gaze was cold, fixed on Zhou Chen. Kid, I really don't know where you get your confidence from. If you were still the young master of the Zhou family, I would turn around and leave. But now you are just a criminal, a stray dog, with only a D-level talent. What makes you dare to challenge the two of us? The Peng family in Linyuan City belonged to a second-rate family, and although Peng Yu was not from the main family line, he had awakened a B-grade talent, the Azure Ghostfire, ranking among the top of the younger generation in the family, with a status not inferior to the direct descendants. Moreover, he awakened early and was already at level 5 before entering the secret realm. As he progressed along this path with Wang Tong, winning battles one after another, he smoothly advanced to level 7. Therefore, he couldn't understand how Zhou Chen, with only a D-level strength, dared to confront him with his level that dominated the entire 5th middle school, coupled with the fierce reputation of his B-grade talent, the Azure Ghostfire. Is this kid scared silly by UGE, still thinking he's the young master of the Zhou family? Too bad, he has no idea how terrifying UGE can be. Wang Tong, witnessing this scene from behind, also sneered repeatedly. Playing alongside Peng Yu, Wang Tong clearly understood him better. Many people thought Peng Yu was just a simple school bully, but few knew that he was actually cunning and ruthless. This time, in order to successfully complete the task assigned by Zhou Wang, he had obtained a bottle of silver-grade secret medicine before entering the secret realm. This secret medicine, called the magic-inducing fragrance, was not aimed at humans but at demons. By sprinkling the potion on the ground, it would agitate all demons within a 2-kilometer radius, driving them into a frenzy and triggering a beast tide. The original purpose of this secret medicine was to lure monsters for high-level celestial warriors when raiding dungeons. However, Peng Yu, worried that Zhou Chen had the protection of the A-level expert Yi Changshan, decided to use it as a last resort. He attempted to drive the demons in the secret realm to commit the murder for him, but UGE is overthinking it. Dealing with that big fool Yi Changshan, there's no need for the magic-inducing fragrance. Wang Tong mocked as he glanced at the paralyzed Yi Changshan on the ground, shaking his head inwardly. Despite preparing with Peng Yu for half a day and even deliberately placing the secret medicine in Yi Changshan's backpack, Yi Changshan turned out to be so useless, making things progress more smoothly than expected. And now, with Yi Changshan severely injured and exhausted, killing Zhou Chen, a mere waste with only a D-level talent, was a piece of cake. Not to mention Peng Yu, the strongest warrior, even Wang Tong could shoot him down with a single arrow. UGE, I've started. With that in mind, Wang Tong felt bored and simply pressed the record button to quickly complete this tedious task. As the phone started recording, Peng Yu's sinister smile deepened in the lens. He said no more, gazing at Zhou Chen as if he were looking at a dead man, releasing the thick, fiery serpent in his hand. The Azure Ghostfire, although only B-grade, was a rare natural combat talent of the elemental type, providing the highest damage boost. Any random attack had tremendous destructive power. Despite being only at level 7, Peng Yu believed that even if Zhou Chen had managed to level up a few times in the secret realm, how much fighting power could he have? Being hit by this attack would mean certain death. It's over. Wang Tong sneered from behind, his boredom becoming more apparent. Now, he could only hope that killing Zhou Chen and Yi Changshan would yield some valuable loot from their bodies. After all, as the former young master of the Zhou family, there should be some treasures on them. Jun Ji. Seeing the fiery serpent dancing wildly, Yi Changshan, lying paralyzed on the ground, couldn't help but feel nervous. Although he had confidence in Zhou Chen's strength, he had never seen him take action since awakening. Even completely unaware of what Zhou Chen's SSS-level talent was, there was inevitably a hint of worry. All this seemed lengthy, but it actually happened very quickly. Just as the thoughts of the three individuals were emerging in their minds, the thick fire snake had already arrived less than half a meter away from Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, who had been calm with his hands behind his back all along, finally made a move. He took a step forward as if no one was there, and at the same time, the black horizontal sword in his hand seemed to turn into a thunderbolt in a dark forest, decisively slashing forward. Swish! The extremely violent blade light, accompanied by thunderous rays, stirred up gusts of wind as it whistled through the air. He wants to use a sword to cut my fire? The moment Zhou Chen made this move, a thought flashed through Peng Yu's mind. This absurd thought. How could one cut fire with a sword? How strong a power and how fast a speed would be needed to extinguish fire? Even during the youth of those 500-level God Kings, it would be difficult to make such a level of attack, right? And Zhou Chen, a D-level talent and the abandoned son of the Zhou family, what gave him the audacity to dare to cut fire with a sword? Peng Yu was about to speak, to mock Zhou Chen's overestimation of his abilities. But the next moment, he couldn't bring himself to smile, because he witnessed an unforgettable scene. After his own invincible blue ghost fire intersected with the ordinary black horizontal sword, the robust snake-like flames were extinguished in midair as if a candle had been blown out. He really did cut fire with a sword. This is impossible. How can you be this strong? Realizing this, Pengyu took several steps back, his face extremely horrified and pale. Although the attack just now was still in the form of a fire snake, he had already used his true, strongest offensive move. After releasing it, he was left with almost no mental strength. Yet Zhou Chen effortlessly extinguished it with a casual swing of his hand. His expression remained unchanged, showing no hint of emotion, as if the astonishing strike just now was nothing more than an ordinary swing of his hand. Nothing is impossible. Zhou Chen, neither happy nor sad, walked towards him step by step. Despite Pengyu's sturdy physique, he kept retreating in shock, eventually falling to the ground. In the background, Wang Tong, who had been bored, was now completely stunned. He didn't even notice his phone, which was recording, falling to the ground with a clatter. Is this really the same Zhou Chen who only awakened a D-level talent? Wang Tong couldn't believe it, but reality forced him to. If anyone dared to say that Zhou Chen had a D-level talent now, he would just slap them. Something's wrong. It must be the communication bead that's wrong. Zhou Chen is definitely above S-level talent. Wang Tong felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, sending chills down his spine. What made him even more desperate was that just a few meters in front of him, the Zhou Chen they had once mocked was now standing in front of Pengyu with a long knife in hand. The blade's edge was chilling, intimidating. Pengyu, sitting on the ground with death approaching, also realized everything. His eyes turned red, and he gritted his teeth, shouting loudly, "You are so strong, yet you have always restrained yourself. You are even more terrifying than Zhou Wang. Now you are triumphant, finally able to kill two long-standing enemies, but let me tell you, young Master Zhou Wang will avenge us." He was unwilling, he was humiliated. However, faced with Pengyu's hysteria, Zhou Chen remained calm. He just shook his head gently. "You think too much. From beginning to end, in my eyes, both you and Wang Tong are just clowns, the only purpose being to add a bit of fun to my mundane life. Formidable enemies? You are not worthy. If I truly wanted to kill you, it would be no different from killing a stray dog on the roadside." With a calm tone, but as sharp as a sword, Pengyu's self-proclaimed dignity was ruthlessly pierced. He grimaced, staring at the approaching blade until his vision spun, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Pengyu, dead. Pengyu was dead. In the dim forest, Pengyu's body was torn apart, his massive head rolling to Wang Tong's feet, bloodshot eyes staring straight ahead without ever closing. Although everyone in the secret realm had one death immunity, in the face of a huge power gap, even 10 wouldn't help. For Zhou Chen, it was just a matter of one more slash. Seeing the mighty Pengyu drop dead at his words, Wang Tong trembled in fear, shaking like a sieve on the spot. No trace of his former arrogance when bullying others on campus remained. Especially when he saw the man approaching him with a knife like a demon, he completely collapsed. "Zhou Chen, Brother Jun, I beg you, forgive my sins, spare my life. I will listen to you in the future, my family is wealthy, I can give you a lot of money. Look, I have a bronze-grade bow and arrow here, I can give it to you now if you want. Please spare me, I don't want to die." Trembling with immense fear, he knelt down and began to beg for mercy. All his dignity and pride were thrown out the window at that moment. "Let me spare your life? Alright, first bark like a dog a couple of times for me to hear." Zhou Chen's mouth curved with a hint of amusement. And when Wang Tong heard this, without a second thought, he started barking like a dog. "Not bad. Unfortunately, I don't like dogs." Zhou Chen praised with a smile, then swiftly turned the blade in his hand towards him. "Zhou Chen, you forced me." Realizing he had been played, Wang Tong's expression suddenly turned fierce. He roared and scattered the prepared secret medicine, the demon-attracting incense, all over the ground. "Ha, even if I die, none of you will live." In a frenzy, Wang Tong, after doing all this, followed Pengyu's fate and was swiftly killed by Zhou Chen. At the same time, the scent of the demon-attracting incense spread through the air, reaching all directions. Zhou Chen frowned. His rich experience from past dungeon raids immediately made him recognize the origin of this item, making him somewhat annoyed. Clearly, he hadn't expected Pengyu and Wang Tong to be so cunning, leaving behind such despicable means despite having the upper hand in strength. Triggering a beast tied in the dungeon was extremely dangerous. Without prior preparation, an ordinary team of Heaven's Conquerors wouldn't stand a chance. Wang Tong's actions indeed caused some trouble for Zhou Chen. After all, they were already in the core area of the Dark Forest, where the monsters attracted by the incense were at least elite level 6 or 7, with some even reaching level 8 or 9. A beast tide formed by creatures of this level was extremely destructive, and few newcomers could withstand it alone. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite being a Heaven's Conqueror for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he remained calm, feeling a strange sense of excitement within him, eager to face the challenge. The beast tide was a crisis, but also an opportunity. Normally, the monsters in the secret realm were scattered, and for top-tier experts, the challenge was not hunting them but finding them. The beast tide forcibly gathered the monsters within a certain radius, so from a certain perspective, wasn't this a rare opportunity for leveling up? While others avoided the beast tide, in Zhou Chen's eyes, it was a walking experience package. Boom, 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 just as Zhou Chen eagerly anticipated, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble, and small stones were continuously thrown up. In the dense jungle ahead, giant trees swayed, countless birds were startled and flew away, the scene resembling a prelude to a catastrophic event. Roar accompanied by the terrifying sight, the fierce roars of beasts echoed all around. Following that, countless types of monsters appeared from all directions where Zhou Chen stood, all charging towards him. The momentum was grand, the scene terrifying. The image of the beasts in a frenzy was enough to make ordinary people tremble in fear, losing all ability to act. However, Zhou Chen remained unfazed, slowly raising the broadsword Thunderous Raid in his hand, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. Come at me! With a loud shout, he advanced instead of retreating, charging alone towards the tide of beasts. At the same time, Yi Changshan, lying on the ground, suddenly sat up, seeing a team invitation from Zhou Chen before him. Brother Jun. Yi Changshan's hoarse voice murmured, instantly understanding Zhou Chen's intention. With his body heavily injured and energy depleted, the only way to recover quickly was to level up. Zhou Chen's team invitation at this moment was clearly to share some experience with him to aid in his recovery. At this thought, the tower-like man couldn't help but shed tears at this moment. Meanwhile, the two sides had already engaged in battle. Kill! With a thunderous roar, Zhou Chen's blood and energy surged, his overall attributes exceeding 5,000 points, his body like a meat grinder amidst the beast tide. He kicked out, unleashing the Bone Crusher skill, causing an LV8 Magic Horn Rhino in front of him to retreat repeatedly. The additional shockwave effect swept up a large number of other monsters around, their health bars dropping by half. Zhou Chen didn't give these remaining injured monsters a chance to go berserk, immediately rushing forward, the broadsword in his hand dancing, flesh and blood flying in an instant. Roar! The miserable cries of the monsters echoed in the dim sky. The legendary Thunderous Raid was simply unstoppable for them, each strike a substantial blow. Especially with the Chain Lightning special effect, triggered on average every 3 strikes, not only causing high damage but also inducing paralysis. With up to 8 affected units, even the surging beast tide showed a strange pause. Killed LV5 Elite Magic Dark Python, experience plus 58, killed LV7 Magic Horned Rhino, experience plus 71, killed LV8 Elite Magic Poisonous Beast, experience plus 99, dropped loot X1. Countless notifications flashed before his eyes, overwhelming the screen. Yi Changshan sat in the rear, dumbfoundedly watching everything unfold. In his view, Zhou Chen at this moment seemed like a war god wielding the power of thunder, invincible as he charged into the beast tide. Every strike he made created a deep blue electric web around him, no monster able to withstand it. Is this Jun's strength? Yi Changshan was utterly shocked, gaining a clear understanding of what a prodigy meant for the first time. At this moment, Zhou Chen was indeed unbelievably powerful. As long as no leader-level monsters appeared, all the remaining monsters, whether LV5 or LV10, were simply a matter of one strike in his eyes. In just a short time, a considerable amount of loot had gathered at his feet. However, Zhou Chen paid no attention to these, his eyes only focused on killing monsters. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 6. Suddenly, a white light appeared around him. Zhou Chen had leveled up. The exhausted state vanished without a trace, and the attribute point limit expanded once again. Without hesitation, he focused on both killing monsters and allocating attribute points through his personal panel. Each of the 4 main attributes surged by 600 points, reaching an astonishing 1800. His total attributes were approaching 7,000. This led Zhou Chen to become even more courageous in battle, completely dominating the beast tide. Behind him, just after Zhou Chen had leveled up not long ago, another white light appeared. Obviously, Yi Changshan had also leveled up. He stretched his body like a carp, his huge figure stomping heavily on the ground, his whole body restored to its peak state. Notification: Yi Changshan has left the team. A prompt appeared in front of Zhou Chen. He looked back in surprise and saw the man as sturdy as a tower, revealing a simple smile. Brother Jun, you're killing enemies too fast. I can't take advantage of your experience points and slow down your leveling up speed. Besides, I have already recovered and I prefer to rely on myself to level up by killing monsters. Hearing this, Zhou Chen felt a slight warmth in his heart. Whether in this life or the previous one, this man always remained so simple, treating others with sincerity. He nodded without saying much, just becoming more fierce in his attacks. Every swing of his blade took the lives of several monsters. Young man, the monsters are rioting. We need to. Just as Zhou Chen was slaughtering all around, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. He glanced sideways and saw Wei Duer's figure rushing towards the scene from the nearby dense forest, looking like a ghost. However, upon arriving and seeing the situation clearly, she swallowed the unfinished words in shock. "How did you get stronger again?" she exclaimed, unable to believe it. At the same time, a rainbow light falling from the sky caught her attention. She subconsciously looked over and saw a giant Buddha statue about 5 to 6 meters high appearing out of thin air, its 6 arms outstretched, plunging into the tide of beasts. Is that the furious Buddha? Wei Duer blinked, watching Zhou Chen and Yi Changshan not only not running away upon encountering the beast tide but actively diving into it, enjoying the leveling up process, which made her itch for action as well. Her face turned red with excitement. With a tank clearing the way, why should I be afraid? She smiled, took a chocolate-flavored lollipop in her mouth, flipped her palm to reveal a dagger, and in the next second turned into a shadow rushing into the beast tide. Unconsciously, 2.5 hours had passed since the secret realm opened. Principal's office at Wuzhong High School. The old principal sat at the main seat, leisurely sipping tea, while a middle-aged man sat on the sofa below. In front of them stood a charming woman, looking completely stunned. "Principal, did you say our class has a student with SSS-level talent?" The woman's tone was full of astonishment, as if she had never expected such a genius to emerge from a small place like Wuzhong, and in her class, no less. The old principal smiled at this moment, even took the initiative to make a cup of tea and handed it to the female teacher in front of him. "Xiao Chu, to be precise, it's a dual talent holder, but Zhou Chen's first talent is not that good, so it can be ignored." The woman called to the principal's office was Chu Xiuyan, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 of Grade 3, Zhou Chen's teacher. She took the tea personally brewed by the old principal, still showing a strong sense of disbelief in her eyes. "Zhou Chen, awakened an SSS-level talent?" Chu Xiuyan murmured, even more surprised. Zhou Chen transferred to her class in the second year of high school. In her impression, this classmate rarely spoke, like a taciturn person, and only Yi Changshan was close to him in the whole class. In terms of academics, he was of moderate level, neither impressing teachers like a top student nor leaving a memorable impression like mischievous students in the back row. It could be said that such a student was the easiest to overlook throughout high school. Teachers couldn't remember him, and neither could his classmates. Therefore, Chu Xiuyan never expected that in the end, the most talented student in the entire class would turn out to be him. "Congratulations, Xiao Chu, you are undoubtedly the outstanding teacher of this year." The old principal chuckled, then delivered another piece of heavy news, which made Chu Xiuyan completely believe it. Normally speaking, even if Class 8 of Senior 3 is a key class, she wouldn't have a chance at the Outstanding Teacher Award simply because she is too young and lacks experience. However, Chu Xiuyan didn't place much importance on the so-called selection of outstanding teachers. She was not a native of Lingyuan City, and her role as a teacher at Wuzhong this time was just a cover, as she had other matters to attend to. But she was genuinely surprised by Zhou Chen's awakening of an SSS-level talent. Vaguely, she felt that with Zhou Chen's appearance at Wuzhong, the last few days of this term would become extremely exciting. I wonder what type of SSS-level talent Xiao Zhou has. If it's combat-related, then perhaps our human race will have another supreme being in the future. The old principal took a sip of tea and couldn't help but sigh. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, also showed envy. Those with unique SSS-level attributes are never weak. Even if Xiao Zhou's abilities are not combat-related, he will surely make a name for himself in the future. We should be able to see some clues from this expedition. As the conversation fell silent, the three people in the room fell into contemplation. This expedition in the dark forest was Zhou Chen's debut. Zhou Chen's true abilities would be revealed by his level after the expedition. After all, no matter how high one's talent is, it also depends on the individual's courage, means, and character. In the 1,000-year history of the Federation, there have been cases of individuals with extremely high awakened talent levels but weak personalities. The result was a waste of their extraordinary talent, unable to even reach 100 levels, lost in the vast sea of people. Normally, an SSS-level prodigy who has passed the test of character and means should be able to raise their level by about 5 levels on their first entry into a dungeon. After all, they were all Senior 3 students, and it was quite impressive to have this level of skill on their first monster hunt. Zhou Chen seems much more composed than his peers. I think it shouldn't be difficult for him to raise 5 levels. Chu Xiuyan elegantly sat on the other side of the sofa, holding a cup of tea in her delicate hand, expressing her opinion at the moment. I agree with Teacher Chu. Except for the final boss and the giant crocodile in the cold pool, the other monsters in the dark forest are not strong. As long as Xiao Zhou doesn't provoke them actively, raising 5 levels should be quite easy for him. The middle-aged man followed suit in agreement. However, upon hearing this, the old principal shook his head and said firmly, 3 levels. If Xiao Zhou can raise 3 levels, that would be considered satisfactory. With these words, everyone was stunned. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. Principal son, are you underestimating Xiao Zhou? I am not underestimating him. On the contrary, I have high expectations for him. The old principal chuckled, poured himself another cup of tea, and then explained, have you forgotten that other SSS-level geniuses made their debut in dungeons, while Xiao Zhou went to an expedition this time? According to the Blue Star rule, when an SSS-level talent enters an expedition, the monster's attributes automatically double. Xiao Zhou is indeed a genius, but encountering monsters with doubled attributes for the first time, being able to raise 3 levels in such circumstances, in my opinion, is already extraordinary. Upon hearing the old principal's explanation, everyone in the room finally understood. The middle-aged man no longer questioned, while Chu Xiuyan smiled and said, as his homeroom teacher, I will have high hopes for him and bet that he can raise 4 levels in a row. Don't rush. There is still half an hour until the end of the expedition. Whether Zhou Chen can raise 3 or 4 levels will be revealed soon. The old principal laughed heartily, looked out at the playground where the expedition rift kept spinning, his face filled with anticipation. At the same time, in the core area of the expedition, the boiling killing intent soared into the sky. 3 figures crisscrossed, harvesting the lives of monsters in the endless tide of beasts. Even when they fought to exhaustion, they showed no fear. With each upgrade, all fatigue and injuries would be completely healed, allowing one to rejoin the battle. It could be said that one thrives in battle, growing stronger with each fight. As a result, the forest was littered with the corpses of monsters, almost forming a towering mountain. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 10. With a dazzling flash of his blade cutting through the sky, Zhou Chen, drenched in blood, finally cleared all monsters within 100 meters. His own level naturally rose to LV10. Plunging his sword into the ground, he opened his personal panel with a flick of his hand. Allocate points. Max out all 4 attributes for me. With his thoughts surging, the 4 attributes on his panel began visibly increasing in speed. His physical body underwent changes as well. His already tall stature grew even taller, his seemingly slender figure becoming more robust. His arms grew more powerful, his abdominal muscles defined, his muscle lines pleasing to the eye. After a moment, he took a deep breath, and his body stopped changing. His deep gaze fell upon the panel before him. Name, Zhou Chen level, LV10, 3%, strength, 5200, plus 47, agility, 5200, plus 97, spirit, 5200, plus 102, constitution, 5200 skill, bone shatter LV1 equipment, fall of the descending star, epic, extreme blade, thunderous raid, mythical, talent, SSS level redistribution, SSS level infinite sublimation, unique. Looking at the panel before him, Zhou Chen felt his blood boil. Although he had anticipated that the SSS level redistribution would become more ferocious as he progressed, seeing the numerical values on the panel at this moment still made it difficult for him to contain his excitement. Single attribute over 5,000. Total sum of all attributes 20,800. What astonishing data. Even in their youth, those god kings were far inferior to him at the same level. Boom! Just as Zhou Chen was carefully experiencing the extreme surge of his own power, a loud rumble sounded in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Yi Changshan, transformed into a giant Buddha, approaching heavily towards them, with no surviving monsters behind him. Little Junzi, I've reached level 9. The space trembled, and Wei Duer's figure, merged into the shadows, appeared in front of Zhou Chen, her pretty face filled with excitement. A terrifying beast tide that could have killed many people had turned into an experience feast in the hands of the 3 of them. Not only did they quell the entire beast tide with their combined strength, but each of them also gained a lot. Wei Duer was ecstatic, her gains in this adventure far exceeding her initial expectations. Swinging her dark twin ponytails, her disdainful gaze fell on Zhou Chen's face, but the next moment, she slightly froze. You're level 10? An involuntary exclamation rang out, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Then, she clenched her pink lips tightly, her gaze towards Zhou Chen as if she was looking at a monster. She could reach level 9 because she had a Dragon's Roar Shining Belt in her equipment slot, a reward from the old principal that doubled her experience gain. But what about Zhou Chen? He didn't have such a treasure to speed up his experience gain, yet his level far surpassed everyone else. This could only mean that in the recent slaughter, Zhou Chen had killed the most monsters among the 3 of them. You must have an SSS level talent, Wei Duer said firmly. Previously, there was doubt about whether Zhou Chen had an SSS-level talent. But now, Wei Duer could confidently affirm that this kid definitely did. His extraordinary combat power had far exceeded the realm of ordinary geniuses. Wei, my eldest brother bears a deep grudge. Please refrain from speaking ill of his talents after you leave. At that moment, Yi Changshan's heavy voice echoed from above. Wei Duer raised her head to glance at the fierce and evil-looking ancient Buddha, coldly snorting. Naturally, I am not someone who enjoys gossiping. Changshan, how many levels have you advanced? Zhou Chen asked at this moment. Yi Changshan shook his head, grinning. Youngda, I'm at level 7. His transformed appearance was already ferocious, but when he smiled, his green fangs were fully exposed, complemented by the circle of human skull prayer beads around his neck, resembling a wicked monk from the depths of hell, making Wei Duer shiver uncontrollably. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. This time in the secret realm, the three of them had gained rich rewards and also managed to deal with Ping Yu and Wang Tong, a perfect outcome. Now, only the Lord-level boss in the central core remained. Before the beast tide erupted, the three of them needed to make some preparations to challenge the final boss. And now, the boss was daring enough to face them without fleeing. In the following time, the three of them took a brief rest and distributed the loot on the ground. Then they proceeded towards the central core. Along the way, they formed a team. If they didn't team up, the one who landed the final blow would receive all the boss's experience points. After teaming up, they would distribute the rewards according to the agreement. This time, Zhou Chen didn't take more. They evenly split the experience, each receiving 33.3%. Perhaps due to the beast tide, Zhou Chen and the others chatted and laughed along the way, hardly encountering any monsters. They quickly arrived at the Lord Boss's activity area. Located at the center of the entire secret realm, it was dark and silent, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Yi Changshan and Wei Duer were both tackling the secret realm lord for the first time, their faces showing a hint of seriousness. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, remained calm and took the lead. Walking through the dense jungle to the end, the view suddenly opened up. A space as large as a football field appeared before them, with a flat ground devoid of any obstacles. In the center of the open space stood a remarkable structure, a throne. Similar to the dragon throne in ancient palaces, a dark jade-colored chair sat high above, overlooking all directions under the guard of steps from all sides. Youngda, why is there a person sitting on that chair? Yi Changshan pointed to the throne, exclaiming. Wei Duer tapped his head and said, Stop making a fuss, that's clearly a statue, what are you looking at? Ha! Yi Changshan was stunned and looked closely. Indeed, the figure sitting on the high throne was not a real person but a finely carved statue. It was a male figure, elegantly resembling an ancient Western noble, calmly seated there, holding an ancient large sword in his left hand and a black chain in his right hand. At the end of the chain was a creature resembling a Western dragon. The creature was real, lying at the feet of the statue with its eyes closed, only getting up impatiently when Zhou Chen and the others approached within 50 meters of the throne, staring at them with its cold vertical pupils, exuding a terrifying aura. Is that a dragon? Yi Changshan was dumbfounded. No, Zhou Chen shook his head, drawing out his black horizontal sword slowly. This is the Lord-level boss, the multi-eyed lizard. In his past life, Zhou Chen had ventured into the secret realm with many teams of heaven's punishers. He was very familiar with this final boss. Perhaps due to the unique background story of this secret realm, every time they entered, they would see this multi-eyed lizard resting by the statue's feet, or rather, guarding it. Only when challengers approached within 50 meters of the statue would it awaken. Hiss! As Zhou Chen and the others approached, the multi-eyed demon lizard stood up like a warning, revealing its belly full of eyes. The vertical pupils in those eyes were densely packed, looking extremely unsettling. Ha! Wei Duer's petite body couldn't help but shiver, forcing herself not to look into the opponent's eyes. Yi Changshan and Zhou Chen didn't feel anything unusual, even showing some eagerness. Brother, let me handle this beast first. Yi Changshan took the first step, directly activating his awakening ability, and in a burst of light, he instantly grew in size. The ancient evil Buddha appeared out of thin air, startling the multi-eyed demon lizard into taking a step back. As a lord-level monster, the multi-eyed demon lizard was not small in size, comparable to an excavator. But compared to the furious-eyed Buddha, it was like a toy in a child's hand. Thousand Purgatory Arhat hand. Yi Changshan roared, and the massive body of the ancient evil Buddha thundered, its 6 arms extending and carrying tremendous force, turning into a phantom at that moment and striking towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. This move was none other than the awakening skill of the furious-eyed Buddha. Just like Wei Duer's awakening skill instant Shadow Chaos Skykill. Although the furious-eyed Buddha was a top-tier tank-type talent, its power boost was unparalleled. Its awakening skill, Thousand Purgatory Arhat Hand, maximized the strength advantage of the ancient giant Buddha, known for being a skill that overwhelms all others. Once activated, its imposing might was astonishing, with the 6 arms leaving after images in the air, striking the multi-eyed demon lizard like raindrops. 722, 691, 778. The Thousand Purgatory Arhat Hand caused continuous damage, and successive prompts appeared above the multi-eyed demon lizard's head. After a few breaths, this wave of attacks subsided, and Yi Changshan's chest heaved heavily as he stood still. In front of his massive body, the dust cleared, revealing the true form of the multi-eyed demon lizard, which was emitting painful cries, with a quarter of its total health of 20,000 directly depleted. Big guy indeed. Wei Duer's eyes lit up, no longer afraid of the densely packed vertical pupils on the multi-eyed demon lizard's body. Excitement showed on her face as she took out a chocolate-flavored lollipop from her hoodie pocket, ready to put it in her mouth. Seeing this, Jochen found it strange. Why do you have a different flavor of lollipop every time you eat one? Does it have any significance? Wei Duer paused at his words, then raised her pretty face and proudly said, of course. She seemed to perform a magic trick, pulling out a series of lollipops of different colors from her pocket, holding her waist with one hand as she introduced, strawberry flavor when in a good mood, grape flavor when feeling bad, lemon flavor when bored, and as for chocolate flavor, it means that I'm all fired up and ready to enter battle mode. Watching Wei Duer's proud expression and the chocolate-flavored lollipop she was about to eat, Zhou Chen remained silent. If there were levels to eating candy, Wei Duer would surely be at the highest level. And now, just as she said, as she put the chocolate-flavored lollipop in her mouth, her eyes became determined. Behind her, the black mist billowed, with shadowy ghosts drifting within. At that moment, Wei Duer seemed like a cold-blooded reaper, abandoning her playful demeanor, gripping a dagger in her hand, turning into a shadow, and rushing towards the multi-eyed demon lizard. Instant Shadow Chaos Sky Kill. She used her awakening skill without hesitation, the myriad of shadows surrounding the multi-eyed demon lizard, each attack aimed directly at its weak points. 5,600. A striking red number appeared, the talent shadow truly born for battle, erupting with an outrageously high damage output. The health of the multi-eyed demon lizard was directly reduced to half. As a lord-level monster at LV10, it had never felt so frustrated before, losing over 10,000 health points in just 2 rounds. At this moment, its cold vertical pupil shifted, perhaps realizing the formidable strength of the team of Heaven's conquerors before it. It immediately roared to the sky, entering a frenzied state, determined to fight with all its might. The multi-eyed lizard man stood up, all the eyes on its abdomen glaring resentfully at the 3 individuals, densely packed and extremely unsettling. This boss is about to unleash its ultimate move. With his rich experience, Zhou Chen immediately discerned the intentions of the multi-eyed lizard man and swiftly drew his thunderous blade, transforming into a blur as he slashed through the air. Although they were high-level and exceptionally powerful, underestimating the frenzied ultimate move of a lord-level boss would surely come at a cost. After all, the LV8 leader-level bloodthirsty crocodile in the cold pool could deal 2,400 damage with its ultimate move, not to mention the multi-eyed lizard man, which surpassed it in both level and racial hierarchy. Its ultimate move, the Thousand-Eyed Demon Light, was notoriously difficult to deal with among novice monsters. Not only did it have a wide range, high damage, but it also had a fast release speed. If it were to be unleashed, everyone present would be in for a tough time. Therefore, the best course of action was to anticipate the moment when the opponent would unleash their ultimate move and act swiftly. Either rely on high burst damage to take it down in an instant, or use strong control methods to interrupt it. Although Zhou Chen possessed astonishing attributes, his offensive capabilities were still lacking. His only skill, Bone Shatter, was only at the gold level, suitable for clearing minor enemies but insufficient for dealing with a lord-level boss. Thus, Zhou Chen could only rely on the second method of turning the tide, using strong control to interrupt the multi-eyed lizardman's spellcasting. The Thunderous Raid's 30% paralysis effect was no joke, coupled with Zhou Chen's 5200 agility, allowing him to land 3 strikes in a short moment. Clang! The blade struck the abdomen of the multi-eyed lizard man, emitting a dull sound as if hitting heavy armor. Simultaneously, bursts of thunderous energy, carrying a sense of impending doom, surged from the blade, evidently triggering a lucky chain of thunder gods. The roaring body of the multi-eyed lizard man froze in place, engulfed in endless electric light. Paralysis took effect. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he delivered a second strike. While you're down, I'll take your life. With the support of his immense strength attribute of 5,200, a massive gash appeared directly on the abdomen of the multi-eyed lizard man, crimson blood gushing out like a fountain. 6100, the terrifying damage data appeared above the monster's head. Wei Duer, behind him, gritted her teeth in frustration. Her shadow talent awakening skill, known for its high damage, was no match for even a casual attack from Zhou Chen. Who would believe this if it were told? An SSS level talent, truly this domineering? Stubbornly, Wei Duer was extremely dissatisfied, determined to catch up to Zhou Chen one day. Meanwhile, Yi Changshan, witnessing Zhou Chen's ferocity, could only chuckle incessantly, reverting from his giant Buddha form to human size. The outcome was clear. The multi-eyed lizard man, immobilized and unable to unleash its ultimate move, was nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. As expected, Zhou Chen effortlessly dealt with it. Lord-level monster multi-eyed lizard man slain, experience points plus 201, dropped loot x2, the same notification appeared before the three individuals. As a Lord-level boss, defeating the multi-eyed lizard man alone yielded over 600 experience points. Even when divided among the team, each person received 201 points. It was undeniably generous. Yi Changshan, who was on the verge of leveling up, directly reached LV8. Wei Duer sighed, I thought clearing this secret realm would be more challenging. Didn't expect it to be this easy. Zhou Chen bent down to pick up the spoils, his mind as clear as a mirror. The reason for this simplicity was the great contribution made by quelling the beast tide. The experience points gained from calming a beast tide were immense, almost wiping out all the monsters in the core area of the dark forest. For a powerhouse like Zhou Chen, this was simply a top opportunity. Why haven't we left yet? While the three were chatting and waiting for the clearance rewards, Yi Changshan noticed something amiss. Normally, in a secret realm or dungeon, the reward settlement would happen synchronously after clearance. However, at this moment, the entire dark forest was eerily quiet, devoid of the usual post-clearance commotion. Zhou Chen frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. His gaze shifted to the towering throne, and a sudden chill ran down his spine. In a moment, he felt like the eyes of that statue moved. Youngsters, something's not right here. Wei Duer's usual carefree demeanor turned serious as she, too, stared at the statue, saying, I feel like that statue seems to have come to life. Hearing this, Zhou Chen's heart sank, knowing that his earlier feeling was not a misconception. Although Yi Changshan, less sensitive to such anomalies, hadn't noticed anything unusual, upon hearing Wei Duer's words, he couldn't help but shiver and hug himself, feeling goosebumps on his arms. Don't scare me, you too. Didn't the boss in the dark forest die? In such a eerie situation, even the strongest man would feel fear. Zhou Chen and Wei Duer remained silent, their expressions heavy. Suddenly, the two stepped forward simultaneously, assuming a defensive stance. At that moment, the statue seated on the high platform slowly lowered its head. The pale face seemed to come alive, the pupils quickly covered by a strange golden hue. The mouth, originally devoid of any curvature, exaggeratedly stretched to the sides, revealing a chilling smile. Divine punishment, judgment upon the sinners. To atone, one must complete the trial of the gods. The statue opened its mouth, emitting a twisted and sharp voice, incredibly eerie. In the center of the secret realm, as the statue's words fell, a white mist emerged from nowhere, shrouding the entire jungle. The mist spread rapidly, covering everything in sight in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen and the others felt a blur before finding themselves in a vast white space. Apart from the three of them and the statue in front, there were no plants or trees in this space, not even the sky, as if they had left their original world. Yi Changshan took a step back in panic, the sound of his footsteps echoing far in the white space, with no reverberation. What's going on? Yi Changshan was dumbfounded. Zhou Chen remained silent, silently surveying his surroundings. The eerie statue in front had returned to its calm state. The golden hue in its eyes faded rapidly, the exaggerated smile on its face disappeared, leaving only the ancient giant's sword in its hand raised towards them. Boom! Just as Zhou Chen and the others were puzzled, the space around them began to rumble. In front of them, 7 circular patterns appeared out of thin air on the ground, each with different colors and shapes, resembling totems. Yi Changshan, puzzled, crouched down to observe the patterns, realizing they were just big enough for a person to stand on. Wei Duer, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke up. It seems we triggered the hidden mechanism of this secret realm. The statue just mentioned completing a trial, and this must be it. But I wonder what these patterns mean. In some copies in secret realms, if the Skyfall squad meets specific conditions, it will indeed summon a hidden boss to descend. However, in the Dark Forest secret realm, it has been explored countless times over the millennia, yet there has never been any mention of a hidden boss. In other words, Zhou Chen and his team are likely the first on Blue Star to trigger the Dark Forest's hidden mechanism. This also leads to a situation where there are no strategies to refer to, only relying on their own exploration. Zhou Chen is observing at the moment. The carvings inside those patterns are exquisite and all depict animals. There are bears, goats, pigs, foxes, lions, snakes, and even a unicorn. The appearance of these 7 animals together is extremely eerie, and Zhou Chen faintly feels a familiar sensation rising in his heart. He always feels like he has seen the symbolism behind these animals somewhere before. Just as Zhou Chen is racking his brains to figure out the hidden mechanism of the secret realm, a different situation suddenly occurs on Yi Changshan's side. Above his head, a green beam of light appears out of nowhere, enveloping him. Sinner, make your choice. The stone statue on the throne directs the giant sword towards Yi Changshan, its cold voice echoing in the vast white space. Choice? What choice? Yi Changshan looks puzzled, scratching his head at the strange totems in front of him. Sinner, make your choice. The cold voice from the stone statue sounds again, this time with a hint of severity, as if urging him. Irritated by the noise, Yi Changshan's face shows annoyance as he casually picks a goat totem and walks over, saying, Choosing, can't your grandpa choose? No. Just as Yi Changshan steps on the totem, a flash of insight crosses Zhou Chen's mind, as if he has figured something out, and he quickly speaks up. However, he is a step too slow, as Yi Changshan is already standing on the goat pattern. Thud! A dull sound is heard, and the green light above Yi Changshan's head suddenly turns red, enveloping him. Seeing that he is unharmed, he scratches his head while standing inside it, still somewhat confused about the situation, and asks, Brother Jun, did you notice anything? Zhou Chen frowns, nodding solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, these 7 patterns represent the 7 deadly sins, and the so-called judgment is for us to choose our own sins. As their gazes sweep over the totems, Wei Duer's face also lights up with realization. I see. The bear represents sloth, the pig represents gluttony, the fox represents greed, the lion represents pride, the snake represents envy, the unicorn represents wrath, and the goat represents lust. Big guy, you chose the goat pattern, you definitely chose wrong. The 7 deadly sins are well known, and with Zhou Chen's prompt, Wei Duer immediately realizes her mistake. The meanings represented by each animal are also easily recognizable. Yi Changshan's quick temper makes the unicorn the most suitable choice for him, while the goat clearly doesn't fit him. The green light above his head turning red indirectly confirms that Yi Changshan did indeed choose wrong, but the nature of the punishment is still unclear. Sinner, make your choice. Another cold reprimand is heard, and the giant sword in the statue's hand slowly turns, this time pointing towards Wei Duer. At the same time, a green beam of light descends from an unknown source, enveloping Wei Duer. Is it my turn this time? She blinks, looks at each of the 7 totems one by one, and reluctantly walks over to the pig pattern with her hands behind her back. This represents gluttony among the 7 deadly sins. Zhou Chen and Yi Changshan both look puzzled, because Wei Duer's petite figure really has nothing to do with gluttony. However, the green light above Wei Duer's head, after she makes her choice, really does not change again. Wei, the student actually chose correctly? Yi Changshan widened his eyes, looking at the red light above his head and then at the green light on Wei Duer's body, almost scratching his head bald. At the same time, he was curious, wanting to know the difference between choosing right and wrong. However, before he could figure anything out, a loud prompt suddenly sounded in the vast white space. Fallen Holt's attributes decreased by 1/7. While Yi Changshan was still in a daze, Zhou Chen and Wei Duer suddenly realized. They immediately understood the hidden mechanism of this secret realm. By choosing a sin that aligns with your desires, you can reduce the boss's strength. So that's how it works. Wei Duer took a deep breath, surprised that the hidden level of this secret realm, seemingly mysterious, was actually so simple. If it were a 7-person team, they wouldn't need to do anything, just choose the right answers when selecting sins. After 7 times, the boss's attributes would be cleared, allowing them to pass through without harm, effortlessly defeating the boss. Unfortunately, they understood this rule too late. After all, they were only a team of 3, even if they chose all 7 sins correctly, they could only reduce the boss's attributes by 1/3. Not to mention that Yi Changshan had already made a mistake. Zhou Chen sighed, knowing it was about to be his turn. Sure enough, the next moment, the green light fell on him. Sinner, make your choice. The stone statue repeated the same words. Wei Duer and the belated Yi Changshan also looked at him, wanting to know what he would choose. No one is perfect. Possessing all 7 sins is inevitable, but what sin would Zhou Chen choose? The prideful lion? The greedy fox? The envious snake? Amidst the swirling totems, Zhou Chen also contemplated his sin. Then he realized. He seemed to have a bit of all of them. Zhou Chen never considered himself a saint. On the contrary, he possessed all the flaws of human nature. He was greedy, otherwise he wouldn't risk charging into the beast tide. He was arrogant, seemingly ordinary on the surface, but he never regarded his peers highly, looking down on everyone, considering himself invincible. He was envious. In his past lives, he had complained to the heavens multiple times for not giving him powerful talents. He was quick-tempered. When he learned of the false accusations against his parents, he wanted to kill everyone who slandered them. His sins were too numerous. So, when a person occupies all 7 sins, what should they choose? Jochin stood there, his brain running at lightning speed. Sinner, make your choice. The stone statue above repeated the same voice, urging him clearly. However, Jochin seemed as if he hadn't heard, standing calmly outside the 7 totems. Sinner, make your choice quickly. This time, the statue became more urgent, even the lines changed. Jungu, why aren't you choosing? Yi Changshan was anxious on the side. Wei Duer glanced at him, gesturing for him to keep quiet. Time passed slowly, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. The statue's tone grew increasingly urgent and severe. Sinner, make your choice quickly. Sinner, make your choice now. Jochin ignored everything, and after several repetitions with no response, the voice suddenly disappeared, and the entire white space fell into an unprecedented calm. Below, a faint smile appeared on Jochin's lips. Because the green light enveloping him did not turn red, it seemed he had made the right gamble. When a person possesses all 7 sins, choosing nothing is equivalent to choosing everything. Fallen Holt's attributes decreased by 1/2. A new prompt appeared without surprise. Shall we start? Yi Changshan turned his head to look. Because their team only had 3 people, even if they completed the entire hidden trial once, there were still 5 empty slots on the surrounding totems. It was impossible to breeze through it easily. They were unsure of the strength of this hidden boss. Upon hearing Yi Changshan's words, Jochen's heart stirred, and his gaze shifted to the throne on the stone steps. Soon, upon seeing the tall stone statue, it seemed to come to life, displaying a new expression. The golden pupils seemed like an activated signal, gradually lighting up, and the corners of the stone statue's mouth opened once again, revealing a terrifyingly eerie smile. Walking as a god in the world, judging all beings, the fallen shall face death. Evil ones, prepare for the judgment of the holy sword. The lines full of righteousness echoed from the stone statue's mouth, sounding as if an angel had descended to earth if one only listened to the voice. Unfortunately, everyone present had good eyesight, and the stone statue's face, filled with eerie smiles, did not resemble that of a protagonist in any way. As the words echoed, the entire statue slowly stood up from the throne, a towering 2-meter sword dragging on the ground, moving step by step towards the group. What kind of nonsense hidden mechanism is this? In the end, it all comes down to a fight. Seeing the statue move, Yi Changshan, enveloped in red light, couldn't sit still. He grumbled while activating his awakening ability. The next moment, the ancient giant Buddha appeared out of thin air, glaring fiercely at the stone statue. Hey! False god over there, aren't you supposed to judge the evil ones? I am the greatest evil in the world. I would like to see how you judge me. Yi Changshan roared to the sky, his aura soaring, unstoppable, charging towards the stone statue. Wei Duer's demeanor relaxed considerably after Yi Changshan transformed, and she sat on the side, eating a strawberry lollipop and watching the show. The hidden boss was definitely more powerful than the multi-eyed lizard, but not significantly stronger. After all, this was only a level 10 secret realm. Therefore, Wei Duer did not pay much attention to the mysterious stone statue in front of her. With Yi Changshan's resilience, even if he couldn't win, he could definitely retreat unscathed. Rebellious one, there is no forgiveness. Facing the charging giant Buddha, the stone statue's eerie expression unexpectedly showed a hint of excitement. Continuing to recite righteous lines, it raised the huge sword in its hand and fiercely slashed towards Yi Changshan's neck. No! Jochen's eyelids twitched. At the moment the statue swung the sword, an indescribable sense of palpitation surged through his body. Wei Duer had a similar reaction. Her previously relaxed demeanor vanished instantly, her whole body tensed, and her danger perception went into overdrive. Both of them had the same thought in sync. Yi Changshan was going down. And as this thought surfaced, an indescribable overwhelming sword energy swept over Yi Changshan's massive body. A conspicuous number appeared above his head. -30390. In that instant, everything in the white space seemed to freeze. A white light emerged from Yi Changshan's massive body, triggering the first death immunity directly. Before he could react, the transformation state automatically dissipated, leaving him weakly kneeling on the ground. Death immunity could only withstand fatal injuries but could not eliminate the negative effects. The sword strike from the statue completely wiped out Yi Changshan's entire state. If the Slayer had a health bar displayed, it would show that Yi Changshan's health was now down to 1 point, barely hanging on. Damn, what kind of damage is this? Yi Changshan panted heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness towards the Lord Boss for the first time. Can't even withstand a single blow with that big body? Wei Duer's pupils widened, her tone filled with extreme incredulity. You should know, that's the famous Furious Buddha known for its high toughness in the world. With up to 60% damage reduction and double the resistance of its own attributes, Such a physique is enough to dominate any dungeon. However, when facing this nameless stone statue, they were still instantly killed. The 30390 damage was truly despairing. Most importantly, this was after completing 2 trials and with the opponent's attributes reduced by 2/3. It's hard to imagine how powerful this stone statue was in its prime. Young man, it seems like this time we're done for. Wei Duo forced a bitter smile. The gap between them and the stone statue was just too vast, something that beginners like them couldn't handle at all. Zhou Chen remained silent at the words, but his heart was also filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Would they die here? He had just been reborn, and the path of the invincible prodigy had just begun. He had not yet returned to the Zhou family to reclaim everything he had lost, nor had he uncovered the truth about his missing parents. He was unwilling. He really couldn't accept it. Intense emotions filled his heart, and Zhou Chen felt as if there were shackles on him, loosening slightly at that moment. In the vast white space, a sense of despair enveloped everyone. Just a moment ago, they were relaxed and didn't take the stone statue seriously. But in the blink of an eye, the opponent displayed absolute overwhelming strength. This had completely surpassed the level of beginner monsters. Compared to the multi-eyed lizard, the stone statue was like heaven and earth. Brother Jun, it seems our luck isn't good. We can only hope for the next life. Yi Changshan forced a smile, his burly body curled up on the ground, extremely weak, his voice wavering. Zhou Chen frowned and reprimanded, "Stop talking nonsense, I will get you out of here. I promise." The young man's tone was resolute, thunderous wrath appeared in his hand, his sharp eyes meeting the golden pupils of the stone statue. Despite the huge gap in strength between them, even if he couldn't withstand a single move, but he had to try. Otherwise, he wouldn't accept it, even in death. "Let me go first." Suddenly, a pair of black twin ponytails appeared in his sight. It was Wei Duo stepping forward. "You move the big guy to a safe place. I still have 1 death immunity left. I should be able to hold on for a while." Wei Duo turned to him with a smile, her red lips revealing 2 dimples. Zhou Chen had never noticed that this girl could smile so beautifully. He was taken aback and said, "You don't have to risk your life for us." "Stop." Wei Duo raised her hand, rolled her eyes. "Don't talk as if you're all dead. I can survive on my own." As she spoke, she took out a chocolate lollipop from her pocket, a hint of sadness on her face. "Alas, this might be the last lollipop I'll ever have in my life. Now we can only gamble. With attacks like that, we can only use it twice on that damn stone statue. By doing so, as the strongest among us, you should still have a chance to defeat him." While Wei Duo spoke, she carefully put the lollipop in her mouth, then stopped being sentimental and dashed out freely. In an instant, shadows swirled, black mist filled the sky. The twin-tailed girl in a black hooded shirt, at that moment, was like a moth to a flame, her dagger mercilessly slashing towards the stone statue. Shadowy sky slaughter. A heroic and crisp shout echoed in the vast white space. Wei Duo had turned into countless shadows, launching attacks around the stone statue. Seeing this, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated. He moved to Yi Changshan's side, lifted him on his back, and leaped back 3 times to a safer place. Yi Changshan no longer had death immunity. In his current state, even a slight touch of the battlefield aftermath could lead to permanent death. Therefore, the top priority was to ensure his personal safety. As for this stone statue, he didn't believe that a mere novice secret realm could trap them all to death. The more he was in a desperate situation, Zhou Chen's mind became clearer, and he already had a vague idea. Bang! Ahead, Wei Duo had already launched a fierce charge. Relying on the speed advantage of her shadow talent, she unleashed lightning-fast combos around the stone statue. Although the latter's damage was astonishing, it seemed that due to wielding a huge sword, it was not very fast in terms of speed and was constantly on the defensive. After being hit several times in a row, a string of damage numbers popped up above its head, while health bars and basic attributes also appeared before everyone's eyes. Name, Fallen Hold Health, 124,000 level? Rank? When that panel appeared, both Wei Duo and Zhou Chen's pupils contracted. A whopping 120,000 health points. Unidentifiable level and rank. This was no ordinary novice monster. Even in a dungeon above level 20, it would at least be a lord-level existence. But the problem was, the Dark Forest was just a secret realm with a monster cap of level 10. The atmosphere on the scene became even more tense, filled with powerlessness and despair. Especially when Wei Duo found out that each of her combos could only deal a little over 1,000 damage, her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The resistance of this stone statue was off the charts. Apart from being a bit slow in speed, it had almost no weaknesses. Is the only strategy to wear it down with speed? With a swift movement, Wei Duo appeared in a relatively safe position, the collar of her robe soaked with sweat. Obviously, continuously releasing awakening skills like just now was also a burden for her. Glutton, be consumed by flames. The emotionless voice of the stone statue resounded again as it raised its huge sword, flames gathering at the tip, the scorching temperature creating ripples in the air, spreading a world-ending aura. "It can use magic skills too?" Wei Duo exclaimed, thinking she could wear down the boss with her speed advantage, only to find out that the opponent had more than one attack method. Damn it! Not far away, Zhou Chen saw the flaming greatsword of the opponent and, disregarding Wei Duo's advice just now, swiftly approached like the wind. His mind moved, and a deep blue slash shot out from the pendant on his chest. It was the active skill of Falling Star's Descent. Consumes 5% of mental power, releases a guaranteed hit slash, with a 1% chance of permanently reducing the opponent's racial rank. Since owning Falling Star's Descent, Zhou Chen had never used its active skill. Mainly because there was no need, all the opponents encountered could be easily defeated, not worth wasting mental power on that 1% probability. But this time, the situation was evidently different. The stone statue was unexpectedly strong, and in this life-or-death moment, Zhou Chen had to use all means to fight back. 103 The blue slash hit the stone statue accurately. The damage was not high, but it successfully stopped the opponent's spellcasting. Its golden pupil shifted to Zhou Chen, showing some anger. It seemed that the fallen Holt squad in front of him also had ranged attack capabilities. Zhou Chen was not surprised at all that the first release of Falling Star's Descent did not successfully reduce the opponent's level. After all, with only a 1% chance, how strong of luck would be needed to succeed directly? Without further ado, he once again activated his mental power, this time directly throwing a series of Falling Star's Descent slashes. Congratulations, Falling Star's Descent triggered successfully. Target Fallen Holt's racial rank reduced by 1 level. Zhou Chen was lucky. Just before his energy was about to be depleted, he successfully triggered the special effect. And the stone statue's attribute panel instantly changed. Name, Fallen Holt HP, 88,000 level, 21 rank. King. All the data was displayed. However, Zhou Chen's heart was once again shocked. Despite being reduced by 1 level, the statue's racial rank was still king? Does that mean that before the reduction, the statue was a supreme level monster? No wonder. No wonder it was so overwhelmingly powerful. Without even reaching the demon god level, a supreme level monster was already standing at the peak of the instance. Unmatched within the same level, even if an SS level human prodigy came, they would still be pressed to the ground. Wei Duo and Yi Changshan also felt a chill in their hearts after carefully examining the panel of the statue. The words king made them feel as if all hope was lost. This time, a more desperate atmosphere spread. And the statue in front, upon realizing that its rank had suddenly dropped by 1 layer, showed an extremely human-like anger on its face. Those who are guilty of all 7 sins, there is no forgiveness, their sins shall be punished. It raised its huge sword, gathering deep orange flames on it, then fiercely slashed down. This release was fast and precise, impossible to interrupt again, clearly entering a frenzy mode. Not good. Zhou Chen's face changed drastically. This strike from the statue was definitely at a secret technique level. How could one block the secret technique of a king-level monster? As the sword blade in the statue's hand swung, a blaze emerged, sweeping with a destructive force, rapidly spreading in all directions. Zhou Chen didn't have time to think. He dashed towards Yi Changshan, attempting to shield him with his body. As long as it wasn't a penetrating injury, he could protect Yi Changshan. Boom! The next second, the blaze swept through the vast white space at a height of 1 meter above the ground. 98701 Zhou Chen and Wei Duo were enveloped in white light successively, triggering the death immunity directly. However, Yi Changshan was not harmed by the sweeping blaze as Zhou Chen shielded him, but his rugged face was now filled with tears. Although Zhou Chen didn't die, the damage from the blazing attack was deeply engraved on his back. His skin was charred. Wei Duo was in a similar state, with most of her robe destroyed, revealing a smooth abdomen. She was propped up on the ground with a dagger, kneeling and gasping for breath. The secret technique of a king level, at a high level of 21, was truly unbearable for them as newcomers. If not for the death immunity, they would have undoubtedly perished. What to do? Wei Duo looked at the stone statue boss approaching in frenzy, her face full of despair. In this life-threatening situation, her gaze subconsciously turned to Zhou Chen, absurdly hoping that this man still had some hidden cards to play. Clang! The stone statue dragged its huge sword with one hand, taking heavy steps towards Zhou Chen. Due to triggering the effect of the Starfall blade, an unprecedented murderous intent emanated from the statue's eyes, indicating that Zhou Chen had completely angered it. The rage of a level 21 king-level boss could only be truly felt when faced with it personally. With each step the statue took, an indescribable terrifying pressure swept over, almost solidifying, causing Zhou Chen's clothes to flutter wildly and his hair to fly in disarray. Yet Zhou Chen showed no fear. He tore off the already tattered school uniform, revealing his well-defined muscular upper body, his eyes staring intently at the approaching statue. His thunderous strike in hand tightened. Indeed, the atmosphere of despair had spread uncontrollably, but Zhou Chen still refused to give up resistance. This was the dignity and backbone of a peerless prodigy. Even in the face of a formidable enemy, he would advance without hesitation. Moreover, Zhou Chen had not reached the end of the road. S-rank talent with twin ponytails, possesses the awakened skill of instant shadow chaos sky kill. A-rank talent Olji, possesses the awakened skill of furious eye Buddha law. I've always been thinking, what about my awakened skill? What is the awakened skill of an SSS rank talent? Zhou Chen murmured softly, though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly within the vast white space. Wei Duor and Yi Changshan were both stunned. Zhou Chen's awakened skill? It seemed like the first time they realized this question, neither of them had reacted. The awakened skill, unlike skills obtained from monsters, it is an ability that comes with awakening talent, deep within the soul, the ultimate trump card of every celestial slayer. Awakened skills vary in strength based on talent level. Furthermore, awakened skills are not mastered from the beginning. Generally, the stronger the talent, the more difficult it is to develop the awakened skill, especially starting from S-rank talent. To awaken one's own awakened skill requires immense opportunities. It demands high personal insight, mindset, and circumstances. In the history of the Federation, there have been individuals who awaken powerful talents above S rank but never managed to awaken their own awakened skills until death. Zhou Chen possessed two major SSS rank talents. Among them, redistribution was sublimated from a D-rank talent and does not have an awakened skill. However, infinite sublimation was a talent awakened by himself, fully meeting the conditions to awaken the awakened skill. It's just that awakening the awakened skill of an SSS rank talent is extremely difficult. Moreover, infinite sublimation is a talent with a unique attribute, leaving Zhou Chen with no predecessors to learn from. No one knows what the awakened skill of this talent is, so he can only explore it on his own. After entering the secret realm, leveling up by defeating monsters, Zhou Chen had also attempted to develop his awakened skill. Unfortunately, he gained nothing, not even a clue. Until this moment, faced with the absolute power of the stone statue, an unprecedented terror between life and death, Zhou Chen felt as if there were shackles loosening on him. The mysterious feeling that flowed through him every time he released infinite sublimation, like a wandering dragon within his body. In a moment of enlightenment, Zhou Chen understood. This is also why he dared to fight desperately against the stone statue now. The nature of infinite sublimation is to sublimate all things. And its awakened skill, if I'm not mistaken, is actually the sublimation of myself. Zhou Chen closed his eyes, his heart calm like still water at this moment, but the power of sublimation within him surged even more. Boom! Finally, all the power of sublimation boiled like a sea, pouring into every inch of Zhou Chen's flesh and blood. And at that moment, his body seemed to transform into a furnace, with boundless vitality swirling around, and a mysterious bell ringing from within him, echoing through the vast white world. A dazzling nine-colored divine light suddenly descended from the sky, breaking through the blockade of the white world, shining on Zhou Chen's head, making him appear like a god. Yi Changshan and Wei Duor were stunned. He awakened his own awakened skill? An incredulous voice came from Wei Duor, leaving Yi Changshan speechless. The scene before them was too astonishing, an SSS-rank genius awakening his own awakened skill, causing celestial phenomena that even the secret realm couldn't conceal, radiating colorful light across the heavens and earth, shaking the world. Even the stone statue was stunned and dared not advance, staring at Zhou Chen with its humanized golden eyes, unable to hide its astonishment. The ultimate sublimation. Is this my ability? Under the infinite brilliance, Zhou Chen, in the moment of awakening his awakened skill, understood everything. Ultimate Sublimation LV1 SSS level awakening skill. During activation, all body attributes and combat power increase tenfold, lasting for 10 seconds, with a 3-day cooldown. The description of the skill flashed through Zhou Chen's mind, and he clenched his fists tightly. So powerful. A tenfold increase in all body attributes and combat power, how unbelievable. The entire Federation couldn't find a second ability with such exaggerated self-benefit. Although it's only for 10 seconds, don't forget that the ultimate sublimation level is only LV1, and as his level increases in the future, and his understanding of awakening skills deepens, he believes this time will become longer. So this is my true trump card, the capital for turning the tables in desperate situations and reaching the peak. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, all the pressure vanished in an instant. He gazed fiercely at the stone statue, an invincible aura emanating from him causing the king-level monster to step back half a pace in that moment of shock. Ultimate sublimation, activate. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter, an infinite power surging from within him. In an instant, all of Zhou Chen's body attributes experienced an explosive growth. Strength, agility, physique, and spirit all increased from their original 5,200 to 52,000. His blood surged like thunder, his brute force seemed capable of splitting mountains. Experiencing ultimate sublimation for the first time, Zhou Chen could hardly contain his excitement. The feeling of this skyrocketing combat power was truly wonderful. His gaze fell on the stone statue as if it were his prey, and the latter was shocked and stepped back again. Since the beginning of this vast white space enveloping everyone, the stone statue had always considered itself a god, high above, toying with the three of them. With just a casual strike causing 5-digit damage, it made everyone feel despair. But at this moment, everything changed. After activating ultimate sublimation, Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and turned into a shadow, rushing forward. Bang! A plain and unadorned kick, bone crusher, with an agility and strength of 50,000, the stone statue couldn't dodge in time, nor resist. 21008, a conspicuous damage figure appeared above its head. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Truly a supreme-level monster, even though downgraded to king level, it still had an incredibly tough skin, high resistance. Otherwise, with Zhou Chen's enhanced attributes, this kick would have inflicted at least over 100,000 damage on an ordinary monster. The bone crusher caused the stone statue great pain, triggering the skill effect armor break. A cracked shield symbol appeared above its head. Seeing this, Zhou Chen didn't hesitate to follow up with a punch. 43012, Zhou Chen put all his strength into this punch, and the stone statue clearly suffered more damage in the armor break state, struggling to hold its sword, continuously retreating. 2 attacks managed to reduce its nearly 90,000 health points to below 30,000. And at this moment, there were still 5 seconds left before the end of the sublimation time. The scene fell silent. Zhou Chen after ultimate sublimation was truly like a god descending, each strike carrying an unstoppable momentum. With just a punch and a kick, he brought the king-level monster to a near-death state. Wei Duor and Yi Changshan were completely dumbfounded. They had considered Zhou Chen's awakening skill to be strong, but the scene before them far exceeded their expectations. Or rather, it was completely beyond their comprehension. Just at level 10, his awakening skill could directly overpower a level 21 king-level boss, which was simply terrifying. Brother Jun. Truly invincible. Yi Changshan swallowed hard. In his eyes, he vaguely saw a magnificent future where geniuses abounded, heroes gathered, and Zhou Chen stood at the top, overlooking all living beings. Wei Duor's thoughts were not as extravagant. She just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky that her friend was amazing, living another day. Clang! In the center of the battlefield, Zhou Chen once again made his move, this time drawing a pitch-black horizontal blade. As a mythical weapon that could be used up to level 20, the thunderous raid was still Zhou Chen's strongest offensive method. Especially now that he had transcended, his combat power had increased tenfold, making the thunderous raid even more formidable. It was evident that when the cold light of the thunderous raid shimmered in the air, the movements of the stone statue became completely chaotic. He couldn't understand how this seemingly insignificant human before him had transformed into a being even he had to fear. He could only watch helplessly as the icy blade aura reflected in his eyes grew larger and larger until it completely cleaved him in two. 51,023, defeated the fallen supreme-level monster Holt, experience points plus 1,190, dropped loot x2, congratulations. You have cleared the level 10 Dark Forest dungeon, rating, SSS, clearance reward, choose any 3 mythical equipment parts, dungeon announcement. Team Wei Duor, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Chen have successfully cleared the dungeon, rated SSS. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes, dungeon announcement. Team Wei Duor, Yi Changshan, and Zhou Chen have successfully cleared the dungeon, rated SSS. The dungeon will automatically close in 5 minutes. A series of kill notifications appeared before him. However, Zhou Chen no longer had the energy to look, as the transcendent 10 seconds had passed, and he only felt an overwhelming sense of weakness engulfing him like a tide. He could barely stand, and the thunderous raid in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Little Junzi. Just as his body swayed and was about to fall, a pleasant fragrance suddenly wafted by his side, and Zhou Chen felt someone supporting his falling body. Turning his head, he saw a familiar pair of ponytails swaying before his eyes. Wei Duor at this moment, with a face full of camaraderie, casually supported Zhou Chen's sturdy left arm with her petite body, bearing most of his weight. When Zhou Chen looked over, she even raised her eyebrows in a teasing manner. But at this moment, Zhou Chen was too weak to speak. He struggled to look at the notifications before him. The first thing he could confirm was that they had indeed cleared the dungeon. The stone statue was indeed the final boss, and the rewards for defeating it were very generous, calculated based on the original supreme-level racial hierarchy. The levels lost due to the Starfall Blade were not taken into account. Therefore, even if the three of them split it, the experience points amounted to a substantial 1190, almost pushing Zhou Chen to level 11 directly. Additionally, they generously obtained 2 pieces of loot. Zhou Chen turned his head and gave Wei Duo a signal. She understood and directly picked up the 2 loot orbs. As the radiance dissipated, 2 skill books appeared. Jungu, Duo Jie. How did you two end up hugging each other? Just as they were about to see what the skill books were, an untimely voice suddenly sounded, and they saw Yi Changshan, who had already rested and was walking over with a mischievous look. He had been on the brink of death moments ago. However, the experience points distributed from slaying the stone statue were too many, instantly pushing Yi Changshan to level 9 and healing all his injuries. This led to the current scene. Nonsense! Zhou Chen glared at him, managing to squeeze out a sentence despite his weakened voice. Wei Duo's face also blushed, and then she coughed a few times with a hint of composure. Jianghu men and women, not bound by trivial matters. Since you've recovered, then take your big brother back. With that, Wei Duo, like an agile cat, swiftly floated out of Zhou Chen's embrace, causing him to almost fall unprepared. Fortunately, Yi Changshan quickly caught him. You two really want to play me to death? Zhou Chen croaked out, feeling deeply helpless about the extreme side effects of his own enhancement. He already found it unbearable when enhancing props and equipment. This time, enhancing himself almost magnified this discomfort tenfold, exuding a strong sense of weakness from inside out, as if his vitality had been squeezed out for 10 days and nights. It was simply unbearable for a human being. Zhou Chen envied Yi Changshan's ability to level up directly by consuming experience, refreshing his state and eliminating any discomfort. Seeing Wei Duo's relaxed expression, he probably just leveled up as well. Only Zhou Chen was left in a wounded world. Sighing quietly, Zhou Chen called the two to check the spoils together. The first items were 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss statue. Name, Chapter of Fury Sword Quality, Outstanding Type, Sword Skill Book Effect. When equipped with a sword weapon, self gains 5% critical strike cooldown. None. The first skill book that caught his eye was unexpectedly a rare sword skill book triggered passively. And the effect was good, granting a critical strike attribute. Although humans had upgrade panels, they were still living beings in reality, with significant differences from game characters, such as having only 4 basic attributes. To unlock the critical strike term in the personal interface, one needed to equip related items, equipment, or skills. Therefore, things that granted critical strikes were often highly valuable. A sword skill, looks like it's for the little gentleman. Wei Duo glanced at it and couldn't help but sneer. Among the 3 of them, only Zhou Chen used sword weapons, so the allocation was obvious. Yi Changshan naturally had no objections, and the 3 turned their gaze to the second skill book. Name, Atonement Blade Quality, Mythical Type, Sword Skill Book Effect, Condense One's Own Sins, Fiercely /forward, dealing 500% magic damage based on self-attack cooldown, 1500. Seeing another sword skill book, Yi Changshan directly looked away. Wei Duo clicked her tongue and picked up a lemon-flavored lollipop, waving her hand. You're really lucky, all the hidden boss rewards are for you, kid. Forget it, my sister has a big heart, so I'll let you have them all. Big heart? Hearing this, Zhou Chen subconsciously glanced at the flat chest of the other party, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wei Duo did not notice this scene, otherwise, she would have surely explained her Duer sister's rules of the Jianghu to Zhou Chen with a dagger. After a brief argument, the 3 took out the spoils from killing the first boss, the multi-eyed lizard. It was still 2 light clusters, and Wei Duo was in charge of opening the box. This time, no skill books were found, but 2 outstanding grade items instead. As it was the reward for killing a lord-level boss, this grade was quite good. However, Zhou Chen had already taken all the rewards from the statue, so he handed them over to Yi Changshan and Wei Duo for distribution. Then, they counted the spoils obtained from killing the beast tied by chance. There were a total of 12 items, with each person getting 4 as needed. The final highlight was the clearance reward for killing the hidden boss, 3 mythical grade equipment pieces for each to choose from. Naturally, each person would get one. Wei Duo chose a stylish leather chest armor. Yi Changshan picked a piece of heavy armor for the lower body. As for Zhou Chen, after a brief thought, he chose a ring from the accessories. The equipment grade was fixed as mythical, but the other attributes were all random. Glancing at the ring, Zhou Chen found that its attributes were not too strong, just average. But it doesn't matter. When he recovers at home, he can use the power of sublimation to elevate it, and this ring, even if mediocre, will instantly turn into a rare treasure. Just as Zhou Chen and others were counting their gains, the periphery of the secret realm had already exploded. All the high school students who were diligently leveling up widened their eyes, wondering if they had misheard. But the repeated playback of the hint 3 or 4 times was reminding everyone that this was not an illusion. So, after a brief silence, discussions erupted around the periphery. My goodness, we are still leveling up on the outskirts, but someone has already reached the core and cleared it? Wei Duor. Could it be the girl who just registered as an S-level talent? It's her. We're in the same class. I never thought that while I was still grinding on the outskirts, she had already strategized even the Lord Boss. They are a team of 3, and the other 2 are probably not ordinary either. Of course, Yi Changshan is the only A-level talent in the whole school, a top-tier meat shield. No wonder, with the high damage dealing S-level shadow paired with the A-level meat shield, they can indeed clear the final boss. Who is this Zhou Chen? To be able to play with those 2 geniuses, he must be quite remarkable too, right? Many students couldn't help but feel the gap between themselves and the geniuses. Suddenly, someone who hadn't gone to register their talents at noon raised a question. Because everyone kept talking, but the conversation always revolved around Wei Duor and Yi Changshan, with no one mentioning Zhou Chen. Upon hearing this, the informed people around immediately sneered. That Zhou Chen is just a mere D-level talent, not worth our discussion. Right, in a boss battle of this level, do you expect someone with D-level strength to be of any use? He's just taking advantage of his good relationship with Yi Changshan, tagging along for the experience this time. Hearing these disdainful and jealous words from everyone, that person finally understood why no one had mentioned Zhou Chen before, and while realizing this, there was also a hint of envy. Clearly just a D-level talent, but with an A-level talent brother. Now, he even tagged along for a clearance reward, and if he were a bit more clever, he might even be able to latch onto Wei Duor, this S-level genius. For countless low-level talents, this situation was already considered quite a good opportunity. Alas! Now that the secret realm has been cleared, we can't continue leveling up. I'm just a little bit away from level 4 experience, if only the secret realm could have lasted longer. What are you thinking? Even if Wei Senior and the others didn't clear it, the secret realm would only last for another 10 minutes at most. I bet after they come out, Wei Senior and Yi Senior clearing the secret realm will cause a sensation in the school again, maybe even the old principal will personally reward them. Who made them geniuses? Clearing the secret realm on their first try, their talents and abilities are rare even in the top schools. The students of the 5th high school chatted with each other, full of admiration and envy for the unparalleled charm of the 2 geniuses. In their eyes, whether it was Yi Changshan or Wei Duor, they would be figures to look up to from now on, not on the same level as them. Therefore, even though they were in the same grade, they couldn't help but add the suffix senior when addressing them, to show respect. Being classmates with such geniuses for 3 years might be the luckiest thing in their lives. At least many years later, they would have more boasting material when chatting with friends at the table. Several minutes later, with a loud noise in the secret realm space, everyone's vision blurred, and the scene in front of them had turned into the playground of the 5th high school. Where's Wei Senior? When they came to their senses, many people's first reaction was to look for Wei Duor's figure. There, Senior Yi is by her side. Someone with sharp eyes pointed to a corner in the crowd and exclaimed. The news spread quickly, and soon all eyes on the playground converged there. 3 distinct figures were seen chatting and laughing, walking towards the direction of the teaching building. Is that Senior Yi, who has awakened the wrathful eyes of the Buddha? He looks so strong. Oh my! Senior Wei's appearance is much lovelier than I imagined. Such a girl is actually an S-level shadow talent holder, it's truly unbelievable. The 3 figures immediately caught the attention of numerous students from Wuzhong. Suddenly, someone doubted and said, why isn't Senior Wei, who has the best talent, walking in the middle, nor Senior Yi, but only D-level Zhou Chen? Everyone was stunned, and when they realized it, it was indeed the case. The significant middle position was occupied by Zhou Chen, while Wei Duor and Yi Changshan were chatting and laughing as if nothing was wrong. This directly left everyone puzzled. Why does it feel like Zhou Chen is the core of this team? Wasn't he just a slacker who leeches off others' experience? As everyone was filled with doubts, several figures suddenly walked out of the entrance of the teaching building. The one leading was the white-haired old principal, followed by the middle-aged man responsible for registration from the Federation and a group of teachers from Wuzhong. The principal is personally here. It seems the news of Senior Wei and the others clearing the secret realm has spread. I never thought I would see the principal twice in one day. Senior Wei and Senior Yi really have a lot of face. He. The principal is here, and yet Zhou Chen dares to walk in the middle. He really doesn't understand any social etiquette. Exactly, the principal is here to meet the geniuses. What's a D-level like you doing walking at the front? The students from Wuzhong couldn't help but whisper when they saw the principal. Some expressed dissatisfaction with Zhou Chen's behavior. After all, a D-level talent, whether in Wuzhong or the entire Federation, was considered at the bottom. It's not about looking down on those with lower-tier talents, but you should at least have some awareness and know your place, right? Such reckless behavior is truly displeasing. Many of them sneered and were already planning to watch the show. Although the principal seemed amiable, he was still an 80th level powerhouse, and Zhou Chen, a mere D-level talent, dared to act so presumptuously in such a situation. He would undoubtedly face some questioning. Under the gaze of gloating eyes, with his hands behind his back, the principal walked with a dignified air and finally arrived in front of the trio. However, what happened next left everyone wide-eyed and dumbfounded. The principal, instead of showing any sign of anger as expected, had a gentle smile on his face and reached out his hand proactively. And the one he shook hands with and exchanged pleasantries was none other than Zhou Chen. He almost completely ignored Yi Changshan and Wei Duer beside him, focusing solely on Zhou Chen. His caring demeanor made it seem as if Zhou Chen was the true genius. What's going on here? This tag-along Zhou Chen, daring to stand in the center of the team, that's one thing, but why is even the principal taking notice of him? Can someone tell me what's happening? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene before them, their minds in chaos. Those who had intended to mock Zhou Chen were also stunned and speechless at this moment. It wasn't until the principal led Zhou Chen's team away from the playground, into the teaching building, that the onlookers, the students, couldn't come to their senses. They looked at each other, unable to understand the scene before them. But without exception, Zhou Chen's image in their eyes suddenly became less insignificant. Instead, it gained an additional layer of mystery, making people not dare to underestimate him. Meanwhile, in the spacious principal's office, at this moment, there were only Zhou Chen, the old principal, the middle-aged man, and the homeroom teacher Chu Xiuyan. Yi Changshan and Wei Duer were merely praised by the old principal with a few words after entering the teaching building, not even able to enter the principal's office. In front of an SSS-level genius, even the most outstanding students usually became mere background figures. Seeing such a stark contrast in treatment, Zhou Chen, no matter how slow, finally realized the situation. His mind was clear as a mirror, knowing that the old principal must have learned about his second talent by now. Therefore, when Zhou Chen entered the principal's office, he remained calm and accepted the tea personally brewed for him by the old principal. This temperament truly befits a young genius, the young master of the Zhou family. Little did they know, Zhou Chen's casual demeanor, in the eyes of the old principal and the middle-aged man, transformed into another image. What they saw was a young talent who remained calm and confident when facing anyone, regardless of their status. His composure and demeanor surpassed many of his peers. Zhou, I am aware of your second talent, the old principal smiled kindly, watching Zhou Chen finish the cup of Biluokan tea he brewed and immediately refilling it, devoid of the dignity a principal should possess. This was the privilege of a genius. In the presence of an SSS-level talent, even a school principal had to bow their head. There has been a delay in the response of the communication bead, but Wu Zhong will not let any SSS-level genius be neglected. Your situation has been reported to the federal high-level authorities. The old principal carefully chose his words. Su Yuan, the middle-aged man beside him, looked somewhat ashamed and bowed to Zhou Chen, sincerely saying, "Little brother Zhou, the registration issue is entirely my responsibility. The federal authorities have compensated for it as soon as they were informed. In addition, this is my personal business card and some tokens of goodwill. I have some influence in Linyuan City. If you encounter any difficulties and do not mind, please do not hesitate to seek my help. Please do not refuse." As the middle-aged man spoke, he took out a valuable pile of secret medicines and a business card from his backpack, offering them respectfully to Zhou Chen, his attitude extremely humble. Compared to his indifferent attitude when registering Zhou Chen at the gymnasium earlier, he seemed like a different person. Zhou Chen glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. As he remained silent, the people in the principal's office looked at each other, unsure of how to proceed. After several tens of seconds, when the middle-aged man's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, Zhou Chen casually put away those items without even looking at them. This time, it's because of the old principal's face, Zhou Chen said calmly, his expression unchanged. The middle-aged man was relieved and grateful, as having an SSS-level genius bear a grudge was truly unsettling. Seeing this, the old principal smiled and intervened. "Ha, old Su, I've always said that Zhou is not a petty person." As he spoke, he refilled Zhou Chen's teacup. Then, he leisurely took out an ancient bronze key from his pocket. "Zhou, your awakening of an SSS-level talent is a blessing for our federation and a glory for Wuzhong. Naturally, our school cannot neglect the heart of a genius. This LV-20 secret realm key is a personal reward from this old man. I hope you will not forget your original intention, forge ahead, and uphold the honor of our human race." With the old principal's words, Zhou Chen's indifferent expression finally showed a hint of surprise. He clearly did not expect that Wuzhong's reward for him would be a secret realm key. Secret realms were hard to come by, especially at higher levels. This LV-20 secret realm was far superior to the dark forest he had just encountered. Most importantly, the secret realm belonged solely to him, and all the resources inside were his alone. I have to say, the old principal really has a good eye for talent. This time, Zhou Chen owes the old principal a favor. Calmly tucking the key to the secret realm into his pocket, Zhou Chen's gaze turned towards the middle-aged man surnamed Su for the first time, because he knew that the real show was about to begin. Sure enough, after both of them had satisfied their own selfish desires, they finally got down to business. Su Yuan's expression turned serious as he took out 3 cards from his spatial backpack. They were silver, gold, and red, each exquisitely designed with dragon totems engraved on them, along with the symbol of the Federation, making them eye-catching. Little brother Zhou, these are rewards from the Federation for SSS-level geniuses. They were urgently airmailed from the Great Xia Divine Capital to you when you entered the secret realm. Su, the middle-aged man, looked solemn. At this moment, he was representing the Federation and commending Zhou Chen, so he was very formal. After unfolding the 3 cards, he introduced them to Zhou Chen. These cards are all Universal Federation cards, usable in any city on Blue Star. The silver card is a money card with 50 million Federation coins inside, which you can distribute as you please. The gold card is a resource card, allowing you to freely claim any outstanding grade or lower resources in any official trading post, be it equipment, items, or skill books. Items above outstanding grade will enjoy a 30% discount. As for the last red card, it is a special reward from the Federation to you, a compensation for the registration error. Pausing here, the middle-aged man surnamed Su's tone shifted slightly, and he continued with some envy. With this card, little brother Zhou can exchange for a set of beginner-level universal myth-grade equipment at official institutions. Clearly, this was the real grand prize. After all, myth-grade equipment was always precious, and a complete set was priceless, not something the Federation had many of. Giving away a set directly was no small gesture. Even though the old principal and Su, the middle-aged man, knew about this in advance, they still couldn't help but feel deeply moved when they saw that precious red card. On the other hand, Chu Xiuyan, who was unaware of everything beforehand, was wide-eyed with surprise. She never expected that Zhou Chen's talent would attract such great attention from the higher-ups of the Federation. What kind of monster did my class produce? At this moment, Chu Xiuyan's heart was filled with complex emotions and endless amazement. Only Zhou Chen, the person in question, remained calm, even after hearing about the use of the red card, showing no excessive excitement on his face. Through the ups and downs of his past and present lives, the changes in the world, and the awakening of his boundless talent, his state of mind was far beyond that of an ordinary person. Moreover, after awakening to his limitless transcendent talent, myth-grade equipment was no longer out of reach in his eyes. Putting the 3 cards away casually, Zhou Chen stood up and calmly said, "Old principal, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Zhou Chen's unchanging demeanor in the face of Mount Tai collapsing in front of him made the 3 people present look at each other in deep admiration. If it were another young person here, suddenly receiving such a generous reward, they would probably have been jumping with joy long ago, right? But Zhou Chen? Since entering this principal's office, he had remained calm and composed, as if nothing was worth making him lose his composure. Seeing Zhou Chen about to leave at this moment, the old principal, after a moment of contemplation, asked the final question. "Zhou, I heard you cleared the secret realm? How many levels did you advance?" With these words, everyone's gaze focused intently on him. They had been speculating earlier about how Zhou Chen would perform on his first entry into the secret realm, especially since all the monsters in this realm had double attributes. The old principal was certain that advancing 3 levels was the limit, while Chu Xiuyan jokingly speculated about 4 levels. Until later, when the secret realm shattered prematurely, they realized that Zhou Chen and the others had actually directly cleared the level. Although they relied on teamwork, it was still quite an impressive achievement. The only question was how many levels Zhou Chen had gained. The old principal secretly speculated in his heart, feeling that this time he might have gained 4 levels for sure, or maybe even 5 levels. It was understandable that the old principal and others were conservative in their speculations. After all, from an ordinary perspective, clearing a secret realm would definitely involve directly heading to the central core to strategize against the boss. The experience points that could be gained in between were enough to raise 4 or 5 levels at most. However, they were unaware that due to the beast tide, Zhou Chen and the others had completely slaughtered all the high-level monsters in the entire core area. So at this moment, facing everyone's curiosity, Zhou Chen remained silent and directly displayed his level panel. Name, Zhou Chen, level, LV10, 98%. As the level bar appeared above his head, the entire principal's office fell into a silence where one could hear a pin drop. Zhou Chen casually left the principal's office. Yet the astonishment in the hearts of the three people in the room could not be calmed. The old principal, who usually had a deep understanding of human nature, sat there sometimes pondering and sometimes sighing deeply. The middle-aged man trembled as he lit a cigarette, his face filled with incomprehension. Entering the secret realm for the first time at level 3 and coming out at level 10, how did he manage that? What exactly happened inside the secret realm? No matter how much he pondered, he could never imagine that Zhou Chen and the others had actually quelled a beast tide and cleared out all the monsters in the core area. Xu Xiuyan's pretty face was also filled with surprise as she looked towards the figure gradually disappearing at the end of the corridor outside the principal's office, her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Brother Jun. Back at the entrance of the teaching building, Wei Duer and Yi Changshan were waiting there, surrounded by a large group of students who kept their distance and dared not approach. At this moment, when they saw Zhou Chen's figure appear, the two of them approached, and the onlookers dispersed with a rustle. Yi Changshan felt somewhat helpless about this. First, he registered an A-level talent today, and then he became famous after a battle in the dark forest, making him a prominent figure within the school, attracting attention wherever he went. This feeling was uncomfortable for Yi Changshan. After all, for the past 3 years of high school, due to his burly physique, he had always been seen as an outsider by his classmates. He had grown accustomed to his solitude and had never imagined that one day he would become such a sought-after figure. It made him very uncomfortable, as if every inch of his privacy was being exposed, leaving him feeling uneasy. So, upon seeing Zhou Chen, it was like finding a lifeline, and he hurriedly went up to greet him. Wei Duer, on the other hand, remained calm. She still had that careless appearance, with her hands crossed behind her head, a lollipop in her mouth, swaying as she walked behind. Some bold students around shouted Goddess Wei, but without exception, after being glanced at by Wei Duer's cold, indifferent eyes, they all sheepishly quieted down. Brother Jun, is everything done? Yi Changshan asked as he approached. The old principal welcomed Zhou Chen into the office with a happy expression on his face. After a moment of contemplation, he could guess that it was probably a reward for Zhou Chen's talent registration. Everything is done. Zhou Chen nodded and said, Changshan, I don't plan to come to school in the coming days. I want to go to the wilderness to level up by clearing dungeons and prepare for the college entrance examination. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Yi Changshan was not surprised. With only half a month left until the college entrance examination, it was almost impossible to make further progress in the humanities subjects. Moreover, on Blue Star, the humanities scores only accounted for a small part of the college entrance examination results, with the martial arts assessment being the real determinant of the grades. So the examinees from various major universities on Blue Star, after awakening, as long as their own level exceeds LV5 and they have a certain self-protection ability in the wilderness instances, they can apply to the school to no longer attend classes and directly level up in the instances. Yi Changshan and Wei Duer just discussed this matter, and now, upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the three of them seemed to have the same idea. After all, with their strength and level, they could easily handle the usual beginner instances. Brother Jun, I don't plan to come to school either. My father's Skyfall team is going to explore a level 30 secret realm tomorrow. He wants to take me along for some experience. Maybe by the time of the college entrance exam, my level will catch up with yours. Yi Changshan grinned confidently. Zhou Chen, with anticipation in his eyes, nodded at him and joked, then you work hard. When that day comes, I'll call you brother. He, I dare not. Yi Changshan scratched his head and smiled. In his eyes, Zhou Chen was his big brother for a day, his big brother for life. Even if one day his strength surpassed him, he would still show respect. Zhou Chen smiled at this, and after chatting for a while, Yi Changshan left the school first to prepare for the secret realm exploration tomorrow. The sun was setting at this moment, and the first and second year students had all been dismissed, with crowds of people flowing in the corridors and playground. The trio was now reduced to Zhou Chen and Wei Duer, who exchanged a glance and then slowly walked towards the school gate without saying a word. As they passed by the track on the playground, Wei Duer crushed the lollipop in her mouth, turned her bright eyes towards Zhou Chen, and said, little gentleman, after the college entrance exam, do you want to go to the same university as me? She pouted, extending a sincere and fervent invitation to the boy she had known for a long time but truly understood today. I already have a university in mind. Zhou Chen paused his steps, somewhat distracted by the shining eyes of the other, but after a moment, he shook his head. Wei Duer's beautiful eyebrows furrowed. You haven't even asked me which university I want to go to. What if we want to go to the same one? Impossible. Why impossible? You want to go to Yaoqi University, while my goal has always been Koan University. Zhou Chen's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he spoke lightly. This time, it was Wei Duer who was stunned. She blinked her beautiful big eyes again, full of curiosity. Little gentleman, how did you know I wanted to apply to Yaoqi University? Zhou Chen smiled quietly. He had heard about it in his previous life. On the day when the results were announced at Wuzhong, everyone was discussing where Wei Duer, the first talent of Wuzhong, would go, so Zhou Chen was deeply impressed. After all, Yaoqi University was no ordinary place. In the vast blue star, there were countless universities, but only 4 institutions dared to claim to be top-notch. Coincidentally, these 4 institutions all came from the Great Xia country. They were Kunlun University, Yaoqi University, South Tianmen Academy, and Taichu Academy. These 4 universities, towering over Blue Star, had nurtured countless talents among the human race. Among them, Koen University ranked first without any suspense, while the other 3 were equally matched. For Zhou Chen, he must attend Koen University in this life. This was not only because of Koen University's unparalleled strength but also for a subtle reason. He had heard from the elders of the Zhou family that his father, Zhou Xianrong, was also a student of Koen University back then. Zhou Xianrong had disappeared under mysterious circumstances, and Zhou Chen wanted to walk the path his father had taken, searching for the truth along the path his father had left behind. Therefore, Zhou Chen was determined to go to Koen University no matter what. Seeing Zhou Chen's silence and his expression, Wei Duer had already received her answer, so she fell into silence as well. The setting sun's afterglow spilled over, casting the shadows of the young boys and girls long. Walking slowly along the green grass, when Wei Duer threw a strawberry-flavored lollipop into her mouth at the school gate, she looked up and said, "Young man, since you have your own goal, strive to achieve it. The future is long, and people like us will eventually set foot in the battlefield of the stars, so." Here, Wei Duer pointed to the sky, smiled brightly, "Let's meet at the peak." Evening. The weather was slightly cool, and Zhou Chen, returning home, quickly cooked a dish in the kitchen. Living alone for these years had honed his cooking skills, so he always cooked whatever he wanted to eat. For example, the garlic-flavored magic crab legs he made today were not only delicious but also nutritious. They could greatly satisfy the nutritional needs of a novice celestial warrior. After devouring 2 large crab legs, Zhou Chen immediately felt a significant recovery of strength depleted from using awakening skills. He didn't feel as weak anymore. After a slight body movement, he sat cross-legged on the sofa and took out 2 skill books dropped by the hidden boss. These 2 sword skill books were of high quality. Especially the mythical grade, Redemption Blade, if enhanced, would undoubtedly reach the epic level. It might even have the possibility of becoming a legendary immortal level skill book. Whether a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle depends on this gamble. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, and after carefully weighing the 2 skill books, he decided to leave the suspense for later. He would first enhance the Outstanding Quality Skill Book. Name, Chapter of Fury Sword, Quality, Outstanding, Type, Sword Skill Book, Effect, when equipped with a sword weapon, self gains 5% critical strike chance, cooldown, none as a passive skill that could increase critical strikes. Zhou Chen quite liked it. He was looking forward to how it would evolve after enhancement. At this moment, with the command of his mind, the familiar mysterious power surged from within him and condensed on the Chapter of Fury Sword. In the next instant, the originally new book became more magnificent and noble in appearance, and upon opening it, the ordinary paper had turned into soft parchment at that moment. Congratulations! Chapter of Fury Sword has been advanced to Heart of Sword Mastery. Name, Heart of Sword Mastery, Quality, Epic, Type, Sword Skill Book, Effect, when equipped with a sword weapon, self gains 30% critical strike chance and 10% critical damage, cooldown, none. Holding this luxurious parchment book in his hand, Zhou Chen's face was covered with a rich expression of joy after reading it. He did not expect that his luck would be so good on the first enhancement tonight, directly obtaining an epic level skill book. Heart of Sword Mastery. Like its predecessor, the Chapter of Fury Sword, it was also a passive skill, but the effects were vastly different. While Chapter of Fury Sword only provided a 5% critical strike chance, Heart of Sword Mastery not only had a 30% critical strike chance but also a 10% critical damage bonus. These 2 rare attributes, with such high bonuses, were truly exceptional. It was no exaggeration to say that if this skill book were placed on the black market, even level 100 powerhouses would go crazy for it. One could imagine its high value. Zhou Chen's smile was almost uncontrollable. The returns from enhancing just one outstanding skill book were so rewarding. This made him greatly anticipate enhancing the mythical quality, Redemption Blade, next. Just as he was about to continue enhancing, a strong sense of weakness suddenly surged through him. Even his mind felt a bit dizzy, and Zhou Chen realized that his body was struggling. Ah, this damn side effect. Zhou Chen sighed. He had enhanced too many times today, and all his energy had been depleted. Right, I seem to have some secret medicine on me. Just as Zhou Chen was worrying, as if he remembered something, with a flip of his hand, a pile of bottles and jars appeared in front of him. These are the secret medicines that the middle-aged man surnamed Su sent to him as a gesture of apology. Zhou Chen wanted to see if there were any recovery types among them. After all, secret medicines are similar to health potions in online games. Most can restore one's condition, with only a few having special effects. After searching for a while, Zhou Chen indeed found several bottles of blood medicine. Named Purifying Blood Essence, of silver quality, it can restore 20% of one's condition when consumed. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen quickly drank 5 bottles in a row. Instantly, he felt rejuvenated, and all his fatigue vanished. Good stuff. It seems I should always have some recovery-type secret medicines on hand in the future. Zhou Chen's face lit up, feeling like he had found a way to counteract the side effects of infinite ascension. Then, he took out the Blade of Atonement with confidence and began the ascension process. Boom, the mysterious power of ascension within his body boiled, and Zhou Chen's just restored mind became dizzy again. However, he paid no attention and quickly took another bottle of Purifying Blood Essence, which immediately dispelled the discomfort. At the same time, the skill book in his hand underwent a drastic change. Its appearance was no longer extravagant, and the paper was no longer parchment but had turned into a thin golden page. Although thin, the golden page exuded an ancient and heavy aura, as if it contained all the knowledge in the world and could easily overwhelm heaven and earth. Zhou Chen's eyes gleamed as he had never seen such a unique skill book before. With a surge of his thoughts, the information on the ancient golden page unfolded before his eyes. Name, Dirge of Condemnation, Tier, Immortal, Type, Sword Skill Book, Effect 1, evolved from a mythical skill, known as the Blade of Justice, to sever all evil in the world. When released, it triggers multiple attacks: Lustful Point, Gluttonous Thorn, Greedy Provocation, Slothful Belt, Wrathful Collapse, Envious Tease, and Proud Draw. Sevenfold Sword Technique, Effect 2, the 7 sword techniques can be used individually or in combination. During release, damage is increased by 200% and immune to 50% of damage. Cooldown, 1200 seconds. As the contents of the golden page unfolded, Zhou Chen's breath slowed for a moment. Immortal. It was actually an immortal tier skill. Despite being prepared, Zhou Chen couldn't contain his excitement when he truly saw this scene. Immortal tier skills reached the pinnacle of the world. Any immortal tier existence was hard to come by and was a tremendous stroke of luck. This was especially true for immortal tier skills. After all, a slayer's strength was greatly influenced by their skills. Take Zhou Chen, for example. When he didn't have any skills in the secret realm, killing high-level monsters was extremely difficult. Just by possessing the golden tier Bone Shatter, he instantly became much more capable. It was evident how much his combat power would increase if he learned this immortal tier skill now. Dirge of Condemnation. Calming down, Zhou Chen carefully read the skill description and, after a moment, took a sharp breath, deeply impressed by its skill mechanism. This Dirge of Condemnation consisted of 7 styles. Perhaps because its original form, the Blade of Atonement, was produced from a stone statue, all 7 styles integrated the characteristics of the 7 deadly sins and were named accordingly. The Point, Thorn, Provocation, Belt, Collapse, Tease, and Draw were all traditional sword moves. When combined, they formed unique minor skills. These minor skills had various effects in swordsmanship, making them versatile in offense and defense. Moreover, it was clear that minor skills did not require cooldowns and could be performed solely with physical strength. When combined, they would become a true immortal tier skill, unleashing unimaginable power. Leaving aside the 200% damage increase, just the 50% damage immunity. If I master the timing of its use, it could save my life in critical moments. Zhou Chen murmured softly, clearly drawn to the part about damage immunity. After all, half of the injuries are exempt, which is truly outrageous. This can be extremely effective in many difficult instances, even playing a decisive role in reversing the situation. Many small skills, powerful big skills, versatile in offense and defense, impressive damage output, truly deserving of being immortal level swordsmanship. Zhou Chen sighed, the value of this golden page is truly immeasurable. Without hesitation, he directly chose to learn both skill books in his hands. 1 epic passive skill, 1 immortal level active skill. Learning them successively at this moment caused Zhou Chen's head to ache for a while. Countless swordsmanship insights were infused into his body, although it was only a short 10 minutes. It felt like he had immersed in the realm of swordsmanship for a lifetime. When Zhou Chen opened his eyes again, sword light condensed in his pupils, and his whole aura soared to the extreme. Like a soaring divine sword. Acquired skill Requiem Fantasia LV1, you have comprehended the true meaning of swords. Sword weapon proficiency reached LV1, 2 prompts appeared before him. Zhou Chen was slightly stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on his face again. In this world, when the proficiency of any weapon reaches a certain level, one can comprehend the power of the realm, unlocking the proficiency system. Do not underestimate this proficiency, as it plays a significant role in the strength of human strong individuals. In simple terms, the higher the proficiency level, the stronger the combat power that can be exerted. Two equal level Heaven's Bane warriors, without considering their awakened talents, when high weapon proficiency meets low weapon proficiency, it results in a downgrade in combat effectiveness. To comprehend the true meaning, unlock proficiency, it relies on both opportunity and stacking of skill books. The former is a matter of chance. The latter requires a large amount of resources. After all, without enough financial support, one cannot obtain a sufficient number of skill books. Among these, the assistance provided by high-quality skill books is the greatest. In conclusion, the weapon proficiency system is not something an ordinary person can covet. Most people in their lifetime cannot unlock proficiency in a single weapon. Zhou Chen is one such person. In his previous life, he reached level 54, learned a variety of skills big and small, but he couldn't even unlock proficiency in a single weapon. And now, reborn and returning, on the second day, he comprehended the legendary and most elusive true meaning of swords, and unlocked sword proficiency in one go. It can only be said that immortal level skills are indeed powerful. The effect of learning this one skill book surpasses dozens learned by others. It seems that in this life, I am going to follow the path of a swordsman, Zhou Chen sighed. Above the blue star, due to the existence of skill books, there are many martial arts sects. Swords, spears, staffs, these are all deeply rooted in long-standing factions. Many people choose a weapon they love as their future development path. Now, above the starry sky, there is a god king with full proficiency in staffs and spears, wielding a black dragon spear alone to guard the Mars camp. Under his sky-splitting spear intent, no dark creature has been able to break through the Mars defense line for years. This shows the terror of having full weapon proficiency. Zhou Chen had also thought about which weapon sect to follow in the future, but ultimately decided to go with the flow. After all, what type of skill book can be obtained from killing monsters is not something he can decide. Like now, comprehending the sword intent is also good. Sword proficiency growth is more difficult, but after reaching mastery, its power is not inferior to that of staffs and spears, ranking among the top in all weapons. One sword to suppress evil, one blade to exterminate wickedness, not bad at all. Zhou Chen looked up and indulged in his thoughts for a moment, then took out 5 pieces of equipment from his backpack. These 5 pieces of equipment were all obtained from the secret realm. 4 of them were rewards shared during the beast tide, and one was a myth-level ring chosen after clearing the instance. Zhou Chen's gaze swept over the pieces of equipment, finally resting on the ring. The equipment dropped by ordinary monsters before, even the highest quality among them was only silver. Even after being sublimated, at most it would only be of the caliber of gold or excellence. With the mythical grade universal set rewarded by the Federation, Zhou Chen couldn't even look at these. He found it a waste of his energy to sublimate them. So now, only a similarly mythical grade ring could slightly pique Zhou Chen's interest. The basic attributes of this ring were quite ordinary, and Zhou Chen didn't know what it would be like after being sublimated. With a mindset of giving it a try, he drank a restorative secret potion while using his innate abilities. Swish! The surging power of sublimation rushed out, and the simple ring shone brightly at that moment. After a few breaths, everything calmed down, and a jet-black crystal ring appeared in Zhou Chen's hand. Congratulations! The Sea Monster Ring has been advanced to the Ring of Endless Vitality. Name: Ring of Endless Vitality. Grade: Epic. Type: Accessory. Restrictions: LV10, LV25. Constitution, plus 236 Agility, plus 161 Description. An epic equipment evolved from the Sea Monster Ring, possessing the characteristic of endless vitality. The wearer restores 1% of all attributes per minute, which increases to 3% in combat. After reading the equipment description, Zhou Chen's eyes lit up. The attributes of this equipment were unexpectedly good. It was an extremely rare piece of equipment that could restore its own status. With his high basic 4-dimensional attributes, even if the recovery rate was only 3% in combat, the actual effect was quite substantial. Indeed, epic equipment had no weaknesses, even if it could only be used by small epics above level 20. Without hesitation, he directly wore the ring on his hand. In terms of equipment, Zhou Chen was now quite well equipped. With weapons and accessories, apart from the mythical set of equipment from the Federation that he had not yet received, everything else could be considered luxurious. With a thought, a brand new personal panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Zhou Chen. Level: LV10, 98%. Strength: 5200, plus 47. Agility: 5200, plus 258. Spirit: 5200, plus 102. Constitution: 5200, plus 236. Skills: Bone Shatter LV1, Sword Heart Enlightenment LV1, Requiem Fantasia LV1. Equipment: Starfall Pendant, Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunderous Raid, Mythical, Ring of Endless Vitality, Epic, Talents, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Sublimation, Unique, Awakening Skill, Ultimate Sublimation LV1 Weapon Proficiency, Sword LV1. Looking at his panel, which exuded the aura of a rising star, Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday, he was just a nameless newcomer who had been reborn. But today, his reputation was already subtly spreading among the higher-ups of the Federation, and he was only one step away from reaching LV11. All these things made Zhou Chen deeply moved. Tomorrow, I'll set a record as the top 10 in Federation attributes, claim the rewards in the red card, and then head to the outskirts of the city to hunt monsters in the dungeon. Before going to bed that night, Zhou Chen closed his eyes and made plans for the next day, then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, although he didn't have to go to school, Zhou Chen still woke up early. He jogged downstairs as usual, solved the breakfast problem at the breakfast shop, and then headed to the main street of Lin Yuan City. This was because the Dragon Tower, where the Federation's top attributes were registered, was built here. The Dragon Tower was established in various cities and was an institution specifically for handling the political affairs of the Celestial Hunters. Its importance was self-evident. It was rumored that every owner of a Dragon Tower was a level 100 powerhouse, capable of walking on air, tearing through space, and had the power to guard a city. The owner of the Dragon Tower in Lin Yuan City was very aloof, extremely mysterious, and ordinary people could never catch a glimpse of him. Even the prestigious families and nobles within the city need appointments to meet. However, these matters were irrelevant to Zhou Chen. He came this time only to register for the highest 10th level attribute and claim the rewards. Lin Yuan City was not considered a super metropolis on the Blue Star, but it still had 70 million permanent residents. With such a terrifying population base, one could imagine how many people awakened as Celestial Slayers. As the institution responsible for all Celestial Slayer affairs, the Flying Dragon Tower in Lin Yuan City was the only one of its kind. This led to the building being almost always occupied. Even in the early morning, the ground floor lobby was bustling with people. Every counter was crowded, and sometimes one had to queue up a day in advance to conduct business. At such times, those who had waited in line would always gaze enviously towards the innermost counter on the ground floor. There, a row of vacant counters stood, but there were few people conducting business there. That was the VIP area, accessible only to the offspring of prestigious families who had made outstanding contributions to Lin Yuan City. In other words, it was a private passage for the privileged. At this moment, under the envious gazes of many, two young people were calmly chatting in the spacious VIP area. They were a man and a woman. Let's not talk about the man for now, but the woman was extremely eye-catching. She wore a white dress, with a figure slender like a model, and a face exquisitely beautiful, exuding an aura of aloofness and the arrogance possessed only by noble young ladies. Her gaze towards anyone was tinged with a hint of disdain. Only when her eyes swept over her equally refined male companion beside her, would there be a touch of equality. Miss Morone, I am quite familiar with Manager Xiao here. Rest assured that today's matter will definitely be resolved, the refined young man said with a smile, his tone gentle and somewhat pleasing. Thank you, Zhou. Miss Morone, don't tease me. I, Zhou Tong, am just a minor figure in the Zhou family. The one truly worthy of the title Zhou is my elder brother, Zhou Wang. Zhou Tong, the young man, said, shaking his head with a smile. Although he said so, his demeanor was far from humble. It was because he was from the main branch of the Zhou family. Although not as prestigious as Zhou Wang, the heir, he was still a prominent figure compared to the myriad other offspring of the city's elites. In the second-generation circle of Lin Yuan City, he was a commanding presence. Today, he was invited to assist Miss Morong of the Morong family in resolving a long-pending matter at the Flying Dragon Tower. How is Zhou Wang doing recently? Upon hearing Zhou Wang mentioned, the cold girl's eyes brightened slightly, showing some interest as she asked. Seeing this, Zhou Tong felt a tinge of melancholy in his eager heart, but he truthfully replied, Brother Wang has reached level 18. He went to Tianxiang City with the clan leader today and may not return until before the college entrance examination. The cold girl nodded quietly, her expression somewhat subdued. Seeing her distracted demeanor, Zhou Tong changed the subject, but last night, Brother Wang told me something quite interesting. You might find it intriguing. At this, the girl raised a beautiful eyebrow, indicating for him to continue. Zhou Tong chuckled, Do you know? Our Zhou family's abandoned son who ran away from home, Zhou Chen, registered his awakening information at Wuzhong yesterday and only achieved a D level. Isn't it laughable? It seems that the decision to expel him from the family was right. Allowing such a waste to remain in the Zhou family would only be a disgrace for us in Lin Yuan City. By the end of his words, Zhou Tong's face was filled with mockery, his laughter cold and continuous. On the opposite side, the cold girl who heard these words was stunned. Her delicate face then became extremely complex. Jun-gu. No, Jo-chin. He ultimately became a failure. It seems my decision to leave him back then was right. Mu Rongshui tightened her clothes, memories of the past resurfacing in her mind. In earlier years, the Zhou family and the Mu Rong family were close, and the younger generation of both families often played together. Zhou Chen was precocious, and with his father Zhou Xianrong, a peerless genius, shining over him, he was already a leader among the children of both families at a young age. Wherever he went, he was like a star among the crowd. Even Zhou Wan was just his follower, obeying his cousin's every command. Zhou Chen's youthful spirit naturally attracted a large group of children from both families to admire and follow him. Mu Rongshui was one of them. At that time, she thought Zhou Chen was the most dazzling person in the world, dreaming of marrying him when she grew up. It wasn't until the incident involving Zhou Xianrong occurred, and Zhou Chen became unwelcome in the Zhou family, that these children realized that the once brilliant Zhou Chen, without his many accolades, was just an ordinary person. Upon learning that Zhou Chen had been expelled from the Zhou family, Mu Rongshui didn't know how to face him and chose to avoid him. Many years passed in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing news about Zhou Chen again, it was revealed that he had awakened as a D-grade talent, a scandal. In a world where talent determined one's future, a D-grade talent had no prospects whatsoever. This meant that Zhou Chen would completely lose the qualification to return to the Zhou family. However, Mu Rongshui inexplicably felt relieved. It was a sigh of relief, as if the guilt of deliberately staying away from Zhou Chen for all these years had dissipated, because she and Zhou Chen were now truly from two different worlds. With this in mind, Mu Rongshui's expression returned to its former coldness. Ha! Isn't that Zhou Chen? It's like calling for trouble and trouble arrives. Just as Mu Rongshui felt at peace with herself, Zhou Tong suddenly pointed towards the entrance of the Feilong Tower, his face filled with surprise. This statement immediately caught Mu Rongshui's attention, and she instinctively looked up. Indeed, at the entrance of the Feilong Tower, a familiar young man was stepping into the hall. Mu Rongshui stared blankly, a flash of disappointment passing through her eyes. Because the current Zhou Chen in front of her appeared silent and unassuming, dressed only in a plain white sportswear, devoid of the arrogance and sharpness expected of a privileged young man, so ordinary that he seemed like he could be lost in the crowd. Where was the pride of the former young master of the Zhou family? Perhaps witnessing Zhou Chen's decline with her own eyes, Mu Rongshui's expression gradually returned to calm, completely at peace. Her eyes once again regained their cold demeanor. However, Zhou Chen's next actions once again caught her attention. He was heading straight towards the VIP area. What was he doing? Didn't he know that the VIP area didn't welcome commoners? This kid really doesn't know his place, daring to barge into the VIP area, thinking he's the young master of the Zhou family? Zhou Tong couldn't help but sneer openly, looking like he was watching a show. At the same time, Zhou Chen had already reached the VIP area. Compared to the crowded hall, the VIP area was spacious and not many people were present. As he approached, Zhou Chen noticed Zhou Tong and Mu Rongshui. His gaze paused briefly on Mu Rongshui before coldly shifting away. In the previous life, the young Zhou Chen had also been moved by Mu Rongshui. After all, she was beautiful and elegant, even in the circle of the elite in Lin Yuan City. She was known as a stunning beauty, willing to be his little fan. How many young people could not develop feelings in such a situation? At that time, he foolishly thought that one day in the future, the two of them would naturally come together. But it wasn't until several years later, as he fell out of favor, that Zhou Chen realized Mu Rongshui's deliberate distance. It turned out that this sweet and obedient girl in front of him never liked him as a person, but rather the identity of the young master of the Zhou family. Otherwise, news of her flying with Zhou Wang shortly after the college entrance examination would not have spread. At that time, Zhou Chen was melancholic for a long time because of this. And now, reborn and back, when Zhou Chen saw Mu Rongshui again, all that remained was a plain view of the past. In this life, his only goal is to constantly become stronger, step by step becoming the supreme of the human race. Everything else is just a delusion. Not to mention Mu Rongshui, even the Zhou family, and the entire city of Lin Yuan, are not worth mentioning in his eyes. Above the starry sky is his goal. So when Zhou Chen saw Mu Rongshui and Zhou Tong again, his attitude remained calm, not even wanting to get entangled with them, just wanting to focus on his own affairs. Even when he entered the VIP area, it was only to expedite his business. Indeed, Zhou Chen is no longer a nobleman's son. But don't forget, he still has a red card awarded by the Federation to exchange for mythical-grade equipment. The value of this red card is far more prestigious than any noble status in the city. Sir, please stop here. This is a VIP area. Please show your identification. Just as Zhou Chen entered the VIP area, a staff member stepped forward to stop him. Zhou Tong, who saw the scene not far away, had a more mocking expression on his face. He used to be one of Zhou Chen's followers, but now he has become one of Zhou Wang's biggest supporters. He knew very well how much animosity Zhou Wang had towards Zhou Chen, so seeing Zhou Chen in a difficult situation now was naturally enjoyable for him. He even felt that a couple of sneers were not enough, so he got up and walked over. Seeing this, Nuren Shui sighed inwardly and followed suit. What's going on? As Zhou Tong approached, he displayed the demeanor of a young master and asked knowingly. The staff member, upon seeing that it was Zhou Tong, immediately lowered his head and humbly replied, "Young Master Tong. This person wants to enter the VIP area, and I am checking his credentials." Then you must check carefully. This person is Zhou Chen, who used to be a member of my Zhou family, but now he is just a castaway expelled from the family, no longer having a noble status. Appearing here, I have to suspect whether he intends to impersonate a noble disciple and deceive others. Zhou Tong delivered the prepared speech, his face full of amusement, looking mockingly at Zhou Chen. The staff member's expression immediately turned serious upon hearing this, and his gaze towards Zhou Chen became colder and more vigilant. "Sir, please show your noble identity proof, or I will have to call the security." With these words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even in the hall, many people were curious and looking over. Zhou Chen, who had intended to take out the red card, couldn't help but frown upon seeing this scene. His cold gaze turned towards Zhou Tong, the instigator. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Tong to come looking for trouble when he ignored him. If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, Zhou Tong only awakened an A-level talent. And because of his playful nature, he hadn't even reached level 10 by the end of the college entrance examination. In other words, with Zhou Chen's current strength, it would be a piece of cake to crush Zhou Tong. If it weren't for the prohibition of fighting in Linyuan City, Zhou Tong would probably be lying on the ground talking to him right now. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen didn't give the other party any face and coldly said, "Zhou Tong. Even Zhou Wang would have to bow his head and talk to me here. Where do you get the courage from? Have you forgotten how I used to beat you when we were kids?" Zhou Chen's words were not exaggerated. He used to be the king of children. In Linyuan City, no matter whose privileged child it was, as long as he didn't like them, he would just beat them up. Not to mention Zhou Tong, even Zhou Wang had been slapped by Zhou Chen countless times. Hearing these words now, memories uncontrollably surfaced in Zhou Tong's mind, making him furious. He shouted, "Outrageous! Zhou Chen, do you still think you're the young master of the Zhou family? Nowadays, you sound nice as a discarded son, but in reality, you're just a loser. How dare you arrange US privileged children here?" As soon as these words were spoken, even the onlookers nearby gasped in shock. The staff's expression darkened, and he spoke again, "Sir, please don't cause trouble. Phylon Tower is not a place for you to act recklessly." There was a clear hint of threat in his words. Yet, it was Zhou Tong who had started the trouble. However, he turned a blind eye to Zhou Tong's actions, clearly showing that they were birds of a feather. Zhou Chen understood all this and his eyes turned completely cold. He knew that saying more at this moment would be futile, so he spoke directly, "Whether I have the right to stand here or not, let your superiors come and make it clear." The staff member in front of him was just a minor role. 1,000 words were not as effective as one word from those in power. "We make the decisions here?" The staff member was taken aback by Zhou Chen's confident demeanor, hesitating for a moment, unsure of what to do. Had he misjudged the situation? Did the other party have a different identity? Otherwise, how could he dare to call for Phylon Tower's manager to come out? "Zhou Chen, you are getting more and more confused. Look at your own status before you dare to say that Phylon Tower's manager, Xiao, will come out. That high and mighty figure would never acknowledge a waste like you with a D-grade talent." Before he could figure things out, Zhou Tong beside him burst into laughter, full of mockery in his words. Even Morong Shui, who had been watching from the sidelines, showed a hint of disappointment on her face. In her eyes, the Zhou Chen she once admired, the moonlight of her youth, had died in her memory. The person standing before her now was just a shameless braggart. With this thought, a touch of disdain crept into Morong Shui's disappointed eyes as she looked at Zhou Chen, no different from how she looked at others. Despite the various gazes fixed on him, Zhou Chen remained unfazed. Standing with his hands behind his back, he looked proud and stated matter-of-factly, "Why should I know Xiao, the manager? When he comes out to see me, he will treat me with the utmost respect, regarding me as an honored guest." Zhou Chen's voice was calm as water, yet it stirred waves in the hearts of those who heard it. Who is this young man exactly? How dare he speak so arrogantly? Phylon Tower has 33 floors, each with a manager. I remember that Xiao, who is in charge of the first floor, is a level 47 powerhouse, arrogant and always looking down on us commoners. Indeed, Xiao, the manager, usually only associates with noble children. Is this young man out of his mind to offend him like this? Perhaps he has a different identity, with a powerful figure backing him up? In the hall, many people whispered and speculated, looking at Zhou Chen with astonishment. Despite wearing cheap sportswear, Zhou Chen exuded a demeanor akin to a drawn sword. His inner confidence was palpable, causing a stir and leading people to wonder if this young man truly had the cards to challenge Phylong Tower's manager. His display completely intimidated the staff member, leaving him in a dilemma. Even Morong Shui, who had been utterly disappointed in Zhou Chen, seemed momentarily confused. She felt as if she had seen the spirited young master of the Zhou family from many years ago again. Could it be that Zhou Chen wasn't exaggerating on purpose? Does he really have something to rely on? Morong Shui's eyes flickered, and she suddenly found herself feeling a bit amused, unexpectedly developing some anticipation towards Zhou Chen at this moment. Among the crowd, only Zhou Tong remained with a dark expression, a cold smile on his face. He was Zhou Wang's confidant, knowing many secrets unknown to others, even participating in the incident of hiding the falling starstone at Zhou Chen's residence back then. Therefore, he was certain that Zhou Chen's talent was only at the D level. Such talent, in the eyes of the upper class, was no different from ants on the roadside. It was impossible for him to gain the appreciation of any important figure. So, from the bottom of his heart, he believed that Zhou Chen at this moment was just bluffing. Wait until Manager Xiao steps in, let's see how you end up. Zhou Tong took in the discussions of the onlookers on this matter, feeling more and more mocking in his heart, hands in his pockets, watching the scene with a look of amusement. And under the watchful eyes of everyone, the staff member's forehead was constantly covered in cold sweat. Unlike Zhou Tong, he did not have detailed information, so he could not be sure if the young man in front of him really had something to rely on, as his strong self-confidence that feared nothing was too intense. For a moment, he was in a dilemma, not knowing how to end this situation. Humph. I want to see who dares to disrespect me, Xiao Xingyan. Just when the atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense, a cold voice came from afar. Everyone looked towards the sound, and the next moment, the crowd dispersed like a tide. At the end of the crowd, a middle-aged man with a fat figure was walking step by step. He was in his 40s, his physique a bit out of shape, but his expression was fierce, his eyes sharp and vigilant. As he looked around, everyone quickly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The newcomer was the steward Xiao mentioned by Zhou Tong. With the sound of his leather shoes on the ground, Xiao Xingyan walked slowly and methodically towards the VIP area. Respected steward. Before he could even stand still, the staff member from earlier ran up to him, looking extremely fearful. Smack! However, in the face of the subordinate's greeting, Xiao Xingyan didn't even glance at him, but instead slapped him across the face. You blind fool, who can deceive you? Should I open the VIP channel for any Tom, Dick, or Harry in the future at Phylong Tower? His speech dragged on, but his actions were heavy, swelling the right side of the staff member's face with a direct slap. But the latter dared not say a word, only nodding and bowing repeatedly, standing obediently behind Xiao Xingyan. After doing all this, Xiao Xingyan then turned his gaze towards Zhou Tong. The previously arrogant expression finally softened, showing a hint of kindness as he smiled at him. Young Tong, how have you been? Rest assured, I will definitely help you with Miss Moron's matter today. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong smiled with his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a young noble, and replied, Thank you, Steward Xiao. The two then exchanged a few more pleasantries, and Xiao Xingyan finally turned his gaze towards Zhou Chen. His expression reverted to that lofty and disdainful attitude, with a thick air of contempt. His voice was icy as he spoke. It's you, who just boasted here and said that after I, the steward, meet you, you will be respectful? Now that I'm standing here, I'm curious to see what abilities you, a lowly commoner, have to make me, Xiao Xingyan, treat you with respect. Xiao Xingyan's gaze was fierce, his imposing manner pressing down fiercely, wanting to see fear and trepidation on Zhou Chen's face after his lies were exposed. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Because the young man before him remained calm throughout, hands behind his back, not showing a hint of surprise even when faced with his direct confrontation. Are you the steward here? Today's matter, if you don't give Zhou an explanation, can you still handle this responsibility? Even under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Chen's words were still astonishing in front of Supervisor Xiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. The corners of Xiao Xingyan's mouth lifted, but his face was filled with gloom. It's already this late, and you still dare to speak recklessly. It's like you're asking for trouble, Zhou Tong sneered, looking at Zhou Chen as if he were a joke. Morong Shui, who had some expectations of Zhou Chen's performance, shook her head in disappointment at this moment. Since she had already become a loser, wouldn't it be better to just humble oneself and behave? Did he still naively believe that just by speaking a few big words here without any evidence, he could change everything? Morong Shui sighed, completely giving up hope. She turned her head away from Zhou Chen because at this moment, Xiao Xingyan was on the verge of rage, and a conflict with a predictable outcome was about to erupt. The onlookers all around shook their heads. Who among those who frequented the Feilong Tower didn't know about Supervisor Zhao's temper? Offending him meant there would be consequences. Only Zhou Chen, after calmly glancing at the other party, remained unfazed, because in his hand, a red card quietly appeared. Little brother Zhou, what are you doing here? Just as Zhou Chen was about to make a move, a surprised voice suddenly interrupted, diverting everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the Feilong Tower, where a middle-aged man was walking briskly with a look of surprise. His appearance was none other than the middle-aged man surnamed Su who had registered talents at the 5th middle school yesterday. In fact, as a talent registration officer who could directly report to the Federation's high-level officials, the middle-aged man surnamed Su held a high position in Linyuan City. In the Feilong Tower, he held the position of steward. It's worth noting that the Feilong Tower had a total of 33 floors, each with a supervisor. However, there were only 3 stewards in the entire Feilong Tower. They wielded great power in the Feilong Tower, being the top bosses of the supervisors on each floor. Each of them had deep connections in Linyuan City and regularly interacted with the heads of major families and university presidents. However, at this moment, as the middle-aged man surnamed Su hurried over, warm greetings flowed from his mouth. Little brother Zhou, coming to the Feilong Tower for business and not informing me in advance? No matter what business it is, as long as you give the order, I will definitely do my best to handle it for you. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his tone so enthusiastic it bordered on obsequiousness. This surprised everyone present. And after the middle-aged man surnamed Su appeared, Xiao Xingyan's expression also changed drastically. Su Yuan. Steward Su, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to inspect high schools for 3 days? He asked anxiously, his previous air of superiority nowhere to be found. Because of his keen perception, he had already noticed the attitude of the middle-aged man surnamed Su towards Zhou Chen. How humble it was. The dignified steward of the Feilong Tower was actively welcoming him like a lapdog at this moment. What was the identity of this young man after all? No wonder he had the confidence to say he would be respectful and obedient. Xiao Xingyan felt bitter inside, sensing that today's events were about to take a turn for the worse. The surrounding people were also discussing fervently at this moment. They were just common people and didn't know such a big shot like the middle-aged man surnamed Su. However, they could still see how fearful Supervisor Xiao, who usually acted arrogantly, was in the presence of the middle-aged man surnamed Su. Furthermore, the attitude of the middle-aged man surnamed Su was also worth pondering. Such a big shot entered the Feilong Tower and didn't even acknowledge Supervisor Xiao. Instead, the first person he greeted was the young Zhou Chen. This situation was remarkably similar to when Xiao Xingyan first appeared, wasn't it? The only difference was one extreme attention towards Zhou Chen, while the other was extreme disdain. At this moment, Su Yuan finally saw the situation clearly upon hearing Xiao Xingyan's words, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Xiao Xingyan, apologize. Su, a middle-aged man known for his worldly wisdom, only needed a glance at the scene to figure out what had just happened. He didn't even bother to ask for the reason and directly gave the order. Su, it was me just now. Xiao Xingyan's expression changed, wanting to struggle and explain. However, Su Yuan gave him a cold, angry look and said, "You blind fool. How dare you insult someone like little Zhou brother? I'm telling you straight up, if you don't apologize and show respect, the position of steward on the first floor can be replaced." Su Yuan's voice was icy, clearly furious. After all, no one understood better than him how noble Zhou Chen's identity was. He possessed an unprecedented SSS-level talent. He even made it to the reserve list of the federal high-ranking officials. Such a peerless genius, with the potential to become a 100-level powerhouse or even a 500-level god king, had great prospects. He hadn't even had time to make connections, yet this insignificant steward dared to offend him with arrogance and power play. How could Su Yuan not be angry? Even as he spoke, his level information, reaching a staggering LV60, was displayed above his head. It was clear that he was determined to settle the matter today. In this moment, Xiao Xingyan was completely dumbfounded by the unfolding situation. Clearly, he hadn't expected Su Yuan to go to such lengths for the unremarkable Zhou Chen. He couldn't understand it, filled with resentment, but dared not show it and could only grit his teeth, bowing respectfully to Zhou Chen. "Master Zhou, I was blind and disrespectful, I deserve to die." His voice trembled slightly, and at that moment, Xiao Xingyan was utterly humble. Compared to his arrogant demeanor just moments ago, he seemed like a different person. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen stood by, observing everything with folded arms. He truly hadn't expected to encounter an acquaintance at the Feilong Tower. Nor had he anticipated that this middle-aged man named Su Yuan, who hadn't boasted in the principal's office yesterday, actually had some influence in Linyuan City and was willing to stand up for him. Although he understood that the other party's assistance wasn't out of a sense of justice but merely a recognition of his talent. Of course, there was nothing wrong with that. After all, in the world of the Heaven's Conquerors, geniuses should enjoy privileges. Little Joe brother, what do you think of this outcome? Su Yuan turned to him, smiling. Zhou Chen simply nodded faintly in thanks, never once looking at Xiao, who was still bowing to him. To him, whether it was Zhou Tong or the suddenly emerged Xiao steward, they were insignificant. He just wanted to focus on his own tasks, complete his duties promptly, and then head outside the city to level up. Sensing Zhou Chen's reaction, Su Yuan understood and immediately said, Little Zhou brother, if you don't mind, I'll personally handle your tasks today, ensuring that such a situation won't arise again. I appreciate it. Zhou Chen nodded calmly, and then both he and Su Yuan left the scene of conflict, heading towards the depths of the VIP area. Once the two had walked away, the onlookers couldn't contain their amazement. Heavens, someone actually made Xiao Steward apologize. That influential figure only said a few words and made Xiao Steward kneel and apologize. But when facing that young man, he became submissive. Doesn't that mean the young man's status is far above theirs? This is incredible. He looked just like us, wearing cheap clothes. But who would have thought he had such great abilities? This young man's identity is quite something. Today is truly worth it, to see Xiao manager suffer a loss. The crowd stirred, looking at Zhou Chen's indifferent figure leaving, filled with awe. Only Zhou Tong, his face as dark as water. Zhou Chen, how does he know the steward of the Flying Dragon Tower? He gritted his teeth, not seeing Zhou Chen suffer a loss, feeling quite unhappy and greatly shocked. After all, the steward of the Flying Dragon Tower held a high position of power. Even with his status as a direct descendant of the Zhou family, it was impossible for a steward to step forward without revealing his own status just to stand up for him. Zhou Chen was just a discarded son. What qualifications did he have? Clutching his fists tightly, Zhou Tong's eyes were full of jealousy. At the same time, Morong Shui, who had been watching the whole commotion, also bit her red lips tightly, feeling a bitter taste in her heart. She had repeatedly thought that Zhou Chen was just a braggart who spoke empty words, but reality had given her a heavy blow. The confident and lofty words of the young man at that time still echoed in her ears. Thinking of this, Morong Shui couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yes, having a connection with a steward of the Flying Dragon Tower, you indeed have such confidence. She raised her head, her gaze blank. Morong Shui would never know that Zhou Chen's confidence had always been based not on any so-called connections, but on his firm mindset, extraordinary talent, and unwavering belief in himself. Coming back to life, everything he did was to become stronger. This time, coming to the Flying Dragon Tower to register the highest attribute record of level 10 was just for the sake of the first place reward. The specific nature of this reward was not disclosed by the Federation, but there had always been rumors circulating online, some saying it was an epic level item, others saying it was a massive amount of high-level resources. Regardless of which one it was, this so-called reward made people envious. For hundreds of years, countless geniuses had charged towards the highest attribute record, but few had reached the top. Over time, this record of the Federation's highest attributes had become an obsession in the hearts of many geniuses. Eventually, it evolved into a different kind of ranking, where countless talents took pride in being able to climb this list. The initially lucrative reward that attracted countless people had become a mere bonus. And the list that recorded all these honors was called the God List. Anyone who could make it to this list was destined to become a God King of the human race. The appearance of the God List promoted the prosperity of human martial arts. In order to encourage people to challenge the God List, the Federation had specially set up list display areas in the Flying Dragon Towers of every city worldwide, welcoming geniuses from all over to come and challenge. The Flying Dragon Tower in the city of Linyuan naturally had this list, located on the 3rd floor. At this moment, the figures of Zhou Chen and Su Yuan had already appeared here. The 3rd floor was not as crowded as the 1st floor, as this level was specifically used to test one's own attribute values, with few visitors on regular days. When Zhou Chen stepped onto the 3rd floor, the vast floor seemed empty, except for a few scattered passers-by. In the center, there was a technologically advanced screen floating, displaying rows of text. Little brother Zhou, that is the God List. Seemingly aware of Zhou Chen's gaze, Su Yuan smiled slightly and led him over. Upon approaching, they realized that the floating screen was quite large, with a height of 4 to 5 meters. The fonts on it were majestic, shining with a golden light, exuding a sense of oppression. Zhou Chen looked up and saw that it recorded names that were well known. Federal LV10 level attribute record, God list, in 01, Blaze, total attribute points, 13912 in 02, Monster Puncher, total attribute points, 11292 in 03, Houtnan, total attribute points, 10104 in 04, Black Dragon Spear, total attribute points, 10008 in 05, Dominator, total attribute points, 9999 in 06, Zhao Yaxian, total attribute points, 9923 in 07. The list only displays the top 10, and no longer continues. In addition, few people on the list use their real names, most use aliases, just like nicknames in games. As a result, looking at the various names, they are all diverse. Su Yuan seemed to notice this scene, couldn't help but smile wryly, and explained to Zhou Chen, although it looks strange, the Federation is doing this out of helplessness to protect the talents of our human race. After all, the situation on Blue Star is turbulent, with dark creatures lurking in the starry sky. Before our human talents grow up, if they want to make it to the God list, they can only do so in this way. Of course, once they become powerful, if they don't like their alias, they can also apply to the Federation to change the name on the list to their real name. For example, the Blaze Flame God King you see now, he used an alias until he reached level 500, until his strength became strong enough to fear no conspiracies, only then did he change back to his real name. Hearing Su Yuan's explanation, Zhou Chen nodded. The Federal God list is renowned, and was even once called the list of future God Kings of the human race. Such high-profile attention naturally attracts various forces with ulterior motives. So, it's understandable to use an alias for protection when ranking at a low level. Little brother Zhou, since you want to challenge the God list, it's best to come up with an alias too. Su Yuan reminded at this moment. Regardless of whether Zhou Chen's total attributes can make it to the list, this conversation is necessary. After all, he is an SSS level talent. An alias? Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, did not refuse. Having lived a previous life, he naturally knows when to be high profile and when to be low-key. This record of the highest level in the Federation is globally synchronized. Once he makes it to the list, he will undoubtedly attract everyone's attention. Even the dark creatures in the starry sky might take notice of him. Zhou Chen won't joke about his own life, so after pondering for a moment, he made a decision. Emperor, this is the alias he thought of. Because his name contains the character Jun. And Jun, in ancient times, symbolizes the meaning of an emperor, also known as an emperor. The two fit perfectly. Emperor. Su Yuan, upon seeing the alias Zhou Chen decided on, couldn't help but be surprised, feeling the profound meaning behind the name. Does he think he will rule the world like the supreme ruler of the ancient times, commanding the world? Su Yuan dared not think about the answer to this question, but undoubtedly, from this moment on, Zhou Chen's weight in his heart became heavier. Several minutes later, Zhou Chen, having filled in all the information, appeared in a closed cultivation room. To challenge the federal attribute record, it's not just about displaying the panel. Because the data on the panel can be temporarily modified by certain special items, making falsification possible. Therefore, the Federation uses the most primitive registration method, the combat detection method. In the cultivation room, there will be a specially made puppet summoned by a mythical level item. The registrant only needs to battle with it, and all the attributes of the body will be automatically recorded, with values as precise as those on the panel, very mysterious. This measure can effectively prevent cheating. Of course, since it is detecting one's own attribute values, any attribute bonuses from equipment are not allowed. When Zhou Chen entered the training room, he had already taken off all his equipment. Little brother Zhou, if you're ready, I'll start over here. Su Yuan's voice came from the broadcast on the roof of the training room. As a staff member of the Flying Dragon Tower, he couldn't enter the training room and was responsible for activating the puppet outside. Let's begin. Zhou Chen took a deep breath at this moment, activated his state to its peak, and then made a gesture of readiness towards the camera above his head. Inside the quiet training room, in the center of the flat ground, Zhou Chen assumed a stance, adjusting his breathing rhythm. A surging and powerful force filled his limbs and bones as he breathed in and out, preparing to exert force at any moment. And in front of him, the activated trial puppet slowly started up at this moment. The puppet had no face, made entirely of stainless steel, covered with intricate runes, and if you looked closely at its head, you could see information about its rank. Name, General Attribute Detection Puppet, Level, LV10, Rank, Mythical, Type, Summoning Type Item, Description, it does not possess enough attack power to harm others, but its resistance to attacks is extremely strong, and it has multiple attack modes that can effectively detect an enemy's comprehensive attribute values. A plain and unremarkable description, nothing particularly noteworthy. At this moment, it seemed to sense Zhou Chen's presence, and the trial puppet raised its two arms. With a click-click sound, 2 thick gun barrels appeared out of thin air on its arms. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight, watching this scene with great interest. Under his gaze, a green sphere was about to be ejected from the large gun barrel. Bang! Finally, with a crisp gunshot, the green ball flew out of the barrel, heading straight for Zhou Chen's vital point. As the green ball flew out of the barrel, it revealed its full appearance in the air, turning out to be a solid rubber ball similar to a baseball. This kind of rubber ball might sting a bit when hitting a person, but it didn't cause any substantial harm. Is this testing my agility? Zhou Chen easily dodged the attack, already having a rough idea of the trial puppet's intentions. Sure enough, after this strike, the puppet seemed to be fully activated, continuously shooting rubber balls at Zhou Chen's vital points, increasing in speed and frequency, forming an almost impenetrable attack network. Bang! 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 The sound of gunshots echoed continuously in the silent training room. Zhou Chen gradually entered a state, his figure moving swiftly and perfectly demonstrating what was called extreme positioning. After all, with all his attribute points maxed out, he had an agility of 5,200. In front of him, the L-10 trial puppet, even if its gun barrels exploded, couldn't touch a single hair on Zhou Chen. Faster! Even faster! Zhou Chen seemed to be enjoying himself, finding time amidst his dodges to taunt the puppet. This arrogant scene completely enraged the trial puppet, whose gemstone-made pupils turned slightly, the steel plate on its chest unfolded, and then 2 black gun barrels extended from it. 4 gun barrels in total. The number of rubber balls shot out doubled. At the same time, the speed increased, wave after wave of shots aimed at Zhou Chen. The space for him to display his footwork became smaller and smaller, and now, a slight mistake could result in being hit. Zhou Chen's face also showed a rare focus, bringing out an unprecedented level of energy, his figure seeming to transform into a flying dragon at that moment, swiftly moving and dodging. Meanwhile, just in the observation room next to the cultivation room, Su Yuan stared in disbelief at the monitoring screen, his mouth wide open, his face full of incredulity. 4 guns, all at full speed, and not a single hit, how is this possible? It seems like during the test of Yan Lai back then, he performed similarly, right? Just how high is Zhou Chen's agility attribute? The scenes displayed on the monitor in front of Su Yuan completely dumbfounded him. The current holder of the highest attributes at level 10 in the Federation, Yan Lai, emerged 50 years ago. Su Yuan, an elder of the Flying Dragon Tower, had the privilege of seeing the data left behind from Yan Lai's test back then. And now, Zhou Chen's performance was remarkably similar to the legendary Yan Lai. You see, who was Yan Lai? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the strongest geniuses in the Federation in nearly 100 years. His overall attributes at level 10 reached 13,000, with his agility alone at 3,000. This was simply unattainable for ordinary people. You see, an ordinary person who never trained, without any fortuitous help, relying solely on attribute points gained through leveling up, would not have an average of over 200 in all 4 dimensions at level 10. Yan Lai, on the other hand, was a peerless genius from a prominent family. Before reaching level 10, he had already consumed various secret medicines to boost his attributes and had been training since childhood, engaging in daily battles with fierce beasts in the deep mountains. Even before awakening his powers, he dared to hunt monsters alone, relying on relentless hard work day and night, which eventually led him to the pinnacle at level 10, dominating the world. But Zhou Chen? He was just a normal high school student who went to school every day, yet his performance and agility was comparable to Yan Lai's, which was truly mind-boggling. No, his performance has already surpassed Yan Lai's. Just as Su Yuan pondered over these thoughts, he suddenly seemed to remember something, his pupils dilating. During Yan Lai's test back then, although he faced the trial puppet's full-speed attacks from 4 guns, he didn't dodge them all. Throughout the 5-minute test, he was hit a total of 7 times. But what about Zhou Chen now? For minutes had passed since the agility test began, yet his expression remained calm and composed, not a single rubber ball touching his clothes. No matter how cunning the attacks from the trial puppets were, Zhou Chen could evade them with his agile movements. Discovering this, Su Yuan was greatly astonished and shocked. Could it be he wants to pass the agility test unscathed? This idea suddenly popped into Su Yuan's mind, and from then on, it grew uncontrollably. Honestly, when Su Yuan learned that Zhou Chen had come to the Flying Dragon Tower today to challenge the Divine List, he didn't pay much attention. Although Zhou Chen possessed an SSS-level talent, it was not impressive enough in front of the Divine List. You see, the Divine List was established 500 years ago, with its scope reaching globally. Over the past 5 centuries, the entire Blue Star had seen numerous outstanding geniuses striving to make it onto the list. Despite the long river of time separating them, they fiercely competed, eventually forming the current situation. It could be said that in front of this list, an SSS talent was the least worthy of boasting because everyone had it. Therefore, when Su Yuan heard that Zhou Chen wanted to challenge the divine list, he flattered him on the surface but didn't take it seriously in his heart. He simply thought of the other party as a young and arrogant individual who had no understanding of the true value of the divine list, just acting on a whim. In his eyes, even reaching the top of the list was a distant dream for Zhou Chen, let alone making it into the top 1,000, which would already be outstanding enough to be called an extraordinary talent. But who would have thought that as soon as the test began, Zhou Chen had already demonstrated a strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. His performance and agility even surpassed that of Yan Lai from years ago. It's terrifying. His agility definitely exceeds 4,000. Just based on this attribute alone, he's qualified to rank in the top 500 on the God list. What's ridiculous is that I even speculated he couldn't even make it to 1,000. Su Yuan shook his head absent-mindedly, finally realizing at this moment what kind of terrifying monster he had befriended. Lao Su, who's in the training room? Just as Su Yuan nervously stared at the monitoring screen, the door behind him suddenly swung open. Soon, a woman in a fiery red dress hurriedly walked in, her eyes somewhat excited. Chan's steward. Su Yuan was stunned when he saw the woman in the fiery red dress. Because this woman in front of him, like him, was also a steward of the Phylong Tower, wielding immense power. Her eyes were urgent as she said, I just passed by the training room and felt that the trial puppet inside unleashed 4 full-speed shots. It's been many years since anyone in Lingyuan City has triggered such test conditions. Who is the genius behind this? The youngest son of the Wang family, the eldest son of the Morong family, or the new young master of the Zhou family? As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, when a person's level reaches a certain height, their senses will be greatly enhanced. Even from a distance, they can vaguely sense certain images. It is rumored that the top experts above the starry sky have extraordinary senses and can perceive events happening on the other side with just a thought. Steward Chen's level was slightly higher than Su Yuan's, and she had already faintly activated this ability, so she only sensed the movements of the trial puppet as she passed by the training room. That's how this scene came about. After hearing this, Su Yuan wryly smiled and stepped aside, showing the monitoring screen behind him. It's a junior from the Zhou family. Zhou family? Zhou Wang? Steward Chen was taken aback by this result. There were only a few young geniuses in Linyuan City that she had heard of, and she had even met Zhou Wang a few times, but she only felt that this young man seemed somewhat hypocritical, without realizing he had such outstanding four-dimensional attributes. However, in response to this inquiry, Su Yuan shook his head. No, it's a junior who has already been expelled from the Zhou family. His name is Zhou Chen. His father is Zhou Xianrong. The plain words sounded like thunder exploding in the night sky. Steward Chen's pupils widened slightly, and she hurriedly rushed to the monitoring screen to see clearly that the figure inside was indeed not Zhou Wang, leaving her extremely surprised. This is Zhou Xianrong's son? His agility attribute value must exceed 4,000. Far more than that. Su Yuan sighed at this moment and said, so far, he hasn't been hit even once. Furthermore, he has a rare dual talent, with the second talent reaching SSS level, as registered by me personally. What? With this revelation, Steward Chen was once again shocked, her graceful figure even swaying, unable to stand steadily. Having lived for half a century, she had never seen such a terrifying genius. Could he truly be the young king of gods? Oh, and he has also been recognized by the Federation as a potential sequence candidate. After a pause, Su Yuan dropped another bombshell. This. Steward Chen's beautiful eyes widened, her mind spinning, completely speechless. It felt like going out for a walk and suddenly hearing that there were NBA top players playing basketball in the next door gym when you went in to see. Absurd and magical. Bang! Just as the two in the monitoring room couldn't calm their thoughts, the sound of the last rubber ball landing came through the headphones, and Zhou Chen had already completed the test. Under the full-speed attack of 4 shots, not a single ball hit him, and the real-time results of his agility attribute detection also appeared in the monitoring room's data feedback. Citizen name, Zhou Chen agility value, 5200. When that dazzling string of numbers appeared before their eyes, neither Su Yuan nor Chen Steward could utter a word. It was too terrifying, too horrifying. Although they had anticipated it, they never expected it to be this high. A single attribute exceeding 5,000. What kind of concept was this? It was simply unheard of, unseen before. Even the former Yan Lai and Hao Tian were far inferior. Su Steward, continue. The confident and spirited words of the youth came through the earpiece, snapping the two out of their daze. After Su Yuan regained his composure, he didn't dare delay and quickly manipulated the trial puppet to proceed with the next test. In the following dozen minutes, Su Yuan and Chen Stewart witnessed scenes that would be unforgettable for a lifetime. Zhou Chen showed no weaknesses in either physical or mental tests, and just like the agility test, he pushed the trial puppet to its highest difficulty level. His various attribute test results were equally impressive, leaving them speechless at first glance. Both his mental and physical attributes, like his agility, reached an astonishing 5,200 points. Just these three attribute values alone totaled 15,000, far surpassing the current top-ranked Yin Lai. But don't forget, Zhou Chen still had one strength attribute left to test. If it also reached 5,200 points, it would completely rewrite all records in the history of the Federation, causing a sensation on Blue Star. Old Su, does he know he's a potential sequence candidate? In the silence, Chen Stewart asked. Su Yuan was taken aback, shaking his head. I haven't told him. You know how brutal the sequence competition is. Even the status of a potential sequence candidate holds no substantial benefits before becoming a true sequence, but rather attracts countless covetous eyes. I'm afraid that informing him prematurely would disturb his state of mind. When the time is right, he will naturally come to know. The sequence competition in the Federation was the most brutal arena, known as the genius meat grinder. Even as potential sequences, there was a risk of falling before becoming true sequences. What's even more frightening was that this competition had already quietly begun when vying for potential sequence spots. Some young and arrogant individuals, upon being granted the status of potential sequence candidates by the Federation, believed they possessed great abilities, becoming proud and complacent, inadvertently destroying their drive for progress. This led to a disastrous defeat when competing with others for potential sequence positions in the future. Therefore, after Zhou Chen was included in the potential sequence candidate list, Su Yuan and the old principal decided not to inform him, as a form of protection for the genius. It had to be said that although Su Yuan was a bit materialistic, he had a good heart, was capable of admitting mistakes, and understood the importance of timing. Upon hearing this, Chen Stewart's expression turned strange as he sighed. With the kid's abilities, he should be thankful if he doesn't go hunting others once the sequence competition starts. Anyone who provokes him is simply seeking death. Your protection is meaningless. It wouldn't hurt to tell him directly. I didn't expect him to be this formidable. He just broke the God-ranking record after testing only 3 attributes. Now I understand why he was able to enter the secret realm for the first time and level up to 10 yesterday. Su Yuan said with a bitter smile, recalling Zhou Chen's calm demeanor in the principal's office yesterday, finally understanding where that confidence came from. And at this moment, in the monitoring footage, Zhou Chen had already begun the final strength test. Compared to the other 3 tests, the strength assessment was relatively simple, requiring only the delivery of the strongest blow to the trial puppet. The puppet would then calculate the strength attribute based on the force it endured. At this moment, Zhou Chen assumed a poised stance, squatting with a straight back and a clenched right fist poised at his abdomen. When the full force of his body reached its peak, he unleashed a sudden straight punch. The force broke through the air with a whistling sound. This punch shook the heavens and earth, resonating through the universe. Meanwhile, on the 33rd floor of the Phylong Tower, in an elegantly decorated tea room, a man in his late 20s with a head full of white hair sat cross-legged. In front of him, a bowl of freshly brewed green tea steamed gently. Anyone knowledgeable in teas would be astounded to witness this scene because the tea brewed by the man was not ordinary. It was a mythical quality tea known as holy tea, only obtainable from a 100-level difficult instance. This holy tea was valued at 1,000,000 federal coins per ounce, enhancing all attributes when consumed regularly and slowly increasing experience points. However, the man with white hair, named Chu Tiange, seemed indifferent as he tasted it. Displeased with the taste after a sip, he poured the remaining half-bowl directly onto the table. Such wasteful behavior would be deemed extravagant by anyone witnessing it. Yet, strangely, it seemed fitting for Chu Tiange, the owner of the Phylong Tower, a figure of great power in the city of Linyuan. Chu Tiange himself was a legend. At only 28 years old, he had reached level 194 in cultivation before being airdropped by the Federation to serve as the Phylong Tower's owner, wielding unimaginable power that even the heads of prestigious families and wealthy elders had to respect and not underestimate. Rumors circulated in the city that Chu Tiange's position as the Phylong Tower's owner was just a stepping stone, and he would soon ascend to higher positions within the Federation, possibly even to its core. Many sought to befriend Chu Tiange, with numerous dignitaries wanting to visit him daily. However, Chu Tiange consistently declined all offers, leading to mysterious and aloof rumors about the Phylong Tower's owner. In the midst of it all, Chu Tiange, the enigmatic and aloof owner of the Phylong Tower, was about to pour out the remaining tea residue when he suddenly paused. His ears twitched imperceptibly, and he uttered a soft exclamation. Such light footwork, able to dodge the 4 rapid shots of the trial puppet without a single leaf touching. Who was this extraordinary individual? With a tone of astonishment, Chu Tiange lowered his head, his eyes filled with interest fixed on the tea table. However, there was nothing on the table. Yet, he continued to stare as if his gaze could penetrate objects, seeing through barriers to witness events on the 3rd floor at that moment. Chu Tiange naturally did not have X-ray vision. It was his keen senses as a 100-level powerhouse that allowed him absolute perception within a certain range. For instance, his ears subtly moved, enhancing his auditory abilities, enabling him to clearly hear everything happening on the 3rd floor despite being seated on the 33rd floor. The conversations between Su Yuan and Butler Chen, the sound of Zhou Chen's body moving and brushing against the air, the trial puppet's rubber ball shooting through the air. All sounds trajectories were vividly transmitted to Chu Tiange's ears at that moment, painting a clear picture in his mind. This was the terror of a 100-level powerhouse. Though not divine, it was close enough. Zhou Xianrong's son, huh? After observing for a while, Chu Tiange pondered. It was evident from the conversation between Su Yuan and Chu Tiange that Zhou Chen's identity had been revealed. By the abyss, there is a dragon, named Zhou. This was the praise the world bestowed upon Zhou Xianrong, a name that even held great prestige in the starry sky, a fact Chu Tiange was well aware of. He thought to himself, if Zhou Xianrong's son displayed such talent, it wouldn't be surprising. After a moment of distraction, Chu Tiange decided to refocus his senses and continue brewing tea. However, just then, Su Yuan mentioned that Zhou Chen had an SSS level 2nd talent and was included in the federal pre-sequence backup candidate list, catching Chu Tiange's attention once again. This caused him to pause his tea making, his expression turning curious. SSS level? And a pre-sequence backup? Chu Tiange was astonished, abandoning the tea making altogether as he concentrated his senses, his gaze piercing through barriers to land on Zhou Chen. With incredibly strong talent and exceptionally high agility attributes, Zhou Chen seemed to excel in every aspect, making Chu Tiange contemplate whether he should make an acquaintance. The status of being a pre-sequence backup candidate was indeed worth noting. Although the competition for sequences was fierce, with numerous talents falling along the way each year, as long as someone fell, there would always be someone to rise. If he could form a strong friendship with a powerful pre-sequence candidate early on, it would be invaluable when that person reached the realm of the Divine King in the future. Thus, Chu Tiange began to consider the idea. He hesitated, torn between decisions. While Zhou Chen possessed an SSS-level talent, Chu Tiange himself was not lacking. Coming from a prominent background, he was already a level 100 powerhouse before the age of 30, holding significant influence and power in the region. Such achievements made him a true prodigy, and prodigies had their own pride. They wouldn't easily bow down to others. Therefore, even after learning about Zhou Chen's talent and exceptional agility attributes, Chu Tiange remained cautious and indecisive. It wasn't until Chu Tiange sensed Zhou Chen being tested on his mental and physical attributes that his expression changed completely. Especially when Zhou Chen performed a strength test, unleashing a magnificent punch, Chu Tiange stood up abruptly, unable to contain his excitement any longer. He tore through the empty space in front of him with his bare hands, creating a spatial passage, and then stepped into it, disappearing from sight. On the 3rd floor, inside the training room, accompanied by a tremendous quake, Zhou Chen stood with his fist clenched. In front of him, the trial puppet bore a clear fist mark on its steel chest. Simultaneously, the 4-dimensional attribute test results of Zhou Chen were displayed on a liquid crystal screen hanging above his head, all showing 5200, identical to Zhou Chen's personal panel. This surprised Zhou Chen. As he pondered the operation principles of the trial puppet and why the test results were so accurate, the empty space beside him suddenly trembled, tearing apart the next moment, revealing a figure with white hair walking out of thin air. This scene startled Zhou Chen, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably as he involuntarily took 2 steps back. And the white-haired man who appeared out of nowhere, who else could it be but Chu Tiange? At that moment, Chu Tiange was discreetly observing Zhou Chen. The white-haired man's calm demeanor belied the storm raging within him. Being present at the scene, he keenly felt the formidable physical attributes of Zhou Chen. Moreover, he saw the test results displayed at the top of the training room. All 4 attributes were 5,200. A total of 20,800 attributes. Despite anticipating it, the sheer impact of seeing these results was overwhelming. After all, even Flame, who had dominated the divine list for 50 years, had a total attribute sum of only 13912. Zhou Chen's attributes were nearly double that of Flame's. This is no longer a human being, but rather a mythical ancient fierce beast cub. Senior, may I ask who you are? Zhou Chen, now calm, looked at the white-haired man in front of him with some confusion, hesitated, and asked respectfully. The white-haired man in front of him had a complex expression, showing shock, admiration, emotion, and admiration among other emotions. After a while, he restrained all his emotions, then smiled lightly and said, "My name is Chu Tiange, the owner of this Filong Tower. If you don't mind, from now on, I will take care of all your business at Filong Tower. How about it?" As the words fell, Zhou Chen was stunned. Meanwhile, in the adjacent monitoring room, two stewards who were secretly watching were so shocked that they sat on the ground with a thud. When Chu Tiange appeared in the practice room, Su Yuan behind the monitor almost popped his eyes out. Little brother Zhou actually startled the tower owner. This. Su Yuan stuttered, as if the scene before him was something incomprehensible. Steward Chen also had his lips slightly parted, his beautiful eyes widened, standing still as if struck by lightning. It was not that they were exaggerating, but the scene before them was too unbelievable. After all, as stewards of Filong Tower, they knew their owner's character too well. He was a ruthless person who didn't even put the heads of the major noble families in Linyuan City in his eyes, with a temperament as proud as the sky. He usually just sat on the 33rd floor, drinking tea and practicing calligraphy. Even if the dignitaries who wanted to see him lined up outside with gifts, he wouldn't even glance at them. Even they, the stewards, rarely saw Chu Tiange in person within a year. However, such a proud and arrogant genius was now appearing voluntarily because of a high school senior. He even spoke words of service to him personally. How could this not be shocking? It was only at this moment that Su Yuan and the others understood that even someone as extraordinary as Chu Tiange, in the face of absolute genius, would willingly set aside his pride. Zhou Chen, perhaps he can truly stand out in the sequence war. Su Yuan sighed long, looking at the two figures displaying different styles in the surveillance footage, then at the indescribable four-dimensional attributes, feeling 1,000 emotions in his heart. He knew that from today onwards, the first on the divine list would change. After reigning for 50 years, Yan Lai would eventually step down. In a daze, Su Yuan felt as if he had witnessed the rise and fall of an era, becoming a participant in this event that would soon be recorded in history. Inside the practice room, two figures full of vigor stood facing each other, observing each other. To be honest, Zhou Chen was somewhat surprised by Chu Tiange's appearance, but not too much. After all, his four-dimensional attributes were truly terrifying, far surpassing everyone on the divine list. Therefore, he was clear during the testing that it would definitely cause a sensation afterwards. He just didn't expect it to actually bring out the mysterious owner of Filong Tower. Seeing Zhou Chen quickly regain his composure, Chu Tiange couldn't help but be impressed by the young man's calm demeanor. He smiled slightly and said, "Young brother is truly exceptional, possessing such profound four-dimensional attributes at level 10. It has truly opened my eyes. If you don't mind, may I register your attribute data into the Federal Intelligence Brain, a historic operation, later? It would be an honor for me." Chu Tiange's tone was gentle, his posture humble, not displaying any sense of superiority due to Zhou Chen's young age and low level. He even restrained all his arrogance, not showing a trace of it. If the noble elders of Linyuan City were to see this scene, their eyeballs would probably pop out. Since when did the mighty owner of Filong Tower become so easy to talk to? Especially in front of a high school student? It's simply unbelievable. And at this moment, upon hearing this, Zhou Chen also modestly waved his hand. "I dare not. To be appreciated by the host is an honor for the younger generation. Respect others a foot, be respected a yard." This is Zhou Chen's principle of handling things. Regardless of the purpose of the host of Filong Tower, at least he did well in terms of face, making Zhou Chen feel comfortable, so naturally, he had to return the courtesy. In his words, he took the initiative to lower his own status. But when Chu Tiange heard this, he repeatedly waved his hand, smiling, "Brother, there's no need for that. I'm only 10 years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me brother. Since brother requests this, I will dare to call you that." Zhou Chen also responded promptly. After a hearty chat, Zhou Chen followed Chu Tiange out of the practice room and arrived in front of an intelligent brain. Chu Tiange raised his palm to unlock the permissions, then with a serious expression, personally registered the data Zhou Chen had just tested. At the same time, the huge screen in the center of the third floor also changed at that moment. A brand new name, like a god descending to earth, suddenly appeared in the first place on the list. This change was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples that spread rapidly, quickly extending throughout the Federation. The god list of Filong Tower in all cities of Blue Star simultaneously updated the changes. Although the god list was not monitored all the time, any changes on a global scale would always be discovered by someone first. In a certain city in Daxia, the registration place for the highest level attributes of Filong Tower, a passerby, who happened to be passing by, casually glanced at the god list as usual and was about to leave. But suddenly, as if realizing something belatedly, his steps came to a halt in midair. The next second, he turned around in astonishment, staring straight at the once extremely familiar list, his mouth wide open. What's going on? How did the list change? Why isn't Yen Lai in first place? He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he must have been mistaken. But no matter how many times he looked back at the God list, the content on it had indeed changed from before. Heavens! The God list has a new leader, is this a sign of change? He exclaimed, quickly taking out his phone to capture this scene. At the same time, with his strange actions, he finally attracted more passers-by. They curiously gathered around, looking at the God list, unable to look away. Following that, there were countless gasps. After 50 years of dominating the top spot, Yen Lai was dethroned, and countless people couldn't believe it, spreading the news. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously in countless cities on Blue Star. The internet exploded with news, countless media outlets rushing to report. Breaking news! New leader on the God list. Breaking! Just now, a mysterious genius ascended to the top of the God list. Yen Lai's record has been broken. Who is the new king of the God list? Dominating for 50 years, finally surpassed by a newcomer. Level 10, 4-dimensional attributes of 20,800. Is this really achievable by humans? Articles flew across, spreading all over the internet in an instant. Countless citizens of the Federation learned about the change in the God list. Some people initially didn't believe it, thinking it was a marketing stunt, media deliberately seeking attention. It wasn't until they noticed everyone around them discussing the matter that they finally believed that the God list had indeed changed hands. A mysterious genius, with absolute superiority, broke Yen Lai's record of 13,912 four-dimensional total attributes, dominating the top spot for 50 years. The new king possesses a total attribute of up to 20,800. How many years will he rule the divine list? The thought of this left countless people in shock. Many top-level experts secretly observed this scene, knowing that an unparalleled genius had emerged today. Perhaps in the near future, this genius would ascend forcefully to the stars and become the new divine king. His title that reigns over the world is the Emperor. The silver bottle bursts, water and pulp splatter, the iron cavalry charges, and the swords and spears clang. The news of the Emperor ascending to the top of the divine list exploded like a flood bomb, instantly reverberating throughout the Federation. On this day, countless people who heard the news were shocked and inexplicably shaken. The mysterious Emperor became the most discussed topic of the moment. Using the Emperor as his title, stepping on the flames to rise to power, this person is truly bold. A total attribute of 20,000 points. How can later generations surpass that? In the realm of the 10th level of the divine list, he might dominate for eternity. In recent years, various geniuses have emerged in the Federation continuously. Could it be a sign of a great era descending, heralding the rise of our human race? Not only that, if the Emperor can maintain this momentum and secure the first place in the upcoming divine lists, there might be another invincible supreme being above the stars. That's too difficult. How many people throughout history have been able to dominate for so long? Even the Flames, he only managed to secure the first place in the 10th level of the divine list. Countless people fervently discussed, some excitedly predicting whether the Emperor would continue to dominate in the upcoming divine lists. The Federation has set up lists of the most powerful attributes for every 10 levels before reaching the 100th level. There are a total of 10 lists, but not all of them attract attention. In reality, only 3 are truly worthy of being called divine lists. They are the first 10th level, the 50th level, and the final 100th level. These 3 levels represent 3 crucial stages before reaching the 100th level, carrying immense significance. The records of the most powerful attributes at these 3 stages have been the target pursued by countless geniuses throughout history. Anyone who can reach the top of any of these lists is enough to be proud and look down upon the world. As for those who top all 3 lists, they are few and far between. Even the Flames, when he dominated the first 10th level, by the time he reached the 50th level, his total attributes could only rank 5th. It shows how challenging it is to secure the first place in all 3 divine lists. Today, the Emperor's fame has spread far and wide, crushing the competition with 20,800 attributes to secure the first place. Few are willing to believe that he will still be at the top in the 50th and 100th levels as he is today. However, this does not diminish the impact of the Emperor's sudden emergence on the Federation. The impression he gives remains mysterious and powerful. Not only ordinary people but also many veteran experts and transcendent powers are paying attention. Great Xia, Kunlun Mountain. Above the towering mountain range, there is an extremely futuristic steel city built in a highly unconventional manner. The interior of this city is highly developed, dazzling like a science fiction movie, but there is not a single ordinary person in sight. This is the location of the number one institution in the Federation, Kunlun University. In other words, the entire Steel City before our eyes is the territory of Kunlun University. At this moment, in the tallest building on the Koen University campus, in the principal's office, a figure stumbled in, looking terrified, holding up a tablet and shouting, "Principal, something terrible has happened." In such a panic, where is your composure? In front of him, an old man with white hair but a commanding presence scolded sternly. Obviously, this old man is the head of the renowned number one institution in the Federation, Kunlun University. Despite nearing 100 years of age, he still appears vigorous and spirited, with a healthy and rosy complexion that surpasses many young people. A pair of sharp eyes seem to see through people's hearts, extremely captivating, with a hint of divine light between the disdain. He didn't look like a principal who educated students at all, but more like an honored veteran returning from the battlefield. After his assistant was reprimanded, he immediately shrank his neck, forcibly calming himself down, then walked to the desk and whispered, "Principal, the record of the federal level 10 attributes has just been broken. A mysterious person named Tianzi, with a total of 20,800 points in attributes, has replaced Yen Lai." What? However, as soon as the assistant's voice fell, the old principal who had just scolded him hurriedly stood up and snatched the tablet. The content on it was about the change of ownership of the divine list. "Principal, you." The assistant stared dumbfounded at this scene, feeling like the old principal's imposing demeanor had suddenly collapsed. After all these years of being with the old man, it was the first time he had seen him lose his composure like this. Especially seeing the inconsistent reactions of the old man, he felt like laughing for a moment but dared not, his face turning red. After a long time, the old principal finally finished reading all the news and put down the tablet. Looking somewhat displeased at his assistant, he stroked his white beard with one hand and said, "This is a good thing. It is because of the emergence of geniuses constantly breaking records that our human race can maintain its longevity and resist the dark creatures in the starry sky. It's just a pity that I lost the bet with that old rascal Wu." With that, the old principal snorted in annoyance. Wu Laogue was the principal of the Taichu Academy. 50 years ago, the two old men made a bet based on Yenlia's ranking. The bet was how long Yenlia's record would last before being broken. The old principal bet it would last at least 50 years, while Wu Laogue was certain it would be broken within 50 years. This year happened to be the 50th year. Obviously, the winner was Wu Laogue, and the old principal was just one step away from winning the bet. This was also why the assistant shouted big trouble as soon as he came in. Thinking about having to show off in front of that smug old face of Wu Laogue, the old principal was furious. After sulking for a while, he said, "Check the personal information of this Tianzi. If he is a high school senior this year, have him choose our Koen University." "What if he doesn't come?" the assistant asked, puzzled. Seeing the assistant's confusion, the old principal calmly took a sip of hot water from his thermos cup and said decisively, "He won't refuse because we are Koen University." In his words, there was an immense sense of confidence. This was the confidence of the number one university in the Federation. Meanwhile, apart from Kunlun University, similar scenes were unfolding in the other three top academies. The high-level officials of Yaoqi University, Taichu Academy, and Nanshanmen Academy had all learned about the change in the divine list. Among them, the Taichu Academy led by Wu Laogue, as mentioned by the old principal of Kunlun, was one step ahead and had already obtained detailed information about Zhou Chen from the core hub of the Federation. After confirming that he was indeed a high school senior, Wu Laogue immediately decided to give Zhou Chen a reserve spot. The decisiveness of this decision left many high-ranking officials in shock. It was unprecedented in the hundreds or even thousands of years of history of the Federation. The four major universities of the Federation were boiling because of Zhou Chen's rise, and other extraordinary forces were not calm either. After all, with a total attribute exceeding 20,000 at the 10th level, this not only broke the record of the divine list but also shattered the record since humans had upgrade panels. The significance and impact behind this are profound. Major forces are all stirring in response. The head of a $1 trillion consortium posted an announcement online, offering to give up 10% of the shares as a reward if the Tianzi is willing to become the spokesperson for their group. This matter made headlines and caused a sensation. Renowned experts and scholars from the Federation also appealed to the entire network, begging the Tianzi to disclose the maximum data of the four-dimensional attributes at each level, stating that this has great significance for martial arts research, leaving onlookers stunned. Even dark web assassins have received manhunts issued by certain evil organizations and are scouring the world to find the Tianzi himself. This wave of turmoil has even spread to the core of the Federation. In the capital of Daxia, the symbolic Tower of Assembly representing the highest power of the Federation in the Eastern Hemisphere, One after another influential figures are reviewing the detailed information of the Tianzi. From Zhou Chen's birth, to his early signs of intelligence as a child, the shocking changes in his family during his youth, various performances during talent registration, and even the conversation with Chu Tiange 10 minutes ago, everything is presented in meticulous detail. Dual talents, the second talent is still the only SSS level, quite interesting, but we are not clear about what his talent ability really is. It must be related to increasing his own attribute points. Indeed, no matter how humans train, it is impossible to have 20,000 total attributes at the 10th level. Could it be a talent that follows the path of achieving sanctity through the physical body? Let's not dwell on the talent for now. The fact that this child reached the 10th level upon entering the secret realm shows remarkable skill. There are indeed commendable aspects, except for some stains in his family background. His father is a criminal who betrayed the Federation. Around the circular conference table, one influential figure after another is engaged in conversation. And when Zhou Xianrong is mentioned, they all fall silent involuntarily. After a long silence, voices finally resurface. Regarding the conviction of Zhou Xianrong and his wife for betraying the human race, has the Federation been too hasty in its judgment? Where is the haste? Zhou Xianrong and his wife were witnessed by the King of Ji personally committing fratricide. The evidence is conclusive. Is the King of Ji the only witness? Isn't that enough? I think it's not enough. The Zhou family in Linyuan City has always been loyal to the Federation, and we investigated Zhou Xianrong's past. He doesn't seem like someone who would betray the human race. Humph. Even if there are some hidden facts, as long as he did raise a butcher's knife against his fellow human beings, that's enough. But his son, Zhou Chen, is now ranked first on the divine list. Indeed, judging from Zhou Chen's current performance, he excels in all aspects and can be considered the top tier of the Federation's talents. We cannot allow a gap to form between talents and our Federation. I propose withdrawing the arrest warrant and reopening the investigation into Zhou Xianrong and his wife. I agree. I also agree. Around the roundtable, many influential figures express their opinions, and in a few words, they have reopened the investigation into the case of Zhou Xianrong and his wife. Although some are not convinced, the majority agree, and following the principle of majority rule, the matter is settled. Some discerning individuals sigh inwardly. For so many years, this case has been left untouched. And now, with Zhou Chen's rise to prominence, a heinous crime of betraying the human race suddenly has a chance of redemption. This is the true meaning of a son bringing honor to his father. The Zhou family is truly extraordinary. A true dragon has emerged. Although this dragon is still in its infancy, it already has the ability to stir up storms in all directions. At this moment, in Linyuan City, Zhou Chen is unaware of the various upheavals in the outside world. After completing the registration, he followed Chu Tiange to the 33rd floor to have tea. In the quiet tea room, tasting Chu Tiange's legendary $1 million tea leaves, Zhou Chen's face was filled with astonishment. Because on his personal panel, rows of prompts were continuously flashing. Drinking LV 100 legendary tea leaves, experience +1 drinking LV 100 legendary tea leaves, experience +1 drinking LV 100 legendary tea leaves, experience +1. Although the increase was very slight compared to dry meditation, it was many times faster. In just a short while, he was about to reach level 11. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. Truly, even a small thing casually revealed by a 100-level expert was enough to make beginners like them drool. At this thought, his determination to level up faster became even stronger. Little brother, if you like it, you can take these tea leaves later. Chu Tiange observed Zhou Chen's expression and, after brewing a new pot of tea for both of them, smilingly offered. Thank you, big brother. Zhou Chen cupped his hands and did not refuse because he was really tempted by this tea. Perhaps for Chu Tiange, this tea that only increased by 1 point of experience was insignificant. But for Zhou Chen, who had unlimited potential for advancement, its value was immeasurable. At this moment, being able to obtain some from Chu Tiange, a 100-level expert, was definitely a huge gain. After all, besides experts like Chu Tiange, it was difficult for others to possess such sacred tea. Ha ha, little brother, no need to be polite. You climbing to the top of the god ranking in one go has truly opened my eyes. As the saying goes, a hero is presented with a fine horse. I don't have a fine horse, but I do have some sacred tea. Chu Tiange laughed heartily, then casually tossed the remaining 2 ounces of tea leaves to Zhou Chen, looking carefree. Seeing this, Zhou Chen was also infected by his boldness, and the two soon engaged in a lively conversation. They discussed the past, present, and future, evaluated the current geniuses, and before they knew it, they had finished a pot of tea. Big brother, I actually have some equipment to exchange when I came to the Flying Dragon Tower this time. Seeing the opportunity, Zhou Chen finished the last sip of tea, took out the red card, placed it on the table, and suddenly, a white light enveloped his body, unknowingly raising him to level 11. Chu Tiange was first surprised by Zhou Chen's leveling up light, but his attention was soon drawn to the red card. "This is the Federal Supreme card?" he exclaimed, showing obvious surprise in front of Zhou Chen for the first time. Then he shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "I thought your potential as a quasi-sequencer was enough to impress people, but I underestimated the high-level Federation's regard for you. They even gave you the Supreme card." "Quasi-sequencer?" Zhou Chen was puzzled. Seeing this, Chu Tiange slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot that you don't know about this." After that, he explained the matter of the sequence struggle to Zhou Chen. Although Zhou Chen was surprised after listening, he didn't say much. After all, his original goal was to become the supreme of the human race and uncover the truth about his missing parents. This was already a thorny path, facing countless geniuses as enemies. He had long been prepared to contend with heroes from all over the world. Therefore, the so-called sequence identity was not important to him. At most, it was just an added bonus. "Little brother, there is a set of legendary universal equipment that your red card can exchange for, and I happen to have it here in my flying dragon tower." After finishing the sequence matter, Chu Tiange brought the topic back to the equipment reward. With a flip of his hand, 5 shiny golden pieces of equipment appeared before them. "Take a look first. If you don't like them, I can request to exchange for another set with the Federation." "No need, I'll take it as it comes." Zhou Chen smiled wryly upon hearing Chu Tiange's words. After all, no matter what type of equipment it is, it needs to be enhanced once it reaches him. There's really no need to change it. However, there was still a hint of anticipation in his eyes as he looked towards that set of mythical grade equipment. Name: Wrath of the Earth Serpent Chestplate Grade, Mythical Type, Heavy Armor, Upper Body, Restriction, LV10 LV25 Constitution, plus 331 Strength, plus 423 Magic Defense, plus 562 Description, crafted from materials collected from the Lord-level magical beast, the Rampaging Earth Serpent. Equipping this grants 2% damage immunity, 2% damage amplification, and 2% additional experience gain. Note, this equipment is part of a set. Collecting other pieces unlocks additional attributes. The first piece of equipment that caught his eye was a chest plate. After casually scanning through the various attributes and descriptions, his gaze lingered slightly on the type. Heavy armor seemed to align with Zhou Chen's initial thoughts. His physique was robust, his vitality abundant, surpassing ordinary people in both constitution and strength. Therefore, heavy armor was the most suitable equipment for him, providing the highest proportion of attribute bonuses. As for the so-called burden, it was almost imperceptible to Zhou Chen's robust body. Moving his gaze away from the chest plate, he proceeded to inspect the attributes of the other pieces of equipment one by one. They were the Wrath of the Earth Serpent shoulder guards, Wrath of the Earth Serpent leggings, Wrath of the Earth Serpent belt, and Wrath of the Earth Serpent boots. A total of 5 pieces of equipment that formed a complete set. Each piece offered similar attribute bonuses, along with the same equipment effects. In other words, wearing all 5 pieces would grant 10% damage immunity, 10% damage amplification, and 10% additional experience gain. Additionally, there was an extra set effect. Wrath of the Earth Serpent set description: the wearer will gain the power of the Earth Serpent, with a 5% chance of summoning the Earth Serpent's power for a synchronized attack when attacking. You're quite lucky, little brother. This Earth Serpent set is renowned during the novice period for its outstanding attribute bonuses, and the attributes of heavy armor also complement your physique well. Chu Tiange complimented with a smile, handing over the Wrath of the Earth Serpent set to him. Holding the weighty equipment in his hands, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a rare sense of joy in his heart. With his experience from his past life struggles, he could naturally see that Chu Tiange's evaluation of this equipment was not exaggerated. Whether it was the attributes of each small part or the overall set effect, they were quite powerful, living up to the name of mythical grade equipment. Even without enhancing its grade with sublimation power, it was enough to qualify him to dominate various novice dungeons. And after enhancement, the provided combat power would only become stronger. By then, he might even be able to crush all aspects of higher-level dungeons. Quietly stowing it away in his spatial backpack, Zhou Chen then turned his gaze to Chu Tiange, contemplating how to ask this newly recognized big brother about the rewards for reaching the top of the god ranking. After all, his goal in breaking the god ranking record was not for fame, but for the rumored generous rewards. In this regard, compared to other geniuses, Zhou Chen was relatively pragmatic. Sensing Zhou Chen's meaningful gaze, Chu Tiange, with keen senses, immediately understood his intention. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Don't worry, little brother. The reward for reaching the top of the god ranking is of great importance and cannot be decided by my flying dragon tower, which only has city-level authority. This reward will be determined by the central government of the Federation and urgently airlifted from the divine capital over 10,000 miles away. Calculating the time silently by pinching his fingers, he added, if they act fast, it should be arriving soon. After listening, Zhou Chen did not question and nodded lightly. Although the world was dominated by the celestial hunters, the technological power was not weak. Especially after the expansion of the Blue Star by 1,000 times, human scholars focused their research mainly on transportation. There were significant breakthroughs in both land and air transport. The speed of ordinary passenger planes had reached the level of sound speed, and for the transportation of important goods, high-tech fighter jets were exclusively used. The speed was incredibly fast, not even taking long to circle the globe. Brother Chu, I wonder what rewards the Federation will give to the first on the divine list. Zhou Chen blinked curiously. Well, Chu Tiange, usually confident, looked a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I'm not too sure either. After all, it's been 50 years since the first on the divine list changed, so what the reward is, perhaps only the Flame King knows. With the Flame King dominating the list for 50 years, it indicated that the Federation had not rewarded the first on the divine list for 50 years. The time in between was too long. Even Chu Tiange, the owner of the local Filong Tower, or the high-ranking officials in the divine capital, probably didn't know. Perhaps only some elderly people who had been in service for over 50 years would have heard of it. As Zhou Chen saw that even Chu Tiange was unaware, his curiosity piqued. What exactly was the legendary reward that attracted countless people? Equipment? Elixirs? Skill books? Besides these, there probably wasn't much else to reward, right? Just as Zhou Chen was pondering, Chu Tiange suddenly perked up his ears, his eyes shining. They're here. He reached out in the air, tearing open a rift, then turned to Zhou Chen and said, "Little brother, wait for me a moment." The next second, he stepped into it and disappeared. At that moment, the roar of fighter jets echoed above the Filong Tower. Zhou Chen looked on in astonishment, then shook his head with a smile, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea. The Federation's procedures for handling valuable items were quite troublesome, and Zhou Chen didn't know how long he would have to wait for Chu Tiange. He decided to drink tea while taking out the earth serpent set he had just obtained, starting to enhance each piece one by one. With the effect of the epic equipment Ring of Endless Life, his overall attribute recovery was greatly enhanced, allowing him to use the power of enhancement multiple times in a row. After a series of operations, all the equipment in his hands had completely changed in appearance. He casually picked up the chest armor he had first examined, and now it looked nothing like its original form, both in appearance and attributes. Name, Sky Dragon Chestplate Tier, Epic Type, Heavy Armor, Upper, Restriction, LV10 LV30 Constitution, plus 531 Strength, plus 427 Magic Defense, plus 890 Description, a powerful epic armor forged by the power of enhancement. Equipping it grants 5% damage immunity, 5% damage amplification, and 5% additional experience gain. As expected, Zhou Chen triggered an advanced enhancement, directly upgrading it to epic equipment. The level cap increased. Attribute bonuses enhanced. Equipment effects greatly improved. The strength of epic level versus mythological level was completely different. What's even more terrifying was that the other four pieces also triggered advanced enhancement. In other words, Zhou Chen now possessed a complete set of epic armor. A smile spread across his face as he looked at the effects of the set that he cared about the most. Crazy Dragon Soaring Set Description. The wearer will be surrounded by the power of the Crazy Dragon. Each attack has a 30% chance to trigger the Dragon's Breath, causing a 5-second burning damage. During the burning period, the opponent's healing effects are halved. When Zhou Chen saw the special effect of the set, his eyes lit up. This Crazy Dragon Soaring set truly lives up to its epic quality, completely surpassing the previous Wrath of the Earth set. Not only does it significantly increase the chance of triggering special attacks, but it also comes with a burning effect. Zhou Chen, who reached level 54 in his past life, was well aware of the terror of burning damage. Its greatest advantage lies not only in the sustained damage but also in disrupting healing effects. It can be said that any skill or equipment with a burning effect can fetch a sky-high price on the market. Moreover, having burning capabilities in the team is essential when venturing into top-level dungeons. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. Zhou Chen smiled, feeling great. With a thought, he put on this shining epic armor set. At this moment, he finally became wealthy in terms of equipment. Apart from earrings, bracelets, and other accessories, he was basically fully equipped. And except for the mythical quality Thunder Robber weapon, everything else was epic. This resulted in Zhou Chen having extremely luxurious overall attributes. He summoned his personal panel, looked it over, and felt even more satisfied. Suddenly, he noticed that all the plus signs behind the four-dimensional attributes were shining brightly, reminding him that he had just leveled up, increasing the limit of the four-dimensional attributes. With a slight smile, he immediately maxed out all his four-dimensional attributes while Chu Tiangu had not returned yet. After a moment, an immensely powerful force surged within him. Zhou Chen's personal panel updated once again. Name, Zhou Chen level, LV11, 1%, Strength, 6,300, plus 1,392, Agility, 6,300, plus 958, Spirit, 6,300, plus 502, Constitution, 6,300, plus 1,136, Skills, Bone Crush LV1, Sword Heart Enlightenment LV1, Requiem Fantasia LV1 Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunder Robber, Mythical, Ring of Endless Life, Epic, Crazy Dragon Soaring Set, Epic, Talents, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Sublimation, Unique, Awakening Skill, Ultimate Sublimation LV1 Weapon Proficiency, Sword LV1 as an Epic Heavy Armor Set. The Crazy Dragon Soaring Set greatly enhances 3 of the 4-dimensional attributes except for Spirit. Coupled with Zhou Chen's 6,300 personal attributes after reaching LV11, his strength, constitution, and agility combined directly exceeded 7,000 points. What does this mean? It means that facing monsters of the same level, Zhou Chen's casual strike can inflict 5-digit damage. And if he activates the awakening skill and uses a skill, he can easily deal 2 to 300,000 damage with a single blow. Now, when encountering a boss like the stone statue, Zhou Chen can completely achieve an instant kill. His heart pounding, Zhou Chen suddenly drank a bowl of holy tea, suppressing the urge to slaughter monsters in the dungeon. Because in his perception, Chu Tiangu had returned. As expected, in the next second, outside the window of the 33rd floor, Chu Tiangu, unusually, did not tear through the void but flew in cautiously from the balcony, holding a giant egg in his hands. Little brother. As soon as Chu Tiangu entered the room, he hurried towards Zhou Chen, his face still showing deep shock and disbelief. Didn't you want to know the reward for being the first on the divine list? Here it is. His voice trembled as he placed the giant egg in front of Zhou Chen, his expression extremely complex and difficult to calm. This scene completely stunned Zhou Chen. His gaze fell upon the white giant egg with blue patterns, and in the next moment, he too shuddered all over. On the surface of the giant egg, a piece of information appeared. Name, Roaring Sky Dragon Egg, Quality, Epic, Type, Magic Pet, Growth Direction, Dragon, Description, the egg of a supreme level magical creature, only obtained in the LV300 Roaring Sky Dragon exclusive dungeon, with a drop rate of 1%. Upon successful hatching, a Roaring Sky Dragon hatchling can be obtained. The introduction was extremely brief, yet it made everyone who saw it unable to look away. This was actually an extremely rare magical creature egg, and it was of the most precious dragon attribute magical creatures. The racial rank was even as high as supreme. This was simply too insane. No wonder even Chu Tiangu couldn't calm down for a long time. Zhou Chen's heart was also stirred up, and he had thought of many rewards the Federation might give for reaching the top of the god ranking. Skill books, equipment, elixirs, and so on, but he had never expected it to be a magical pet. This so-called magical pet was a special product born after the dungeon was created. Only in high-level dungeons, by killing king-level and above lord bosses, was there a faint chance of obtaining one. Once a magical pet successfully hatched, it would be bound to its owner's soul and never betray them. A fully grown magical pet had strength that could rival that of lord bosses in dungeons. And because magical pets were only obtained in high-level dungeons, any magical pet had the potential to reach level 100. This meant that once you had a magical pet, you essentially gained an ally with the strength of a level 100 fighter out of thin air. It was clear how much benefit having a magical pet would bring to oneself. It was just a pity that obtaining a magical pet was extremely difficult, and for 99% of the people in the Federation, magical pets were only found in legends. Only those top-tier experts had the qualification to covet a magical pet. But that was all it was, a qualification. Because even with the strength to defeat king-level lord bosses, magical pet eggs were not guaranteed drops. Just like the Roaring Sky Dragon egg in front of them, the probability of obtaining it was only 1%. Besides being extremely lucky, was it even possible to clear the Roaring Sky Dragon dungeon 100 times to get the ideal result? The Roaring Sky Dragon was a LV300 dungeon, and its lord, the Roaring Sky Dragon, was not a king-level magical creature but a rare supreme level one, just a step away from the highest level magical god. Creatures of this level could easily overpower human SS-level geniuses of the same level. To defeat it, you would need at least a team of 3 or more SS-level individuals. Yet even so, clearing it once was already considered lucky. Who could risk their lives to clear it 100 times just to get a dragon egg? It was precisely because of these reasons that Chu Tiangu, the owner of the Feilong Tower who was about to reach level 200, was so shocked and overwhelmed. God knows how the Federation obtained this dragon egg. At this moment, Chu Tiangu truly envied Zhou Chen. Once the roaring sky dragon hatched successfully, it meant that Zhou Chen would have at least one helper who could grow to LV 300, which was terrifying. After all, Zhou Chen himself was also extremely talented, and with an SSS-level talent combined with the roaring sky dragon, it was very likely that he would truly sweep away all the geniuses of his generation in the future. And at this moment, Zhou Chen stared at the dragon egg in front of him, his heart also filled with immense shock and indescribable joy. The reason for this emotional state, besides the Federation's willingness to gift him the roaring sky dragon, was even greater: he possessed the power of sublimation. This was the true reason for his excitement. Although the roaring sky dragon was strong, it could only grow to level 300, and Zhou Chen was destined to surpass this level in the future. The goal for him was to reach the level of a 500-tier divine king, or even a 1000-tier supreme being. Therefore, the howling void dragon might have been of great help to Zhou Chen in the early stages, but it would definitely gradually lose its power in the later stages, becoming less and less significant. However, if the yet-to-hatch howling void dragon egg was sublimated at this moment, everything would change. A dragon egg of epic quality would inevitably become immortal after sublimation. This could very well lead to the hatching of a demigod-level pet. The demigod level, the pinnacle of all demons, even the divine kings above the stars dare not underestimate it. After all, above the blue star, there are still many LV 500 demigod-level lord instances that have not been conquered. So, if one truly possessed a demigod-level pet, the benefits could be imagined. This was the real reason Zhou Chen was truly excited. I, Chu Tiange, consider myself a dragon among men, a leading figure of the younger generation. But when compared to this young brother Zhou before me, I realize there are talents beyond talents. Perhaps, he can truly stand out in the sequence battle, and even one day ascend to the stars, leaving a mark in history. Chu Tiange looked at the young man in front of him who was caressing the giant egg, silently thinking to himself. He had a faint feeling that coming forward today to befriend Zhou Chen might be the best decision he had ever made in his life. Although this seemed unbelievable to outsiders, considering he was once a young genius and now held a high position as the lord of a city, one would think others should be the ones flattering him. But only Chu Tiange understood deep down that the path of leveling up was like rowing against the current. The higher one went, the harder it became. Especially at his level, the amount of experience needed to level up each time was enormous. The strength of the monsters in instances doubled, and the gap that equipment and items could fill became smaller and smaller. Many times, completing an instance raid, let alone leveling up, was already a great blessing to come out alive. Chu Tiange now deeply understood that relying solely on equipment, elixirs, and external help would not take him far in high-level instances. To continue advancing relentlessly, he could only rely on his unparalleled talent and powerful skills. Therefore, in the face of a true top genius, the level difference between the two was by no means a barrier to getting to know each other. It was rather an opportunity. This was also why, as Chu Tiange gradually understood Zhou Chen's character, his attitude became even more amiable than before. And as his thoughts reached this point, Chu Tiange suddenly had an idea. He looked at Zhou Chen, who had just put away the giant egg, pondered for a moment, and then spoke up. Little brother, do you know that everyone will open a core skill slot after reaching level 18? Hearing Chu Tiange's question, Zhou Chen raised his head in surprise, a bit puzzled, but still nodded and said, of course, this is a must-know for the college entrance exam. In this world, although humans had a leveling panel that allowed them to become godlike, there was never any talk of changing professions. Perhaps this was because the Blue Star was a real world, and humans, after leveling up, truly became stronger physically, not just a string of virtual data like in games. However, despite the inability to change professions, there were other paths similar to changing professions that could be taken. When everyone reached level 18, a core skill slot would appear on the panel. This core skill, similar to the protagonist's martial arts and fantasy novels, had extraordinary help for the future path of advancement. A powerful core skill could even defy fate, allowing even a D-grade talent to find a way out. In Zhou Chen's past life, he was able to reach level 54 not only because of Yi Qingshan's support but also because he luckily obtained a golden level core skill book. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of others, how could he truly establish himself in this world? So for the tree fellers, mastering a powerful core skill is crucial, even enough to influence one's entire life. Unfortunately, obtaining high-tier core skill books is extremely difficult. Especially for ordinary people, it's like a fool's dream. The reason behind this is not that the drop rate of core skill books is low because they simply do not drop in dungeons. It is said that on the Blue Star, there exists an ancient towering world tree. This tree is immense, its branches covering the sky, growing at the edge of the world. And core skill books are the product of the world tree. Rumor has it that within the leaves of the world tree lies another world, and these core skill books are hidden within. Undoubtedly, since humans appeared on the Blue Star, the world tree has always been in the hands of the strongest. With dynasties changing and nations vying for power, it's all about who has the might. By modern times, after the world formed a united army, the world tree naturally fell into the hands of the Federation. Nowadays, the Federation regularly prunes some leaves from the world tree each year, distributing them to the Dragon Tower in various cities. These leaves containing core skill books also vary greatly. It is said that the higher up the leaves are picked from the world tree, the higher the grade of core skill books inside. However, such leaves are not produced in large quantities each year by the world tree, making them scarce throughout the Blue Star. Many weaker small cities are not even qualified to receive them. The city where Zhou Chen resides, Lingyuan City, is considered above average among many cities on the Blue Star, and they can apply for one of these advanced leaves every year. But even if they apply and receive one, it has nothing to do with ordinary people. After all, the energy contained in an advanced leaf is limited. Only the prominent families and elite clans within the city have the qualifications to search for core skill books in the advanced leaves. In Zhou Chen's past life, he naturally did not have the qualifications to come into contact with advanced leaves. He was just like millions of ordinary people in Linyuan City, applying first, then queuing up, spending more than half a month searching through ordinary leaves to find a gold-level core skill book. Looking back now, it's quite bitter. And at this moment, when he heard Chu Tiange suddenly mention core skills, he was momentarily puzzled about what he was up to. Chu Tiange paused for a moment and said, "Younger brother, 3 days from now, on the 1st of next month, this year's quota of advanced leaves for Lin Yuan City will arrive, and there will be a core skill book collection ceremony at the Dragon Tower. I want to invite you as the master of the Dragon Tower to attend this ceremony." As Chu Tiange's words fell, Zhou Chen couldn't help but tremble. His face showed surprise, as he hadn't expected this year's advanced leaves to be delivered so quickly. He had been worried before, thinking about where to find the opportunity to comprehend the advanced leaves after reaching level 18. He never expected his newly recognized elder brother to bring up this matter on his own. Truly, a pillow comes when one is about to fall asleep. Zhou Chen also knew that he owed Chu Tiange a big favor, but there was no way to avoid it. After all, choosing a core skill was a matter of great importance. If he were to comprehend from ordinary leaves, at most, he would receive a gold-level skill book like in his previous life. But in the advanced leaves, the minimum was outstanding. Coupled with Zhou Chen's possession of the great divine skill infinite sublimation, once he obtained the opportunity to comprehend the advanced leaves, he was not afraid of not having top-tier core skills. Younger brother, the only difficulty in this matter is that the timing of the ceremony is too tight. If you want to participate, you must reach level 18 within 3 days. Chu Tiange then changed the subject, adding with a hint of worry in his tone. Next month on the 1st, the core skill book distribution ceremony will be held, as stipulated in the regulations. Even the master of Phylon Tower cannot change it at will. According to federal regulations, to receive the core skill book, one must reach level 18 and cannot receive it in advance. So, if Zhou Chen wants to make it to the ceremony, he must level up to 18 within 3 days, or he'll have to wait until next year. This condition is quite challenging. The higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up. Going from level 11 to 18 is much more difficult than going from level 3 to 10. It's a huge challenge for anyone. Therefore, Chu Tiange also felt a bit worried for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen remained unfazed and smiled slightly, saying, "Brother Chu, if it's just reaching level 18, I'm confident." His tone was relaxed, and his face exuded an indescribable strong belief. Chu Tiange, seeing this, was momentarily dazed. He was too familiar with the feeling emanating from Zhou Chen, the invincible momentum that only exists in young geniuses, a trait he had seen in many people before. With a sigh, Chu Tiange regained his composure and clasped his fists towards Zhou Chen, saying, "That I wish you a smooth journey and success, little brother. 3 days later, I'll be waiting for you at Phylon Tower." 10 minutes later, Zhou Chen left Phylon Tower. Passing by the first floor, he didn't see Zhou Ton, Morong Shui, and the others. They must have left after finishing their business. Zhou Chen didn't pay much attention to this minor matter. He hurried towards the nearest subway station. Time was pressing to attend the core skill book distribution ceremony in 3 days. It wasn't about his own strength but the limited experience points that monsters could provide. Zhou Chen had to kill as many as possible within the set time. Therefore, he didn't dare to waste a single moment. He quickly arrived at the nearest subway station to Feilong Tower and bought a ticket to the north gate of Linyuan City. The city was congested, and taking the subway was much faster. The reason for heading to the north gate was the continuous mountain range nearby, filled with various beginner dungeons suitable for players below level 20. Zhou Chen had spent a long time in this area in his past life, so he was quite familiar with it. After entering the dungeon, I'll upgrade the Howling Sky Dragon Egg. Sitting on the subway, Zhou Chen thought to himself. The dragon egg was extremely precious, and he needed to find a secluded place to upgrade it. Taking it out in the city would be suicidal, as even a level 100 God King would be envious of it. With these thoughts in mind, time passed swiftly. Half an hour later, Zhou Chen's figure finally appeared in the mountain range north of Linyuan City. Although in the mountains, it wasn't as quiet as expected. Instead, looking around, there were many people scattered on the hillsides, creating a lively atmosphere. Need one more player for the LV5 dungeon, expert leading, come quickly. Any brothers teaming up for the LV10 dungeon? I have a B-grade combat talent. Level 6 newbie here, support talent, beautiful and sweet, looking for a big brother to lead. Recruiting high-level players above LV15 for a regular Skyfall team, interested parties please come. Walking along the mountain path, Zhou Chen's gaze swept over these enthusiastic individuals shouting out, feeling a sense of nostalgia. There was a time when he, with only a D-grade talent, was among these people, pulling Yi Changshan, standing solemnly in front of the dungeon entrance, eagerly waiting for someone to team up with them. But now, reborn with unparalleled strength, he no longer needed to endure such hardships. Team meetings share experience points, not to mention that Zhou Chen still has a task to reach level 18 within 3 days. Even if he didn't, he was originally prepared to solo. He walked steadily towards the depths of the mountains, and after a few minutes, he appeared in front of a continuously rotating portal. Instance name, Valley of the Fierce Wind, recommended level, LV15 LV20. This instance in front of him is the highest level instance in the entire North Gate mountain range area, also recognized as the most difficult instance. According to Zhou Chen's past experience, to successfully raid this instance, at least a team of 10 or more people with B-grade talents at the same level would have a chance. The level of danger can be imagined. It is also for this reason that the Valley of the Fierce Wind has become the most unpopular instance in the North Gate mountain range. After all, the threshold for challenge is too high. Most beginners struggle to even team up for normal low-level instances, let alone dare to touch something like this. Of course, the difficulty of the Valley of the Fierce Wind is only relative to others. In Zhou Chen's eyes, it's nothing. With 2 SSS grade talents, epic level equipment, and immortal level skills, if he can't clear it solo, he might as well find a tofu to crash into. Standing in front of the instance gate, just about to enter, he suddenly noticed someone crouching beside him. The person was smoking continuously, and upon seeing Zhou Chen, his eyes lit up. He stubbed out the cigarette but on the ground, clapped his hands when he saw Zhou Chen, and said, "Brother, I'm from 1 middle school, awakened an A-grade talent, and now I'm level 17. You seem to be here to raid the Valley of the Fierce Wind as well. How about teaming up?" The man looked eager. Although he didn't know Zhou Chen's talent level, he subconsciously felt that someone who dared to hang around the entrance of the Valley of the Fierce Wind should have some ability. So, he proposed a team invitation. Zhou Chen, without a second of hesitation, shook his head directly. "I'm only level 11, I might not be of much help to you." Without waiting for the man from 1 middle school to react from his astonishment, Zhou Chen had already stepped into the continuously rotating portal. Warning! Current level significantly lags behind recommended level for the instance. Increased risk of death may occur. Force entry? Enter. With a thought, Zhou Chen's figure disappeared instantly. The man was left dumbfounded, standing in place, completely stunned. Where did this expert come from? One moment he said he was only level 11, and the next moment he went solo into the Valley of the Fierce Wind? Without even a moment of hesitation? Even if reincarnation were an option, there was no need to rush like this. The students from 1 middle school were all dumbfounded, not knowing what kind of person Zhou Chen was. After shaking his head for a moment, he sighed, "I thought I finally met a skilled player to team up with. Turns out it's a lunatic who came to commit suicide." Indeed, in his eyes, Zhou Chen's actions were no different from suicide. This was the Valley of the Fierce Wind. Even if a level 20 person came, there were not many who dared to claim they could clear it alone. After all, in the dangerous environment of instances, solo and team play were completely different concepts. The man no longer held hope for Zhou Chen to come out alive, so he sat back down on the ground, waiting for someone else. At the same time, in a canyon filled with swirling yellow sand, Zhou Chen's figure appeared out of thin air. As soon as he landed, the equipment on his body transformed into the Furious Dragon soaring sky set, and his sports suit was instantly replaced by a stylish golden armor. His figure slightly sank, his feet sinking a few inches into the ground, showing the weight effect of heavy armor. However, Zhou Chen didn't mind. After casually moving his body and adapting for a moment, he focused his gaze ahead. In the vast yellow sand, more than 20 fierce-looking demon wolves were slowly approaching him in a surrounding manner. The leading wolf king exuded a bloody and violent aura. Name: Desert Blood Demon Wolf. HP: 44,000. Level: LV 19. Rank: Boss. Skills: Wolf's Fury Bite, Blood Sky Transformation, Wolf King's Laser Cannon. Looking at the opponent's panel, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a boss-level monster right after entering the instance. After all, this was just the peripheral area. No wonder they say the Gale Valley is the most challenging beginner instance in the North Gate area. It truly lives up to its reputation. However, Zhou Chen faced all this without a trace of fear but with excitement in his eyes. "Show yourself, little darling." A joyful smile appeared on his lips as he reached into the void with his right hand, and a pitch-black broadsword slowly materialized accompanied by flickering lightning arcs. In the next moment, before the pack of wolves could attack, Zhou Chen had already turned into a shadow and plunged into their midst. Swish! The blade flashed, and wolf blood splattered. With over 7,000 points of strength, Zhou Chen was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, each strike powerful and heavy, causing a demon wolf to fall in a pool of blood with every swing. Experience plus 207, experience plus 198, experience plus 211. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Due to Zhou Chen's over-level monster killing and the 25% additional experience provided by the dragon set, the experience gained from killing each ordinary demon wolf was equivalent to that of a lord boss in the Dark Forest. Feeling awesome. Before finishing off the wave of wolves, Zhou Chen reached level 12. At this moment, the boss-level Wolf King was completely terrified, its cruel and ruthless wolf eyes showing a hint of fear towards the human in front of it. But Zhou Chen wouldn't give it a chance. He swiftly approached, his thunderous disaster in hand, forming a beautiful blade flower that swept up from the Wolf King's body. Greedy Challenge. This strike was one of the 7 moves from the immortal level skill Dirge Fantasia. 52109. A conspicuous damage number floated up, and the Desert Blood Demon Wolf's health bar emptied instantly. The mighty boss-level monster couldn't withstand even a single blow, let alone unleash its ultimate move. It fell directly in the yellow sand. Defeated boss-level monster Desert Blood Demon Wolf. Experience plus 531. Obtained loot X1. 3 consecutive notifications appeared, but Zhou Chen didn't even glance at them. He continued to charge into the wolf pack until every demon wolf was slain. A moment later, he stood alone, holding a bloodstained long sword, on a ground littered with wolf corpses, facing the fierce wind, calmly inspecting the loot that had just dropped. It was a bottle of golden-grade secret medicine that granted immunity to any control effects for a certain period after consumption. Acceptable. Zhou Chen casually tossed it into his backpack. Then, he found a relatively clean spot and took out the Howling Sky Dragon Egg. Transcend. Without hesitation, he gulped down the recovery potion while unleashing the power of transcendence. Boom! An unprecedented sense of weakness struck him. This was perhaps the most pronounced side effect since awakening his second talent. He looked a bit pale, but his gaze was hopeful, because he could feel that this transcendence effect was exceptionally good. Congratulations! Your Howling Sky Dragon Egg has been perfectly sublimated into a Frost Feather Dragon Egg. Name: Frost Feather Dragon Egg. Grade: Immortal Type, Magic Pet. Growth Direction: Dragon Hatching Condition: 3 drops of blood essence from a demon god level magical creature. Description: the ruler of the sky, the egg of the demon god level magical creature Frost Feather Dragon, can grow to level 600 when fully developed, possessing extreme speed and powerful aerial combat abilities. When in the land of ice, its combat power will double. Looking at the new attributes of the dragon egg in front of him, Zhou Chen was completely stunned. In the Valley of the Fierce Wind instance, Zhou Chen caressed the huge dragon egg in front of him while examining it up and down. The whole egg is about over a meter tall, oval in shape, with a pristine white shell covered in strange ice crystals, making it beautiful. Frost Feather Dragon. Zhou Chen murmured, memories of his past lives flashing crazily in his mind, finally settling on an image of a snow-white dragon with a strange appearance soaring in the sky. This was the news about the Frost Feather Dragon that he had seen on TV in his previous life. He remembered that at that time, in the endless cold mountains of the Great Xia Northern Territory, the entrance to the instance where the Frost Feather Dragon was located was shattered, leading to a tragic incident of magical creatures invading reality, causing great panic in the Northern Territory. In order to quell the magical creature turmoil, the Federation dispatched hundreds of experts above level 400, tens of thousands of modernized troops, and various high-tech weapons for a comprehensive strike. The battle lasted for nearly a month, with heavy casualties on the Federation's side, where hardly one expert out of hundreds survived, while the Frost Feather Dragon continued to rampage in the Northern Territory. The final outcome was when the heavenly King Haotian, who ruled the sky, took action to suppress this demon god-level boss. This incident caused a great sensation on the Blue Star at that time, as it was the first time many people had witnessed the power of a demon god-level magical creature. Among them was Zhou Chen. I never thought that the frost feather dragon that terrified countless people in the previous life would become my pet in this life. Zhou Chen retracted his surging thoughts like a tide, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth, very satisfied with the result of this sublimation. Once the frost feather dragon successfully hatches, it will surely accompany him for a long time, and perhaps one day, they will fight together in the starry sky. However, the hatching condition of this immortal-grade dragon egg actually requires being tainted with 3 drops of blood essence from a demon god-level magical creature. After the joy, Zhou Chen carefully read the introduction of the dragon egg, furrowing his brows involuntarily. This hatching condition was indeed a bit exaggerated. After all, the frost feather dragon was only a demon god-level magical creature, yet to hatch it, one needed the blood essence of 3 magical creatures of the same level. In terms of strength, Zhou Chen was not afraid of the so-called demon god level. Although so far, the strongest magical creature he had defeated was just a stone statue, even one that had been cut by the Starfall blade. But he still had confidence that even if he encountered a magical creature far superior to that stone statue, he still had the power to slay it. After all, although the demon god was the top predator among magical creatures, his double SSS level talent was also outstanding among humans. Both sides were on the same level in this aspect. In addition, Zhou Chen could continuously enhance his combat power through skills and equipment, something magical creatures were incapable of. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that humans use tools, a fact that has never changed since ancient times. Therefore, Zhou Chen never worried about his own strength. What he truly worried about was where to find a demon god-level boss. Generally speaking, magical creatures of higher racial ranks are born in high-level instances. Like this frost feather dragon, it only exists in a super difficult instance of level 600. Below level 100 instances, it is normally impossible for a magical creature above the king level to appear. Unless it is in some special designated instance and triggers some hidden conditions. Just like last time in the Dark Forest. Although it was just a normal beginner's secret realm, a supreme level monster like the stone statue was summoned by a series of coincidences. Even now, Zhou Chen still didn't know how they had triggered the hidden boss. He can only speculate that it might be related to wiping out all the monsters in the core area of the Dark Forest, or perhaps due to the presence of an SSS-level talent in the team. In any case, triggering hidden levels in dungeons or secret realms was difficult. Most of the time, it was just a matter of luck. That's why Zhou Chen was so worried. He possessed the dragon-slaying technique but had no dragons to slay. I can only take it step by step. Maybe I can find the essence of higher-level monsters in the trading market. If not, I can buy it and enhance myself, Zhou Chen sighed. While encountering a demon god-level monster was rare, having the essence of a supreme-level monster would be almost as good for him, as he could still enhance himself. The hatching plan for the frost feather dragon had to be put on hold for now. The most important thing at the moment was to focus on leveling up again. Zhou Chen had just used the power of enhancement, leaving his face paler, but there was no hint of worry in his eyes. His current strength was already way above the standard, making him invincible even if he could only use half of his power in the dungeon. Moreover, with the Ring of Endless Vitality, his condition was constantly recovering. This weakness would soon fade away. Pulling out the broadsword stuck in the wolf's corpse, Zhou Chen took large strides towards the depths of the dungeon, facing the fierce wind. As he walked, he allocated his attribute points. Having just leveled up, his attribute limits expanded once again. Turning into a relentless point allocation machine, Zhou Chen maxed out all his attributes, instantly reaching an astonishing 7,500 points in all 4 dimensions. The surging power within him diluted the sense of weakness. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up at first, but when he looked at the level section, he couldn't help but purse his lips. Name, Zhou Chen, level, LV12, 3%. The experience required for leveling up had increased again. Although killing the demon wolf had granted him a good amount of experience, it only raised his total experience bar by 3%. Despite having experienced this in his past life and being mentally prepared, seeing this scene still made him sigh. The path for the Heaven's Conquerors to become stronger was truly arduous. The higher the level, the more experience was needed. If Zhou Chen hadn't been killing monsters above his level all the way, he wouldn't have been able to level up from 11 to 12 so quickly. However, this shortcut method obviously couldn't be sustained indefinitely. With the rapid increase in levels, the gap between him and the monsters in the dungeon would also become smaller. The experience gained from hunting monsters would correspondingly decrease. There was no solution to this. The only thing he could do was to kill as many monsters as possible, turning the place into a river of blood. Zhou Chen even decided not to return to the city until he reached level 18. He would stay in the wilderness, guarding the dungeon and killing monsters. With his 7,500 points of spirit, he had so much energy that he could go for days without sleep. Squeak, squeak, squeak. While planning, a black rodent-like monster suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Zhou Chen didn't stop walking, casually slashing through the air as he passed by, instantly killing it. Killed monster LV-17 Yellow Sand Rat, experience points plus 135. Despite the flash of improvement, the experience points gained were meager. At this rate, I'll only be able to level up once more after clearing the dungeon. Should I go back to the city first and get some monster-attracting incense? Zhou Chen frowned at the meager experience points and began to calculate in his mind. He remembered the scene where Wang Tong had triggered a beast tide in the secret realm. For top-tier experts like him, this kind of potion that attracted monsters was practically a moving experience bank. It could save a lot of time searching for monsters. The only problem was that the demon-attracting incense and similar secret medicines, although not expensive, were classified as prohibited drugs in the Federation, making them hard to come by. They were only occasionally available on the black market. Zhou Chen did have a way to access the black market, but he wasn't sure if he could find this kind of secret medicine there today. Coupled with the time spent going back and forth, it greatly affected his leveling pace. This dilemma troubled Zhou Chen. Let's take it step by step. Let's clear this instance first. Perhaps I might even get a bottle of demon-attracting incense directly from the monsters? Letting out a sigh, Zhou Chen stopped overthinking and hurried on. The peripheral area of the Valley of Fierce Winds was not large. The wolf pack encountered upon arrival might be the largest group of monsters in the periphery. Therefore, the further he went, the fewer monsters he encountered. An hour later, Zhou Chen, fully restored to his peak condition, finally entered the core area. It was a canyon surrounded by high cliffs, devoid of any vegetation or forks in the road, with only a straight path of gravel filled with howling sand. Zhou Chen was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. He finally understood why the Valley of Fierce Winds was known as the most challenging dungeon in the Northern Gate Mountains. The terrain of this core area was unsolvable, with only this one active area spanning tens of thousands of meters from start to finish. This meant that all monsters in the core area would encounter the Heaven's Edge challengers who entered, with no way out for either side. For ordinary Heaven's Edge challengers, this situation was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But for someone like Zhou Chen, it was a rare paradise. It seems I don't need to bother with the demon-attracting incense. The damn heavens have already gathered the monsters for me. Zhou Chen's mouth curled up to his ears, his eyes gleaming with excited killing intent as he held his broadsword, blocking the only entrance and exit of the canyon. Today, not a single monster would escape. In the chilling wind, the figure exuding a killing intent stood proudly at the entrance of the canyon, giving off an imposing aura akin to one man guarding the pass against 10,000. Sensing the presence of a stranger, the monsters inside the canyon began to stir restlessly. The vulture circling closest to Zhou Chen above his head turned its cold-blooded pupils towards him, constantly probing. It sensed the strong vitality emanating from Zhou Chen and knew that the human before it was not to be trifled with. However, its bloodthirsty instinct made it unable to resist the urge to dive down. After a brief hesitation, the beastly nature overcame reason. The circling vulture crackled with lightning all over its body and dove straight down like a thunderbolt, launching an attack towards Zhou Chen. Crackling, before the attack landed, a deluge of lightning descended, as if the thunder god was enraged, with a deafening momentum. 11, a seemingly insignificant damage number appeared above Zhou Chen. Although the monster's attack seemed intimidating, under Zhou Chen's epic-level equipment resistance, it barely caused a ripple. Zhou Chen only felt a slight tingling sensation on his body, not painful but rather comfortable. Plus 259, a faint green light flashed across his body as the healing effect of the Ring of Endless Vitality was triggered, instantly restoring Zhou Chen's health to full. The fierce strike from the vulture not only failed to inflict any damage but also owed Zhou Chen 248 points of health. This left Zhou Chen, who was preparing for a major battle, somewhat stunned and momentarily speechless. At the same time, a sharp screech echoed through the canyon. The vulture seemed to finally realize the terrifying nature of the human before it and hesitated to retreat. But Zhou Chen wouldn't give it a chance. With a cold sneer, his broadsword flickered with lightning arcs in his hand. With a powerful leap, he soared several meters high and delivered a decisive blow, knocking the vulture out of the sky. The Rampage of Fury. Representing the wrath of the Seven Sins sect, the sword style descended from the sky with a devastating power that could destroy the heavens and the earth, wiping out the life of this vulture directly. Killed LV20 boss level monster Corrupt Wind Eagle experience points plus 316 unexpectedly. This turned out to be a level 20 boss level monster, providing over 300 experience points directly. Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. It was indeed the core area, where the value of monsters far exceeded that of the periphery. At this moment, tasting the sweetness of victory, his motivation surged even more. Looking ahead at the sandy canyon road, every monster along the way seemed to him like a walking experience pack. An endless killing intent bloomed within him. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, leaving a trail of afterimages on the ground as he sprinted forward rapidly. Swish! A slash fell. A thick yellow python in front of him met its end on the spot. Another 200 plus experience points added to his account. Zhou Chen didn't even spare a glance at the python's body. In a swift motion, he kicked a rhinoceros monster attempting to ambush him, sending it flying tens of meters away, its massive body firmly embedded in a wall. Bone Crush. Although Zhou Chen had mastered the immortal level sword skills, the Bone Crush's armor-breaking effect was still effective. Coupled with his overall attributes reaching 30,000, this kick was incredibly powerful. Even though Bone Crush was only at the golden level, it still displayed unparalleled effectiveness. The rhinoceros monster, struggling in the stone wall, gasped for air a couple of times before succumbing to death. As Zhou Chen continued to swiftly slay two fierce monsters, the surrounding monsters became increasingly terrified. However, they did not retreat but, driven by the scent of blood, their primal instincts magnified, becoming more ferocious as they relentlessly attacked Zhou Chen. If someone were in the sky, they would be astonished to see countless monsters rushing towards Zhou Chen from the depths of the not-so-wide canyon. The grandeur of this scene was not much different from a beast tide. Especially when viewed from behind, it was even more shocking. Countless yellow sands filled the air, with numerous monster shadows faintly visible within. Various beastly roars echoed in the canyon, and the groundstones kept jumping due to the stampede of beasts. It was as if doomsday had arrived. These scenes would surely terrify any novice slayer of the sky, making them tremble in fear and lose all desire to resist, only wanting to escape. However, facing this terrifying sight, Zhou Chen stood firm and unyielding. With a fierce blade in hand, his eyes were filled only with the desire and excitement for battle. The countless monsters in his eyes seemed no different from paper. Kill! With a fierce shout, Zhou Chen advanced to meet the oncoming beast tide, displaying the 7 sword styles of lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride successively. Wherever the blade light passed, flesh and blood scattered. A golden dragon shadow surrounded him, occasionally spewing terrifying dragon breath, engulfing everything in fierce flames. At this moment, Zhou Chen seemed like a god of slaughter, advancing step by step against the rushing beast tide. Wherever he went, silence fell, as no monster could withstand a single blow. I possess unparalleled strength, capable of slaying all the demons in the world. Zhou Chen went completely berserk, leaving a trail of blood and monster corpses in his wake. In a stretch of several thousand meters, he single-handedly pushed through the canyon. Seemingly tireless, he kept striking and retracting his blade. It was unknown how much time had passed, only that the sky had darkened, and his vision was completely obscured by the yellow sand, unable to discern time or see the sun and moon. And now, Zhou Chen stood at the deepest part of the canyon passage. Looking back, the long trail of broken stones behind him was devoid of any living creature or beastly roar. Only scattered monster corpses littered the entire canyon. Zhou Chen completely flattened the core area of the Valley of the Fierce Wind. Except for the final boss, all monsters were slain. The ferocity was such that even those who were considered beginners in the Tianjia faction would tremble in fear. Even experienced players at levels 20 or 30 would be intimidated. Defeated LV-19 Elite Monster Desert Mad Rhino experience points plus 189. Defeated LV-20 Boss Four-Horned Wine Bull experience points plus 334. Defeated LV-18 Boss Flame Fonghound experience points plus 241. Obtained Loot X1. In the corner of his vision, numerous kill notifications kept flashing. Zhou Chen ignored them and chose to block them, summoning his personal panel instead and looking at the level bar. Level, LV-13, 7%, leveled up again. The geographical advantage of the Valley of the Fierce Wind allowed Zhou Chen to gain a significant advantage. The experience gained from leveling far exceeded his expectations, resulting in another level up. It was a pleasant surprise. Now, as he was about to challenge the boss, Zhou Chen didn't hesitate and directly maxed out the expanding attribute limits. Each of his 4 main attributes smoothly reached 8,800 points. It was terrifying. At only level 13, he already possessed attribute values that others would only achieve after reaching levels 30 or 40 through hard training. His body was filled with abundant vitality, a rare sight, and a powerful force surged within him. Indeed, the further the SSS level redistribution went, the more extraordinary it became. After all, while others trained, even if they hammered their bodies every day, they would eventually reach their limits, face various bottlenecks, and be unable to progress. But Zhou Chen could easily max out his attribute values at every level, which would eventually lead him to surpass all humans in history one day, shattering galaxies with his physical strength and becoming godlike. This was an invincible path. A path that belonged only to Zhou Chen. He took a deep breath, suppressing the newly surged power within him, and with sharp eyes, he looked at the circular pit in front of him. There, amidst the dim yellow sand, a humanoid creature's shadow slowly emerged. It had a slender and tall figure, adorned in ancient Egyptian-style metal armor, with a wolf head on top, and its eyes had a somewhat human-like quality as they moved. Announcement: Challenger Zhou Chen reached the abyss of the gorge within 3 hours, meeting the conditions to trigger the hidden level, replacing the original final boss with the king-level Anubis warning. Anubis's level is significantly higher than that of the dungeon challengers, please proceed with caution. As the majestic figure emerged from the yellow sand, 2 grand notification sounds reverberated throughout the entire valley. The yellow sand filled the air, and the wind swept through the valley. Zhou Chen's armor was stained with the blood of monsters, standing proudly with a sword in hand, resembling a peerless god of slaughter. And not far from him, in the roaring wind, the humanoid monster, Anubis, stood expressionless, facing him. Anubis, the legendary Egyptian deity, possessing immense divine power, known as the god of funerals and the ruler of the underworld. Zhou Chen had not expected that, by a twist of fate, he had once again summoned a hidden boss. Perhaps because the Valley of the Fierce Wind was a more common dungeon, with rules different from those of Secret Realms, the system had specifically announced the triggering of the hidden level, even reminding him considerately of the high-level difference between them. This made Zhou Chen curious, and he looked at the name above the opponent's head. Name: Fallen Anubis from the Altar of the Gods. Health points: 215,000. Level: 27. Rank: King. Description: the legendary ruler of the underworld, for unknown reasons, lost his divinity and ended up in the Valley of the Fierce Wind, but even so, his strength remains formidable. As Zhou Chen read the detailed information on the panel, his eyes were filled with astonishment. In front of him stood the so-called hidden boss Anubis, with a level close to 30 and a staggering 210,000 health points. This was just the basic information. As a king-tier monster, his resistances, skills, and four-dimensional attributes were still unknown. However, learning from the lesson of the stone statues, Zhou Chen would not underestimate humanoid monsters anymore. Facing a level 27 king-tier boss at level 13, this was destined to be a fierce battle. He gripped his long knife, adjusted his breathing rhythm, every muscle in his body trembling as he pushed his strength to its peak. Human, you can summon my true form, quite impressive indeed. I'll give you a chance to perish by your own hand, before I drag your soul back to the underworld. At the same time, Anubis in the yellow sand, after observing Zhou Chen, unexpectedly spoke in a very eerie human voice. Zhou Chen was not surprised, as many high-level monsters possessed intelligence and even the ability to converse with humans. Upon hearing Anubis's words, Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Just a little dog, yet dares to boast. As these words left his mouth, it was visible that Anubis's calm and proud expression instantly turned extremely ugly. As a deity with a human body but a wolf head, he detested being referred to as a canine, which was undoubtedly a severe insult. Human, you have touched my sore spot, prepare to face the wrath of the death gods from the underworld. With a furious shout, Anubis suddenly produced a dark brown scepter in his hand and waved it amidst the swirling sandstorm. In the next moment, the sandy ground was filled with arms wrapped in white cloth that suddenly emerged as if resurrected corpses buried deep underground, dozens of humanoid monsters wrapped in white bandages staring fiercely at Zhou Chen. Name: Mummies of Loss. Health points: 80,000. Level: 24. Description: loyal soldiers summoned by the death god Anubis from the underworld. Each mummy, despite appearing physically uncoordinated, moved extremely fast and roared as they lunged towards Zhou Chen. These extremely eerie scenes, accompanied by a stench of decay carried by the fierce wind filling the valley, added a touch of horror that an ordinary person would find unbearable. However, Zhou Chen, who had fought his way through countless battles and was already filled with the strong scent of monster blood, remained as calm as a mountain, meeting the mummy army head-on, wielding his long knife. Zhou Chen's fighting style was always aggressive. He disliked being passive and never hesitated to strike first, exerting his full strength to completely suppress his opponent from the start. This was his confidence as a top genius, his invincible path. At this moment, the blade gleamed, and the aura of killing pervaded the air. The stab of gluttony, the greedy thrust, the envious lure, the arrogant slash. Immortal-level sword techniques were executed swiftly and skillfully. Wherever they struck, no mummy could withstand the blow, limbs flying in all directions. Zhou Chen's incredible agility made him ghost-like among the mummy army, evading every attack effortlessly. In a flash, he carved out a path of blood. Human! How dare you defy me like this? Behind him, Anubis, who had been standing indifferently in the sandstorm, now showed a change in expression. Eyes blazing with anger, he waved his scepter, conjuring a colossal sandstorm tornado out of thin air, towering over 100 meters high, with a force that seemed to cover the entire sky. The terrifying tornado, carrying a destructive aura, rushed towards Zhou Chen at an alarming speed. Wherever it passed, sand and stones flew, and everything crumbled. Zhou Chen's face changed slightly. This was clearly a large-scale AoE magic damage skill. Truly a boss at the king level, with such strength and a variety of skills, it was completely incomparable to ordinary monsters. However, Zhou Chen remained undaunted. With nearly 10,000 points in physical attributes and an epic-level protective suit, his own resistance was not weak. At this moment, he was no longer the novice who needed Wei Duer's cooperation to deceive the bloodthirsty crocodile. With his surging combat power, he directly faced the oncoming tornado storm. He was actually confronting it head-on with his physical body. This was not Zhou Chen being arrogant, but he was well aware that the incredibly strong physical body bestowed upon him by allocating his SSS-level talent as his only combat talent was his greatest reliance. He was not just a warrior with high attack power and agility, but also a tank with thick blood and high defense. 444, 421, plus 258. As soon as he entered the tornado storm, Zhou Chen's health visibly dropped, but he remained unfazed, swiftly and steadily cutting down the remaining few mummies around him. He knew very well that this kind of large-scale AoE skill could not last too long. With his physique and the recovery effect of the Ring of Endless Life, he could completely withstand this wave of damage. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the devastating tornado storm dissipated into thin air. And at this moment, Zhou Chen had completely broken through the layers of defense lines, leaving only 10 meters between him and Anubis. The proud wolf head on the ladder finally showed a look of astonishment. It stared fixedly at Zhou Chen, waving the scepter in its hand and letting out a piercing wolf howl. Human! I am the god of death who rules the underworld. How dare you offend us gods? Kneel down and repent! Anubis roared. With his feet as the center, a layer of red light waves suddenly spread out, shrouding the entire valley. There was an endless breath of death, chaotic and pervasive within it. This was Anubis's trump card skill, the Realm of Death. A very rare spiritual attack, where even ordinary heavenly warriors would likely lose themselves in self-destruct if they stood within it. But Zhou Chen was different. His mental attribute was as high as 8,800 points, rendering Anubis's mental attack completely ineffective against him. Little dog, you keep saying you're the god of death, but do you know that the most disrespectful thing about me is gods? Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged, his voice cold, gripping his sword horizontally as he spoke and advanced. When he was only 5 meters away from Anubis, a dazzling burst of thunderous sword shadows suddenly exploded in the terrified wolf face of the opponent. I have a sword that can bury gods. Symphony of Condemnation. With the shimmering sword aura, the Seven Sins sword style was fully displayed at that moment. Zhou Chen's figure split into 4, attacking Anubis like a meteor. His speed was extremely fast, his attacks were extremely strong, each strike carrying an unparalleled force. And strangely, amidst the chaotic sword shadows, there was a touch of elegant charm reminiscent of ancient European nobility. However, do not be deceived by these gorgeous sword moves, as each attack unleashed terrifying damage. Damn it! Anubis roared, the sharp wolf howl echoing, and on its skin, mysterious patterns lit up briefly, temporarily increasing its defense. However, how could the power of an immortal-level skill be resisted by the skills of a mere king-level monster? Despite the more than 10-level difference between them, and despite Anubis's own resistance not being low, it was still not enough. During the release of the Symphony of Condemnation, the damage increased by 200%, and this one characteristic alone was enough to crush all of Anubis's means. Not to mention, the special effects of the Soaring Dragon set were constantly triggering during Zhou Chen's frequent attacks in this short moment. The breath of the dragon surged, each strike burning with fierce flames, the powerful burning effect blocking all of Anubis's recovery effects. This series of attacks directly suppressed the legendary deity Anubis to the point of helplessness. It raised its wolf head high, emitting an angry roar, but to no avail. Amidst the swirling light and shadows, thunderous waves resonated. After Zhou Chen's sevenfold sword strikes, the 3 phantom images dissipated. At this moment, Anubis's health bar finally turned blank amidst unwilling roars. Defeated Anubis, the LV-27 King Tier monster, at the altar experience points plus 2519 spoils x2. Congratulations! You have cleared the LV-20 dungeon, Valley of the Furious Wind. Rating, SSS clearance reward, additional experience points plus 2225. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Zhou Chen planted the thunderous strike into the ground, panting as he leaned on the hilt of his sword. His heaving chest clearly indicated the considerable energy expended in releasing the immortal tier skill for the first time. After all, prior to this, he had been fighting continuously for hours without rest, even enduring a tornado storm from Anubis. Of course, these were trivial matters. His formidable physique provided Zhou Chen with unparalleled recovery speed, allowing him to quickly regroup. More surprising to him than his own fatigue was the power of the Dirge Fantasia. As an immortal tier sword skill, Zhou Chen had anticipated its formidable combat effectiveness, but when it was truly unleashed, its unparalleled power still astonished him. A level 27 king tier monster, possessing impressive resistance and damage reduction, was effortlessly slain by him. If this scene were to spread, who would believe it? Perhaps even the god kings above the stars in their youth could not achieve such a feat. It's important to note that not everyone who obtains an immortal tier skill can achieve such terrifying output as him. Zhou Chen's one-hit kill of Anubis was not only due to the overwhelming strength of the immortal tier skill but also because of his robust four-dimensional attributes. In this world, the damage limits of all skills are determined by the fundamental four-dimensional attributes of the Celestial Slayer. The higher the four-dimensional attributes, the stronger the effects that can be exerted by skills. Just like a wooden sword wielded by a 3-year-old child, its power certainly cannot be compared to that of an adult. The same applies to the Celestial Slayer. The four-dimensional attributes are the foundation for unleashing all skills. Otherwise, how could those top-tier experts spare no effort in honing their foundations and enhancing their four-dimensional attributes during their novice period? Therefore, the reallocation to SSS level is truly formidable. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen stopped pondering these matters and shifted his gaze to his level. Anubis truly lived up to being a king-tier boss, with an extremely generous reward of 2,519 experience points, which greatly pleased Zhou Chen. Although the rewards for clearing the hidden level were slightly inferior, they still amounted to 2,225 points. The combination of the two caused Zhou Chen's total experience to skyrocket, bringing him closer to reaching level 14. A sense of joy at the gains appeared on his face as he looked towards the glowing loot orb. Without Wei Duer, the little lucky star, he could only rely on himself to open the box. He gently placed his palm into the orb, and with a light touch, a bottle of secret medicine and a skill book appeared in his hand. Zhou Chen first looked at the former. It was an outstanding grade secret medicine that, when consumed, permanently increased strength, spirit, and physique by 500 points. To be honest, the effect of this secret medicine was quite good because in the blue star, anything that could permanently increase attribute points was an extremely sought-after item. However, unfortunately, what others considered extremely precious attribute points were something Zhou Chen couldn't even use up. The only function of this bottle of secret medicine is to be thrown into the trading market for some money after returning to the city. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen casually tossed it into his spatial backpack and then eagerly looked at the skill book. Name: Domain of the Underworld Tier, Mythical Type, Magic Skill Book Effect, releases a domain centered around oneself, causing a strong mental attack. Additionally, all attributes increase by 10% while inside the domain cooldown. 1000s. The moment Zhou Chen read the specific instructions in the skill book, his mind shook. Finally, they gave him a good item. A quality as high as mythical, and it was a rare magic skill book. Having read the skill introduction, Zhou Chen subconsciously thought of the red light ring Anubis released before his death. Presumably, this domain of the underworld should be that skill. To be honest, when Anubis unleashed this domain, it didn't cause the slightest harm to Zhou Chen because his mental power was too high, directly immunizing him against the effects. However, this did not diminish the fact that the domain of the underworld was a powerful skill. A wide-range magical attack with certain enhancement effects. Wherever it was used, it was a coveted existence. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen immediately upgraded it. A familiar sense of weakness struck, but it wasn't as severe as when he upgraded the dragon egg before. In front of him, a delicate book made of sheepskin was quietly floating. Name: Forbidden Domain Tier, Epic Type, Magic Skill Book Effect, releases an absolute domain centered around oneself, causing 2 consecutive strong mental attacks. Additionally, all attributes increase by 30% while inside the domain cooldown. 370. As a brand new effect appeared before him, similar to the previous domain of the underworld, but with significantly increased values and reduced cooldown. Zhou Chen nodded in satisfaction and chose to learn it immediately. Soon, a new epic level skill appeared in his personal panel. Stretching lazily, Zhou Chen, contented, finally chose to leave the instance. At this moment, the sky outside had darkened. In front of the Valley of the Fierce Wind instance, there was a figure squatting there, with a cigarette burning slowly in his mouth and cigarette butts under his feet. Damn it! I've been waiting for a day. Is there really no one coming to clear the Valley of the Fierce Wind? The man blew a smoke ring, grumbling. After glancing at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, he finally decided not to wait any longer. However, just as he made up his mind to leave, there were sudden energy fluctuations at the entrance of the instance behind him. Intrigued by this sight, he looked over in astonishment. Then he saw a figure bathed in blood emerging from the dark and mysterious vortex, exuding a bloody aura, as if a demon god was walking out of it. You. As the man recognized the figure, he was stunned in place, dropping the cigarette from his mouth without noticing, his mouth gaping wide as if he had seen the most unforgettable scene of his life. Ha! You're not leaving yet? Zhou Chen came out of the instance and bumped into the man who had earlier claimed to be a high school student, also surprised. What time was it? Wasn't this person going home for dinner? However, faced with Zhou Chen's casual inquiry, the high school student was completely unable to remain calm. Brother! No, buddy! God! How did you manage to come out alive? His eyes widened, his lips trembling, and he could hardly speak coherently. I naturally came out after clearing it, Zhou Chen replied, looking at him as if he were an idiot. And with that statement, the high school student's brain crashed. If he remembered correctly, several hours ago, this person in front of him seemed to have entered the Valley of the Fierce Wind alone? As a result, you're telling me now that you've cleared it? Solo cleared the most difficult dungeon in the Baymen Mountains? Is this still a human being? A high school student couldn't remain calm, standing in the wind, constantly questioning life. At this moment, Zhou Chen paid him no attention, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the vortex, silently waiting for the dungeon cooldown to finish. Dungeons are not something you can enter unlimitedly. Generally speaking, a normal dungeon will refresh within 2 to 3 hours after clearing it. The Valley of the Fierce Winds is the dungeon in the Baymen Mountains that provides the most experience points. Zhou Chen, in order to level up, planned to run through the Valley of the Fierce Winds twice overnight. Without any surprises, he would be grinding this dungeon for the next 2 days as well. Meanwhile, the high school student, whose shaken heart had finally calmed down a bit, upon seeing Zhou Chen's actions, seemed to have guessed his intentions and exclaimed in amazement, Master, you don't plan on clearing the Valley of the Fierce Winds again, do you? Is there a problem? Zhou Chen was puzzled. The high school student, upon hearing this, hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Master, with your strength, why bother competing with us for the Valley of the Fierce Winds? Why not go straight to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Zhou Chen blinked. This time he was the one taken aback. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? What is that? Zhou Chen asked with a hint of confusion in his face. No way, Master, with your prowess, you don't even know about the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? The high school student seemed even more surprised than Zhou Chen. However, after a moment, he seemed to have figured something out and said regretfully, Master, I thought someone as powerful as you must come from a major clan. Because the Forbidden Hunting Zone is an exclusive hunting ground for noble geniuses. Ordinary people indeed may not have heard of the Forbidden Hunting Zone. Zhou Chen frowned. From the words of the high school student in front of him, it was not difficult to hear that the so-called Forbidden Hunting Zone seemed to be completely off limits to ordinary people. At least Zhou Chen had never heard of it. Although Zhou Chen's family, the Zhou family, was also a top-tier powerhouse in Lin Yuan City, he had not returned to that cold family since leaving many years ago. Many secretive pieces of information known only to the privileged were naturally unknown to him. In his previous life, despite reaching level 54 through hardships, he was still at the bottom of the pyramid compared to the vast federation. So, he truly had no understanding of this Forbidden Hunting Zone. Tell me more. Zhou Chen, with his hands behind his back, felt that the high school student in front of him was quite talkative, so he asked proactively. Alright. The high school student, indeed a chatterbox, began to talk eloquently. Master, you don't know that this Forbidden Hunting Zone has a significant background. It was a plan proposed by the high-level officials of the Federation last year aimed at the rapid growth of young geniuses. The general idea is to designate an area in the wilderness mountains of the Blue Star, specifically for breeding various Lord-level bosses, for the human geniuses to hunt inside, in order to achieve rapid leveling up. Because this matter is too shocking, and most geniuses come from major clans, this information is extremely confidential, and ordinary people have no access to it. Listening to the high school student's enthusiastic description, Zhou Chen's heart also surged with immense waves. Breeding Lord-level bosses, what a staggering move. You see, Lord-level bosses only appear in dungeons. If you want to bring them into reality, you either need special items or wait for the dungeon entrance to break, causing the monsters inside the dungeon to invade reality on their own. Both of these methods require favorable conditions. Unless the Federation has already mastered a method to mass-produce Lord-level bosses. No wonder I didn't see many of those privileged children from the Abyssal City in the Northern Gate Mountains. Zhou Chen stroked his chin, already gaining some understanding of the forbidden hunting zone. But after some thought, he suddenly exclaimed, then shouldn't it be called a hunting zone instead of a forbidden hunting zone? Hearing this, the student from the Abyssal Academy chuckled bitterly. That's because the forbidden in this forbidden hunting zone refers to us common folks. His face filled with resentment and a hint of bitterness, he continued, in the forbidden hunting zone, all the monsters are at the level of lord bosses, extremely dangerous. The reason the Federation only opens it to children of major families is twofold. Firstly, because the bosses in the forbidden hunting zone are limited, not enough for everyone to level up. Secondly, the probability of geniuses appearing in major families is higher. So, this information is meaningless to ordinary people. Even if someone accidentally discovers the forbidden hunting zone, they would be prohibited from entering. Even some disciples from major families who haven't awakened exceptional talents are not qualified. Like me, from the Lu family, considered a second-rate family, with only an A-level talent, I have no way to enter the forbidden hunting zone. Unconsciously, the student lit another cigarette, looking somewhat melancholic. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, finally gained some understanding of the forbidden hunting zone. After a pause, he asked, "What's your name?" The student didn't mind and candidly replied, "Great God, I'm called Lu Baho." Lu Baho? Zhou Chen was taken aback. What kind of name was that? He was about to ask when the talkative Lu Baho explained, "I'm cautious by nature, always leaving myself several retreat options in everything. Initially, my dad named me Luisho, but later found out that one hand couldn't match me, so he changed it to Baho." With a hint of confidence on his face, Lu Baho continued, "For example, coming to the Valley of the Fierce Wind this time, I've prepared at least 10 retreat paths. I've prepared 20 to 30 types of secret medicines and items, including a rare forced instance exit token, ensuring that even if I can't win, if I encounter unexpected dangers in the instance, I can retreat unscathed. Otherwise, how could I dare to wander around the Valley of the Fierce Wind?" Listening to Lu Bashu's self-satisfied words, Zhou Chen fell into silence. This person, calling him cowardly, yet he dares to come to the Valley of the Fierce Wind. Calling him brave, yet he's prepared a bunch of escape methods, completely lacking the straightforward courage of other prodigies. In short, quite contradictory. But undeniable was the fact that this peculiar and talkative Lu Baho had left a deep impression on Zhou Chen. He looked up at the sky and asked the final question. Why is it called the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? And where is it located? Lu Baho stubbed out his cigarette on the ground and said, "It's divided based on strength levels, and the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone is the most suitable for newcomers like us. I heard that the monsters inside, their levels won't exceed LV 30. As for the location," Lu Baho paused slightly, as if recalling. After a moment, he said, "I remember it's not far from here, around this place." He took out an electronic map from his spatial backpack and marked it for Zhou Chen. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone doesn't mean there are only 10 zones. It's just ranked according to the levels of the Lord Bosses inside. On the contrary, because it's suitable for newcomers, there are many of them on Blue Star. In the Great Xia Southern Territory alone, there are 18 zones, and the one closest to the Abyssal City is the 98th zone. According to the location provided by Lu Baho, No. 98 is located in the deep mountains between the cities of Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxue. The proud talents of the 3 nearby cities often come here to train. Great God, do you want to go to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Lu Baho looked at Zhou Chen and asked in detail, guessing something in his heart. Zhou Chen looked at the not-so-far location on the map and nodded without hiding his intention. He did indeed consider heading to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. A hunting area full of Lord-level bosses was just too attractive to pass up. Instead of laboriously waiting for respawns in the Valley of the Raging Winds, it was better to see if there was a chance to get a piece of the action in the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. As for the rule that supposedly only allowed noble offspring, he didn't care about it. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. The specific situation would only be clear once he went there. Moreover, all the information Lu Baho provided was hearsay. He himself had never been to the Forbidden Hunting Zone. It was for these reasons that Zhou Chen made up his mind completely. Since the Forbidden Hunting Zone was not far from here, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After thanking Lu Baho, Zhou Chen turned and walked towards the mountains. Lu Baho stood there blankly, watching the departing figure with a mix of envy and admiration, before eventually leaving the Beimen Mountains. Several hours later, the sky was already getting brighter. Zhou Chen, who had been traveling through the mountains, unexpectedly reached level 14. This was because he encountered several monsters over level 20 on the way. Yes, monsters were not confined to dungeons. In fact, due to various reasons, cases of ordinary monsters invading reality were not uncommon in the Blue Star. However, they usually hid in deep mountain forests and never approached human cities. Unless it was a super strong boss-level monster over level 100, they would show clear intentions of attacking human territories. After filling up the attribute limits after leveling up, each of Zhou Chen's data reached 10,200. Finally, all 4 attributes exceeded 10,000. His total attribute points exceeded 40,000. At this moment, Zhou Chen's aura became more majestic and profound, even a bit primal. No one would have expected that beneath his seemingly ordinary appearance lay an incredibly terrifying power. Spitting out a long white breath, Zhou Chen's steps halted. Because in front of him, the mountain forest looked very different. Halfway up the mountain, there was a high electric fence encircling a wide area. Following these fences, in a broad area, there were 2 fortresses with high-tech weapons and a thick steel gate. Looking further ahead, there were rows of fully armed federal soldiers patrolling alternately. The 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up, knowing he had found the right place. He immediately walked towards the entrance. As he approached, he was surprised to find that besides him, there were several young people who looked like students in front of the entrance to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. They were all girls, dressed in expensive-looking gear, with exquisite makeup on their faces, exuding an air of nobility. What was even more surprising was that among the girls, one of them was actually an old acquaintance of his. Morong family, Morong Shui. Zhou Chen? Morong Shui in the crowd also noticed the young man walking slowly down the hill and, slightly stunned, spoke the first words between them in many years. And as she said this, she also attracted the attention of the other 2 girls beside her, who turned their beautiful eyes towards Zhou Chen. Oh, where did this handsome guy come from? He actually recognizes our Snow? One of the women, tall and with wavy hair, exuding a hint of charm between her eyebrows, smiled and asked. Zhou Chen may look ordinary in terms of attire, but his appearance is actually quite good, with well-defined features. As the tall woman teased, Zhou Chen, who had already walked to the front door, scanned the 3 girls one by one. Apart from Morong Shui, he also knew this tall woman. In a previous life, the 2 had briefly teamed up in a copy due to some coincidental circumstances. Zhou Chen had some understanding of this woman as a result. She was the only daughter of the Tianji Grand Hotel in Lingyuan City, named Leng Xiaoxiao. The Leng family, who controlled the Tianji Grand Hotel, had assets worth billions and were a standard wealthy merchant family. As the only daughter, Leng Xiaoxiao was highly sought after in the second-generation circle of Lingyuan City and had a high popularity. Among these 3 girls, she was obviously the eldest sister. When she heard Leng Xiaoxiao's teasing, Morong Shui's expression became somewhat unnatural, and she said, Xiaoxiao, he is Zhou Chen from the Zhou family. Zhou Chen? Leng Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then looked at Zhou Chen with some surprise. This was the boy that Shuer had once liked? As a sister in the same circle as Morong Shui, she naturally knew that her best friend had once had a crush on a boy in her youth. He was Zhou Chen, the former young master of the Zhou family who had once been so prominent. However, later on, it was heard that the Zhou family had encountered some changes, leading to Zhou Chen's fall from grace and gradually disappearing from the public eye. Unexpectedly, they would meet here today. So you are the former young master of the Zhou family, you don't look that impressive. As Leng Xiaoxiao secretly assessed Zhou Chen, the last girl among the 3 bluntly spoke her mind. She was not tall, but her appearance was very delicate, and she was not wearing any visible armor, instead dressed in a high-end custom-made white dress. Her jewelry was all from world-renowned brands, indicating her noble background. From her arrogant and willful tone, it was easy to guess that she was usually pampered at home. The Zhou family must really be in decline. I never liked Zhou Wang, and you are even worse. She shook her head, looking at Zhou Chen with undisguised disdain. She had thought that someone Morong Shui had once been infatuated with must have some outstanding qualities. However, after seeing him today, she found Zhou Chen to be dressed plainly, not exuding the aura of arrogance that a young prodigy should have, as if he couldn't make a ripple even in a crowd. Compared to any young genius she had seen or heard of growing up, he fell far short, leaving her greatly disappointed. Moreover, as the cherished pearl of the top-tier Wang family, she possessed an extremely rare SS-level talent, growing up in praise and adulation, which had fostered an extremely arrogant personality, making her look down on commoners like Zhou Chen even more. This attitude made Leng Xiaoxiao, who was standing by, feel somewhat embarrassed. As a child from a business family, Leng Xiaoxiao had learned to observe and understand people's words and expressions from a young age. She might not be adept at handling things in a sophisticated manner, but she could at least maintain a polite demeanor. So she discreetly tugged at the arrogant girl's sleeve and whispered, "Please, say a few less words." Tisk. Wang Manting pursed her lips, somewhat disdainful, but ultimately gave Leng Xiaoxiao some face and did not continue speaking. She looked away, ignoring the commotion here. Sorry about that, Manting is just like that. Lang Xiaoxiao smiled apologetically at Zhou Chen. It's okay. Zhou Chen replied casually. He didn't mind at all. Having lived 3 lifetimes, his mentality was not as impulsive as a young boy's. Not to mention Wang Manting, even the seemingly mature Lang Xiaoxiao was just a child in his eyes. At this moment, he finally turned his gaze to Morong Shui. Long time no see. He nodded lightly as a form of greeting. Even though he saw the beautiful face of the girl again, there was no emotional fluctuation in his heart. The past life was like a passing cloud. The fondness of youth had long been worn away by time. In this life, he had great ambitions and was destined to set foot in the stars. Compared to that, Morong Shui seemed even more insignificant in his eyes. However, Zhou Chen felt relaxed, but Morong Shui didn't think so. Facing the person she had sincerely admired a few years ago, her heart was filled with mixed feelings as they conversed again. She couldn't help but recall Zhou Chen's confident demeanor at Filong Tower a few days ago. Although she later realized it was all due to his connections and not his own strength, she still felt a twinge of sympathy. She gritted her teeth and remained silent for a long time before saying, "You shouldn't have come here. I don't know where you got the information about the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, but this place is too dangerous. It's not a place where a D-level talent like you can venture into. Your reliance is just on the steward of Filong Tower. But this is the Forbidden Hunting Zone, how can the steward help you here?" Morong Shui's eyes were serious as she looked at Zhou Chen speaking confidently. The Forbidden Hunting Zone was a grand scheme set up by the Federation to cultivate young talents. Each level of the Forbidden Hunting Zone only allowed people of the corresponding level to enter. It was absolutely impossible to rely on the help of family elders. After all, the focus of leveling up was on one's own efforts. What the Federation wanted was true geniuses who emerged from the trials of blood and fire, not freeloaders who relied on others for upgrades. So in Morong Shui's eyes, Zhou Chen's appearance was unreasonable and seemed more like a reckless act of ignorance. D-level? With just this talent, you dare to come to the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone? Oh, I see, you came here for Shuer, right? Let me advise you to reconsider. If you want to pursue Shuer, you should also consider your own capabilities. Although Wang Manting said she wouldn't look this way, she couldn't help but interject upon hearing those words. Her words were full of contempt, as if she looked down on Zhou Chen's actions. Obviously, she misunderstood something. Morong Shui was taken aback by Wang Manting's words but remained silent. Lang Xiaoxiao watched from the side. At this moment, after hearing these words, Zhou Chen finally spoke. "I didn't intend to pursue anyone, I came here just to level up." Level up? That sounds nice, but how can you, a D-level talent, level up? Inside are all Lord-level bosses. Which one can you defeat? Wang Manting continued to mock. Even Morong Shui, upon hearing these words, furrowed her beautiful eyebrows deeply. "Zhou Chen, can we save face for each other? Stop talking big, just leave now, let's pretend we never met today." Her cold face slightly raised, her voice regained a hint of indifference, seemingly displeased with the person who kept lying. But would Zhou Chen care about her thoughts? Suddenly, he sneered, "Morong Shui, you are too self-righteous." With a sudden change in demeanor, Zhou Chen exuded a more majestic aura than when he was the young master of the Zhou family. "People misunderstood me yesterday, they misunderstand me today, and maybe they will misunderstand me tomorrow. But so what? I am still me." His voice was not loud but seemed deafening, exuding an aura of supreme arrogance that swept across. Not even sparing a glance at Morong Shui, he turned and walked towards the gate of the Forbidden Hunting Zone. Zhou Chen's overwhelming aura left the 3 girls in a daze. Morong Shui couldn't help but bite her lip tightly, her face alternating between pale and flushed. "Have I been too presumptuous?" She gazed at the departing figure of the young man, his demeanor mirroring that of a figure from her past memories. This complexity stirred within her, leaving her standing still in a daze. "Forget it, Shuer. It's hard to reason with a stubborn fool who can't tell right from wrong. Why bother trying to advise him?" Wang Manting sneered, pinching her waist. Although she was startled by Zhou Chen's sudden display of power earlier, upon regaining her composure, she still felt that Zhou Chen was just putting on airs. Upon hearing this, Morong Shui loosened her tightly clenched hand hidden in her sleeve, her expression unreadable. After a moment, she sighed and returned to her indifferent demeanor. Wang Manting glanced back at Zhou Chen near the gate, a hint of amusement playing on her lips. "I remember, to qualify for entry into the Forbidden Hunting Area, one must pass a talent test, right? Zhou Chen only has a D-level talent. Acting all high and mighty now, won't he end up being rejected in the end?" Her eyes sparkled with amusement, as if enjoying a good show. Cold Xiaoxiao, though not showing schadenfreude, raised her beautiful eyes to look at Zhou Chen. She didn't believe there were fools in this world, and Zhou Chen's display of power just now was extraordinary. But the more she thought about it, the more curious she became about Zhou Chen's confidence. Blinking her beautiful eyes, Cold Xiaoxiao stared straight at Zhou Chen's back. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had reached the iron gate. Wang Manting, who was watching the scene unfold, could barely contain her smile. I love watching these kinds of acts where someone pretends to be something they're not and then gets exposed. Her tone was mocking, exuding an aristocratic air of toying with commoners. Mu Rongshui remained silent, disappointment evident on her delicate face. It seemed she also thought Zhou Chen would soon be driven away. But perhaps it was for the best. The 10th forbidden hunting area was extremely dangerous, and losing face now was better than losing one's life inside. As the three women watched with different gazes, Zhou Chen, standing before the iron gate with his hands behind his back, was stopped by a sturdy officer in a captain's uniform. "Halt, this is a military zone." The captain, in his 40s, well-built and composed, did not show any disdain towards Zhou Chen based on his attire or age, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. "I want to enter the 10th forbidden hunting area. What conditions must I meet?" Zhou Chen asked calmly. He didn't beat around the bush, stating his purpose directly. The captain, upon hearing this, showed no surprise on his face, patiently explaining, "Since you are aware of the 10th forbidden hunting area, you must understand its dangers. If you wish to enter, you must first prove your strength." In other words, they needed to assess his talent. Understood, Zhou Chen nodded, his expression calm. True gold fears no fire. As long as there was a way in, he was ready. Seeing Zhou Chen's composure, the captain was also somewhat surprised. After a moment, he took out a tablet from his spatial backpack. The process of proving one's strength was not as complicated as Zhou Chen had imagined. It involved verifying the citizen's personal information. As long as everything checked out, there would be no issue. As Zhou Chen placed his thumb on the tablet to scan his fingerprint, his personal information appeared before the captain. To everyone's surprise, the captain's eyes widened in shock with a barely concealed expression of disbelief. But the information page of that person prominently displayed name, Zhou Chen, age, unavailable native place, unavailable talent, unavailable past experiences, unavailable remarks, insufficient access rights. This citizen's information has been encrypted as Azure Dragon level. In just one page of personal information, everything except a name was invisible. The striking remark at the end made the captain's hands and feet instantly cold. Azure Dragon level encryption. Who exactly was this young man before him? The captain scrutinized Zhou Chen from head to toe, and tumultuous waves surged in his heart. At his level, although still far from the Federation's high ranks, he could vaguely come into contact with things unknown to ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that he clearly understood the meaning of Azure Dragon level encryption. This was the Federation's protection policy for certain special individuals. In other words, the seemingly ordinary young man before him was actually an important figure long recognized by the Federation's high ranks. And as a mere captain, he was light years away from having the authority to access Azure Dragon level files. Thinking of this, the captain's gaze towards Zhou Chen already held a few more traces of respect. Suddenly raising his hand in salute, he said, "Mr. Zhou, forgive me. In this hunting area, you naturally have the qualifications to enter." His voice was loud, echoing all around. Even the many girls nearby who were paying attention to the commotion could hear it clearly. Then, Wang Manting, who had been planning to watch a joke, had a complete change in expression. She looked extremely puzzled, her face alternating between pale and green. It seemed incomprehensible to her why Zhou Chen had the qualifications to enter the forbidden hunting area and why the captain in front of her treated him with such respect. Just moments ago, when the three of them were verifying their qualifications, the captain had been cold and businesslike. Yet, Zhou Chen, who she had just belittled as worthless, was now receiving such noble treatment. Did this not mean that she, the proud Miss Wang, was still inferior to Zhou Chen in the eyes of this captain? Wang Manting, who had always been arrogant and self-assured since childhood, could not accept this, and she was on the verge of exploding with anger. On the other hand, the always quiet and alluring Lang Xiaoxiao's eyes shimmered with a hint of brilliance. This guy is indeed not an ordinary person. As the legitimate daughter of a prominent business family, Lang Xiaoxiao was evidently much more mature than Wang Manting, having learned a great deal about judging people from her father. She became increasingly convinced that Zhou Chen was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. As for Murong Shui among the three girls, she was currently stunned in place, her cold and proud face filled with bewilderment. How could this be? She also did not understand, unable to make sense of it. In her eyes, Zhou Chen's reliance was nothing more than a steward at the Phylong Tower. However powerful the Phylong Tower might be, it could not meddle in matters concerning the forbidden hunting area. So why did the military officer show such respect to Zhou Chen? Schwer, is this kid really a D-level talent? Could the intelligence be wrong? Wang Manting gritted her teeth at this moment, asking Morong Shui. Morong Shui was momentarily uncertain, as she had only heard it from Zhou Tong. But Zhou Tong, despite his nonchalant demeanor, had no reason to joke about such matters. Moreover, Morong Shui had discreetly inquired afterwards and confirmed that when Zhou Chen registered at Wuzhong, he was indeed only a D-level talent, witnessed by thousands of eyes, so it couldn't be false. Perhaps he has another opportunity, or has acquired an extraordinary skill? Just then, Leng Shixiao's voice suddenly rang out. The other two girls were taken aback, but then they all began to see some sense in her words. While talent accounted for the largest proportion in assessing a person's strength, mastering an extremely powerful skill could also add a significant amount of points, especially in the early stages, when everyone hasn't fully developed yet and offensive tactics are limited. Possessing powerful skills will give a greater advantage. Who do I think I am with some outstanding trump card? If qualifying for the Forbidden Hunting Zone is solely based on skills, it's not that impressive. Wang Manting seemed to be trying to save face, sneering once again. As a noblewoman from a prestigious family, she believed her skills were not inferior to her peers. Upon hearing her best friend's words, Morong Shui furrowed her brows deeply. Is that so? She was somewhat uncertain if that was the case. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen had indeed passed the strength assessment in front of them. Meanwhile, in front of the steel gate, Zhou Chen, seeing his qualification verification go smoothly, didn't dwell on it and asked, "Can I go in now?" "Of course, but our Forbidden Hunting Zone requires a minimum of 5 people to form a group before it can be opened, and we are currently lacking 1 person. The captain respectfully replied, but his words surprised Zhou Chen. "Country bumpkin, what do you think we're doing standing at the gate?" Wang Manting, not far away, heard these words and immediately let out a sneer, looking at Zhou Chen with a sense of superiority due to the information gap. However, they had only known a little earlier than Zhou Chen. Wang Manting just found Zhou Chen unpleasant and wanted to deliberately belittle him. On the other hand, Zhou Chen ignored Wang Manting, but his brows involuntarily furrowed. He hadn't expected there to be a restriction on the number of people to open the Forbidden Hunting Zone gate, indicating that Lu Bashu's intelligence was not comprehensive enough. Seeing this scene again, the captain immediately understood that the young man in front of him, whose information was encrypted at the Azure Dragon level, was unaware of the rules of the Forbidden Hunting Zone. After some thought, he decided to step forward and explain. Mr. Zhou, the Forbidden Hunting Zone is extremely dangerous, and because it is in the real world, unlike in the secret realm, there is no immunity to death. Therefore, the Federation restricts the number of entries. A minimum of 5 people is required to form a group. The Federation's intention is that if there is any real danger, team members can assist each other in attack and defense, minimizing casualties to the greatest extent. The captain did not dare to conceal that this was the explicit rule. However, after saying this, he glanced at Zhou Chen's deeply furrowed brow and couldn't help but step forward and say in a low voice, "Actually, this is just a formal rule. If Mr. Zhou truly has the strength to sweep through the Forbidden Hunting Zone and is used to acting alone, you can leave the team after entering." These words should not have been spoken by a Federation captain. However, seeing that Zhou Chen's file was encrypted at the Azure Dragon level and he was so young, based on past experience, it was highly likely that he possessed an SSS level talent, hence the reminder. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen revealed a knowing expression. It seemed that the Federation's rules were not always rigid. Due to the danger of the Forbidden Hunting Zone, most of the geniuses who came here for training were S-ranked, hence the mandatory team formation of 5 people. However, besides this, there were also other rules in secret. If a person coming for training was SSS ranked, extremely powerful, they could enter and leave the team directly to solo, and the Federation would turn a blind eye as if nothing happened. Additionally, teaming up on Blue Star was very different from in Dungeons. In Dungeons, teaming up was a concrete invitation sent out by the system, completed in a contractual form. This ensured that the experience points gained from hunting monsters were evenly distributed according to the team's agreement. However, in reality, there was no system option for teaming up. In other words, their teaming up in the Forbidden Hunting Zone was merely a verbal agreement. So, if they wanted to leave the team and go solo, they could do so without any concerns. Understanding all this before the Forbidden Hunting Zone, Zhou Chen decided to remain silent, quietly waiting for the last person to arrive to complete the team of 5. On the other side, Wang Manting, who always found Zhou Chen displeasing, crossed her arms and coldly snorted, "I never thought the last person to join the wilderness expedition would be a slacker. It's a good thing I made arrangements with Zhao Tai in advance. Otherwise, with just us 3 girls, we wouldn't get far in this hunting zone." Clearly, Wang Manting was treating Zhou Chen as a random teammate in a game, not holding back in her words. Zhou Chen didn't even bother to look at her, indifferent to the situation. The atmosphere on the scene became somewhat heavy for a moment. "Manting, could you tone it down a bit?" We are all teammates, no need to be so rigid. Finally, Long Xiaoxiao, who had always treated Jochen with respect, spoke up. She criticized Wang Manting first, then apologized to Jochen, saying, Master Zhou, please don't mind her, she's just being childish. It must be said that Long Xiaoxiao was indeed good at handling situations. However, Wang Manting was not pleased with her words. As best friends, Long Xiaoxiao tried to calm Wang Manting down several times, but Wang Manting was still unhappy. She looked Jochen up and down, then suddenly said, Xiaoxiao, are you interested in this kid? Always speaking up for him? This remark left Long Xiaoxiao and Morong Shui stunned. Hey, are you asking for trouble? Immediately, Lang Xiaoxiao raised a small fist in a threatening manner. Morong Shui, upon hearing Wang Manting's words, felt uneasy for some reason. Sorry for being late. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly strange, a voice suddenly came from below the hill. Everyone turned to see a well-dressed young man walking up. He exuded a remarkable aura, with a faint smile on his lips, giving off a friendly vibe. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of fierceness in his eyes from time to time, indicating that he was not as simple as he appeared. Zhao Tai, if you didn't show up, Xiaoxiao might have been taken away. Wang Manting seemed familiar with this young man. As soon as he appeared, she stood aside as if reporting a complaint, her voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Her gaze intentionally lingered on Jochen. There was a hint of trouble brewing. Manting, why do you always say such things? Lang Xiaoxiao blared at Wang Manting, looking annoyed. Morong Shui, upon hearing these words again, pursed her lips and looked down, lost in thought. The young man walking towards them, upon hearing Wang Manting's words, naturally shifted his gaze to Jochen. He was initially surprised, seemingly not expecting to see a second man beside the three women today. Then, a barely perceptible flash of annoyance crossed his eyes. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, a renowned S-class genius and heir to a billion-dollar conglomerate, who in the second-generation circle of Linyuan City didn't know that he had been pursuing Lang Xiaoxiao? Although Lang Xiaoxiao had never responded to his advances, it didn't stop him from considering her his forbidden fruit. This time, he had entrusted his childhood friend Wang Manting to go through great lengths to finally team up with Lang Xiaoxiao to enter the hunting zone. He had hoped to showcase his skills in the hunting zone and win the heart of the beauty. However, he didn't expect to hear such news from Wang Manting as soon as he arrived. Regardless of whether there was a relationship between Jochen and Lang Xiaoxiao, the mere presence of a second man already displeased him. Manting, what's going on here? Various thoughts raced through his mind, but Zhao Tai's face remained impassive and calm. He first smiled at the women, then quietly asked his childhood friend Wang Manting about the situation. Entering the forbidden hunting area requires groups of 5. This kid is named Zhou Chen, he used to be from the Zhou family. Wang Manting didn't hide anything, quickly narrating the situation in a low voice, focusing on Zhou Chen's background and the distinct attitude cold Xiaoxiao had towards him. Of course, personal biases were inevitably mixed into her words. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai's expression suddenly relaxed, and when he looked at Zhou Chen again, there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. He had thought that this suddenly appearing kid who caught cold Xiaoxiao's attention must be someone of great importance. However, he never expected that he was just a castaway kicked out by his family. And he only awakened a D-level talent. Such a person wasn't even worthy of Zhao Tai's acknowledgement, let alone being compared to him. So Zhao Tai felt much more at ease. In his eyes, there was no way he could be surpassed by such a minor character. If it were Zhou Wang from the Zhou family as my rival, I might feel some pressure, but you, Zhou Chen, at most, you'll be a stepping stone for me. Zhao Tai thought to himself. When he looked at Zhou Chen, all that remained in his eyes was thick disdain. Since ancient times, beauties love heroes, but a waste with a D-level talent, what's the point of teaming up with him? When they enter the forbidden hunting area and see those lord-level bosses, they might even wet their pants. Compared to that, all Zhao Tai needed to do was show a little strength, create a stark contrast with Zhou Chen, and easily win over cold Xiaoxiao. Zhao Tai had even thought out his strategy as his eyes flickered. So he took the initiative to speak to Zhou Chen, friend, meeting is fate. Since Xiaoxiao doesn't mind you, I will respect her opinion. But when we enter the forbidden hunting area, try not to lag behind too much, or else I might not be able to take care of you, he said generously, appearing very much like a nobleman's son. However, each of his words concealed a blade, elevating his own status by stepping on Zhou Chen invisibly. At this moment, Zhou Chen stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring Zhao Tai. From Zhao Tai's initial hostility towards him to the sudden relaxation and disdain upon learning about his talent and background, as well as the hidden agenda in his words just now, Zhou Chen saw through it all. What was Zhao Tai planning with his attempts to elevate his status in the girl's heart through belittling others? Zhou Chen couldn't be bothered with all of this and just wanted to level up quickly in the hunting area. Seeing Zhou Chen completely ignoring him, Zhao Tai couldn't help but darken his expression slightly. Fine. You're quite good at pretending. Let's see if you can keep it up when you encounter those bosses in the forbidden hunting area. Zhao Tai thought unhappily, but he still forced a refined smile on his face. Since this brother doesn't like to talk, I won't say anymore. I'll go handle the procedures for entering the forbidden hunting area for everyone. He took the initiative to address the three women as if he were the leader of the team, then walked towards the captain. When speaking to the captain, he appeared confident, showcasing the demeanor of a noble disciple. Unfortunately, except for Wang Manting, no one paid him any attention. Cold Xiaoxiao even quietly leaned towards Zhou Chen and whispered, I'm sorry, I wanted to ease the tension between you and Manting, but I didn't expect this to happen. Her eyes were filled with apology as she spoke. Having accompanied her father to various business occasions since she was young, she could see through Zhao Tai's petty tricks. She was not fond of Zhao Tai, who always played mind games. It's okay. Zhou Chen shook his head upon seeing this, not caring about Zhao Tai at all. In his eyes, the playboy second generation who only knows how to eat, drink, have fun, and chase women is not worthy of the title of a prodigy. Even considering him as an opponent is an insult. Zhou Chen naturally couldn't be bothered with such people. Before long, Zhao Tai returned triumphantly with the paperwork done. This officer is quite interesting. At first, he was cold towards me, but as soon as he heard that the five of us entered the forbidden hunting area together, his attitude immediately became enthusiastic. I guess when he checked the information, he discovered my identity. Zhao Tai's face revealed a self-satisfied smile, speaking with a straight posture as if he were very honorable. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Zhou Chen, as if displaying his authority. He's just a captain. Among us here, which one of us doesn't have a background that can crush him? Wang Manting, upon hearing Zhao Tai's account, also chuckled, displaying the arrogance of an aristocratic offspring to the fullest. Mu Ronxue remained silent, but from her expression, she seemed to agree, finding it only natural. Among the people present, only Lang Xiaoxiao frowned. She looked at the confident Zhao Tai speaking, not swayed by his deliberately displayed power, but rather feeling a touch of disgust. He really overestimates himself. A captain relying on the Federal Army camp, achieving what he has today all comes from cutting his way through the battlefield, and being sent to guard the forbidden hunting area clearly indicates he has a remarkable network in the military camp. Why would he fear a dandy like you from an aristocratic family? Perhaps there is someone else who truly made him change his attitude. Lang Xiaoxiao thought to herself, her beautiful eyes quietly falling on Zhou Chen. In her mind, the image of the salute the captain gave him when verifying his qualifications just now involuntarily surfaced. Obviously, the captain's sudden change in attitude was mostly due to Zhou Chen's mysterious identity. This realization made Lang Xiaoxiao, who saw through everything, even more curious. What had happened to the young master who was suppressed by Zhou Wang back then, forced to leave the family and make a living on his own? She had thought he was just an ordinary fallen young noble, but today, upon seeing him, she discovered that he exuded extraordinary qualities in every aspect. Lost in thought, Lang Xiaoxiao's interest in Zhou Chen grew stronger. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen remained indifferent throughout. All the gazes on him did not stir any emotional response. Whether it was Lang Xiaoxiao's curiosity or Zhao Tai's overt or covert suppression, none of it mattered to him. It was a difference in mindset. Like a deep-sea behemoth in shallow waters, why would it care about the thoughts of the fish and shrimp around it? Zhao Tai, Wang Manting, and the others were all too low-level. If it were true prodigies like Yan Lian Haotian from his youth here, Zhou Chen might have taken them seriously. But Zhao Tai? He was not worthy. Of course, Zhao Tai was oblivious to all this. Seeing Zhou Chen's silent demeanor, he thought his authority had struck a chord, making him even more self-satisfied. With this kid as my stepping stone, highlighting my uniqueness, capturing Lang Xiaoxiao will be a piece of cake, right? Zhao Tai chuckled to himself, thinking he was clever. Little did he know that Lang Xiaoxiao's emotional and intellectual intelligence far surpassed his. Her cold, discerning eyes saw through his crude tactics, already labeling him with a negative mark. Boom! While everyone's thoughts diverged, the massive iron gate in front slowly opened to the sides, revealing the entrance to the 10th forbidden hunting area before them. 3 beautiful ladies, once we enter, stick close to me. The Lord-level boss is no joke. Zhao Tai stood at the forefront, completely considering himself as the team leader, and even flashed a self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile towards girls like Lang Xiaoxiao. Then, his gaze subtly shifted to Zhou Chen, adding, Brother Zhou, I have limited abilities, so I can only protect the girls first. Don't blame me. Although his words sounded noble at first, they were actually a veiled slight towards Zhou Chen, elevating his own image while belittling Zhou. However, faced with Zhao Tai's insincere words, Zhou Chen remained indifferent, hands in his pockets, walking towards the entrance of the forbidden hunting area on his own. This scene clearly made Zhao Tai lose his composure again, his gaze towards Zhou Chen turning colder. Damn it! Ignoring me time and time again, what are you, a worthless coward? Just wait until we enter the forbidden hunting area, I'll show you. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Tai forced a dignified smile back on his face, leading Wang Manting and the other girls to catch up with Zhou Chen and enter the forbidden hunting area together. As the gates of the forbidden hunting area slowly closed, a dense area resembling a primitive forest appeared before them. The 10th forbidden hunting area was vast, not filled with monsters as expected upon entry. In fact, not a single living creature was in sight. Everyone was puzzled, including Leng Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Zhao Tai spoke up again, explaining, although there are many lord-level bosses in this forbidden hunting area, their distribution is irregular. Some areas have more, some have less. We are currently on the outer edge where there are no monsters. Upon hearing this, Wang Manting frowned. Isn't that too reliant on luck? With such a large hunting area, what if we don't encounter many bosses all day? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Her words weighed on Leng Xiaoxiao, Morong Shui, and even Zhou Chen. They had come all this way for the promise of encountering numerous lord-level bosses in the forbidden hunting area. Yet, they were now informed that the distribution of these bosses was unpredictable, leaving their success to chance. This news even unsettled Zhou Chen, known for his composure. Plans change. Well, since we're already here, let's test our luck. Thinking to himself, Zhou Chen planned to leave the group and hunt bosses alone. However, at that moment, Zhao Tai suddenly said, ladies, don't worry. Since I know the irregular distribution of monsters in the forbidden hunting area, how could I not be prepared? Although this forbidden hunting area project is a top-secret mission arranged by the Federation, the Zhao family's influence is not to be underestimated. Before coming here, my father provided me with coordinates of high-level lord bosses gathering spots. His arrogant demeanor reached its peak as he spoke, trying to impress the girls with his uniqueness and gain their admiration. This revelation surprised everyone. Wang Manting even praised, impressive, Zhao Tai, you even got your hands on the distribution map of monsters in the forbidden hunting area. Zhou Chen, who had been about to leave, hesitated and retraced his steps with a soft He didn't expect Zhao Tai, the useless playboy, to actually do something good. The planned map of monster distribution in the forbidden hunting area was indeed a pleasant surprise. The 10th forbidden hunting area. In a dense mountain forest, Zhou Chen and his group walked along the path, having entered the forbidden hunting area an hour ago. In this hour, they hadn't encountered a single boss, but they did spot 2 wild rabbits. Wang Manting was like someone on a countryside outing, extremely excited upon seeing a wild rabbit. She used a low-level spell skill to kill it instantly, claiming it was just for practice. Her behavior was that of a rich girl playing in the countryside, showing no sense of urgency or experience. This made Zhou Chen shake his head inwardly. She was truly an ignorant brat, growing up in a luxurious environment, developing a proud and arrogant personality. She seemed impressive on the surface but was actually just a useless person with lofty ambitions and little skill. Even with an SS-level talent, her attitude rendered it useless. Zhou Chen thought indifferently. In his past life, he had climbed to level 54 with caution. Not a very high level, but it taught him a valuable lesson. The standard of a strong individual lies not only in talent but also in personal skills, mentality, and courage. Just looking at the experiences of those god kings in the starry sky, it was evident. They all emerged from countless battles and challenges. Many of them were not even SSS-level talents. For example, the Shadow God King had only an S-level talent like Wei Duer, yet she now guarded a star domain for the human race, earning admiration. In her time, there were many geniuses of SSS level, but in the end, it was her S-level talent combined with her mentality and skills that made her victorious. These examples illustrated that while talent might not be exceptional, the mentality must be strong. Wang Manting was a perfect negative example. Her talent was better than Wei Duer's, but their performances were vastly different. Zhou Chen was certain that after reaching level 100, the difference in their achievements would be immense. Unless someone guided Wang Manting to change her character early on, there was a slim chance of redemption. Of course, Zhou Chen could not be that someone. Apart from being unrelated, even if he pointed out Wang Manting's shortcomings, she would not listen and might even mock him. So, he chose to respect her fate, letting her continue in her ignorant arrogance, falling behind gradually, which was fine. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Chen followed leisurely behind, like an invisible person, watching the few ahead play around. Zhao Tai led the way, constantly talking and commenting on everything as if to showcase his knowledge and talent. However, except for Wang Manting's cheerful participation and Morong Shui occasionally listening, Leng Xiaoxiao completely ignored him, appearing aloof and detached. This amused Zhou Chen, feeling like a bystander watching an unusual comedy. The group continued forward for over half an hour until they encountered the first monster, a level 15 Lord-level boss. Upon seeing the boss, Zhao Tai's face lit up with joy. Everyone, it seems we have left the outskirts. From now on, we will encounter more and more Lord-level bosses. The coordinates my father gave me are teeming with high-level bosses, starting from level 25, and we are not far from there. With a smile, he conjured a blue ice cone in his hand and hurled it at the Lord boss. With a loud bang, the monster's health dropped by a quarter instantly, and its massive body stiffened from the intense freezing effect. Zhao Tai saw his attack take effect. A hint of pride immediately appeared on his face. He said arrogantly, "Ladies, rest assured, this demon will not harm you at all. I can single-handedly slay it." With that, Zhao Tai launched a series of attacks, taking about half a minute to kill this LV-15 boss. Xiao Xiao, did you see that? If you want a boyfriend, find someone like Zhao Tai. He can kill a LV-15 boss just like that, unlike some who only drag the team down and act like a loser. Wang Manting, supporting her childhood friend, raised her arm and defended Zhao Tai. Growing up in the same circle, she clearly supported Zhao Tai's pursuit of Lang Xiaoxiao. During the teamwork, she didn't forget to belittle Zhou Chen. With only 2 boys in the team, highlighting the strong required contrasting with the weak. Lang Xiaoxiao furrowed her beautiful brows upon hearing this. She didn't like Wang Manting trying to matchmake her with Zhao Tai, but objectively, Zhao Tai's solo kill of the boss was commendable, leaving her momentarily speechless. Ha ha, I just got lucky. Maybe this brother Zhou's strength is far superior to mine. Manting, it's better not to speak out of turn. Zhao Tai appreciated Wang Manting's timely support and looked at Zhou Chen with a hint of sarcasm. Come on. With his D-level talent, it's questionable if he can even break through the defense of a boss at the Lord level with one skill. Wang Manting glanced at Zhou Chen, her mouth curled in mockery. Zhou Chen, witnessing all this with indifference, felt nothing but disdain. With creatures of this level, he could easily one-shot them, truly achieving a swift kill. Zhao Tai, will you ever stop? Zhou Chen is my friend now. Are you unhappy with him or with me? If you're unhappy with me, I can leave the team with Zhou Chen and form our own. Just as Zhou Chen was about to speak, Lang Xiaoxiao burst out first. As an elegant and alluring mature beauty, her anger was intimidating, silencing Wang Manting. Zhao Tai was taken aback, his face alternating between pale and red, unsure if he was embarrassed or angry. After a few changes in expression, he managed to smile and apologized. Xiaoxiao, don't be angry. I didn't mean anything towards brother Zhou. Let's continue, and when we reach the coordinates my father provided, you'll definitely level up. Yes, Xiaoxiao, we're all friends. You know Zhao Tai's personality, right? Morong Shui stepped in to mediate, feeling a bit uneasy. Although she agreed that Zhou Chen, with only a D-level talent, couldn't compare to Zhao Tai, she felt oddly uncomfortable when Lang Xiaoxiao erupted over this matter. After this small incident, the group continued on in silence. Zhao Tai no longer spoke as confidently as before. The shadow of annoyance lingered on his face as he led the way. Clearly, he was bothered and even infuriated by Lang Xiaoxiao's defense of Zhou Chen. Lang Xiaoxiao is so blind and foolish. I pursued her for so long without success, and now she dares to defend a country bumpkin. When we reach the core area where monsters gather and everyone is hunting them together, and that kid can't contribute at all, you'll see how useless he is. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, thinking viciously. His steps leading the way quickened involuntarily. He couldn't wait to see Zhou Chen make a fool of himself. The group hurried along, and half an hour later, the trees around them gradually thinned out, and the road suddenly opened up. A vast flat grassland appeared before their eyes, and at a glance, they saw various Lord-level bosses nesting there. This made everyone's eyes light up with excitement. They had finally found the core area where the monsters gathered. Zhao Tai breathed a sigh of relief and then showed a friendly smile again. Xiao, look, the coordinates my dad gave are right here, I didn't lie to you. He seemed to be showing off, displaying the authority of a young master from a prestigious family. Cold Xiao snorted lightly, her face no longer covered in frost. See, Xiao, Zhao Tai is absolutely reliable. Ordinary people, even if they come to the forbidden hunting area, who else would have this kind of information? Wang Manting saw that Cold Xiao's anger seemed to subside, and she became lively again. At this moment, Zhao Tai was also very pleased and proud. He laughed heartily and led the group towards the grassland. However, before he could completely leave the forest, a small stone suddenly flew over and hit him. Soon after, they saw another group of people at the other end of the path. They were also young men and women, dressed in expensive gear, with a rebellious look on their faces. The leader, in particular, was extraordinary. He was tall and sturdy, exuding a powerful aura, with an eagle-eyed gaze that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. He glanced at Zhao Tai and impatiently waved his hand, arrogantly shouting, "We, the Yang family of Jinling, have set our eyes on this place. You lot, get lost as far as you can. The Yang family of Jinling? Zhao Tai was surprised. In the southern border of Daxia, there were thousands of cities, most of which were newly built after the expansion of the Blue Stars area. However, Jinling was different. Before the Blue Stars mutation, it was an old and powerful city in the southern region of Daxia. Now, among the 1,000 cities in the south, it was one of the best, with a hint of being the leader, a true super metropolis. Compared to Linyuan City, its comprehensive strength was several times stronger. Therefore, when the leader of the other party revealed his identity, Zhao Tai's heart skipped a beat. The Yang family? Could it be the Yang family that controls the Kunyu auction house? Cold Xiao Xiao also frowned at this moment, recalling a prominent Yang family force in Jinling. Her family had been in business for generations, especially in Linyuan, Jinling, and Luoxua. They had a business network, so she was familiar with the various forces in Jinling. Hearing Cold Xiao Xiao's guess, Zhao Tai's uneasiness increased. Obviously, he had also heard of the reputation of the Yang family in Jinling. They were a genuine prestigious family with great influence in Jinling, with industries spanning energy, jewelry, construction, and other fields for hundreds of years. Later, with the advent of the era of the woodcutters, they gradually started the business of selling equipment. The Kunyu auction house they established not only dominated Jinling but also had a significant influence in half of the southern region. Although the Zhao family where Zhao Tai belonged was a prominent family in Linyuan, controlling a billion-dollar group, compared to the Yang family, they were far inferior. The Kunyu auction house of the Yang family had an annual turnover of several hundred billion, earning pure profits of several billion just from commissions, completely overshadowing the Zhao family in scale. Not to mention that besides their substantial assets, the Yang family also had many talented individuals, with several hundred-level powerhouses in the family. Damn it! How could this be so coincidental, running into people from the Yang family in the forbidden hunting area? Zhao Tai furrowed his brows, feeling that the situation had become somewhat tricky. Judging by the other party's arrogant demeanor, they were clearly not easy to deal with. And indeed it was so. Among the group before him, the leader was none other than Yang Tianhu, the legitimate descendant of the Yang family, ranked third in the family hierarchy. Unlike the idle second-generation rich kids who only knew how to indulge in eating, drinking, and revelry, Yang Tianhu spent more than half of the year not at school but honing his skills in the virtual world, possessing combat experience and courage far beyond his peers. Moreover, his awakened S-level talent, Bloodthirsty, was a rare growth-oriented combat talent. By hunting and devouring the flesh and blood of monsters, he continuously strengthened his own physical and spiritual attributes. It was precisely because of this that Yang Tianhu exuded an extremely imposing aura, standing out in the crowd with a domineering presence in every move he made. With a hint of impatience in his eyes, he shouted at Zhao Tai, "I told you to get lost, can't you hear?" His voice was loud, casual, and disdainful, resembling scolding a stray dog on the roadside, causing Zhao Tai's face to alternate between pale and flushed, looking quite unsightly. To be honest, if Zhao Tai were alone here and encountered someone from the Yang family, he might indeed have backed down and made way in embarrassment. But now, behind Zhao Tai stood three stunningly beautiful girls and his beloved Lung Xiaoxiao. If he let Yang Tianhu scare him off with just a shout, wouldn't that be a disgraceful retreat? His face darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Brother, I am Zhao Tai from the Zhao family of Linyuan City. We are both prominent families in the southern region, there's no need to make things so tense, right? In such a vast region with numerous lord-level bosses, our two teams together have more than enough strength to hunt and kill." As he spoke, Zhao Tai stood with his hands behind his back, trying to display an aura no weaker than Yang Tianhu's. He even mentioned his own Zhao family in an attempt to exert pressure on the other party. However, upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu just sneered, his eyes full of contempt. The Zhao family of Linyuan City? A small group with assets of only 1 billion, and you dare call yourselves prominent families? You really know how to flatter yourselves. Let me tell you, even if it's your father, I won't give him face today. Yang Tianhu's voice was thunderous and his words were weighty, belittling Zhao Tai's family to the point of worthlessness. He even went as far as to criticize Zhao Tai's father. The young men and women from Jinling City who were with him burst into laughter upon hearing this, looking at Zhao Tai with playful eyes. "Kid, didn't you hear what Brother Yang said? Why don't you scram?" One of them, a tall and thin man with floral tattoos, wearing a checkered shirt and carrying a thick giant sword on his shoulder, even teased by digging his ear with his pinky finger. These scenes left Zhao Tai's expression constantly changing. He had thought that by mentioning the Zhao family, he could at least make the other party take him seriously, but he never expected Yang Tianhu to completely ignore him. Even one of his subordinates showed no fear of the Zhao family. "Hey, aren't you all being too presumptuous? A voice cut through Zhao Tai's, and Wang Manting frowned as she stepped forward. She was a noblewoman from the Wang family, accustomed to being surrounded and catered to wherever she went. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? With her hands on her hips, she stood tall and proud, saying, "The monsters in this forbidden hunting area are ownerless creatures. Why should we back down just because you say so? Who are you?" Yang Tianhu looked at the exquisite-faced girl before him with interest. "I am Wang Manting, from the Wang family of Lin Yuan." Wang Manting raised her chin, speaking with great pride. To be honest, the power of the Wang family was slightly stronger than that of the Zhao family where Zhao Tai belonged. It was one of the most powerful families in Lin Yuan City, second only to the Zhou family. Therefore, being from the Wang family had always been a source of pride for Wang Manting. Upon hearing this, Yang Tianhu touched his chin and asked, "Your brother is Wang Chang?" "That's right." Wang Manting crossed her arms, her face filled with pride. In the Wang family of Lin Yuan City, the current head of the family has 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son is over 30 and has already begun to take over the family's affairs, while the youngest son, Wang Chang, has just entered his sophomore year, possessing an SS-level talent and is known as the Qilin son of the Wang family. He is currently studying at the Nanshanmen Academy, and it is said that his level reached 80 last year. Undoubtedly, having such a talented brother has always been a source of pride for Wang Manting and the reason she has always looked down on young talents from various places. This time, she thought that by revealing the Wang family's name, the other party would back down upon hearing about Wang Chang, thus giving the Wang family some face. However, to her surprise, after receiving confirmation, Yang Tianhu looked up and laughed mockingly, saying, "Miss Wang, what are you being arrogant about? Don't you know that Wang Chang was defeated by my elder brother, Yang Tianlong, in last month's major competition at the Nanshanmen Academy?" His voice was thunderous, shocking everyone present. Wang Manting's body trembled, her face stiff, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "What nonsense are you talking about? My second brother couldn't have lost." At that moment, Wang Manting, the proud daughter of the Wang family, no longer held herself above others. She was in a state of extreme agitation, shouting in disbelief, but suddenly realized that Wang Chang hadn't contacted home for a month. Could it be that her invincible second brother had really lost to Yang Tianlong? With this thought, Wang Manting felt utterly desolate, sensing the absurdity and unreality of it all. However, Yang Tianhu paid no attention to Wang Manting's reaction. His gaze swept over Zhao Tai and his group. With a cold smile, he said, "It's not a coincidence that enemies meet. I told you to leave earlier, but now none of you should leave. Today, I will show everyone that if my elder brother, Yang Tianlong, can defeat the talents of Lin Yuan City, then I, Yang Tianhu, can do the same." The atmosphere on the scene was tense. The conflict between the two groups escalated upon learning of Wang Manting's background in the Wang family. Yang Tianhu clearly had no intention of letting Zhao Tai and the others off easily. He wanted to emulate his elder brother, Yang Tianlong, and give the second generation of Lin Yuan City a profound lesson. Yang is mighty. Let the second generation of Lin Yuan City see what a true talent is and what the descendants of prestigious families should be like. He Miss Wang from the opposite side, would you like to spar with me? Let the people of Lin Yuan City come in standing and leave lying down. A group of talented youths from Jinling cheered wildly. They were all 17 or 18 years old, coming from influential families, possessing remarkable talents, and when gathered together, it was inevitable for their blood to boil. Amidst the escalating challenges, Zhao Tai's face turned extremely grim. Not only were they outnumbered, but Yang Tianhu from the Yang family was also well known for his fierceness, holding a prominent position in the second-generation circle of Jinling. He had already considered backing down, but with 3 girls behind him, including the aloof Lang Xiaoxiao watching, if he ran away at this moment, he would never be able to hold his head up in the circle of Lin Yuan City again. "Zhao Tai, teach them a lesson for me." Constantly provoked by the second generation of Jinling City, Wang Manting, who had been adored since childhood, was both angry and annoyed, subconsciously turning to Zhao Tai as her backbone and asking for help. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tai knew he couldn't avoid it today and could only step forward with a brave face. "Yang Tianhu may have an S-level talent, but I also have an S-level talent. In addition, I have an outstanding set of armor and mythological level skills. If we really fight, I might not lose to him." Zhao Tai reassured himself silently as he walked forward. "Well, at least you have some courage." Yang Tianhu saw Zhao Taijin standing up, his cold and proud face showing a rare hint of affirmation. He then pointed a finger at him and beckoned, "I'll give you a chance to use your strongest skill. Let me see the talent of the geniuses from Lin Yuan City." Yang Tianhu stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance, completely disregarding Zhao Tai. "You've gone too far." Seeing this scene, Zhao Taijin's heart surged with anger and hot blood. He gazed solemnly at young Tianhu, took a deep breath, and suddenly condensed a ball of violent lightning in his hand. This was a mythical skill that his father had gone to great lengths and expense to acquire through connections. It was a spell skill with extremely high single-target burst damage, and as Zhao Taijin displayed it, the flashing lightning was quite extraordinary. Go! With a shout, the lightning ball sped towards young Tianhu's face at a rapid pace, crackling with lightning along the way, creating a terrifying momentum. Well done, Zhao Taijin! Wang Manting cheered. Morong Shui was also moved. This was the heritage of aristocratic children, with a vast difference in talent and cultivation resources compared to ordinary people. Even Long Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look at Zhao Taijin with a bit of respect. Although she didn't like Zhao Taijin, she had to admit that this attack was quite impressive, exuding a bit of the aura of a proud genius. At this moment, Zhao Taijin's confidence soared. The young family of Jinling was nothing special. A smile played on his lips as he envisioned himself displaying his might, defeating young Tianhu, and winning Long Xiaoxiao's heart. Unfortunately, reality did not unfold as he had hoped. Faced with the grandiose lightning ball, the geniuses from Jinling remained calm, even with a hint of amusement. Young Tianhu sneered repeatedly, his eyes filled with disdain. Is that all? He sounded extremely disappointed, casually grabbing the huge sword carried by the man with floral tattoos next to him. As the lightning ball flew closer, he struck first with a powerful sword blow. Thunderous force. This earth-shattering strike unleashed a surge of sword energy, directly annihilating Zhao Taijin's skill in midair. You disappoint me. Your mental strength is weak, unable to withstand the power of this mythical skill. Your timing is also a mess. Is this all the talent the geniuses of Linyuan City have? Yang Tianhu's disappointment was evident as he swiftly crossed the distance between them, delivering a heavy punch to Zhao Taijin's abdomen. The latter didn't react in time, his eyes rolling back as his body was sent flying 4 to 5 meters by the impact, lying at Wang Manting's feet like a dead dog, continuously spitting out bile and blood. Zhao Taijin! Wang Manting exclaimed, rushing to help him up. She saw her childhood friend bleeding from the mouth, hands trembling, completely devoid of combat capability. Not daring to delay, she quickly retrieved restorative potions from her spatial backpack, feeding him 2 bottles in succession before Zhao Taijin regained consciousness. However, fear was written all over his face, and he didn't dare to look at young Tianhu again. Useless! A weakling like you dares to bring 3 sisters along? Young Tianhu shook his head in disdain, his gaze mocking Zhao Taijin to the extreme. Then, he turned his attention to Wang Manting and the others. Although he lost interest, he waved his hand impatiently and scolded, I don't hit women. Carry this dead dog away, and remember to steer clear of us Jinling elites in the future. With that, he and the other Jinling geniuses burst into laughter. Wang Manting was too frightened to speak, completely lost. Her elder brother had never fought with the young family, and her childhood friend Zhao Taijin had been defeated in an instant, shattering years of pride in that moment. Although she herself possessed an SS-level extraordinary talent, she couldn't muster the courage to stand up and resist young Tianhu's intimidating presence. Morong Shui's pretty face was pale as well, feeling a sense of humiliation but helpless. Even Long Xiaoxiao, biting her red lips, eventually sighed. Young Tianhu's power to kill Zhao Tai in one strike was overwhelming, making everyone present tremble in fear. She, with only an S-level talent similar to Zhao Tai's, found it meaningless to act at this moment. It seemed that today, she could only admit defeat. Manting, let's go. Morong Shui patted Wang Manting's shoulder, ready to leave together. But just as she turned around, she suddenly froze. Because at that moment, in her line of sight, at the back of the group, overlooked by everyone, Zhou Chen was walking confidently towards the front with his hands in his pockets. His steps were firm, his demeanor composed, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. What are you up to? Morong Shui frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Wang Manting and the pale-faced Zhao Tai also looked at Zhou Chen in disbelief. Lang Xiaoxiao, upon seeing this scene, appeared pensive, a bold idea suddenly emerging in her mind. Could it be that he wants to? Thinking like this, a look of shock spread across Lang Xiaoxiao's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already passed everyone, steadily moving forward, his slender figure getting closer to the grassland filled with lord bosses. Stop! The geniuses from Jinling City also noticed Zhou Chen's anomaly, feeling somewhat puzzled, with one young man with floral tattoos even shouting directly, Kid, didn't you hear me tell you to scram? Rolling up his sleeves, he barked fiercely. At the same time, as if just hearing the command, Zhou Chen finally halted his steps. He slowly turned around, his eyes icy. Are you talking to me? Zhou Chen stood coldly between the two groups, hands in his pockets. At that moment, he exuded a restrained aura, looking ordinary but calm and composed, unruffled by the tattooed man's scolding. The tattooed man was taken aback, his voice tinged with surprise. "Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh?" Taking a couple of steps forward, he appraised Zhou Chen with a smirk. It seemed he hadn't expected that in a situation where Zhao Tai had been defeated in one move and the Wang family girl had backed down, someone would dare to confront them, the young elites of Jinling. "Young master, it seems you don't need to bother speaking, the handsome guy from Linchuan City doesn't even care about you." Many of the young elites from Jinling started to make a commotion upon witnessing this scene. A girl with delicate makeup giggled and said, with an air of wanting to stir up trouble. The tattooed young man, upon hearing his companion's teasing, felt his face losing all dignity. His expression darkened, his eyes carrying a hint of cruelty as he looked at Zhou Chen. "Kid, I don't care who you are, kneel down immediately, kowtow to me 3 times, and call me young master. I'll let you off today. Otherwise, I'll make you crawl out of here." The tattooed man firmly planted the huge sword on his shoulder into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Above his head, the level indicator, reaching LV24, lit up actively, exuding a strong sense of oppression. These young elites from prominent families generally awaken much earlier than ordinary students, most reaching level 3 in their sophomore or even freshman year, giving them a significant level gap compared to their peers taking the college entrance exam. Additionally, although this young master was just Yang Tianhu's underling, his family in Jinling was considered second-rate, wealthy enough to outfit him in an entire set of outstanding armor at a young age. In addition to his A-level combat talent, combined with other factors, Westbrook's momentum is quite impressive, making him one of the top fighters among his peers. At this moment, the onlookers from Jinling all wore playful smiles, eagerly anticipating the moment when the genius at the edge of the abyss in their eyes would beg for mercy on his knees. Yang Tianhu, on the other hand, shook his head with a disdainful expression. Zhao Tai's miserable defeat had left him greatly disappointed in the so-called geniuses of Lin Yuan City. In his view, if even the leader Zhao Tai could only flee, what abilities could this nameless pawn, who had always stood at the back, possibly possess? He didn't deem it worthy to personally intervene. His subordinate Westbrook was more than enough to teach this person a lesson. He must be out of his mind. On the other side, Wang Manting, upon witnessing the scene, immediately displayed a look of frustration on her delicate face. "The people of Jinling had already let us go, why is he still showing off? Does he want to embarrass himself even more?" Clenching her silver teeth, she had always looked down on Zhou Chen, and now she felt even more strongly that this abandoned son of the Zhou family not only lacked any skills but also caused trouble. Morong Shui also clenched her fists, trembling, not understanding why Zhou Chen would provoke the other party at this critical moment. Her large eyes, like autumn water, were filled with confusion and disappointment. As for Zhao Tai, who could barely stand with Wang Manting's support, upon seeing the scene, suddenly revealed a gloating expression. Ignored repeatedly by Zhou Chen, he had long been displeased, but had yet to find an opportunity to deal with him. But now, this guy was so audacious, daring to act arrogantly in front of the terrifying young family of Jinling, displaying an air of superiority as if no one else mattered. He was truly seeking his own demise. "If even I am not your match, where do you get the courage to continue meddling with those monsters? Do you think you're the emperor?" Zhao Tai sneered. People are like this. After their own failures, they eagerly anticipate seeing others suffer the same fate. Among the crowd, only Lang Xiaoxiao remained silent. She simply gazed quietly at Zhou Chen, feeling a subtle sense of anticipation in her heart. And at this moment, in the center of the arena, under various different gazes, Zhou Chen remained expressionless, his eyes becoming colder. "I'll give you a chance. Disable your hands and feet now, and I'll spare your life." Zhou Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his indifferent eyes showing no emotion as he looked at the tattooed man as if he were just a tiny ant on the road. All right, you've got guts." Westbrook, furious, smirked back, a strong green light suddenly bursting from his body, enveloping him entirely, the green aura overwhelming. "Kid, I hope when my great sword strikes you, you can still talk tough like now." He sneered. This was the talent effect awakened by Westbrook. When enveloped in the green light, his overall resistance and agility were greatly enhanced, and he became immune to control effects. Holding the exceptional heavy sword, he ran without being affected by its weight, his speed increasing instead, the air around him seeming to tear apart as he swung, his momentum astonishing. Westbrook has read many sword skill books. He's almost ready to unlock the proficiency system. What can this kid do against him? I bet that kid won't last 3 seconds under Westbrook's giant sword before kneeling and begging for mercy. The geniuses of Lin Yuan City are really blind. They are far inferior to us from Jinling. The Jinling youths, seeing this, felt the outcome was already decided, either mocking and betting or shaking their heads in denial. "It's over." Morong Shui, seeing that the tattooed man showed no mercy, felt her heart sink. She seemed to foresee the moment when Zhou Chen would fall in the next second. Lang Xiaoxiao also clenched her fists tightly, a look of tension on her beautiful face, clearly not at peace in her heart. Although she was certain that Zhou Chen was no ordinary person, it was only their first meeting today, so she couldn't be sure of Zhou Chen's true strength. Under the tense gaze of Lang Xiaoxiao, the imposing Wei Xiao had already rushed to Zhou Chen's front. He showed no mercy, swinging his giant sword with a howling wind, activating an outstanding sword skill, determined to teach Zhou Chen a lesson. "Kid, kneel down and call me master." With a violent shout, the massive sword came crashing down, a strike that would maim or kill an ordinary person. Yet, Zhou Chen merely glanced at it, his deep eyes showing no fluctuation. Just as the giant sword was about to descend upon his head, his right hand rose up at the last moment. In the astonished eyes of the man with the floral tattoo, Zhou Chen's fair hand, like an iron clamp, decisively and steadily caught the sword blade. At that moment, the man with the floral tattoo felt as if his sword had struck solid steel, unable to make any progress even with all his strength. "You!" His face filled with extreme fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He had put all his strength into that strike, feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds, yet the opponent effortlessly caught it with one hand. How much strength did that require? A sense of unease crept into his heart. In his horrified gaze, Zhou Chen's calm and indifferent face finally looked directly at him. "You're done." With a disdainful remark, Zhou Chen swiftly delivered a kick like lightning. Using 90% of his strength, the man with the floral tattoo couldn't react in time, feeling as if he had been hit by a speeding truck, his internal organs shattering. Like a shooting star, he flew 30 meters in the blink of an eye, breaking numerous trees along the way. Finally, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, his fate unknown. At that moment, silence fell over the entire scene. In the forest of the forbidden hunting zone, not a sound could be heard. The expressions of the Jinling youths froze in mockery or jest. Mu Rongshui and Wang Manting were also stunned, speechless, their cherry lips open in shock, unable to utter a word. Zhao Tai, who had intended to gloat and enjoy the show, was completely dumbfounded, sitting on the ground as if in a daze. Trembling, he pointed at Zhou Chen for a long time, unable to form a complete sentence, looking like a lost clown. Lang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, excitement written all over her beautiful face, like a gambler who had just hit the jackpot, jubilant. To be honest, everything happened so quickly on the scene that in their eyes, the man with the floral tattoo had barely made contact with Zhou Chen before being propelled like a cannonball. 30 meters away. How powerful was that kick? His figure was almost invisible. After a while, a dandy from Jinling reacted, hurriedly running towards the man with the floral tattoo to check on his condition. He was no longer in human form, his chest sunken, ribs broken in numerous places. The outstanding chest armor that had protected his front had shattered on the spot, becoming useless. This made the dandy gasp in shock. A kick had destroyed an outstanding piece of armor. Could a human really do that? He had only heard of high-level bosses in dungeons being able to shatter equipment of the same level, but he had never seen anyone do it in reality. And he saw it clearly, that boy from Linchuan City was only level 14. But Wei Xiao? Not only was his level as high as 24, but the outstanding chest armor he wore was also a level 20 equipment. Breaking through the armor, or unleashing his talent with increased resistance like Westbrook. How did he manage to do it? He's even more fierce than the superboss in the dungeon. Is this how a young god king behaves? The dandy swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock and horror. At that moment, he finally understood the kind of figure his group had provoked. Glancing down at the heavily injured Westbrook, who was barely breathing, teetering on the brink of death, he didn't dare delay any longer. He quickly carried Westbrook back to Yang Tianhu's side. "Yang, brother." He was drenched in cold sweat as he placed Westbrook among the group, and the young elites of Jinling, looking at Westbrook's pitiful state, collectively gasped in shock. Such injuries, even if treated promptly with secret medicine to save a life, would still require 10 days to half a month of rest. Laughter ceased, replaced by a heavy and chilling atmosphere. As for Yang Tianhu, his gaze was the most solemn, his face as dark as water. After briefly pausing near the almost lifeless Westbrook, his forehead pulsated with uncontrollable veins. Clearly, for someone as proud as him, witnessing his underlings in such a sorry state filled him with anger. "I never expected that in Lingyuan City, there would be a true genius like you. I have indeed underestimated you." Finally, Yang Tianhu flexed his muscles and slowly stepped forward. His sharp gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Chen, reflecting both anger and a rising fighting spirit. Yang Tianhu was a qualified genius. He was not like ordinary dandies who sought pleasure but desired to compete with other geniuses to hone himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have shown such disappointment after defeating Zhao Tai in one move. Seeing Zhou Chen take action at this moment, the powerful force unleashed by his kick made even the proud Yang Tianhu take notice, feeling that he had found a worthy opponent to go all out against. "What's your name?" Standing solemnly in front of Zhou Chen, his blood boiling, Yang Tianhu activated his innate power as he spoke. Zhou Chen. Facing him, Zhou Chen stood with his hands in his pockets, looking disdainful as he replied casually. His attitude remained unchanged even though his opponent was now Yang Tianhu. However, this scene further fueled Yang Tianhu's anger, and he coldly remarked, "You are too arrogant. I admit you have some skills, but I, Yang Tianhu, am also an unparalleled genius. I started military training arranged by my family at the age of 10, day and night without stopping. At 15, I entered a dungeon for the first time and fought a third-level magic tiger barehanded without awakening. At 16, I was unbeatable in the third high school of Jinling. At 18, I reached LV30, comprehended the essence of boxing, unlocked proficiency in boxing, possessed 2 mythical level skills, and 1 epic level skill. Why do you dare to look down on me?" He spoke faster and more confidently, stepping forward with each sentence, his momentum rising with each step. As the last sentence echoed in the forest, he was less than 3 meters away from Zhou Chen, his invincible will soaring, reaching its peak. His eyes blazing with fire, he stared sharply at Zhou Chen, seeking an explanation. However, despite all this, Zhou Chen remained unfazed and calmly said, "Perhaps in your world, your achievements are extraordinary, so you are complacent. But in my world, you are not enough." His words were shocking, dismissing Yang Tianhu's criticism as worthless. Yet, his calm tone made it clear to everyone that there was no intention to belittle, just stating the facts. This guy is truly arrogant to the extreme. Who is he exactly, to not even regard Yang as worthy? On this side of Jinling City, many people looked at each other in shock, their eyes filled with a mix of extreme awe and the humiliation of being underestimated. Yang Tianhu, in particular, was the first to bear the brunt. The words from Zhou Chen had startled him to the point where even his invincible spirit seemed to wane slightly. Gritting his teeth fiercely, he once again brimmed with intense fighting spirit. "Words are useless, let's fight," he roared, his whole being boiling with renewed vigor. What was even more astonishing was the rapid growth of hair on his skin, within moments turning into a wild, unkempt appearance, resembling a primitive savage. This was the manifestation of his innate talent, bloodthirsty fur, which enhanced his strength and physique by devouring the flesh and blood of demons but also transformed him into this wild semblance. However, Yang Tianhu seemed unperturbed by his appearance, as his growing hair only fueled his determination further. Observing this, Zhou Chen shook his head. "No tears until you see the coffin, make your move." This casual scene was eerily similar to Yang Tianhu's attitude towards Zhao Tai earlier. He only displayed such composure when facing opponents much weaker than himself. This sight further fueled Yang Tianhu's anger. The moment Zhou Chen finished speaking, he stepped forward, twisted his waist, concentrated all the power of his upper body into his right fist, and unleashed a devastating punch. This punch, filled with surging power like the sea, was accompanied by the phantom of a golden dragon entwined around his entire arm, with the dragon's head resting on his massive fist. Dragons roar in the wilderness, an epic close combat skill. As this move was executed, it was truly a stunning sight, intimidating all who witnessed it. Yang's punch could definitely one-shot a level 30 Lord Boss. Someone exclaimed. But can that kid withstand it? Another questioned. Curious gazes closely monitored the battlefield's dynamics. At this moment, Zhou Chen finally showed a hint of seriousness, but only a hint. Without moving his feet, he too threw a punch. This punch had no name, no rank, no special technique or dragon's shadow, just a terrifying force of 10,200 points. Boom! The collision of the two punches created a deafening impact, unleashing a fierce wave of energy that blew the surrounding vegetation into a frenzy. Amid the shocked gazes of onlookers, Zhou Chen stood firm, while Yang Tianhu uncontrollably staggered back 3 steps. Hissing sounds filled the air as numerous gasps of astonishment erupted. Yang Tianhu, renowned for his dual strength and physique attributes, had been forced back in a strength contest. How unbelievable! Even Yang Tianhu himself wore a look of disbelief, his mind in turmoil. His S-rank talent, bloodthirsty fur, was a pure physical enhancement skill that, through devouring the flesh and blood of demons, strengthened his dual attributes, potentially leading to physical sanctification in the future. In terms of development potential, the achievements of this talent in the future were immeasurable. Yang Tianhu was well aware of his strengths and had always pursued a path of close combat. Through his continuous efforts, his strength attribute had surpassed 6,000 points, and his physique exceeded 4,000 points. To possess such terrifying dual attributes at his age was truly remarkable, even in Jinling City, known for its abundance of geniuses. Yet today Yang Tianhu had been defeated in his proudest domain by a seemingly insignificant figure named Zhou Chen. This was something he found utterly unacceptable, almost questioning his own identity. After all, in that last punch, Yang Tianhu had not held back in the slightest, putting forth his full strength and even employing an epic level skill. And the most unacceptable part for young Tianhu lay right here. He saw it clearly. Faced with such a earth-shattering punch from himself, Zhou Chen just met it with a normal rush punch, without using any skills at all. Doesn't this mean that even if he exerts all his strength to launch an attack, he still can't compare to the ordinary punch of others? How high is this guy's strength attribute? Young Tianhu's face was complex, completely shocked by Zhou Chen. Some skills, but not enough, Zhou Chen commented lightly after feeling the opponent's attack. To be honest, young Tianhu met the standards of a genius in all aspects, and his abilities would probably be admired by anyone. It's just a pity that he encountered Zhou Chen, a genius who followed the same physical path as him. The SSS level redistribution is completely an enhanced version of the S-level blood drinking and flesh strengthening technique, both relying on enhancing their own attributes to achieve the goal of overpowering all techniques. But can the overbearing talent effect of the SSS level redistribution be compared to blood drinking and flesh strengthening? Among peers, in terms of physical strength, Zhou Chen is invincible. Moreover, young Tianhu's blood drinking and flesh strengthening technique can only increase the strength and physique attributes, while Zhou Chen's four-dimensional attributes grow synchronously, leaving him without any weaknesses. With a total of over 40,000 attributes, every move he makes carries immense force that is unstoppable. I refuse to accept this, come again. Hearing Zhou Chen's words, young Tianhu gritted his teeth and prepared for another round. He had an invincible heart, his own path to follow, and he didn't want to be worn down by Zhou Chen. So he chose to fight again. This time, young Tianhu was even more ferocious. He roared to the sky, his body hair grew denser, human features gradually diminished, and a wild aura became intense. What's even more astonishing is that his ears became long and thin, covered with fur, all his nails grew rapidly, extremely sharp, and a pair of snow-white fangs extended eerily from his mouth. At first glance, where was the human? A complete humanoid beast. Yang Guo has released his awakening skill. Some descendants from Jinling exclaimed at this moment. Young Tianhu at this moment, full of bloodthirsty aggression, his fierceness intimidating, with little rationality left in his eyes, almost completely assimilated by the frenzy of his wild nature. This was the negative effect brought about by his talent, blood drinking, and flesh strengthening, after activating the awakening skill. Although activating the awakening skill could enhance his overall combat power, he would lose his rationality, so young Tianhu rarely used it even when exploring dungeons. This time, he was pushed to the edge and didn't want his Dao heart to be damaged, so he actively activated the awakening skill to face the challenge. Roar! A sound that seemed inhuman echoed through the forest, instilling fear and chilling the hearts of those who heard it. A genius with an S-level talent, sacrificing himself to fight, such a scene was truly shocking. Even the young elites present had rarely seen such a sight. Zhao Tai in the crowd was extremely pale. At this moment, he realized the vast difference between himself, also an S-level talent, and young Tianhu, a true genius. When the other party had just killed him with one blow, he probably didn't even use a fifth of his strength. But in comparison, he couldn't help but be shocked by how profound Zhou Chen's strength must be. Just with a glance, he managed to bring out the hidden abilities of young Tianhu. Thinking of this, Zhao Tai felt a burning pain on his face. Previously, he had looked down on Zhou Chen in every possible way, openly and covertly suppressing him. Now, looking back, he felt how ridiculous he was back then, nothing more than a clown. No wonder Zhou Chen had never paid him any attention from start to finish. Thinking of this, Zhao Tai felt utterly dejected and lost. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, the battle between the two peerless geniuses had already erupted. Activating the awakening skill, the wild young Tianhu truly resembled a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. In a single leap, he crossed a distance of several meters, soaring through the air towards Zhou Chen with a palm strike, creating gusts of wind along the way. However, Zhou Chen simply sidestepped calmly, effortlessly evading the attack. Seeing his first strike miss, young Tianhu unleashed a series of consecutive punches, each one incredibly powerful, even producing sonic booms. Yet, faced with this dazzling flurry of punches, Zhou Chen remained as steady as a rock, standing firm with hands behind his back, dodging the overwhelming assault with just his keen eyesight. What? Not even one hit? Just how high is his agility attribute? Is he really of the same generation as us? Watching Zhou Chen's extraordinary agility in the arena, all onlookers were left speechless and wide-eyed. Young Tianhu grew increasingly infuriated with each punch, putting all his strength into every blow, yet he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes, a frustrating sensation indeed. Are you only capable of dodging? Dare to face me head-on. His hair bristling, he roared with bloodshot eyes. Observing this, Zhou Chen sighed softly, then with a flick of his hand, a gleaming black long knife appeared out of thin air. Since you insist on a battle, I will indulge you. One strike. If you can withstand one of my strikes without dying, you win this fight. Holding the knife with one hand, Zhou Chen made this astonishing declaration. The spectators were all astounded upon hearing this, especially the group of Jinling elites, their faces clouded with humiliation. Is this person too arrogant? Indeed, Yang Gu has even activated the awakening skill, yet he only talks about one strike. This is too disrespectful, isn't it? Even if you are an unrivaled genius, you shouldn't boast so much. The Jinling elites gritted their teeth, finding Zhou Chen excessively arrogant, some even shaking their heads in disbelief, thinking it impossible for Zhou Chen to win with just one strike. Yang Tianhu, as the one directly involved, was pushed to the brink of anger, wordlessly launching another flurry of punches. The forceful winds surged, the punches were powerful, evidently activating a hidden skill. Many Jinling elites cheered silently at this sight, their eyes gleaming with hope. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen also made his move with the knife. He didn't employ any fancy swordsmanship, simply thrusting forward with a stab. This stab, though seemingly ordinary, caused ripples in the air, making the void tremble faintly, carrying a formidable sword intent. Gluttonous stab. This move was actually a subskill of the immortal level sword skill Requiem of Judgment, a branch skill. With the damage boost from sword proficiency level 1, it was truly an unstoppable force, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. Blades and shadows intertwined as the two figures crossed paths in the blink of an eye. Zhou Chen retracted his sword horizontally, not even sparing a glance at Yang Tianhu, sheathing it back into his spatial backpack. Behind him, Yang Tianhu's robust body remained motionless, a 3-inch sword hole oozing blood from his chest. Zhou Chen had held back, otherwise, the sword would have pierced not his side but his heart. Yang Tianhu's body stiffened at this moment. He didn't lower his head to inspect his wound but turned to look at Zhou Chen, his lips trembling as if wanting to say something, yet ultimately remaining silent. With a bitter smile, his sturdy frame collapsed with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. One strike defeated Tianhu. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. The Jinling crowd, thunderstruck, stared blankly at the scene before them, unable to believe it. Previously indignant and skeptical, they had thought Zhou Chen was too audacious to defeat Yang Tianhu, who had activated the awakening skill, with just one strike. But now, faced with the undeniable truth, they were all rendered speechless, each one in a state of shock. Anyone else dares to challenge? Zhou Chen's calm gaze swept over the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes. These young masters and noble ladies from Jinling, all from prestigious families, were like quails, frozen in place. Even the tough Wei Xiao was defeated, and the invincible Yang Tianhu was no match for Zhou Chen's blade. They didn't dare to challenge him again. Just hoping Zhou Chen wouldn't cause them trouble was gratitude enough. Get lost. Zhou Chen waved his hand casually, as if shooing away annoying flies. He had no time to bother with these people. Defeating Yang Tianhu was not his intention, it was the other party who sought the battle. At this moment, he only wanted to enter the area where monsters gathered to level up and enjoy the thrill of battle. The Jinling youths, seeing Zhou Chen ignoring them, felt as if they had been pardoned. Some dandies even approached Zhou Chen, carefully carrying the heavily injured Yang Tianhu, then quickly left without looking back, disappearing into the woods. With that, the Jinling youths retreated in defeat. One person suppresses Jinling. What an extraordinary demeanor. Not far away, Long Xiaoxiao watched the scene, her beautiful face blushing. The image of Zhou Chen effortlessly subduing the talented youths of Jinling would be forever etched in her mind. Regardless of how many years passed, she would never forget it. Meanwhile, Morong Shui's expression was the most complex. She bit her red lips tightly, her innocent face showing confusion, shock, and a bitter smile. Countless emotions intertwined in her heart, ultimately turning into regret. She was wrong, terribly wrong. Morong Shui had always stubbornly believed that Zhou Chen had no real talent and relied solely on external forces like the steward of the Feilong Tower, unable to stand on his own. Even just now, she thought Zhou Chen was showing off, still fantasizing about being the young master of the Zhou family, feeling disappointed. But reality gave her a heavy blow. Zhou Chen, whether in the Zhou family or not, was always the brilliant young genius. Claims of D-grade talent or inferiority to Zhou Wan were all false. Could a D-grade talent defeat Yang Tianhu with a single strike? Even Zhou Wan couldn't do that. Brother Jun. Regret filled Morong Shui's heart as she looked at the majestic figure ahead, gradually merging with the confident and bright young man from her memories. However, people remained the same, but feelings had changed. Since the moment Zhou Chen was driven out of the Zhou family and she chose to distance herself, their futures were destined never to intersect again. Mountains were mountains, waters were waters, rain fell over the golden city, one person held the umbrella while two walked together. A bitter smile appeared on her lips as Morong Shui clenched her fists, still unable to approach the confident Zhou Chen and say a word. Unlike Morong Shui, Wang Manting was equally complex and silent. Her delicate face was flushed, standing stiffly in place, her emotions fluctuating. The trip to the forbidden hunting area, lasting only half a day, shattered all her pride accumulated over the past decade. From Yang Tianhu's ruthless dominance to Zhou Chen's calm intervention, defeating Yang Tianhu in a more overwhelming manner, and single-handedly making the Jinling crowd bow down. It all happened too fast, almost causing her brain to crash, feeling like a joke. Standing alone in silence, she showed no arrogance in her eyes. As for Zhao Tai, he was completely dumbfounded, not daring to even glance at Zhou Chen's back, with no thoughts left for Lang Xiaoxiao in his mind. He knew that from this moment on, he could no longer meet cold Xiaoxiao's gaze. Thinking of this, Zhao Tai felt extremely bitter, feeling that life's greatest irony lay here. At this moment, Zhou Chen, who stood proudly, finally turned around and shifted his gaze to the crowd. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Wang Manting, with red eyes and clenched fists. "Speak up, you don't need to say more, I'll leave now." Despite losing her pride cultivated over more than a decade, Wang Manting still had her dignity. She was unwilling to advance in the grasslands under Zhou Chen's shadow, following those she had once looked down upon. This was not something she could accept, so Wang Manting chose to leave on her own accord. Seeing this scene, although Zhao Tai was tempted by the numerous lord bosses not far away, he ultimately gritted his teeth and followed in Wang Manting's footsteps. Thus, only cold Xiaoxiao and Murong Shui remained in the field. Murong Shui dared not meet Zhou Chen's eyes. She lowered her head, hesitated for a long time, and finally sighed, feeling too ashamed to stay and chose to leave. Cold Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, smiled coquettishly at Zhou Chen and said, "I'll be leveling up on the outskirts over there, it won't affect you, okay?" She pointed to the edge of the grassland, where there were some level 25 lord bosses, the limit she could solo. Of course, Zhou Chen nodded lightly at the sight. In fact, logically speaking, it was Zhao Tai who brought the coordinates of the monster gathering here, so even if he and Wang Manting didn't leave, Zhou Chen wouldn't say anything. Moreover, there were an extremely large number of monsters here, and Zhou Chen had no interest in the level 25 bosses on the outskirts. He wanted to hunt the level 30 lord bosses deep in the grasslands. Therefore, in terms of resources, it was completely sufficient for allocation. Shaking his head inwardly, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated and turned into a gust of wind, quickly rushing into the depths of the grassland. In the 10th forbidden hunting area, on the boundless grassland, lord-level monsters wandered aimlessly. Zhou Chen ignored the low-level monsters on the outskirts and headed straight for the depths of the grassland. There, a large number of level 30 lord monsters roamed, the level limit that the 10th forbidden hunting area could accommodate. Objectively speaking, this level of monsters far exceeded the capabilities of a novice sky hunter. In the recognized system of the Federation, only the first 20 levels were considered the novice period. This was because after level 20, the strength of monsters generally increased significantly, and even some boss-level monsters possessed multiple minor skills, becoming more dangerous. Therefore, before level 20, these monsters were not too dominant, making it a relatively gentle development period for human novice sky hunters, known as the novice period. The mortality rate during the novice period was the lowest. As long as one wasn't too foolish, they could generally level up steadily. However, once this novice period was over, one had to be cautious, as a slight mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. Before level 20, few people would challenge monsters above the novice level. Only those with exceptional talent and the ability to kill monsters above their level would use this as a way to hone themselves. Zhou Chen was one of these people, silently wielding his sword as he killed his way into the depths of the grassland. As a top talent among top talents, even surpassing his own level by more than 10, he could still move freely without fear. Every monster that dared to show its fangs along the way met the fate of being slain with a single stroke. Killed LV-27 Lord Boss Hexagonal Rhino experience points plus 1765. Killed LV-29 Lord Boss Dark Cat experience points plus 1900. Killed LV-30 Lord Boss Void Bear experience points plus 2313. Zhou Chen continued to kill, drawing blood with every strike. With each falling blade, a corresponding kill prompt appeared in the corner of his vision, all showing 4-digit experience points. This made Zhou Chen's blood boil, feeling exhilarated inside. Crossing over a dozen levels to kill monsters, harvesting a massive amount of experience points from lord-level bosses, this forbidden hunting area was like heaven to him. Since his rebirth, he had never experienced such a satisfying upgrade like today. Especially as he delved deeper into the core, he could hardly see any other level monsters nearby, almost all were level 30 bosses. This resulted in a steady income of over 2,000 experience points each time. Zhou Chen's level skyrocketed at that moment. The more he killed, the braver he became, the more he fought, the more reckless he grew. Too strong. This is the true unparalleled genius. At the edge of the monster gathering place, Lang Xiaoxiao, who had just gasped for breath after single-handedly killing a level 25 monster, looked up and saw the distant core where Zhou Chen was slicing through a level 30 Lord boss with ease. She was momentarily stunned, her cold and beautiful face filled with shock, while her heart trembled even more. But then, she let out a bitter smile, because she knew that she and Zhou Chen were completely from different worlds. Although she also possessed S-level talent and was a genius from a prestigious family, compared to Zhou Chen's monstrous talent, she fell far short. The gap between them was destined to grow wider and wider in the future. This realization brought a sense of inferiority and loss to the usually proud Ling Xiaoxiao. No! I don't want to just look up to your back, I must follow in your footsteps. In the history of the Federation, there have been examples of S-level talents becoming God Kings. I, Ling Xiaoxiao, am not inferior to anyone. After a few breaths, Ling Xiaoxiao seemed to have figured something out. Her face was filled with determination, as if she had been injected with chicken blood, her eyes shining with unprecedented resolve. She didn't have the overwhelming strength like Zhou Chen to venture deep into the monster gathering place, she could only kill monsters at the edge. But that didn't dampen her fighting spirit. Clenching her teeth, her tall and elegant figure moved swiftly towards another level 25 monster to engage in battle once again. Zhou Chen was unaware of what Ling Xiaoxiao was thinking. In his eyes, she was just an ordinary friend, far less important than hunting and killing monsters. At that moment, he was already deep in the midst of the monster gathering place, surrounded by bloodthirsty level 30 lord bosses. Perhaps due to Zhou Chen's intense killing intent and the strong scent of blood emanating from him, these usually solitary lord bosses had raral. A few seconds later, his various attributes had reached 11,700, strengthening his power once again. However, when he glanced at his experience bar, his eager heart cooled slightly. The experience needed to reach level 15 had doubled. If it weren't for the abundance of lord-level bosses in this hunting zone for him to slaughter, he wouldn't know how long it would take to reach level 18 just by relying on dungeons like the Valley of Gale. After all, in the Valley of Gale, the experience gained from killing 10 monsters in the core area was only equivalent to killing one here. This was because of his low level, which granted him a bonus for killing monsters above his level. Otherwise, once he reached level 15 and above, the experience gained from killing monsters above his level in dungeons like the Valley of Gale, where the highest level was only 20, would be meager. In this hunting zone, however, he had no such worries. These lord-level bosses, far beyond the beginner stage at level 30, surpassed him by far in level. Even after he reached level 20, he could still receive experience bonuses for killing monsters above his level. Of course, the hunting zone was not without its drawbacks. After slaughtering so many monsters, Zhou Chen had discovered that it seemed impossible to obtain loot in the hunting zone, only experience points. Or rather, any monsters existing in reality would not drop loot. Loot seemed to be a unique reward mechanism for killing monsters in dungeons. It seems I can't level up just by killing monsters above my level in the hunting zone because equipment only drops in dungeons. When I reach level 20 and need to change my equipment, I still have to go to dungeons. And if I want to obtain the essence of a demon-level monster, I can only do so in dungeons. Zhou Chen thought to himself as he killed monsters. The appearance of the hunting zone indeed provided convenience for leveling up, but it couldn't be relied on indefinitely. To obtain more equipment and better skills, one could only do so by going to dungeons. Inside dungeons, there were endless possibilities, that was where true opportunities lay. With a silent sigh, Zhou Chen buried himself in the group of lord-level bosses, continuing his leveling plan. As time passed slowly, a crescent moon rose in the sky. Zhou Chen had been killing monsters in the depths of this monster gathering place for a whole day, and his level had reached LV 17. By the end of the day, he had no idea how many lord-level bosses he had killed, his clothes and armor soaked through with blood. The path he had taken was littered with monster corpses, a sight that would chill onlookers, resembling a hell on earth. At this moment, Zhou Chen sat on the ground, using a piece of beast skin torn from who knows which monster to slowly wipe his long knife. Under the moonlight, the blade of the thunderstorm flashed with a cold light, reflecting the resolute face of the young man. After a while, Zhou Chen, slightly rested, looked around. There were almost no living monsters left around him. And with his tireless journey deep into the hunting zone, Zhou Chen himself didn't know where he was in the hunting zone at this moment. He only knew that the originally vast plain-like ground had long disappeared, and the surroundings had reverted back to mountains, with a desolate atmosphere spreading. However, Zhou Chen remained calm. The size of a hunting zone was limited after all, and he estimated that he would soon reach the exit on the other side. It's a pity, I haven't killed enough yet. I'm still a bit short of the experience needed to reach level 18. I'll search overnight to see if there are any overlooked monsters. Zhou Chen shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. All the level 30 Lord-level bosses in the gathering place he had just cleared out had been killed by him, and now it wouldn't be easy to find another place with such a large gathering of monsters. It was even uncertain whether there was a second monster gathering place in this hunting zone. He could only wander around aimlessly, hoping to encounter some monsters by luck. With this in mind, Zhou Chen got up, facing the moonlight, and continued walking towards the depths of the mountains and forests. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 hours had passed. Zhou Chen, who had already ventured deep into this mountain range, furrowed his brow deeply. During this time, he had only encountered 2 level 26 monsters. Although they provided a considerable amount of experience points, it was still inferior compared to the level 30 monsters he had hunted before. What was most frustrating was the scarcity of monsters. If there were more, he could endure it. But unfortunately, there were only 2. At this rate, even if he searched until dawn, he feared he wouldn't reach level 18. This is difficult. With too few monsters around, Zhou Chen started to feel restless. He glanced up at the dark and quiet mountains, seemingly endless, and couldn't help but weigh his options: continue forward or turn back. After some consideration, Zhou Chen decided to retrace his steps. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of something in the darkness, freezing him in place. Because in his line of sight, not far away in the darkness, there was a peculiar light shining through the trees. What is this? With a thought, he seemed to realize something and hurried over. A few minutes later, Zhou Chen, who had arrived near the light, was filled with astonishment. Before him, the void shattered, the air rippled, and a deep purple vortex portal slowly took shape in midair. Could it be? I've stumbled upon a random spawn of a wilderness instance? Zhou Chen's expression was filled with extreme surprise as he gazed at the scene before him. He hadn't found any monsters, but in the depths of this forbidden hunting area, he had encountered the formation of a completely new instance. Yes, the number of instances was not fixed. Apart from permanent instances like the Valley of the Howling Winds, many instances would sporadically spawn in the wilderness. Experts and scholars have indicated that nearly 200 new instances are formed on the vast blue star every day. They could be in remote mountain forests, untouched snowy mountains, or even in the depths of abyssal seas. Therefore, the number of undiscovered instances on the blue star is increasing daily. Zhou Chen had clearly struck lucky, encountering a brand new instance in the making. Instead of searching for monsters, he sat down on the spot, wanting to see what level this new instance was. Time passed, approximately an hour later. Under the moonlight, the deep purple vortex portal finally fully formed. Instance name, City of Forgotten Memories, recommended level, LV30 LV40. This line of information appeared before him. Zhou Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up directly from the ground, his face covered with intense joy. This was actually a high-level instance. The recommended level went up to LV40, meaning the maximum level of monsters in this instance was that number. Level 40. The experience each monster could provide was unimaginable. As for strength, although Zhou Chen was only at level 17 now, he was not afraid, because he was the son of heaven, the top ranked in the Federation for hundreds of years. Even if the final boss was at level 40, what could it do to him? His total attributes were close to 60,000, he possessed immortal level skills, and he had the incredible awakening skill that temporarily boosted his combat power tenfold. Once activated, his total attributes skyrocketed to an astonishing 600,000. Even if it only lasts for 10 seconds, it is enough for him to defeat all strong enemies. Therefore, Zhou Chen hesitated almost none at all and immediately headed towards the vortex. Warning! Current level severely lags behind recommended level for the instance. Death risk as high as 99%. Do you wish to forcefully enter? Affirmative. With a single thought, Zhou Chen's figure disappeared into the vortex. As for the so-called warning and the 99% death risk, he paid no attention. These were just prompts for ordinary level 17 woodcutters, but was he an ordinary person? With absolute strength and an unwavering belief in his invincibility, Zhou Chen feared nothing. At the same time, as he entered, he felt a blur before his eyes, and his figure appeared in a strange ruin. It was a dilapidated ancient city, with a scent of decay lingering in the air. Wherever his gaze fell, there were ruins and broken walls. Even the occasional intact building was extremely old. Stepping into a new instance for the first time, Zhou Chen's expression turned serious. He did not act recklessly but observed briefly before deciding on a direction to move forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he moved, the ancient city, abandoned for who knows how many years, seemed to come alive. A strange wind suddenly rose, making the flags outside the taverns flutter noisily. Simultaneously, various eerie sounds echoed within the city. Facing all this, Zhou Chen just snorted coldly and continued forward without changing his expression. It wasn't until he turned a corner that his figure suddenly stopped. Because in front of him, a skeleton monster wearing tattered clothes, with only a skeletal frame left, was slowly approaching him. Name, Civilian Undead devoured by Sandstorm, Health, 108,000, Level, 35, Tier, Elite. Looking at the information of the skeleton monster in front of him, Jo-chan clicked his tongue in amazement. Unlike the beast-like monsters encountered before, in instances around level 30 to 40, humanoid monsters like undead, elves, goblins, etc. began to appear sporadically. However, this skeleton in front of him was just the lowest existence among the undead race. With Jo-chan's strength, he could easily crush the opponent. With a strength attribute of up to 15,000, coupled with the small sword move from the 7 deadly sins, he could directly wipe out the opponent's 10,800 health points with just one strike. Therefore, without any unnecessary words, Jo-chan directly approached with his sword. Swish! A cold light flashed in midair, and the life fire in the empty eye sockets of the skeleton monster was extinguished on the spot, instantly killed. Killed LV-35 Elite Undead Monster, Experience Points plus 1882, obtain Loot X1, the 3 notifications floated before him, but Jo-chan was not very satisfied. Although this monster was at level 35, its racial tier was low, so the experience gained from killing it was inferior to that of a level 30 Lord Boss in the Forbidden Hunting Zone. However, obtaining loot from the first monster killed after entering the instance was somewhat unexpected for Jo-chan. Without delay, he directly reached for the loot. Open loot, obtain special item Imperial City Token X1, name, Imperial City Token, 1/100, tier, silver, description, designated item for the Forgotten City instance, guaranteed drop from killing monsters. When a certain quantity is collected, it will trigger unexpected effects. Looking at this golden token-like item before him, Jo-chan exclaimed in surprise. This was actually a rare designated item within the instance that required a certain quantity to take effect. It seemed that this Forgotten City was not simple at all. Instances containing designated items like this were extremely rare. Jo-chan had lived through many years in his past life and present life, only hearing about it online but never seeing it in reality. But, only 1 drops from killing a demon beast? Do I have to kill 100 of these undead to gather enough? Jo-chan rubbed his chin, looking at the Imperial City token in his hand, suddenly feeling a bit of a toothache. Killing 100 demons was not difficult for him, but the real challenge was whether there were actually that many demons in this instance for him to kill. In the exploration of the Federation for thousands of years, it was found that the number of demons in most instances was generally around 50 or 60. That's why Jo-chan had this doubt. If killing 1 demon really dropped an Imperial City token, then he might have to enter this instance twice in a row. No. Perhaps each demon's loot can contain multiple Imperial City tokens, it's just that my luck was bad and I only got 1 just now. Jo-chan suddenly shook his head again, feeling that the mechanism of this instance shouldn't be so complicated. Even if it wasn't, thinking too much about it now was meaningless, he had to experiment to find out the truth, so he decided to charge ahead and find out. Jo-chan quickened his pace, and in the next hour, he swept through the outskirts of this abandoned ancient city in a sweeping manner. During this time, he killed a total of 23 elite demons and 2 boss-level demons. He obtained a total of 35 Imperial City tokens. As he later thought, the number of Imperial City tokens in the loot varied, roughly increasing with the demon's level. And now, there were no living demons left on the outskirts of this instance. The remaining Imperial City tokens could only be obtained by entering the core area. With his hands behind his back, Jo-chan continued on his way and soon entered a noticeably wider city area. The buildings here were grand and majestic, even though many had weathered with time, the remaining outlines hinted at their former glory. Roar! As Jo-chan strolled through the streets of the ancient city, there was a piercing howl in the distance. Looking over, he saw several undead demons in the shape of wild dogs suddenly rushing out of the collapsed houses on both sides of the road, their skeletal bodies still snarling. Above their heads, the conspicuous level tag of LV-38 was quite eye-catching. It seems I have indeed entered the core area. Seeing demons clearly higher in level than those on the outskirts, Jo-chan felt a surge of joy, as if he could see a vast amount of experience beckoning to him. He immediately turned into a meteor and actively leaped forward, kicking out with a bone-crushing kick, knocking down the first undead dog he encountered. Then, raising his hand, a flash of lightning appeared, and the damage from thunderous wrath followed suit. Defeated LV-38 boss-level corrupt undead dog experience plus 2499 obtained loot X1. The system prompt appeared before him, but Jo-chan paid no attention and continued his attack. Only after killing all the undead dogs in this area did he have time to look at his gains from this wave. Defeating a total of 4 demons provided him with approximately 10,000 experience points. From the loot, he found 32 Imperial City tokens, a considerable amount. This reassured him that he didn't need to run the instance a second time, the Imperial City tokens dropped in one go should be enough to reach 100, and perhaps even more. With this in mind, he strode forward with determination towards the depths of the instance. Along the way, there were many demons similar to the corrupt undead dogs, but none were a match for him. After killing an LV-39 demon, Jo-Chen finally leveled up. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 18. You have unlocked the core skills panel. 2 notifications sounded, and Jo-Chen quickly looked at his personal panel. As expected, a new status bar appeared on the panel, currently empty. Drawing from past experiences, Jo-Chen didn't pay it much attention. Once the core skill bar was activated, he could equip core skills at any time without affecting his progression. However, with each monster he slayed, Jo-Chen realized that his weapon was struggling to keep up with the current level of combat intensity. The Extreme Blade Thunderous Raid, despite its mythical quality, was only dropped by a level 7 boss monster in the Dark Forest. Even after enhancement, its effects could only be maximized up to level 20. Now, Jo-Chen was facing monsters of level 30 or 40, surpassing the Thunderous Raid's capabilities. If not for Jo-Chen's exceptionally high strength attribute, the Thunderous Raid's attacks might not even break through these monsters' defenses. Sigh, it's time to upgrade my equipment again. Jo-Chen sighed, feeling a bit troubled. Due to his immortal level sword skills, he was currently limited to using sword-type weapons, making it necessary to stick to this category when changing weapons. Throughout history, the saying goes, poverty for the literati, wealth for the warriors, which also applied to the Skyhewer. Due to equipment level restrictions, once his own strength improved, he had to start considering changing equipment. Typically, an equipment piece's usefulness was limited to within 20 levels. This meant that a Skyhewer aiming to go from level 0 to 100 would need at least 5 sets of transitional equipment during this process. However, acquiring equipment was challenging. Equipment was only obtained in dungeons, and the drop rate was not high. Even if one luckily obtained loot from a monster, there was no guarantee it would be equipment. What if it was an item, a potion, or a skill book? Furthermore, even if one did obtain equipment, it might not be what they desired. There were significant differences between equipment types and qualities. For Jo-Chen, he could tolerate slight differences in jewelry, but for armor, it had to be heavy. The same applied to weapons, they had to align with the skills mastered. Currently understanding the true essence of swordsmanship and possessing immortal level sword skills, he had to choose weapons of this type. Either rely on luck to get a new sword from the dungeon or buy one from the city's trading post. I still have millions in my account, so I can easily purchase a mythical quality weapon and enhance it myself. Rubbing his chin, Jo-Chen thought to himself. With the extraordinary talent of infinite enhancement, he was destined never to lack top resources in his life. Even if the dungeon didn't drop what he wanted, he could still buy it from the auction house. Shaking his head, he stopped worrying about equipment issues and continued advancing deeper into the dungeon following his principle of acting on impulse. Despite the reduced power of the Thunderous Raid, Jo-Chen was no ordinary person. With over 10,000 attribute points, he could inflict decent damage even with a shovel. Thus, hunting monsters was still a breeze for him. Even boss-level monsters could be dealt with in 3 strikes. In the core area, the monsters not only increased in level but also in numbers compared to the periphery. This delighted Jo-Chen. Feeling like a god of slaughter, he unleashed his full potential, excited to encounter monsters more than beautiful women. Each kill brought in at least 2,500 experience points, making Jo-Chen, who had lived through many years in this life and the previous one, feel like he had never had it this good before. What kind of meager existence was I living before? Jo-Chen looked back on his past, but decided it was better not to dwell on it. He turned all the frustrations from his past life into the power to hunt and kill monsters at this moment, wielding his sword skillfully and pushing forward. By the afternoon, all the monsters in the core area had been killed by Jo-Chen. Since the monsters in this instance were all undead creatures, Jo-Chen didn't end up covered in blood like before. He was now wearing clean clothes he changed into upon entering the instance, standing confidently with his hands behind his back in front of the final boss checkpoint, a proud smile on his handsome face. Because above his head, a level 20 status was shining brightly. Yes, after an afternoon of hard work, using all the monsters in the core area of the instance as nourishment, Jo-Chen's level had once again risen by 2 steps. Now, Jo-Chen had officially moved out of the novice category in terms of level. His attributes were becoming more and more impressive. Name, Jo-Chen, level, LV20, 1%, strength, 20,700, plus 1,392, agility, 20,700, plus 958, spirit, 20,700, plus 502, constitution, 20,700, plus 1,136, skills, Bone Crusher LV2, Sword Mastery LV1, Requiem Fantasia LV1, Divine Prohibition Domain LV1, Equipment, Starfall Pendant, Epic, Extreme Blade, Thunderous Wrath, Mythical, Ring of Eternal Life, Epic, Dragon Soaring Set, Epic, Talents, SSS Level Redistribution, SSS Level Infinite Sublimation, Unique, Awakening Skill, Ultimate Sublimation LV1, Core Skill, None, Weapon Proficiency. Sword LV1 Zhou Chen, now at level 20, had his panel information updated once again. The most noticeable change was the upgrade of the Bone Crusher skill. He had been using this skill for quite some time now, and although it was only at the gold level, its effectiveness in breaking defenses was significant in actual combat. Therefore, Zhou Chen would habitually release a Bone Crusher first when hunting monsters, then use Thunderous Wrath to finish them off after breaking their defenses. Over time, his Bone Crusher skill level had also improved. Upon reaching LV2, the probability of triggering defense breaks had increased significantly, and the subsequent shockwave effects had been significantly enhanced. Coupled with his current 20,700 points of strength attribute, he was truly unstoppable, killing anyone he touched. Even when facing opponents like Yang Tianhu, who wore a full set of epic level armor, Zhou Chen could kick them into the ICU with one blow. His strength could only be described as terrifying. Among his peers, he was truly invincible. Adjusting his state at this moment, looking at the final checkpoint in front of him, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated and walked in confidently. It was a desolate square, with broken stones scattered around, exuding a sense of decay. Zhou Chen didn't need to search at all. He immediately spotted the Lord Boss simply because it was too conspicuous. It was a skeleton frame about 10 meters tall, so deteriorated that it was hard to tell what kind of creature it used to be when alive, only vaguely resembling some fierce monster. It crawled on the ground, with intense flames flickering in its huge eye sockets. Name, Loyal Netherlingnyo, Health, 568,000, Level, 40, Rank, Lord Rank. Description, the guardian beast of the Forgotten City Emperor, responsible for guarding the palace gates. Even after the palace's destruction, it still foolishly guards the place until death. The opponent's information appeared before him. Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. This was just an ordinary lord-level monster, but with a level as high as 40, it possessed a terrifying 560,000 health points, indicating that its resistance was probably not low. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle, but Zhou Chen showed no fear. It was because his current strength was more than double what it was when he first entered the instance. His single attribute alone was 20,800, and his total attributes exceeded 80,000. With such strength, Zhou Chen believed he couldn't lose. Even if he had leveled up by 20, even if he faced the Lord Boss alone, he still looked down on it with confidence. Roar! A loud beastly roar echoed, and it was unclear how this undead creature, now just a skeleton, could make a sound. After a moment of staring at each other, neither backed down but instead almost synchronously launched fierce attacks towards each other. In the vast square, two figures crossed paths. Zhou Chen appeared extremely small in front of the massive body of the Lord Boss. Yet his momentum was astonishing, with a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes, exuding invincible belief. With an agility attribute of 20,000 points, he dodged the opponent's attacks with ease. As the black broadsword in his hand spun, he unleashed 3 consecutive strikes on the Lord Boss. 33,001, 37,014, 61,879, 3 prominent damage numbers appeared above the monster's head. Despite the Lord Boss's decent defense and resistance, Zhou Chen's strength of 20,000 points still inflicted considerable damage with regular attacks. The final strike even luckily triggered a critical hit. If the weapon in my hand were a divine artifact above level 20, these 3 strikes could have cut off at least half of its health. Zhou Chen looked at the string of damage numbers, shaking his head dissatisfied. In his view, with the terrifying strength of 20,700 points, even with the Lord Boss's exceptional resistance, regular attacks should not have caused just over 30,000 damage. Ultimately, it was the weapon's level that held him back. The attributes of the Thunderous Thunder skill were indeed ineffective in this level of instance. He sighed softly but was not overly discouraged. If the equipment was lacking, skills would make up for it. He had the immortal level sword skill, providing significant damage boost. Even if it took some effort, today this Lord Boss would ultimately meet its end. At this moment, the terrifying and ferocious Lord Boss sensed the seemingly weak human before it, realizing that within the frail body lay a formidable power. Its undead eyes, adorned with ghostly flames, began to show a hint of fear towards the human. It took a few steps back, continuously assessing Zhou Chen, seemingly probing for weaknesses. "Hasn't your mother taught you that it's impolite to stare at others?" Zhou Chen snorted coldly, and as he spoke, the lightning aura on his broadsword shimmered. He turned into an afterimage, leaping 20 to 30 meters, and struck down towards the massive skeleton. Furious collapse. An endless terror erupted from him, with a visible wave of energy spreading out from the blade, sweeping around and causing ripples in the air. 55,533, another prominent number appeared. After using the 7-sin sex sword technique, the damage was indeed much higher than a regular slash. If a critical hit was triggered, it could even exceed 100,000 in one blow. What was most frightening was that Zhou Chen could unleash the small sword technique indefinitely, with no cooldown. As long as his stamina held, he could repeatedly execute the sevenfold sword style. With Zhou Chen's successive strikes, he successfully reduced the Lord Boss's health to 2/3. The latter seemed somewhat dazed by the assault. This was followed by an uncontrollable rage. As undead creatures, tirelessness and fearlessness were their greatest advantages. Therefore, after a brief moment of surprise, it charged at Zhou Chen once again, showing no signs of retreat. Roar! With a deafening roar, a surge of deathly energy gathered in its mouth, forming a dazzling beam of light. As it sprinted, it aimed precisely at Zhou Chen. Starting to use skills? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow at the sight, showing no significant reaction in his eyes. His agile figure swiftly dodged the Lord Boss's skill. Apart from his high agility attribute, his ability to display such agility was also due to his extensive combat experience. Before this, Zhou Chen had fought his way through the forbidden hunting zone, where all the bosses were at the Lord level, each possessing unique skills and attacking ferociously. Through intense battles, his agility had rapidly improved. The current undead Lord Boss, despite its high level, seemed to have a limited attack method, making it relatively easy for Zhou Chen to handle. Even if occasionally grazed by an attack, it posed no substantial threat. The two engaged in a fierce battle in this mysterious realm. Minutes later, Zhou Chen's blade marks covered the massive skeletal body of the Lord Boss, reducing its health to a sliver. Damn intruder! Emitting a terrifying aura, the Lord Boss spoke eerily and flames of undeath engulfed its body. +13434, +14231, +12353, as the flames burned, the boss's health visibly regenerated at a rapid pace, almost reaching its peak within 30 to 40 seconds. Entering a berserk state? Zhou Chen frowned. The distinction between Lord Bosses and regular monsters lay in their powerful berserk abilities triggered under specific conditions, often when their health dropped below a certain threshold. Similarly, the undead skeleton beast before him had such a condition. Unexpectedly, unlike other berserk bosses that increased damage, it restored its own health. You seem afraid of death, but daring to heal in front of me, do you take me for a fool? Zhou Chen sneered coldly, no longer holding back, raising his blade mercilessly. In an instant, numerous sword shadows appeared around him, all striking the monster with overwhelming force, unleashing a storm of energy and intent. Dirge of condemnation. Once again, Zhou Chen unleashed his immortal level skill, its terrifying power sweeping the surroundings. With immense damage amplification, thunderous wrath displayed its might once more, lightning arcs flashing, paralyzing the massive creature. As the sword shadows danced, the effects of the furious dragon ascension set continuously triggered, spewing streams of dragon breath, halting the boss's health regeneration. With the attacks of all the shadows dissipated, the release of the immortal level skill concluded. After delivering a final horizontal slash, Zhou Chen leaped into the air, fiercely hurling his blade at the undead boss's skull. With a crack, the long blade pierced deep into the skull's center, leaving only the hilt exposed. At the same time, the powerful undead creature's health bar was finally completely depleted, the fire of life extinguished, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Zhou Chen landed gracefully, a confident gleam in his eyes. Defeating the LV-40 Lord Boss, success! Defeated the LV-40 Lord level monster, the undead nether beast of loyalty experience points +56905 obtained 3 pieces of loot in the now ruined square. Zhou Chen stood quietly before the massive corpse. At his feet were 3 loot orbs emitting a soft glow. He first glanced at the system prompt in front of him, then lowered his head to look at the shiny loot, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Truly worthy of a level 40 Lord Boss, the rewards were exceedingly generous. With over 50,000 experience points gained, he was close to leveling up to 21 in one go. And as for the loot, obtaining 3 orbs at once was truly a stroke of luck. Nice, let's see what rewards I can get. Zhou Chen's smile widened as he squatted down to open the loot boxes. He extended his right hand and swiftly scanned over the 3 orbs one by one. In the next moment, the dazzling light faded, revealing 3 items before him. They were a piece of jewelry, a skill book, and a familiar Imperial City token. However, as soon as Zhou Chen saw the 3rd item, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Why did even the Lord Boss have to drop an Imperial City token? To be honest, he had already fulfilled the collection conditions for the Imperial City token along his journey. Now, his spatial backpack was filled with a whopping 107 of these things, with plenty to spare. With a somewhat disdainful glance at the newly dropped Imperial City token, Zhou Chen was about to casually toss it into his backpack when his expression suddenly froze. Because the information on this Imperial City token was significantly different from the ones he had collected before. Name, Imperial City King's Token Tier, Mythical Description, an ancient item of the Imperial City's ruler, holding it will deal real damage to all monsters in the Forgotten Palace. This is. Zhou Chen was stunned by the completely unique description before him. This Imperial City King's token was completely different from the previous Imperial City tokens, more like a special piece of equipment. He had a vague feeling that this item would prove to be very useful. After some thought, Zhou Chen carefully stowed it away and decided to first inspect the other two loot items he had obtained. His gaze fell on the first piece of jewelry. Name, earrings made from the bones of the undead netherbeast tier. Outstanding type, jewelry restriction, LV35 LV50 spirit, plus 2367 agility, plus 2589 description, a reward from slaying the undead netherbeast of loyalty. Equipping it will increase damage to all undead creatures by 14%. This was just an ordinary outstanding quality equipment, and because the boss he had just defeated was too high level, the dropped equipment could only be used from level 35 onwards. Zhou Chen was currently unable to equip it, so he could only look at it helplessly. This extinguished his fervor, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He had thought he could upgrade his gear, adding another impressive piece to his collection, but he wasn't even given the chance to use it. This made Zhou Chen not even bother with the excitement, as he couldn't wear it anyway. He would deal with it once he reached level 35. Slightly disappointed, he then shifted his focus to the skill book. Unlike equipment, skill books had no level restrictions, so Zhou Chen was quite eager. Name, Flame Palm of the Undead tier, mythical type, close combat skill book effect, a palm technique from the Undead clan, condensing deathly anger in the palm when released, can unleash a long-range flame shockwave, dealing 150% damage based on own mental attributes, while also adding Undead Flame, causing additional burning damage for 5 seconds. After reading the detailed information, Zhou Chen's face showed clear surprise. He didn't expect to obtain a rare close combat skill book this time. To be honest, this type of skill book is quite suitable for Zhou Chen in some ways. Due to his exceptional physique and the path he walks towards physical sanctity, once he possesses a genuine close combat skill, his extraordinary attributes will truly have a chance to shine. His combat power will experience a significant boost. Unfortunately, the skill book in front of him, named Flame Palm of the Undead, seems a bit lackluster. Judging from its effect description, it appears more like a long-range magical attack, which doesn't quite align with the impression of a close combat fighting style. Therefore, there's nothing to regret, and Zhou Chen directly used the power of sublimation on it. At this moment, as the power of sublimation was activated, a familiar overwhelming weakness spread throughout his body. However, Zhou Chen was not surprised but rather delighted, because he was very familiar with this feeling. This was the exhaustion that comes after triggering a perfect sublimation, a sign of a tremendous leap in the quality of something. It must have leveled up. As expected, as he looked at it, that magnificent skill book was continuously changing at that moment. It eventually transformed into a unique ancient golden page characteristic of an immortal tier skill book. Name, Infernal Flame Fist of the Abyss tier, immortal type, close combat skill book effect 1. A powerful immortal combat technique evolved from a mythical tier skill. The user of this technique will be surrounded by deathly dark flames with each punch and kick, increasing damage with each attack and causing enemies to enter a burning and defense-breaking state. Effect 2. Upon activation, move like lightning within the pursuit range of enemies, unleashing a fierce and thunderous attack. With the final blow, unleash a sky-splitting fist intent, causing a terrifying 200% damage based on total attributes. Cooldown, 1000s. When the introduction of that skill book on the golden page caught Zhou Chen's eye, his entire being seemed to freeze. Too powerful. He never expected that as a mythical tier skill book, the effects were so lackluster. But after evolution, it transformed into an unparalleled extraordinary fist technique. This was a genuine close combat skill. Like Dirge of Condemnation, it also had 2 effects. The first effect required no prerequisites or cooldown, the so-called deathly dark flames automatically attached with his attacks. It was truly a powerful passive skill. As for the second effect, it was the active release explanation. This was what shocked Zhou Chen the most, because it could actively pursue enemies within range. Just based on this, it was truly worthy of the name Immortal, even deserving to be called a divine technique. Not to mention that with the final blow, it could cause damage based on a percentage increase of total attributes. This was tailor-made for Zhou Chen. Remember, his total attributes were maxed out at every level. Clearly, as his level gradually increased, the damage of this skill would also continue to strengthen. It can be said that if this feature were placed on someone else, the effect might not be as outstanding, but in Zhou Chen's hands, it was a qualitative change. This made Zhou Chen have a premonition, both being immortal level skills, but the improvement in his combat power from the Infernal Flame Skyfist is definitely higher than that of the Dirge Fantasia. Such is life, you never know which will come first, surprises or accidents. Before entering this instance, Zhou Chen absolutely did not expect to acquire another immortal level skill. Sure enough, as long as you enter the instance, there are endless possibilities. Sighing in his heart, Zhou Chen clenched the thin golden page in his hand and chose to learn. The ancient golden page turned into a dazzling light, merging into Zhou Chen's mind. In an instant, various forms of boxing techniques and martial skills were infused into him. Even his limbs seemed to have been tempered as if by 1,000 hammers at that moment, every move filled with a profound martial arts charm. After a few breaths, Zhou Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two fierce rainbow lights shot out from his mouth and nose, exploding in midair. Seizing the momentum, he swiftly unleashed a stunning set of boxing techniques in place, as fast as lightning. Every sway of his body, every strike of his fist, exuded a steady demeanor, as if he were a grandmaster immersed in martial arts for years. Acquired skill Infernal Flame Skyfist LV1. You have grasped the true essence of boxing. Proficiency in hand-to-hand combat reached LV1. These two prompts appeared one after the other before him. After a while, Zhou Chen nodded slightly, retracting his fists and standing upright, his martial intent now restrained. Martial arts emphasize accumulating strength before unleashing it, keeping the energy within, still on the outside, moving like thunder. At this moment, Zhou Chen already exuded the demeanor of a martial arts master. Moreover, just like when he comprehended the Dirge Fantasia back then, after devouring this immortal level boxing skill book, his proficiency in hand-to-hand combat also reached LV1. This would elevate the damage of his punches and kicks to a higher level. After tallying up all his gains, Zhou Chen stepped towards the monster's corpse, pulling out the broadsword that he had previously thrown into the massive skull at its center. Glancing at the blade, he noticed faint cracks spreading across the once shiny edge, shaking his head involuntarily. After a fierce battle, this thunderous calamity sword was completely ruined. Even if he continued to use it, it would no longer have the same effectiveness as before. Fortunately, he had now mastered another immortal level boxing technique, supplementing his attacking methods. Putting away the thunderous calamity that had accompanied him for so long, Zhou Chen glanced at the uncleared completion prompt, then took out the Imperial City token he had collected earlier. This thing was definitely used in the instance, and seeing no completion prompt, Zhou Chen had already guessed the outcome. As expected, as the 107 Imperial City tokens appeared in the air, they were immediately condensed by a mysterious force, merging in mid-air, gradually enlarging, and finally turning into a huge portal. Satisfied the collection condition of Imperial City tokens, 107 out of 100, opening the limited time hidden instance Forgotten Imperial Palace instance name, Forgotten Imperial Palace recommended level, LV40 LV60 instance description, an advanced instance of the Forgotten City, limited time hidden, with multiple accessible entrances. As thoughts flickered, rows of information appeared before his eyes. Zhou Chen, who saw the scene clearly, touched his chin in surprise. The function of this Imperial City token was not far off from what he had speculated before. The only thing that caught him off guard was that this was actually a limited-time instance with multiple entrances. This indicated that the Imperial City token was not unique to the Forgotten City and likely had a chance to drop in other instances. Of course, these other instances did not include the old instances generated before. It referred to the batch of new instances generated today. If someone as lucky as him enters a newly generated instance and successfully collects the Imperial City order, it is very likely that they will meet in the hidden instance named the Forgotten Imperial Palace. At this moment, after Zhou Chen has made all judgments, his gaze scans the entrance of the instance again. Unlike the previous deep purple instance entrance, this hidden instance looks extremely ferocious in appearance, a constantly rotating blood-red vortex. A hint of danger continuously emanates from it. The level cap as high as LV60 also indicates that this is no ordinary instance. Zhou Chen is only at level 20 now. To challenge this instance means he needs to have the strength to surpass 40 levels. Such a shocking move has never happened in the history of the Federation. However, Zhou Chen faintly feels that he can break this history. After all, ordinary level 30 or 40 monsters no longer satisfy him. To become an unparalleled genius, the supreme of the human race, one must constantly challenge their limits and grow between blood and fire, life and death. Otherwise, how can one ascend to the stars and overlook eternity? After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Chen resolutely steps into it. Warning: current level significantly lags behind recommended level for the instance. Death risk as high as 100%. Do you wish to forcefully enter? 100%? Looking at the prompt box that popped up in front of him, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Zhou Chen's mouth. Even the system seems to think that no one in this world can challenge an instance with a level gap of 40. So, he is determined to be the first in eternity. Without any hesitation, Zhou Chen steps directly into it. Boom! A loud vibration sound enters his ears. Zhou Chen feels everything spinning in front of him. When he regains his senses, he finds himself standing on a vast expanse of land. In front of him lies a majestic imperial palace sprawling like a giant beast on the ground. The palace appears somewhat dilapidated, with many areas showing signs of damage. The deep red walls seem to be stained with a lot of blood, making some areas appear blackened and emitting a nauseating stench of blood. At a glance, it sends shivers down one's spine, giving off an eerie vibe throughout the palace. Zhou Chen, with a strong mindset, remains unfazed. However, his expression is extremely cautious as he walks towards the massive palace gate. The two doors symbolizing the seat of power are equally dilapidated, especially the one on the right, with a large hole in the middle, allowing chilling winds to whistle through. Seeing this, Zhou Chen takes a step forward and walks through the hole. As his feet step into the palace, a sense of resentment and decay unique to the depths of a palace overwhelms him. In a trance, it seems as if he sees countless evil spirits rushing towards him to take his life. Humph! Zhou Chen frowns at the sight, fiercely stomping his right foot on the ground. Immediately, a surge of sword intent sweeps out from him, dispersing all the eerie negative energy. I want to see if a mere ancient dilapidated imperial palace buried in history can still hide any secrets. With a cold snort, Zhou Chen strides forward towards the depths of the palace. In the silent and vast imperial palace, Zhou Chen walks with hands behind his back, sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. This instance is very different from what he imagined, with no monsters scattered around or dangerous traps. In terms of environment, due to the palace setting, it has an extremely rare Great Xia ancient style, making Zhou Chen's expression look very strange. Ignoring the eerie atmosphere, it feels like strolling through a scenic area. Before long, Zhou Chen, who was wandering aimlessly, arrives at a side hall where a deep and mysterious corridor lies before him. Through the dilapidated plaque above his head, faintly visible were the words Chu Xiu Palace. Although Zhou Chen didn't have a deep understanding of the palace's layout, thanks to the popularity of palace intrigue dramas in his past life on Earth, he knew that Chu Xiu Palace was the residence of palace maids. Here, the maids would learn court etiquette and prepare to become a part of the palace. Arching his eyebrows slightly, Zhou Chen took a step forward to continue on his way. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt his body hair stand on end, swiftly taking a step back like lightning. What followed was the sight of ripples in the air where he had just stood, as if something sharp had swung there. If Zhou Chen hadn't dodged, he might have been seriously injured. This scene furrowed his brow deeply. An invisible demon? His sharp eyes flickered with a hint of anger. Not giving the other party a chance to attack again, he fiercely threw a punch. The raging flames of death wrapped around his arm, bursting out with the punch, flames engulfing the area, his punch intent overwhelming. Ah! A sharp scream rang out, and where the fire fist landed, the air shook, revealing a disheveled figure in palace-maid attire. Her dark skin had a bluish hue, sharp fangs, a fierce face resembling a zombie. Name, Cursed Palace Maid, Health Points, 178,000, Level, 45, Rank, Elite. The zombie maid roared, seemingly enraged, leaping towards Zhou Chen. He coldly snorted and mercilessly threw another punch. In an instant, with the surging deathly flames and fierce punch intent, he directly pierced through the chest of the palace maid zombie. Killed. Level 45 Elite Monster Cursed Palace Maid, Experience Points plus 3,182, killing a level 45 elite monster in 2 punches. Zhou Chen's expression remained unchanged. He just kept furrowing his brow. The Forgotten Palace was indeed a hidden instance. Even a basic minion like this would possess invisibility skills. If placed in other instances, just based on this invisibility ability, this palace maid zombie before him would be qualified to be a boss-level monster. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen's vigilance intensified. After pushing open the doors of Chu Xiu Palace, his senses immediately heightened to the extreme. In that moment, Zhou Chen briefly touched upon the realm that only the strong could grasp. In his instinctual perception, the palace grounds were no longer empty but filled with invisible palace-made zombies, staring at him from different angles, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Only when he let his guard down would they bare their fangs and launch a deadly attack. Interesting, but my life won't be taken so easily. Zhou Chen, who saw through everything, sneered, closing his eyes at that moment. His senses were heightened infinitely. With a slight movement of his ears, relying solely on the sounds around him and the flow of air, he launched his attack. Bang! A loud noise resounded as Zhou Chen threw a punch, his powerful intent hitting the air, followed by a splatter of red and white brain matter in mid-air. It turned out to be a palace-made zombie lurking there. Its head exploded by Zhou Chen's punch. Experience points plus 3,391, another batch of experience points added. Zhou Chen's lips curved into a smile, feeling like he had found a new way to train. While honing his senses, he could also gain experience points. Thus, in the following time, he witnessed an extremely eerie scene. In the deserted palace grounds, Zhou Chen continuously threw punches, and with each burst of his punch intent, the form of a monster would appear in mid-air. After a dozen minutes, Zhou Chen had swept all the palace-made zombies away, and his level had increased to LV21. Opening his eyes again, the Chuxiu Palace in front of him seemed to have become a bit more peaceful, and the atmosphere was no longer as eerie and terrifying. It could be considered a successful sweep of a gathering place for demons. Interesting. Not only are the monsters in this hidden instance stronger, but it seems they also give more experience points. Zhou Chen stroked his chin, feeling like he had made the right choice this time. With the deadline of 3 days approaching that he had agreed upon with Chu Tiange, he had thought reaching level 20 was the limit, but now, he felt like he could push a little further. With a thought, he filled up the attribute point limit after leveling up. Zhou Chen's average 4 attributes had also reached 22,800 points. His strength had increased again. This tangible growth in combat power made his heart feel incredibly secure. With his confidence soaring, he took a step out of Chuxiu Palace and continued on towards the depths of the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the Imperial Palace, 3 figures were slowly moving forward. They were an old man, a young girl, and a youth. The old man had white hair and leaned on a cane, showing signs of age, yet exuding a presence that marked him as a person of high status. However, he seemed to be nursing some hidden injury, needing the support of the young girl beside him even to walk. The young girl supporting him was quite eye-catching herself, standing at about 1.78 meters tall, with a youthful and beautiful appearance, her long black hair tied up high in a ponytail, dressed in a pristine white practice outfit. Her eyes were bright and lively, a true beauty. As for the young man, he was rather ordinary in appearance, but had a strong physique. He stood silently by the old man's side, appearing to be a bodyguard or protector. "Grandfather, rest assured, I have gathered enough information. This time, we will definitely find the elixir of longevity in this hidden instance." The girl, supporting the old man, looked at him with concern as he coughed from time to time, speaking with a hint of tenderness in her voice. The old man smiled and shook his head upon hearing her words, looking at the girl with a face full of indulgence. "Yao Yao, I have lived for over 100 years and have seen enough of the world's ups and downs. This time, to enter the instance, our family has expended too much energy. Let's do our best, grandfather." Upon hearing the kind words of the old man, tears filled the girl's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. The young guard standing behind them, always protecting the two, also looked somber. The old man was no ordinary person, he was the current head of the Lin family in Jingling, a 400-level powerhouse who had fought dark creatures in the starry sky, dedicating his life to protecting humanity. However, in his old age, the hidden illness from his younger years had resurfaced. It was known that a 400-level powerhouse could live for hundreds of years without issue. But at this moment, the old man had just celebrated his 100th birthday, and his life was now on a countdown. How unfair it was for this elder who had devoted his entire life to humanity. The Lin family refused to accept this fate. Over the past year, they had tried every means to extend the old man's life and cure his illness, but to no avail. Yesterday morning, the Lin family unexpectedly learned that in the newly formed hidden instance, the forgotten Imperial Palace on the Blue Star, there was a high possibility of producing a cure that could truly address the old man's hidden illness. Although this cure had a very short lifespan and needed to be taken promptly upon appearing, otherwise its effects would dissipate. But it gave the Lin family hope. So, for this glimmer of hope, the Lin family spared no expense, using a precious item that allowed one to bypass level restrictions and enter the instance, sending the old man inside. And thus, the scene unfolded before them. "Grandfather, I will definitely cure you successfully." Lin Muyao's tear-filled eyes were now filled with unwavering determination. In a certain part of the Imperial Palace, after Zhou Chen swiftly killed the monster blocking the way with a punch, he looked ahead. It was a beautifully constructed courtyard, although the walls and houses were corroded by time, one could still imagine the once luxurious and lively scene. Above the courtyard was inscribed with the words Changchun Palace. This seemed to be another gathering place for monsters in a palace replica. Zhou Chen immediately stepped forward. The entire palace garden was spacious, giving off a desolate and dilapidated feeling at first glance, but there was no sense of the monster's presence. However, Zhou Chen did not let his guard down. He walked with hands behind his back until he reached the depths of the courtyard, then suddenly raised his eyes. Not far ahead of him, there was a crooked neck tree with a figure wearing a luxurious phoenix robe hanging from white silk under its thick branches. Name, lingering spirit of the princess who hanged herself. Health points, 398,000 level, 57 rank. Boss Zhou Chen's pupils constricted. This was actually a level 57 boss monster, with nearly 400,000 health points. Although not as formidable as the Lord-level undead boss he had hunted before, it was not to be underestimated. After all, this monster's level was too high, and its defense and resistance were definitely not low. And at this moment, as Zhou Chen approached step by step, the princess's lingering spirit hanging motionless from the crooked neck tree slowly awakened. With a ghastly face like a zombie, she broke the white silk binding her with sharp nails. Die, 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 die. You all deserve to die. The princess's spirit let out a sharp, piercing scream, exuding a strong resentment. Her crimson eyes fixed on Zhou Chen, and she suddenly lunged towards him. A mere boss-level monster dares to be so arrogant? Zhou Chen faced this scene, calmly shook his head. Although the level of this monster was not low, it did not pose a challenge to Zhou Chen. With just a sidestep, he easily dodged the attack. Then, a punch wrapped in dark fire struck the opponent's throat, sending her back 3 to 5 meters. Sizzle, 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 the dark fire was sharp, burning everything it touched. The princess's undead neck only had a bit of it, emitting white smoke with a sizzling sound like roasting meat. However, the undead monster's attributes made it impervious to pain, and it continued to lunge at Zhou Chen. Sharp claws scratched through the air, creating ripples and spreading a faint poisonous mist. Poisonous attack? Zhou Chen frowned, swiftly retreating a few steps with a light body. He observed that the poison's coverage was extensive, and the extent of the damage was unclear. But Zhou Chen was not willing to take any risks. His mental energy quickly scanned through the spatial backpack until he pulled out a bottle of Golden Tear's secret medicine. This was a loot he obtained from killing the core area monsters in the Valley of the Furious Winds dungeon. The effect of consuming it was immunity to all negative effects for 1 minute, including poison damage. After drinking it, Zhou Chen unleashed his skills, exuding a vigorous aura, and charged towards the princess's lingering spirit. In an instant, the dark fire surged as various punches were unleashed in succession. Despite the princess's spirit having decent resistance, the infernal fist of the abyssal flame had a defense-breaking effect. Therefore, each strike carried a dreadful amount of damage. 45631433456899901 striking damage after another emerged above the monster's head. Zhou Chen fought more bravely as if he were a war god. And at that moment, outside the Changchun Palace, an old man, a young man, and a youth had also arrived. They heard the commotion and immediately saw what was happening inside the palace garden. Ha! Besides us, there are actually other people entering this hidden instance? The beautiful ponytailed girl Lin Muyao, at this moment, exclaimed in amazement. Her gaze fell on Zhou Chen, witnessing his impressive combat skills with punches and kicks, which surprised her greatly. Even the old man couldn't help but stroke his beard in admiration after seeing Zhou Chen's strength. I never expected to encounter such a talented young person in this hidden instance, capable of single-handedly defeating a level 57 boss monster. Whether in courage or strength, he excels in both. If the younger generation were as brave as this young friend, our human race would prosper without worries. Lin Changhua sighed softly, his experienced eyes showing appreciation. The Lin family, a top-tier prestigious clan in Jinling, placed great importance on nurturing the younger generation. However, even in a city like Jinling, the younger generation of major families varied greatly, with many being idle heirs and very few being both powerful and virtuous. The strength displayed by Zhou Chen at this moment, in Lin Changhua's shrewd eyes, was enough to recognize him as a truly rare talent. Yaoer, with your SSS-level talent, have you always looked down on the young elites of Jinling? How do you see this young friend who is of similar age to you? Lin Changhua glanced at Lin Muyao, who was watching the battle intently, and suddenly smiled. Lin Muyao was first stunned upon hearing this, then a hint of defiance appeared on her beautiful face as she retorted, "Is grandfather comparing me to him to imply that I am inferior?" Coming from a prestigious family in Jinling, possessing the rare SSS-level talent, and having been raised under Lin Changhua's guidance since childhood, she held her own pride. Among the peers in Jinling, many idle heirs pursued her, but none caught her eye. She even believed that not only in Jinling but also in the entire southern region and even the Great Xia Empire, she was unmatched by anyone. Over the years, the only person who made her truly admire was the emperor, who recently shook the entire federation by claiming the top spot on the divine list. With a total attribute of 20,800 at level 10, regardless of how he achieved it, she was sincerely impressed. Although the person before her seemed to have formidable combat skills, capable of soloing a level 57 boss monster, she was not willing to admit that he surpassed her by much, because she could also solo this undead princess. With this in mind, Lin Muyao's competitive spirit was ignited. She knew that Lin Changhua was deliberately testing her, reminding her to remain humble and true to herself, but she still felt indignant deep down. Just then, as the situation in the courtyard intensified with the undead princess becoming more violent and powerful, Lin Muyao's bright eyes sparkled, and she stepped forward like a fleeting shadow, joining the battle. "Classmate, let me help you," Lin Muyao crisply shouted, casting a green magic skill that immobilized the undead princess and dealt a significant blow, reducing her health to less than 3%. After completing this, Lin Muyao stood proudly in the field, not rushing to claim the experience from the monster but turning to the old man with a smile on her lovely face. Bang! At the same time, Zhou Chen threw another punch, shattering the remaining health of the undead princess in midair. Killed the undead princess, a level 57 boss monster, by self-strangulation experience gained plus 9892 notifications flashed before him as Zhou Chen stood upright. Finally, his calm and deep eyes turned to Lin Changhua and the others in the courtyard. Actually, when the three of them had just approached this palace garden, he had already noticed it. It's just that at that time, he couldn't be distracted while fiercely battling the demon. And now, with the death of the princess's undead spirit, Zhou Chen finally came to his senses and focused his attention on these few people. He lingered a bit more on the girl who had just helped him. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of surprise at this moment, because he knew this girl. Lin family, Lin Muyao. In his previous life, Zhou Chen had traveled to many places to level up, and naturally, he had also been to Jinling City not far from the abyss in the southern region. The Lin family was considered the top aristocratic family in Jinling City, even being referred to as the first family. When Zhou Chen first arrived, he had heard of the Lin family's reputation, and among them, Lin Muyao's name was the one he heard the most. It was rumored that this girl was born from the accumulation of 1,000 years of luck in the Lin family, possessing the extremely rare SSS-level combat talent, Elemental Walker, capable of easily mastering the power of various elements and fusing them together to form powerful attacks. In Jinling City, Lin Muyao was like a goddess, sought after by the young elites of various major families, yet none could capture her attention. During Zhou Chen's training in Jinling City, the Lin family had an event that left a deep impression on him. It was the passing of the contemporary head of the Lin family, Lin Changhua, who had only lived for a little over 100 years before succumbing to illness. It was said that his hidden illness from a failed attempt to find medicine in a dungeon had erupted, leading to his eventual demise. Zhou Chen remembered that on the day Lin Changhua passed away, Jinling was covered in a heavy snowfall, draped in silver. The residents mourned spontaneously, and even the city lord, on behalf of the Federation, personally went to the Lin family to pay his respects. All this was because the Lin family in Jinling was one of the few families that truly worked for the welfare of the people. Many of its subsidiary companies provided genuine services to the common people. Lin Changhua himself was a legendary hero who dedicated his entire life to the human race, bravely fighting enemies on the battlefield of the stars and making significant contributions to the Federation. Witnessing all this in Jinling City at that time deeply moved Zhou Chen. He had always admired heroes like Lin Changhua who willingly sacrificed themselves for the ancestors of the human race. Without their fearless battles on the battlefield of the stars, the prosperity of the Blue Star today would not have been possible. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Zhou Chen was just one of the many ordinary beings, unable to help the Lin family in any way. Little did he expect that in this reincarnation, he would coincidentally encounter someone from the Lin family in this hidden dungeon. Looking at the youthful and beautiful Lin Muyao at this moment, Zhou Chen nodded slightly and thanked her. He could tell that the girl in front of him had no ill intentions. Moreover, after the recent assistance, she did not deliberately finish off the wounded demon, but instead genuinely helped him deal damage and control the situation. So, regardless of whether Zhou Chen needed this help or not, it was only right to express his gratitude. No need to be polite, we are all heaven's defiers. Meeting in this hidden dungeon is fate, if we can help, we should help. Lin Muyao smiled warmly, showing a very friendly attitude. She possessed the ambition and pride that a prodigy should have, but she was not arrogant and did not look down on others just because of her talent. This set her apart from many young aristocrats. Seeing this, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel even more favorably towards the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Changhua also walked over with the support of the young guard. Truly a young hero, young friend, whether it was your agility in hunting demons or the timing of releasing your skills just now, it was truly admirable, he chuckled, not even glancing at his granddaughter, but continuously praising Zhou Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Muyao pouted in frustration. Why did Grandpa only praise him and not me? Could this guy really be that strong? She puffed her rosy cheeks, lost in thought. Zhou Chen's gaze swept over her, finding it somewhat amusing. The renowned Lin family goddess of Jinling was actually jealous in private because she didn't receive her grandfather's praise? If her suitors knew about this, they would probably be shocked, right? Thinking like this, Zhou Chen respectfully clasped his hands towards Lin Changhua. Senior, you praise me too much. Facing the old man who had devoted his whole life to the battlefield and didn't even have a peaceful ending, Zhou Chen still respected him. Lin Changhua chuckled and said, there's no need for such formality, meeting in a hidden instance is fate, why not travel together? As for the experience points, you and my granddaughter will split them evenly. With these words, Lin Muyo and the young guard behind the old man, a Zhuang, were both surprised. They didn't expect Lin Changhua to invite someone to join their team, especially a Zhuang. As Lin Changhua's personal bodyguard, he had seen many young talents follow their elders to visit the old man Lin over the years, but rarely did anyone receive such high praise, let alone being invited by the old man to join the team and enter the instance together. This kid in front of them was truly lucky. At this moment, Zhou Chen also looked somewhat astonished. His gaze lingered on a Zhuang and Lin Changhua for a moment before saying, old man, isn't this a bit inappropriate? In his opinion, forming a team of 4 was not a big deal. Meeting in a hidden instance was a great stroke of luck, and not teaming up would mean that when they finally defeated the boss, the experience points would be calculated based on who landed the final blow. This would be undignified and could easily lead to discord. Moreover, Zhou Chen had already reached level 21, far exceeding the agreed-upon level 18 target with Chu Tiange, so he wasn't in a rush to gain experience points, even if they split them evenly after forming a team of 4. Therefore, he was surprised by the old man's proposal. But Lin Changhua shook his head and said with a smile, it's fine. This world belongs to you young people. What would an old man like me be competing for in terms of experience points? In fact, Lin Changhua left out one thing. As a level 400 powerhouse, the experience provided by a level 60 instance boss was nothing to him. In principle, he couldn't even enter such low-level instances, and his presence here was solely due to the use of divine-level items. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated. He nodded and, at Lin Muyao's invitation, joined the team. And as he entered the team, the level information that had been hidden above his head automatically appeared. When Lin Muyao, Lin Changhua, and the others saw it, they were all stunned and speechless. You're only level 21? Is this for real? Lin Muyao's rosy lips parted, her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her, her mind buzzing. You see, that monster just now was a whopping level 57. Doesn't this mean that this guy in front of her has killed monsters across a gap of 36 levels? Good lord! Even the young god king couldn't do that, right? Lin Muyao was speechless with shock. As fellow geniuses, she had been somewhat dismissive of Zhou Chen before, but now she couldn't even muster a sense of competition. The way Lin Muyao looked at Zhou Chen was as if she were seeing a ghost. She simply couldn't understand or believe how the person in front of her had managed to kill monsters across a 36-level gap. Despite casually dealing over 100,000 damage with a skill just now, her level was a full 35 levels higher. In addition to possessing the rare SSS level talent, this has created the miraculous ability to surpass levels. Therefore, Lin Muyao was extremely shocked. She had no idea that Zhou Chen's strength could not be measured by common sense. With dual SSS talents, the second talent also had a unique attribute, making his own combat power, in any aspect, far surpass a single ordinary SSS level talent. With all these blessings, such performance was naturally not surprising. At this moment, seeing Zhou Chen's level, the patriarch of the Lin family was equally filled with infinite emotion. His eyes, which had seen countless people, were filled with shock. After looking at Zhou Chen repeatedly, he suddenly spoke, young friend, are you the top-ranked Tianzi on the divine list? This statement was like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Lin Muyao and the young guard Zhuang both looked at Zhou Chen in astonishment. Their gazes met, as if time had frozen in that moment. Especially Lin Muyao, her heart was most shaken at this moment. As the Lin family's priestess, hardly anyone in her generation could earn her respect, except for the one who held the top position on the divine list. But now, the patriarch was saying that the Zhou Chen before them was that renowned Tianzi? How could this be possible? Lin Muyao couldn't believe it and quickly looked at Zhou Chen, wanting to see how he would respond. At this moment, Zhou Chen, upon hearing Lin Changhua's words, remained calm, but his eyes became profound. He gazed at Lin Changhua, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded calmly, it's me. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with the confidence and sharpness unique to a peerless genius. Upon receiving this confirmation, Lin Muyao and Zhuang were completely stunned, seemingly unable to believe that this was true. The figure who had caused a sensation in the Federation and broken records on the divine list was standing right in front of them. Indeed, the patriarch of the Lin family smiled and shook his head at this moment. After seeing Zhou Chen's level clearly, he was initially extremely shocked, but at the same time, he felt deep doubts. As a veteran who had reached level 400, no one understood the difficulty of surpassing levels better than him. Being able to surpass oneself by 10 levels was already remarkable. As for something like surpassing 36 levels, it was unheard of. Even his granddaughter, Lin Muyao, with an SSS level talent, could not achieve the feat of killing a level 57 boss monster at level 21. However, for Zhou Chen to accomplish this at such a young age made Lin Changhua think of the recently emerged top-ranked Tianzi, the mysterious figure. Hence, he asked this question. Zhou Chen admitted it frankly. In his opinion, there was nothing to hide. Using a code above the divine list was to guard against petty people. But in real life, if someone could guess his identity, then so be it. After all, as a world-class genius, his sharpness was too obvious, and what he could achieve far exceeded the abilities of his peers. Trying to conceal it was futile. Since the Tianzi is here, our teaming up this time is advantageous for my Lin family. At this moment, Lin Changhua, with a wry smile, put down his cane and sincerely bowed to Zhou Chen. Grandfather, elder patriarch. Seeing this scene, Lin Muyao and Zhuang were both surprised and somewhat puzzled as to why Lin Changhua, as the dignified patriarch of the Lin family, would treat Zhou Chen with such respect. After all, even if the other party was the legendary Tianzi, he was still a young junior who had not yet fully grown. And who was Lin Changhua? He was the patriarch of the Lin family, overlooking the various clans of Jiling, the pillar of the southern border of Daxia. With a lifetime of illustrious military achievements, his reputation resounded throughout the Federation. Such an extraordinary figure, showing such respect to a young junior, inevitably made people wonder. But only Lin Changhua knew in his heart that his actions were not abrupt. The higher the level of a strong individual, the more they understand the advantage held by peerless geniuses. Why does the Divine List dare to claim the future God King's roster? It's because it gathers the top geniuses in the world. And the significance of being ranked first on the Divine List is self-evident. This is a figure destined to become the God King in the future. As for the so-called level differences, the so-called growth, for a peerless genius like Zhou Chen, it's just a matter of moments. Because he can always single-handedly kill monsters above his level, gaining far more experience points than others and obtaining more resources dropped in dungeons. In this process of mutual gain and loss, in less than 2 or 3 years, he can easily surpass his peers and become a top figure ascending to the stars. By then, what does this so-called level difference matter? Moreover, besides these reasons, Lin Changhua's respect for Zhou Chen also has selfish motives. Having lived for over 100 years, he is nearing the end of his life, with a hidden illness left in his body from battles in the starry battlefield, which could erupt at any moment. Perhaps in a year, or half a year, or even a week, he might pass away. In recent decades, although the Lin family has produced Lin Muyao, an SSS-level super genius, the younger generation is quite bleak, lacking prominent figures. He has fought in the starry sky for years, resisting dark creatures, and has offended many. Once he passes away, the Lin family is likely to be targeted by those lurking predators, risking collapse with a slight misstep. However, if there is a supreme genius like the first on the divine list to look after them, the Lin family's situation would undoubtedly improve. Therefore, Lin Changhua's respect for Zhou Chen is not only due to his status as a genius but also to secure a good future for the Lin family. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, when Zhou Chen grows up, today's goodwill may save the Lin family from crisis. It must be said that Lin Changhua is truly a master of the family, with far-sighted planning surpassing many. Although Lin Muyao and Zhuang are unaware of Lin Changhua's intentions, seeing the situation unfold, they can only respect Zhou Chen more. Senior, there's no need to be like this. Zhou Chen reached out to support Lin Changhua, his expression moved. In fact, he could guess some of Lin Changhua's intentions and see that Lin Changhua is already at the end of his life, needing assistance even to walk, perhaps unable to defeat even the lowest level monsters. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. A generation's hero has fallen to such a state, even having to please a junior like him. With a deep sigh, he felt more and more that he should help the Lin family during this dungeon journey. You have fought bravely in the starry battlefield, protecting our human race. Now, as a citizen of the Great Xia, growing up peacefully on Blue Star, how can I let the hero fade away? Zhou Chen spoke no more, but he had already made up his mind to find the secret medicine to cure Lin Changhua's hidden illness. In the following period, Zhou Chen and the Lin family members continued on their way towards the depths of the palace. Along the way, they also learned about the information regarding Zhuang, the guard. He possessed an A-level talent, with a level of exactly 60, and was the main force arranged by the Lin family for the expedition to the hidden dungeon. As for Lin Muyao, she insisted on following along. The Lin family initially did not want the 35th level Lin Muyao to take this risk, but Lin Changhua approved it. He believed that a genius should undergo trials that ordinary people cannot endure. This idea was further strengthened upon meeting Zhou Chen. After all, Lin Muyo had only crossed 25 levels, which was nothing compared to Zhou Chen. It seems I should set higher expectations for this girl, Muyao. Lin Changwa turned to look at Lin Muyao, his eyes filled with a hint of affectionate indulgence. Lin Muyo seemed to sense all of this. Her gaze shifted between her grandfather Lin Changwa and Zhou Chen, and she wrinkled her straight nose slightly, lightly sticking out her pink tongue, looking very cute. Zhou Chen, catching a glimpse of this scene, was also momentarily stunned. He found it somewhat amusing that the dignified Lin family goddess, usually aloof and proud, might never have imagined that such a small and lovely expression would appear on the other person's face. Zhou Chen's guess was correct. Lin Muyo only naturally revealed this expression when she was by her grandfather's side. After Lin Changwa's death, Lin Muyo seemed to have grown up overnight, single-handedly carrying the Lin family banner. The charming and attractive look on her face was gone forever, replaced by seriousness and indifference. Seeing the bright and lovely smile on the girl's face, Zhou Chen, who had been killing for 2 days and nights, also relaxed rare moment. The two were of similar age, and with Lin Changwa's intentional matchmaking, they gradually became familiar with each other as they journeyed together. If they encountered monsters along the way, they would join forces and display their abilities. And every time this happened, Lin Muyo would always sneak a glance at Zhou Chen, feeling an uncontrollable desire to compete. Of course, in the end, Lin Muyo had to admit that the guy in front of her, who could climb to the top of the god list, was indeed much stronger than her. This was the first time Lin Muyo had felt that even with both having SSS-level talent, there could still be a significant gap between them. However, Lin Muyo was not discouraged by this. After all, she had long admired the one who topped the god list, and the differences between them were within her expectations. On the contrary, this encounter with Zhou Chen, the top figure himself, further inspired her to keep moving forward. Time passed slowly in this youthful struggle of wits and hidden battles. About 2 hours had passed. The entire area of the Imperial Palace dungeon had been fully explored, leaving only the magnificent Golden Luang Palace. At this moment, a group of 4 stood in front of the Golden Luang Palace. "This is where the final boss is located," a strong man said solemnly. "Grandfather, I will definitely get that secret medicine." Lin Muyo also stopped playing around at this moment, her eyes incredibly serious as she clenched her fists tightly. Lin Changwa did not have an overly intense reaction. Having experienced the ups and downs of life, he had imagined the worst outcome countless times and could now face death calmly. Now, everything was left to fate. Seeing this, the others did not speak further and entered the Golden Luang Palace one after another. As the doors of the Golden Luang Palace were pushed open, a long-sealed stench of decay rushed towards them, making them extremely uncomfortable. Lin Muyo frowned, subconsciously waving the air in front of her with a white, tender hand, her gaze fixed ahead. Her pupils contracted instantly as she was stunned by the sight before her. Looking across the vast Golden Luang Palace, she saw that the dragon pillars on both sides were filled with countless civil and military officials kneeling. They knelt respectfully in 2 rows, bowing deeply to the ground, seemingly dead for a long time, emitting a strong smell of death, extremely eerie. Zhou Chen followed these officials all the way, but when he reached the end, he did not see the dragon throne he had imagined would be on the high platform, because a huge figure blocked everyone's view. It was an extraordinary warrior, about 3 to 4 meters tall, with a sturdy build, holding a Fengtian halberd in his hand, a fierce face with protruding teeth, and extremely violent eyes staring at them. Name: the undead of the Guardian God General, health, 818,000, level, 60, rank, Lord. This highly oppressive information was presented before everyone. With a health pool of 800,000, there was no doubt about the difficulty of this Lord Boss. "Daring to disturb our Emperor's slumber, you will all be exterminated." A strange roar erupted from the mouth of the Lord Boss. Without any extra words, the massive figure soared through the air and swept towards the crowd with a giant halberd in hand. "Miss, protect the clan leader." A Zhuang, seeing this scene, also roared and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of everyone. At the same time, with a flick of his hand, a shield glowing with a blue light appeared in front of him, blocking the heavy attack completely. A Zhuang's talent is A-level, Xuanwu shield, possessing extremely high defense. "This Lord Boss can't do anything to us." Lin Changwa, now at a safe distance, coughed and said. He entered the level 60 instance but only dared to bring a Zhuang, clearly trusting his strength greatly. Although only A-level, a Zhuang possessed a multitude of skills that were extremely compatible with his talent, making his overall combat power not much inferior to the same level S-level talents. Zhou Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but nod. With a Zhuang, a top-tier tank in the front, this boss battle became much simpler. As expected, before he could even make a move, Lin Muyo couldn't contain herself and displayed the power of an SSS-level prodigy. She was suspended in mid-air in a strange manner, surrounded by colorful elemental forces swirling around her, as if at that moment, Lin Muyo had transformed into an elemental empress. Subsequently, the various different elements merged and above the girl's head, transformed into a rainbow-blowing spear, striking towards the Lord Boss. Boom! A loud noise rang out, and the elemental spear first fell from the sky, pinning the Lord Boss firmly to the ground. Then, the various elemental forces contained in the spear erupted at that moment. 350812, a terrifying damage figure appeared on the ladder. Zhou Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Truly worthy of the SSS level talent, Elemental Walker, known for high damage, the power of this elemental spear was truly stunning, far surpassing other peers. No wonder Lin Muyo looked down on the offspring of the various major families in Jinling City. With such strength, even the most outstanding talents in the world would find it hard to catch her eye. Of course, Zhou Chen did not feel pressured by this. After all, although Lin Muyo's attack was high, her own level was not low either. Zhou Chen believed that when he reached level 35, a single punch from him would deal damage several times that of this elemental spear. At this point, the outcome of the battle was already decided. The Lord Boss, restrained by a Zhuang, couldn't break through the defense line. With Lin Muyo's continuous elemental damage, the health bar was dangerously low, and victory was certain. However, Zhou Chen's eyebrows furrowed more and more. Something's not right. If this hidden instance boss is so easy to defeat, how did Mr. Lin die tragically in his past life? Didn't he unleash that bottle of secret medicine? He muttered to himself, feeling that something within the palace was becoming increasingly eerie. Suddenly, he felt something and looked up abruptly towards the end of the Golden Luang Hall, at the High Dragon Throne. There, a figure that appeared out of nowhere was sitting quietly. Clad in a bloodstained dragon robe, with emotionless eyes, the figure gazed indifferently at the battlefield. Above his head, a supreme-level race information was openly displayed to everyone. A supreme-level boss. At that moment, Zhou Chen understood everything. This instance turned out to be a rare double boss mode. In the spacious Golden Luang Hall, with a Zhuang tanking in the front and Lin Muyo securely outputting from the back, various elemental magic skills bombarded continuously. Before long, the Lord Demon with the appearance of a martial general had his bloodline completely wiped out. I am incompetent, ashamed before our emperor. He knelt on one knee, the Feng Tian halberd in his hand planted in the ground, letting out a resentful roar before his death. The thunderous sound echoed through the entire hall, causing A Zhuang and the others to involuntarily stand up with their hair standing on end. Zhou Chen's expression was the most solemn, because he noticed that after the martial general lord fell, the man who had been sitting steadily on the dragon throne on the platform slowly stood up. His movements were ghostly, silently appearing at the edge of the platform in one step. His pupils, filled with blood-red color, showed no emotional fluctuations typical of the living, exuding the stench of death throughout his body. At the same time, a visible golden gas continuously enveloped his body. Vaguely, one could see what seemed to be a constantly moving golden dragon. It's actually a supreme-level boss. At this moment, everyone in the hall shifted their gaze to the emperor standing on the platform. Mr. Lin's murky eyes flashed with a glint, his voice tinged with surprise and shock. Obviously, the scene before them was completely unexpected for the Lin family. It was not their fault, as supreme-level high-tier demons were rarely encountered in dungeons below level 100. Even king-level demons were few and far between. This is going to be difficult. A Zhuang first protected everyone behind him without hesitation, then his expression turned extremely serious. He raised the Xuanwu shield high, vigilantly staring at the figure in imperial robes on the platform. The power of a supreme-level demon was unquestionable. Within the same level, it could almost suppress an SS-level talent of the human race. Among the people present, only A Zhuang was a level 60 woodcutter, but he was only an A-level talent. Although A Zhuang possessed many skills and valuable equipment, they were far from enough to bridge the gap between himself and the supreme-level demon before him. So A Zhuang was under immense pressure, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Mr. Lin, standing in the back, also observed the situation keenly. He gazed at the imposing demon on the platform, his lips trembling slightly, before finally sighing in resignation. It's fate after all. It's fate. Mr. Lin smiled bitterly. As a level 400 powerhouse, even if he couldn't return to his peak state, he could easily defeat this supreme-level demon with half his strength. However, reality was different. The current Lin Changuo was on his last legs, far inferior even to an ordinary person who had not awakened. His injuries were extremely peculiar, inflicted by dark creatures in the starry battlefield, and ordinary healing potions had no effect. In fact, many people who had fought in the starry battlefield had similar injuries, varying in severity. Some were lucky enough to obtain special potions from certain dungeons upon returning to the Blue Star, which could effectively suppress their injuries and allow them to live for a few more years. Others, however, were severely wounded, the ominous aura left by the dark creatures inside them always on the verge of erupting, like a ticking time bomb. Not only did it devour the essence within their strong bodies, but it also drastically shortened their lifespan. Mr. Lin belonged to the latter category. He was in the final stages of lingering on, and the revelation that this hidden dungeon would yield a special potion was a ray of hope in his life. But now, with the appearance of this supreme-level boss before him, that ray of hope was extinguished. The Supreme Demon at level 60 was no match for Zhuang. As for Lin Muyao, despite her extremely rare SSS level talent, she was only level 35 at the moment, making the level difference between them too great. If they were at the same level, there might have been a chance of success in defeating it. Therefore, Master Lin had already given up hope for this hidden copy journey. As for how to make it out alive, that was not difficult. The Lin family, as a top family in Jinling, had great power. Before entering the copy, they had prepared several precious props that could forcibly exit the copy. Of course, this was a last resort. Before entering the copy, no one in the Lin family hoped to use such props in the end. After all, once used, it meant failing to clear the copy and not obtaining that precious healing elixir. Grandpa, I refuse to accept this. So what if it's a supreme demon beast? Dare to stop me from saving Grandpa, even if it's a demon god, I will kill it to show you. Just as Lin Changguo was about to order a retreat, a voice filled with tears and indignation suddenly sounded in the air. Everyone turned to see Lin Muyao, tears in her eyes, her pretty face filled with resentment and unwillingness, suspended in midair amidst countless elemental forces. In her hands, there was a huge long bow condensed from elements appearing out of thin air. The bow looked extremely heavy and cool, and it was really large, standing over 2 meters tall. Lin Muyao couldn't pull it with one hand, so she was standing on one foot, the other slender leg raised high and straight, the youthful and tender foot supporting the center of the long bow. With both hands exerting force together, she pulled a destructive giant arrow composed entirely of high damage elements such as fire, lightning, and light, targeting the intimidating supreme boss. Miss actually used the awakening skill. A Strong exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Chen was also attracted by the girl's action of pulling the bow with one foot, staring blankly. Is this the awakening skill of other SSS geniuses? Unlike his ultimate sublimation which purely added buffs, Lin Muyao's awakening skill was clearly a high-damage combat skill, just like Wei Duer's gathered Shadow God Slaying Arrow, go. At this moment, with Lin Muyao's shout, her hands released the bowstring with one foot, and the giant arrow mixed with various elemental powers turned into remnants, piercing through infinite space towards the silent supreme boss on the high platform. Swish! The sound of the arrow piercing through the air was deafening. However, to everyone's surprise, facing the earth-shattering arrow, the supreme demon beast did not dodge or evade, standing proudly in place. Even on its cold, death-like face, a hint of human-like smirk appeared at this moment, seemingly mocking Lin Muyao's overestimation of her abilities. And then, as the giant arrow struck, everyone was astonished to see that the golden aura surrounding the calm body of the latter expanded to an indescribable extent at this moment, like a thick barrier enveloping its entire body. The next moment, the elemental giant arrow landed steadily on the golden aura and exploded. But everyone clearly saw that no matter how fierce the elemental power erupted at that moment, it could not penetrate that layer of golden aura. 1235, after a long time, the smoke cleared, revealing an unbelievable damage number floating above it. Lin Muyao's SSS level awakening skill actually only dealt a little over 1,000 damage. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Why is it like this? Lin Muyao felt as if struck by lightning. Her unwavering belief as a supreme genius was shaken at this moment. The strongest awakening skill in her life only dealt a 4-digit damage to the opponent. This was unacceptable for a genius like her. Miss, look. Just then, a Strong suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked over and found a new prompt appearing above the head of this supreme boss at this moment. And in the moment when everyone saw the prompt clearly, despair gripped them all. Announcement: Supreme level boss Forgotten Emperor is currently protected by dragon energy, increasing overall resistance by 99%. How is this possible? Why would there be such a twisted boss? As the prompt above the Forgotten Emperor's head appeared, everyone felt hopeless. A strong man even took several steps back uncontrollably, his eyes filled with horror. A 99% increase in overall resistance. Even after scouring through the federal history, one could not find a second instance of such a twisted dungeon mechanism. Who could possibly challenge such a boss? No wonder Lin Muyao, an SSS level prodigy, only managed to inflict 4-digit damage after unleashing her awakening skill. And at this moment, after enduring a blow from an awakening skill, the Forgotten Emperor finally made a move. With a step forward, he descended from the high platform and stood not far from the crowd. His dark green skin shimmered with an unusual radiance under the golden dragon energy, emitting a strange mix of bloody and putrid stench that filled the air around him. "You shall all perish here." As he spoke for the first time, his tone was extremely peculiar, making it sound very unsettling. Simultaneously, as his voice echoed, the blood-stained dragon robe moved on its own, and howling undead souls flew out from his wide sleeves towards the crowd. Evil spirits unleashed. Countless undead creatures roared in the sky, one after another, swooping down towards the people, creating a bizarre and terrifying scene. "Damn it! Is it magical damage?" Witnessing this, the strong man cursed angrily, his Xuanwu shield glowing brightly as he held it in front of him. But how long could he withstand an attack from such a powerful supreme-level boss? Lin Changhua sighed softly and shouted, "Children, stop fighting. We won't tackle this dungeon, we won't." He had resigned himself to fate. Although he felt some regret about dying here, he was even more unwilling to sacrifice the lives of these prodigies who had yet to fully mature, whether it was his granddaughter Lin Muyao or the recently acquainted Zhou Xiaoyu. They were the future pillars of the human race. He couldn't bear to let these rising stars fall in this nameless dungeon just for the sake of an old man like him. If that happened, even in death, he would have no face to meet the ancestors of the human race who had died in battle among the stars. "Grandpa." Upon hearing the old man's almost pleading words, Lin Muyao clenched her teeth, tears streaming down her pretty face. She was unwilling to leave like this, but having just used her awakening skill, she had little spiritual power left. If she forcefully fought against this supreme-level monster in front of her, it would be like a moth to a flame, with no chance of winning. Moreover, this monster was simply beyond human capability to confront. With a staggering 99% resistance, it left no hope for the challengers who came to face it. Even her proud SSS-level awakening skill could only inflict a little over 1,000 damage, which would be futile for anyone else. What a pity! If my Shadow God slaying arrow could deal real damage, how could you be so arrogant? Lin Muyao gritted her silver teeth, glaring at the Forgotten Emperor with a mix of unwillingness and resentment. "Miss, let's retreat. Let's think of another way." The strong man used a forced exit item, and a swirling portal appeared behind the group. Although he was also unwilling, he knew that staying here would only lead to pointless deaths, so he advised them. "Are we only able to escape like beaten dogs?" The strands of hair on Lin Muyao's forehead danced wildly in the fierce wind from the swirling portal, as she thought with extreme sadness in her heart. In the end, despite her unwillingness and resentment, faced with the old man's almost pleading gaze and the cruel reality that could not be overcome, the proud Lin Muyao had no choice but to retreat. Wiping away her tears, she walked towards the portal that had been summoned behind her. However, just as she took a few steps forward, she was stunned in place, because she saw a figure, not particularly tall, walking towards her at this moment. "Don't worry, maybe we can defeat this monster?" The gentle voice of the young man entered her ears, like a warm winter sun, sending a shiver down her spine. She stared at Zhou Chen in a daze, unable to utter a complete sentence. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, under her astonished gaze, brushed past her and continued on his own towards the Forgotten Emperor. "Master Zhou." A Zhuan, holding the Xuanwu shield in front of him, also heard the conversation behind him. He glanced at Zhou Chen, feeling a bit anxious. He didn't understand why this renowned emperor chose to face the difficulties at this moment. After all, even with the arrival of the young god king, the current situation seemed irreversible. With a resistance of up to 99%, this was beyond what a normal celestial slayer could handle. "Brother Zhuang, protect the old master and your young lady. Leave the rest to me." Zhou Chen walked to Zhuang's side, patted his shoulder, and with a smile amidst Zhuang's shocked gaze, he proceeded step by step towards the monster. All the undead souls that flew towards him along the way were killed by the sharp sword intent emanating from him before they could even get close. He arrived in front of the Forgotten Emperor, facing the supreme-level boss at level 60. The slender figure now seemed infinitely majestic. "Your Majesty, I don't want the human predecessors to end their days alone, so today I will take your head," Zhou Chen said with a smile, hands in his pockets. The Forgotten Emperor, as a supreme-level monster, obviously possessed a certain level of intelligence similar to Anubis. He understood Zhou Chen's words and immediately became furious, releasing uncontrollable terrifying dragon aura, sweeping in all directions. "How dare you! A mere assassin, how dare you insult me like this?" His angry shout was provoked by Zhou Chen, and countless dragon shadows rose behind him, rushing towards Zhou Chen. "Good, come on." Seeing this, Zhou Chen laughed loudly, no longer speaking, and activated his full strength, taking a step forward. At the same time, on his personal panel, a mythical quality item, the Imperial City Token, was shining brightly in the accessory slot. Yes, Zhou Chen was not reckless. Upon learning about the opponent's 99% resistance, he pondered a way to break through. It was unreasonable for a boss to have such resistance. The dungeons on the Blue Star were not designed that way. However, they had already explored the Forgotten Palace thoroughly, and there were no special mechanisms left untriggered. Therefore, the breakthrough must lie in the previous dungeon. Zhou Chen immediately thought of the special Imperial City token dropped by the final boss in the Forgotten City. If he remembered correctly, this token could inflict real damage on the monsters in the Forgotten Palace. Hence, the solution was clear. When all damage became real, even if the Forgotten Emperor had 100% resistance, what could he do? Zhou Chen was not afraid at all. As he stepped forward, the Purgatory Flame Fist struck out, directly shattering the Dragon Shadow skill released by the Forgotten Emperor. 87823, a terrifying white damage number appeared above him. What? Real damage? Watching Zhou Chen confidently shatter the Forgotten Emperor's skill with a punch, causing a bright white damage number to appear on the protective dragon aura, everyone was shocked and amazed. Grandpa, did you see that? The Emperor can actually deal real damage. After coming to her senses, Lin Muyo was the most excited. She supported the old man, tears of joy appearing on her pretty face. Facing the supremely resistant boss, they had thought the expedition would be in vain, but Zhou Chen's string of white damage turned everything around. After all, in the face of real injuries, no amount of resistance would help. And now, as Zhou Chen's extremely domineering fist struck, the forgetful emperor also momentarily lost focus, his pupils deeply contracted. You actually have my Imperial City token. His green-faced, fanged mouth spoke, looking at Zhou Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes, followed by deep disdain. What a pity, what a pity. You are just a mere level 21, even if you have my token, what can you do? The gap between you and me is an insurmountable chasm. The forgetful emperor stood with his hands behind his back, a surge of dragon energy emanating from him, speaking in a very human-like manner. His level of intelligence had already surpassed that of ordinary monsters, even possessing various emotions. Oh, you are very confident, huh? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow at the forgetful emperor's words, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, he took a step forward, closing the distance to the forgetful emperor to less than 10 meters, a powerful intent bursting forth from his entire body, saying aggressively, within 10 breaths, I will slay you. His words fell like thunder in the night sky. The Lin family members behind were all shocked, even the experienced Lin patriarch was taken aback by these words. Facing a supreme boss with nearly a 40-level difference, Zhou Chen dared to boast about slaying him within 10 breaths. Even though he was the top-ranked emperor, was this move too exaggerated? The Lin patriarch's expression was filled with doubt. Having lived for over 100 years, his ability to judge people was quite advanced, and after this brief encounter today, he believed that Zhou Chen was not someone who spoke without reason. So, what was his confidence based on? The Lin patriarch couldn't figure it out, and Lin Muyo was equally puzzled. Her pretty face showed a hint of confusion as she looked at Zhou Chen, feeling that this was completely impossible. The emperor was also human, not a god. He was nothing more than an SSS-level talent like herself, but even she would be helpless against this boss. How much more powerful could he be to deal real damage to it? Lin Muyo bit her red lips, not looking down on Zhou Chen but feeling worried for him. At the same time, upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the forgetful emperor couldn't help but curl his lips in a mocking smile, looking at him with disdain. Thought you were someone remarkable, turns out you're just a shameless braggart. A rebuke came from his mouth, followed by a surge of dragon energy, ready to suppress this human kid who didn't know his place. However, just as the forgetful emperor's momentum was rising, an even stronger aura suddenly erupted from the opposite side. Zhou Chen took a step forward, and the earth seemed to tremble at that moment, an unparalleled force striking the void, causing ripples in the space where he stood. What incredible physical strength! At that moment, all the spectators were stunned. As for the forgetful emperor, he instantly retracted the mockery from his face, his blood-red eyes becoming extremely serious as he took several steps back, staring fixedly at Zhou Chen. In his perception, this human who had just been as insignificant as an ant had suddenly surged in strength, awakening like a primordial beast. This was because Zhou Chen had unleashed his awakening skill Ultimate Sublimation. Facing a supreme boss far above his level, Zhou Chen naturally had no intention of holding back or boasting. His level was simply too low. A casual attack from the Forgotten Emperor was something he couldn't withstand at his current state, with no room for error. Therefore, Zhou Chen could only attempt to subdue the Forgotten Emperor by directly activating his awakening skill, multiplying all his attributes by 10 to have a fighting chance. The air trembled, the void shook, as his attributes surged suddenly, his power still beyond his control. After all, Zhou Chen's current attributes had all reached 22,800 points each, and after the extreme enhancement, it was 228,000. His total attributes soared to a staggering 900,000. How terrifying was this power? Although it was only for 10 seconds, within those 10 seconds, Zhou Chen was unstoppable. He glanced at the Forgotten Emperor, showing no mercy, as he transformed into a streak of light and dashed forward. The time for extreme enhancement was only 10 seconds, making the battle extremely urgent. If he couldn't defeat this supreme boss within 10 seconds, the side effects of the extreme enhancement would surely lead to his demise. Therefore, Zhou Chen displayed his peak combat power. With an agility of 220,000, even without learning any agility skills, he was unbelievably fast. Then, clenching his iron fist, engulfed in blazing dark flames, he fiercely smashed towards the Forgotten Emperor. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as the Forgotten Emperor couldn't dodge in time and took a solid hit. As an undead creature, the Forgotten Emperor might not feel pain, but being struck by this infernal flame fist that dealt real damage, he couldn't help but feel alarmed. A white number indicating a staggering 430,000 damage appeared above his head. As a supreme-level boss, the Forgotten Emperor had an extremely thick health pool of 1.4 million. The health bar was densely packed, coupled with a resistance of 99%, making the raid incredibly challenging. Normally, even with the ability to deal real damage with the Imperial City Order, to clear this dungeon, one would need at least 3 level 60 SS-tier Sky Reapers. But what about Zhou Chen? Single-handedly, with just one punch, he obliterated 1/3 of the boss's health bar. Such a performance was truly extraordinary, leaving the Lin family members dumbfounded. Heavens! What kind of awakening skill is this? It boosted his power so significantly. Young Master Zhou is truly exceptional. Everyone was completely stunned. Erjuan, who was closest to the battlefield, could even feel the scorching fist wind blowing towards him, stinging his cheeks painfully, leaving him utterly shocked. What kind of talent is this? The Forgotten Emperor was now in a state of panic. As a supreme-level boss, it exuded an air of mystery and eeriness. However, in the face of Zhou Chen's 500,000 true damage punch, all its extraordinary traits were completely shattered. The talent to kill you. Zhou Chen snorted coldly, lightning flashing in his eyes, a torrent of killing intent surging as he unleashed another punch. Retreat! The Forgotten Emperor, witnessing this scene, felt his hair stand on end, realizing that the man before him was an unstoppable monster, completely beyond his ability to resist. In an instant, his entire body inexplicably dissipated from everyone's sight, leaving only a gentle breeze in its place. Invisibility. Zhou Chen watched this unfold, raising an eyebrow slightly, not surprised. After all, even elite minor monsters in this dungeon had invisibility skills. It was impossible for the supreme boss, the Forgotten Emperor, not to possess such a skill. Unlike those minor monsters, the Forgotten Emperor's invisibility skill was undoubtedly much more advanced. Zhou Chen had once been able to vaguely sense the presence of those minor monsters with just his 5 senses. But now, even with his attributes enhanced tenfold, he couldn't perceive the whereabouts of the Forgotten Emperor at all, as if the creature had vanished into thin air. This is troublesome. In the rear, Mr. Lin, who was watching the battle, frowned deeply at the scene. With his extensive experience, he was amazed by Zhou Chen's awakening technique that could instantly multiply his combat power, but he had already guessed that such a heaven-defying ability must have a time limit. The Forgetful Emperor was also wise enough to realize this, wanting to rely on the tactic of dragging to slowly wear down Zhou Chen's combat power over time. Grandpa, I'll go help the Emperor. Lin Muyo shouted crisply, looking very anxious, and behind her, several elemental storms were already gathering. Come back, Mr. Lin hurriedly stopped her, saying, you can't even break through the boss's defense, going over will only cause chaos. Now, all we can do is trust young Zhou. The old man's expression was solemn. He knew that the situation had reached a critical moment in the blink of an eye. If Zhou Chen could detect the opponent's presence, complete the battle before the time for increasing his combat power ended, everything would become clear. But if not, they all faced a threat to their lives. Even with the vortex portal for forced exit from the instance, it was difficult to ensure that everyone could escape. At this moment, under the tense gaze of the Lin family members, Zhou Chen stood alone on the field, his eyes showing no hint of worry or fear. He merely snorted at the Forgetful Emperor's little tricks. You thought you could hide and I wouldn't be able to kill you. Zhou Chen's voice was unusually calm, and at the same time, a terrifying dark flame was surging on his body. An immense, boundless aura spread from him. Astonishing fist intent filled the entire hall, his gaze sharp as he disappeared in an instant. Ah! The next moment, a terrified scream rang out as Zhou Chen and the Forgetful Emperor appeared simultaneously in a corner of the hall. However, the Forgetful Emperor was in a sorry state, being bombarded by Zhou Chen with a nearly frenzied flurry of punches. Each blow inflicted astonishing damage on him. This is an immortal-level melee skill. Mr. Lin's eyes lit up at this moment. Having experienced countless battles in his lifetime, his eyes were sharp and experienced. Zhou Chen's skill, which could automatically track enemies within a range, was definitely of immortal-level caliber. Only an immortal-level skill could be so domineering. As he had anticipated, the move Zhou Chen was using at this moment was none other than the complete version of the Infernal Flame Void Fist. After being activated, it would automatically track enemies within range, moving like lightning to unleash a storm of attacks akin to thunder and hurricane. With the final blow, it would release a sky-splitting fist intent, causing a terrifying 200% damage based on total attributes. This kind of auto-tracking skill was utterly unreasonable. No matter how you hid, even if you concealed yourself in the void, it could instantly catch up. Although the Forgetful Emperor was a supreme-level monster, with only a level of 60, he was far from being able to escape into the void. It was just a slightly more sophisticated stealth technique, naturally unable to evade the bombardment of the Infernal Flame Void Fist. At this moment, with the ultimate sublimation about to end, only the last 2 seconds remained. The Forgetful Emperor's health was nearly depleted. It was also fighting desperately, directly unleashing its secret skill. Suddenly, several solid 5-clawed golden dragons burst out of its body, each with formidable resistance and a whopping 500,000 health points, forming a flesh wall to protect the Forgetful Emperor within. You want to be a turtle? Did I allow it? Seeing this, Zhou Chen shouted angrily and in a short moment, unleashed 3 consecutive punches. Then, in the final second before the ultimate sublimation ended, a powerful fist intent that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth erupted from his fist. Sky-splitting fist intent. This was an indescribable punch, extremely stunning. The mere pressure it stirred up seemed capable of flipping the entire Golden Palace. Facing this punch head-on, the Forgotten Emperor was trembling with fear. He watched in horror as the several golden dragon monsters protecting him in front were instantly annihilated by this earth-shattering punch. A terrifying white damage number appeared in the center of the scene. A full 7 digits. Nearly 2 million in damage. Zhou Chen's sky-cracking fist could double his total attributes, and when he reached the pinnacle of his state, his overall attributes broke through the 900,000 mark. So, this strike unleashed 1.8 million in damage. It was too dreadful. Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel dizzy in their heads. The awakening skill that can multiply battle power, combined with the immortal level skill, truly makes this emperor unparalleled throughout the ages. Old Master Lin's heart was shaken, and his strong was ice-cold all over, a natural reaction born from the invincible intent that could destroy everything. He could be certain that his proud Xuanwu shield wouldn't last a second under this punch. At this moment, Lin Muyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with an indescribable brilliance as she gazed deeply at the figure not far away, exuding an air of superiority and vigor. A fluttering heart throbbed at this moment. Obviously, this scene would be deeply imprinted in the heart of this Lin family goddess, never to be erased. Boom! At the same time as the punch hit the Forgotten Emperor's main body, Zhou Chen's time of reaching the pinnacle also came to an end. He felt a lightness all over as the terrifying power that seemed capable of creating heaven and earth receded from his body like a tide. Following that was a feeling of exhaustion that made every bone in his body ache. But Zhou Chen gritted his teeth, not uttering a word, standing in the center with his fists at his sides, his figure straight as a spear. And before his eyes, the rich imperial dragon aura on the Forgotten Emperor's body disappeared, replaced by a gaping hole that pierced through his chest. There was no flowing blood as imagined, only eerie black gas continuously seeping out. The Forgotten Emperor's health bar had been completely emptied, and as he looked down at his fatal wound, his lips trembled as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't open his mouth and fell to the ground with a thud. Killed LV60 Supreme Level Monster Forgotten Emperor Experience Points plus 158903 obtained Loot X2. Congratulations! You have successfully leveled up to 23. The grandiose system sound echoed in Zhou Chen's ears. At the same time, 2 dazzling white lights flashed on him successively. Killing the Emperor, he leveled up twice. In the spacious hall, Zhou Chen stood with his hands behind his back, 2 flashes of white light indicating his level up, refreshing his status and dispelling all the exhaustion brought by reaching the pinnacle. He took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the loot orb burst out by killing the Forgotten Emperor. Then, he gently touched it. 2 items appeared before his eyes, a skill book and a bottle of secret medicine. Zhou Chen first looked at the secret medicine. He faintly felt that this was what Old Master Lin needed. He used the appraisal skill to check. Name, sacred potion infused with imperial chi tier. Epic description, a very rare healing secret medicine that can effectively cure various diseases, especially potent against ominous aura. Restrictions, should not be exposed to the mortal world for long. The earlier it is consumed, the better the effect. Looking at the detailed information of this secret medicine, Zhou Chen's face showed surprise. It seemed he hadn't guessed wrong. The secret medicine was indeed what old Master Lin was looking for. And the so-called ominous aura should be the toxin left in the body after being injured by dark creatures, the culprit that led to the deaths of countless predecessors of the human race who once fought in the stars. Emperor! At this moment, an anxious voice came from behind. Turning around, Zhou Chen saw Lin Muyo running towards him, her expression a mix of anticipation and nervousness. She stumbled to a stop beside him, seeming unsure of how to speak up. Here. Zhou Chen smiled faintly at her and handed over the secret medicine without hesitation. The girl caught it in a fluster, her heart pounding. When she saw the information on the secret medicine, all her nervousness turned into pure joy. Sacred secret medicine. It's really here. Excitement flushed her pretty face as she looked at Zhou Chen with gratitude, saying sincerely, thank you. Miss Lin, no need to be polite. Zhou Chen waved his hand with a smile. After expressing her gratitude, Lin Muyo hurried back to Lin Changhua, tears of joy streaming down her face as she held the precious secret medicine, exclaiming, Grandfather. My dear granddaughter, don't worry, grandfather has seen it all. Lin Changhua smiled, comforting Lin Muyao's excitement as he took the bottle of secret medicine, feeling deeply moved by its effects. This hidden dungeon expedition had truly been full of twists and turns. After smoothly defeating the Lord Boss, they thought they were about to clear the dungeon, only to face a supremely powerful monster that seemed hopeless. Without Zhou Chen's help, the Lin family's journey would not only have been in vain but they might have lost all hope of extending Lin Changhua's life. Looking at this hard-earned secret medicine, Lin Changhua no longer hesitated and drank it in one go. Boom! In an instant, he felt a gentle and sacred aura spreading rapidly through his body, healing every hidden ailment and injury miraculously disappearing. Even on Lin Changhua's usually calm and experienced face, a profound joy emerged involuntarily. He could clearly feel his body recovering at an astonishing speed with the secret medicine. It wouldn't be long before the ominous aura in his body was completely eradicated. After a period of seclusion and recuperation, he might even restore his strength to its peak state. Fantastic! Seeing this scene, Lin Muyo finally let go of her held breath. Congratulations, Chief Lin, congratulations! The guard Ajuan also offered his congratulations at this moment. However, Lin Changhua waved his hand, as someone who had experienced many trials and tribulations. After a brief moment of joy, he calmed down again. He said, we should be congratulating young Master Zhou instead. At the age of 21, he defeated a level 60 supreme monster, a feat unheard of in history. This should be recorded in our human history. With these words, everyone was stunned. Even Zhou's grandfather, in Ajuang's astonished gaze, threw away his cane and walked briskly towards Zhou Chen. Young Master Zhou. With a hearty greeting, Lin Changhua stood behind Zhou Chen and bowed deeply. This scene shocked Ajuang to the core, and Lin Muyo covered her mouth in disbelief. The esteemed head of the Lin family in Jinling, a human powerhouse who had battled dark creatures, was now bowing to a young man. What an unimaginable scene! If a photo of this moment were taken and spread, it would shake the entire southern region. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, who was busy tidying up his gains, finally turned around. After handing the secret medicine to Lin Muyo, he hadn't paid attention to the Lin family's affairs. Unexpectedly, he was called by the Lin family again and witnessed Lin's grandfather bowing to him. He immediately reached out to help Lin Changhua stand up straight. Grandfather, please, this gesture is too much for me, he said humbly. In Zhou Chen's view, he had only done what he could, far from deserving the gratitude of a hero who protected the human race. However, Lin Changhua was firm in his attitude. He said, Zhou, this is a life-saving grace, it has nothing to do with age or seniority. His voice was resolute, his eyes filled with stubbornness, leaving Zhou Chen speechless. He had no choice but to allow Lin Changhua to complete the elaborate bow of thanks. After all this was done, Lin Changhua took out a black and gold universal bank card from his pocket and said, Zhou, I was in a hurry when I entered the instance, and I didn't have anything good with me. Take this bank card for now. As he spoke, he tried to hand the card to Zhou Chen. What? The family actually wants to give the black and gold card to Master Zhou as a token of gratitude? From afar, witnessing all this, Ajuang was greatly shaken and then his face was filled with admiration for Zhou Chen. The federal black gold card, with a global limited issuance of not more than 500 cards. The requirements to apply for such a black gold card are extremely high. Not only does one need to have extremely strong economic power, but they also need to have an S-level or above talent and a level exceeding 400. Obviously, those who meet these conditions are few and far between globally, mostly those from ancient families and top dignitaries, who are eligible. On the contrary, once one applies for the Black Gold card, they can enjoy superior treatment, such as free stays in 7-star hotels worldwide, and a 20% discount at major auction houses, are just the most basic privileges. The most precious aspect of the Black Gold card is its unparalleled credibility. This card is a symbol of identity, not only with a 10 billion overdraft limit, but it can also borrow over 100 billion federal currency from any bank worldwide without any asset proof. These are the reasons why Ajwan was so shocked when he saw Lin Changwa take out the Black Gold card as a token of gratitude. However, to everyone's surprise, faced with such an extraordinary Black Gold card, Zhou Chen chose to refuse. "Old Lin, it's just a bottle of epic-level secret medicine, worth only 30 to 50 million on the market. How can it compare to the value of the Black Gold card?" he said with a smile. This was, of course, a polite refusal. After all, the divine water imbued with imperial aura was not an ordinary epic-level secret medicine, it was priceless. If it could really be bought for a few million, with the Lin family's financial resources, they wouldn't have to resort to such desperate measures to seek medicine. In addition, Zhou Chen's assistance to Lin Changwa this time was indeed heartfelt, never once thinking of asking for anything in return. As the saying goes, as a hero who has fought across the stars and dedicated his life to protecting the human race, Lin Changwa deserves this. If he were to accept some expensive token of gratitude, Zhou Chen would despise himself. At this moment, when Lin Changwa heard Zhou Chen's genuine refusal, he was stunned for a moment, then sighed softly. Unable to give away the Black Gold card, the Lin family was now indebted to someone on a grand scale. The reason he chose to offer such an expensive item as a token of gratitude, besides genuinely thanking him for saving his life, was also due to some other considerations. He wanted the Lin family to establish a good relationship with Zhou Chen. For a genius like Zhou Chen, today's instant's journey might just be a passing scenery on the road to his rise in life, soon to fade from memory. In a few years, would he still remember the Lin family in Jiling, and feel a sense of closeness? And at that time, if he could give something precious that would accompany the other for a long time, then this item would constantly remind him that in those years, there was a connection with the Lin family. This connection, when Zhou Chen grows extremely powerful, will become a good karma, and at a critical moment, perhaps it can save the Lin family from danger. Zhou Chen's refusal made old Master Lin sigh with regret in his heart, so he had to gesture and say, "Young Zhou is generous, it's my abruptness as an old man." However, even if young Zhou doesn't think much of it, the Lin family will remember this favor for generations. If one day young Zhou goes to Jinling, be sure to remember to find our Lin family and let us fulfill the friendship of landlords. At this point, Lin Changwa paused and suddenly turned to the girl behind him. With a wave of his hand, he smiled and said, "Yao Yao, come over and exchange contact information with young Zhou." "Ha?" Hearing this, Lin Muyo pointed at herself, feeling a bit confused, but obediently walked over. "You are all young people, get to know each other, and when young Zhou comes to Jinling, just contact Yao Yao directly," Old Master Lin said with a smile on his face. Zhou Chen, ranked first on the god list with boundless prospects, and his granddaughter was exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't help but fall into a common ailment of the elderly, wanting to see if he could match the two younger generations together. In his view, although the Black Gold card couldn't be given away, sending his granddaughter might not be a bad idea. Moreover, Lin Muyo, although not as dazzling as Zhou Chen, still possessed an SSS-level talent, surpassing countless people in the Federation. The two were also a perfect match in terms of status. Lin Changwa felt he was doing the right thing. Regardless of whether the two could end up together in the future, adding contact information was definitely a good move. "Young man, add me as well." At this moment, Lin Muyo also understood the old man's intention, blushing, sticking out her tongue, and handing over her phone. On Blue Star, the main means of communication among people still relied on phone calls and social apps. Zhou Chen didn't think much and simply entered his number into Lin Muyo's phone. After completing all this, the mandatory closing time of the instance was approaching. The entire instance space began to become unstable rapidly, the ground shaking as if an earthquake was imminent. Seeing this, everyone had to move apart and wave goodbye to each other. "Young Zhou, farewell. Remember to come to Jinling to play with me, young master." With a deafening roar echoing through the entire instance, the space continued to shatter, and the Lin family bid farewell to Zhou Chen one after another. "Farewell, everyone." Zhou Chen also gestured and then disappeared into the vast hall along with the crumbling wormholes. In the real world, 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone. It was still the familiar forest. Zhou Chen's figure suddenly appeared from the sky. As soon as he landed, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. Because the sky was already bright, nearly half a day had passed since entering the instance. He looked at his watch. Fortunately, it was just 7 o'clock in the morning. The core skill acquisition ceremony held by the Flying Dragon Tower was at 10 in the morning, so he still had time. Zhou Chen wasted no time, identified the direction, and quickly headed towards the exit of the forbidden hunting zone. On the way, he acquired a skill book. This was one of the rewards for killing the Forgotten Emperor. At that time, he only glanced at the information hastily without upgrading it. After all, the Lin family was still present. Now, Zhou Chen finally had time to take a good look at it. This skill book, ranked in mythology, was a spell-type skill called Dragon Shield. The name was straightforward and immediately reminded Zhou Chen of the dragon energy entwined around the Forgotten Emperor at that time. It was a vivid memory, with a whopping 99% full-body resistance that was hard to ignore. Zhou Chen was somewhat excited, wondering if this skill book in front of him also had such high resistance. After checking it out, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. This Dragon Shield of Protection was simply a severely cut-down version of the Dragon Aura barrier on the Forgotten Emperor, lasting only 3 minutes and providing a resistance boost of just 5%. How underwhelming. But thinking about it, he could understand. The real world and dungeons were ultimately different. If it could replicate the terrifying performance of the Forgotten Emperor in the dungeon, then this skill book would truly be invincible, unstoppable by anyone in heaven or earth. After all, in the real world, there were no items like the Imperial City token to balance things out. Let's see how it upgrades. Zhou Chen rubbed his hands, feeling somewhat excited. He knew that no matter how it upgraded, it couldn't match the effects in the dungeon, but this skill book was of mythical quality after all. It was worth it to upgrade it like a regular skill book. Perhaps by taking a chance, he could trigger a lucky special effect and turn it into an immortal level skill. Without further ado, Zhou Chen released the power of upgrade directly. In an instant, he felt a sudden weakness in his body. The magnificent skill book in front of him instantly transformed into a peculiar parchment scroll. Congratulations! The Dragon Shield of Protection has been upgraded to the Imperial Dragon Aura. A grand and majestic notification sound echoed in his ears. Name, Imperial Dragon Aura. Quality, Epic Type, Magic Skill Book. Description, derived from the true Dragon Aura cultivated by the Forgotten Imperial family, it can envelop the whole body for defense when released, boosting all resistances by 30% and granting immunity to one control effect, lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown, 330 seconds. The ancient parchment scroll shimmered with a dazzling light. After all the upgraded information was imprinted in his mind, a hint of joy appeared on Zhou Chen's face. Although it was only an advanced upgrade and hadn't evolved into an immortal level skill, being epic was still quite good. It was probably much better than the previous mythical quality. After all, a 30% resistance enhancement was already quite powerful among human skill books. Even many geniuses with top-tier tank talents awakened couldn't compare to the resistance boost brought by the Imperial Dragon Aura. What surprised Zhou Chen the most was the additional immunity to one control effect. This ability would definitely be effective in critical moments. As for the duration and cooldown, Zhou Chen was equally satisfied. Lasting 5 minutes wasn't exceptionally outstanding. However, the cooldown was indeed low, at 330 seconds, which was just 5 minutes and 30 seconds. In other words, with only a 30-second interval, Zhou Chen could release the Imperial Dragon Aura almost seamlessly. With the Imperial Dragon Aura, my survivability is greatly enhanced. If I combine it with the Requiem Fantasia, even a demon god-level boss wouldn't be able to defeat me. Zhou Chen's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. During the casting of Requiem Fantasia, he had a 50% damage immunity, which had always been his crucial life-saving method. And once combined with the Imperial Dragon Aura, the combined effect of the two would likely surpass the damage resistance of all awakened tank talents in the world. At that point, not to mention the supreme-level boss like the Forgotten Emperor. Even if a demon god came, what would he have to fear? Thinking of this, Zhou Chen no longer hesitated and directly chose to study this Imperial Dragon Aura skillbook. He suddenly paused, stopped his steps, closed his eyes on the spot. The classical and magnificent parchment scroll in his hand turned into faint lights, merging into his mind. And as it merged, a breathtaking dragon roar strangely emanated from his body at that moment. The infinite artistic conception flowed around him, and the dragon aura surged endlessly, filling every part of his body. At this moment, Zhou Chen became even more extraordinary. Despite wearing ordinary sportswear, there was a faint air about him that seemed as if he were draped in dragon robes, exuding an aura of nobility and exceptional dignity. A momentum belonging only to a true dragon emperor rose within him. Moments later, Zhou Chen, having completed studying the skill book, opened his eyes. With a single thought, several golden dragon shadows immediately surrounded him, and a rich imperial aura appeared out of thin air, enveloping him securely. From the outside, he truly exuded a sense of the forgotten emperor. This left Zhou Chen nodding in satisfaction. He then summoned his personal panel and filled all the newly upgraded attribute limits. Invisibly, Zhou Chen's physique soared once again due to the surge in the four-dimensional attributes, circulating powerful strength within him. The information on his personal panel was also refreshed. Name, Zhou Chen, level, LV 23, 15%, strength, 27,300, plus 1,392, agility, 27,300, plus 958, spirit, 27,300, plus 502, constitution, 27,300, plus 1,136, skills, bone shatter LV2, clear sword heart LV1, dirge of damnation LV1, divine prohibition domain LV1, demon prison flame fist LV1, imperial dragon chi LV1, equipment, falling star pendant, epic, ring of endless life, epic, rampaging dragon set, epic, talents, SSS level redistribution, SSS level infinite sublimation, unique, awakening skill, ultimate sublimation LV1, core skill, none, weapon proficiency, sword LV1, brawl LV1. The panel was truly magnificent. All attributes had reached an astonishing 27,300 points. Coupled with skills that were easily epic and immortal, Zhou Chen had become even more formidable. The SSS level redistribution talent truly lived up to its late-game reputation. As the higher the level, the greater the increase in combat power. Thinking back to when Zhou Chen first awakened, although his combat power was strong, it had not reached this all-conquering level. Even facing a level 7 boss-level monster, he had to team up with Wei Duor. But now, with each step of growth, Zhou Chen could allocate more attribute points. Every point added resulted in a huge increase in combat power. The only downside was that his equipment could no longer keep up with his growth. He could no longer use the Thunderous Raid at level 20, as it had become obsolete. The Ring of Endless Life was also on the verge of being unusable. The Rampaging Dragon set could be used until level 30, but with Zhou Chen's current leveling speed, it might not last long. He needed to be proactive and find a new armor set. Among all his equipment, only the Falling Star Pendant had no level restriction, perhaps because it had evolved from the item Starfall Stone. Of course, although the Falling Star Pendant had no level, its basic attribute bonus was pitifully low. Zhou Chen kept it because of its unique and extraordinary effect, ready to use it to surprise others. Taking a deep breath and organizing all the recent gains, Zhou Chen was overall satisfied. It's a pity that I didn't get the essence blood of the Forgotten Emperor when I killed it this time. Perhaps that was the only regret. Zhou Chen had nothing to complain about regarding his own strength improvement. However, he still had a dragon egg waiting to hatch. Encountering a supreme-level monster in the dungeon this time was a rare opportunity, but unfortunately, the Forgotten Emperor didn't deliver. The loot orb did not yield its essence blood. This meant Zhou Chen had to continue searching for other high-level monsters. Never mind, the journey is long, and I am not in a hurry. The urgent matter is to choose core skills. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen no longer sighed, his figure flickered and turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards the exit of the instance. Lin Yuan City. Feilong Building. Early in the morning, the parking lot was already occupied by various luxury cars, and in front of the main entrance of the building, elegantly dressed scions of prestigious families came and went. As the core skills acquisition ceremony held only once a year, all the outstanding talents eligible in Lin Yuan City had gathered. There were even some who had taken the college entrance examination last year and had already been admitted to university, but now specially took leave to return home, just to find a satisfactory core skill from the advanced selections. This led to the bustling atmosphere at Feilong Building today, with prominent figures everywhere, especially on the 29th floor where the ceremony was held. The spacious exhibition hall was gradually filled with young talents and distinguished young ladies from prestigious families. Zhou Tong from the Zhou family, the eldest son of the Morong family, the contemporary Qilin of the Sun family, the eldest son of the Lu family, as well as Wang Manting and Lang Xiaoxiao, who had just left the 10th Forbidden Hunting Zone, were all present. It could be said that almost all the young talents of this generation in Lin Yuan City had gathered. The 29th floor of Feilong Building, also known as Feilong Hall, was a place specially used for hosting large banquets on regular days. The design of the entire floor was extremely ingenious, decorated luxuriously, and exuded extraordinary elegance everywhere. Normally, the floor was closed off, and the elevator did not stop on this floor. It was only on the day of the core skills selection ceremony that it was put into use. Those invited to Feilong Hall were undoubtedly the well-known wealthy and noble young elites of Lin Yuan City. According to their respective social circles, before the ceremony began, they gathered together to chat and exchange pleasantries, occasionally bursting into laughter. "Shaohong, why haven't we seen the young master of your Zhou family?" In a certain circle, a refined-looking young man walked over and asked the group of Zhou family scions. The person being asked was none other than Zhou Tong, a junior member of the Zhou family. He was originally chatting with the Zhou family members with a smile on his face. Upon hearing the question, he looked up, recognized the person, and was immediately surprised, quickly saying, "Young master son, when did you return to Linyuan City? Why didn't you send a message so I could welcome you?" Zhou Tong first exchanged pleasantries and showed great respect towards this refined young man in his words. This scene aroused curiosity in many nearby people. The Zhou family was the leading family in Linyuan City, and Zhou Tong was a direct descendant. In the local second-generation circle, he had always been unruly. Who would make him show such a humble attitude? Some informed individuals immediately enlightened those who did not understand. That young man is Sun Wenbin, the Qilin of the Sun family of this generation. He participated in the college entrance examination last year and ranked in the top 30 in the entire southern region. He is now a talented student at Taichu Academy. This statement immediately caused a stir. Those who were not up to date widened their eyes, looking at the refined young man with awe. In Linyuan City, there were three major families, the most prominent and top-tier families, namely the Zhou family, the Wang family, and the Sun family. These three families had been prestigious for hundreds of years, with profound heritage and countless industries under their names, resembling emperors in Linyuan City. Sun Wenbin was the Qilin of the Sun family of this generation, with outstanding talent, mentality, and methods far surpassing his peers, showing a promising future. However, he was born earlier than Zhou Wang and Wang Manting, being 1 year older and having participated in the college entrance examination last year. He had not been seen in Linyuan City for over a year. Therefore, many juniors from second or third-rate families had only heard of Sun Wenbin's name but had not seen him in person. After being enlightened, each of them was shocked beyond words. Even Sun Wenbin has returned. It seems that this core skill selection ceremony is quite grand. There's no way around it. The World Trees Advanced Leaf Federation only approves once a year. Last year's batch was issued early, and at that time Sun Wenbin wasn't even at level 18 yet. Now that this opportunity has come around, he naturally couldn't miss it again, or he would have to wait another year. Many small circles were whispering, closely watching Zhou Tong and others' movements. And at this moment, Sun Wenbin also smiled slightly and said, "I came back in a hurry this time. There are a few things going on at school. Tong, I really want to catch up, but let's wait for next time." He was very polite, speaking as refined as his appearance, very elegant. Zhou Tong nodded after hearing this, then mentioned Zhou Wang's situation. Wang Gu is gaining experience in another city, and they happened to approve an advanced leaf there, so he didn't have to go far and directly obtained the core skill locally. "I see," Sun Wenbin suddenly realized. Then he glanced around the hall and said with a smile, "It's been a year since I last came back, but the circle in Linyuan City hasn't changed much." With just one look, he recognized many people. The top families of Zhou, Sun, and Wang. The second-tier families of Morong and Lu. And major corporate conglomerates, like the Lang family that controls the Horizon Grand Hotel, and so on. The younger generations of these families who met the requirements for receiving core skills were all present. Representing the Wang family was Wang Manting. However, at this moment, Wang Manting was standing alone somewhere, silent and without the arrogance she used to have. Even her close friends who usually got along well with her were ignoring her. Obviously, the incident in the forbidden hunting zone had dealt her a significant blow. On the Morong family's side, Morong Shui was following behind a tall man, looking somewhat absent-minded. This man was Morong Shui's elder brother, the eldest son of the Morong family, and a renowned genius, the top scorer of the previous year's entrance exam. He was now walking towards Sun Wenbin, and the two young people quickly engaged in conversation. Lang Xiaoxiao showed no significant changes, still behaving as usual, moving among various circles exclusive to girls, displaying the demeanor of an elder sister. However, occasionally during conversations, she would glance towards the hall entrance, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. Time passed by second by second. The ceremony was getting closer to its 10 o'clock start time. The official staff of the Feilong Tower appeared, with a group of stewards following a sturdy man, striding towards the hall. Among them, Xia Xingnian was the most attentive, following closely beside the sturdy man, showing a flattering attitude. "It's Master Yang." Upon seeing the sturdy middle-aged man, many people were surprised, and some bold ones even took the initiative to greet him. In addition to the stewards on each floor of the Feilong Tower, there were 3 attendants, 2 deputy masters, and 1 master. The sturdy middle-aged man in front of them was one of the deputy masters, named Yang Changyuan. He wielded great power, and unlike the master who rarely appeared, Deputy Master Yang was quite familiar with the major families of Linyuan City and often provided benefits. It seemed that he was in charge of this year's core skill receiving ceremony. It's almost time. Is everyone here? Yang Chengyuan walked to the center of the venue surrounded by the crowd, glanced at his watch, and asked Xia Xingyan beside him. Xia, the steward, took a small booklet from a nearby staff member, quickly checked it, and reported back, Master Yang, one person is still missing. One person missing? Yang Chengyuan frowned. The distribution of core skill books for advanced leaves was different from the numbering system used by the commoners downstairs. Because the energy contained in the leaves was limited, it operated on an invitation basis. In other words, those who can reach the 29th floor are of a certain status, invited by the owner of the Filong Tower, and the number of people is registered. This is also why the scene is full of children from prestigious families. In ordinary families, how could they receive the attention of the Filong Tower and get a rare invitation? As the person in charge of this year's ceremony, Yang Chengyuan has made a fortune these days. Many children from second or third-rate prestigious families actually obtained the invitation by pulling strings and paying a hefty price from him. It is precisely because of this that the Filong Tower's registration list only records the number of people, not their names. So Yang Chengyuan is not sure whether the people who have not arrived yet bought the invitation from him or were truly invited by other people in the tower. He could only patiently continue to wait. Otherwise, with his style, he would have started the ceremony early. Xiao Xingyan, on the other hand, stood behind Yang Chengyuan with his hands tied, and when he looked at others, he faintly regained some of his former arrogance. Obviously, among the various managers present, he was the most powerful, being Yang Chengyuan's right-hand man. In fact, this has always been Xiao Xingyan's confidence. How can one work as a manager in the Filong Tower without any connections? Over the years, he has only been defeated by Su Yuan. Last time when Master Yang went out on a mission, that little brat named Zhou Chun used Su Yuan's influence to suppress me. Now that Master Yang has returned to the tower, I will sooner or later remove you from the position of steward to settle the score, and that little brat named Zhou Chun won't escape either. Remembering the embarrassing situation of being defeated last time, even though many days have passed, Xiao Xingyan's face still showed a hint of annoyance, thinking darkly in his heart. And time passed by, second by second. The time was getting closer to 10 o'clock. Many children from prestigious families present couldn't help but whisper to each other. Master Yang from the Filong Tower is here. Why hasn't the ceremony started yet? I heard that it seems one person is still missing. Who is it? It's almost time. Why hasn't he arrived? Doesn't he know how important it is to receive the core skill acquisition ceremony? Does he have to appear at the last minute? Ugh, we are all waiting for him. It's so annoying. Let's wait. After all, strictly speaking, he is not late. The Filong Tower's event was scheduled for 10 o'clock from the beginning. A group of people looked towards the entrance of the hall. Some impatient ones were already dissatisfied. And in the crowd, Lang Xiaoxiao also stared at the entrance. Zhou Chen, will you come? She murmured in her heart, her hands clenched tightly together. In the hall, time ticked away, and the start of the ceremony was getting closer. In the various circles of the second generation in Linyuan City, they were excitedly discussing who would comprehend high-grade core skills among the advanced leaves this year. Because there is a saying that the higher one's comprehension ability, the greater the chance of obtaining high-grade leaves. This comprehension ability is different from the talent at awakening. It's a very mystical thing. In the thousands of years of the Federation's history, there have been people with average innate talent who could comprehend immortal-level core skills from high-grade leaves. And these people, without exception, changed their destinies, rising to power and glory. My talent is average. I hope to comprehend a core skill of mythical quality this time to consolidate my position in the family. Mythical quality? You are too greedy. I will be content as long as I can comprehend an outstanding level. In my opinion, this year's ceremony will depend on senior Sun Wenbin. He has been waiting for a year just to comprehend the core skills. He must be well prepared. Isn't the eldest son of the Murong family the same? I'm afraid the leader of this ceremony will be chosen from these two. The crowd buzzed with discussions. The core skill acquisition ceremony, although not featuring a formal ranking activity, was a highly anticipated event held only once a year, drawing together the majority of geniuses from the city of Linyuan. Therefore, every year, some meddlers would secretly rank the participants based on their performance to determine which family's offspring truly stood out as the top talent of Linyuan City. Over time, this had become a tradition, adding excitement to the ceremony and leading many to vie for an invitation to the Filong Tower. In the discussions of this year's event, it was evident that the focus was on Sun Wenbin and the eldest son of the Morong family. Both older than the others by a year, They had already entered university for further studies and had waited a whole year for this day, undoubtedly well prepared. Many speculated that these two were likely to comprehend course skills of epic or higher levels. Master Yang, it's almost 10 o'clock, Xiao Xingnian leaned down towards young Chang Yuan from the raised platform in the Phylon Hall. The latter, deep in meditation, furrowed his brows slightly upon hearing this and asked, "Have the absentees not arrived yet?" "No." "Humph. Such arrogance, I wonder which disciple dares to be so audacious." Yang Chang Yuan's face turned cold, expressing some displeasure. Brushing his sleeves, he stood up, unwilling to wait any longer and ready to commence the ceremony. Just then, the grand doors of the Phylon Hall were forcefully pushed open. All eyes turned towards the commotion, and they saw a young man in a simple sports shirt, looking a bit dusty, entering like a sharp sword, surveying the room as he walked in. "Who is this?" Everyone was taken aback. In the second-generation circle of Linyuan City, connections were somewhat intertwined, yet few recognized the newcomer. What stood out more was his inexpensive attire, filled with the dust of long travels, completely different from the elegantly dressed scions who arrived in luxury cars, prompting thoughts of whether he had entered the wrong floor. Among the crowd, only a few showed any change in expression at that moment. For instance, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly lit up, all her previous expectations turning into surprise. "You finally came." Feeling inexplicably happy, she wanted to go greet him but restrained herself upon realizing the setting. Similarly, Morong Shui and Wang Manting had strong reactions. Both women were visibly shaken, their gazes filled with complexity, remaining silent in their places. How could it be him? On the other hand, Zhou Tong in the crowd, upon recognizing the figure entering through the door, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Tong, do you know this person?" Sun Wenbin, curious, asked. Zhou Tong nodded with a somber expression, and after a quick explanation, Sun Wenbin's face also showed surprise. Before he could say anything, a curse rang out from the raised platform. "It's that brat surnamed Zhou." Xiao Xingnian had already risen to his feet, his eyes twitching, a surge of anger rising within him as if he had encountered an enemy. The figure causing a stir in the hall was none other than Zhou Chen. Rushing back from the forbidden hunting area, he had no time to change upon entering the city. There was a hint of the scent of blood from hunting demonic beasts on him, making him appear somewhat dusty. However, these were trivial matters to him, as long as he made it in time. Glancing at the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock. Zhou Chen calmed down and walked calmly towards the hall, ignoring the gazes of others. "Stop!" But before he could take a few steps, a voice rang out. Zhou Tong strode out and shouted, "Zhou Chen, is the Phylon Hall a place for you to come? Why can't I come?" Zhou Chen paused, glanced at him, and furrowed his brows. He knew that many prominent families from Linyuan City would be present at today's ceremony, but he didn't expect Zhou Tong to be among them. This playboy, how did he manage to reach level 18? Did he get motivated by their last encounter? In the previous life, Zhou Tong lagged behind everyone in terms of level, but whether Zhou Tong worked hard or not had nothing to do with him. He was just displeased at the moment, frowning at Zhou Tong. The latter, feeling provoked by the question, sneered, "What do you think? The core skill ceremony at the Phylon Hall is by invitation only, exclusive to prestigious families and exceptional talents. You, a family outcast with a D-level talent, why are you here? Or do you want to claim someone invited you?" His words caused a stir among the onlookers. Those who were unaware of the tension between Zhou Tong and the latecomer now understood it all. The person before them was the renowned former young master of the Zhou family. No wonder Zhou Tong acted this way, especially since he was now following Zhou Wang. And this former young master of the Zhou family, after leaving the clan, only awakened a D-level talent? It seemed quite pitiful. If the news was true, such a person was not worthy of standing in the same hall as them. Everyone present showed a hint of mockery and disdain, observing the scene. Only Cold Xiao Xiao, Morong Shui, and Wang Manting looked uneasy. As insiders, they knew Zhou Chen's true strength. He was not just a D-level talent outcast, he was the unparalleled genius who could suppress the pride of Jinling with one hand. Ignorant! Cold Xiao Xiao shook her head, coldly remembering those who took pleasure in their misfortune, planning to cut ties with these short-sighted playboys in the future. Even after the Cold family took power, they would blacklist these families and not do business with them. Morong Shui bit her lip tightly, wanting to correct Zhou Tong's misinformation, but thinking of her fading relationship with Zhou Chen, she sighed silently and remained silent. As for Wang Manting, her expression was complex, but she no longer paid attention to the commotion, quietly waiting for the commencement of the ceremony. In the center of the venue, under the watchful eyes, Zhou Chen stood calmly with his hands behind his back, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Zhou Tong, are you an idiot? If I wasn't invited, would I be here at the Phylon Hall? Moreover, what does it have to do with you whether I can come to the Phylon Hall or not? His words, devoid of any respect for Zhou Tong, caused a commotion around them, making Zhou Tong's eye twitch. Looking at Zhou Chen's confident demeanor, he suddenly remembered the scene where Su Yuan supported him at the Filong Tower last time. Could it be that this kid was invited by Su Yuan? Zhou Tong thought to himself, feeling uneasy. Su Yuan was a steward at the Filong Tower and had the authority to invite others to participate in the core skill ceremony. If that was the case, it meant that Zhou Chen did have the qualifications to be there. His plan to embarrass Zhou Chen in front of everyone had failed. Just as Zhou Tong's expression changed unpredictably, another voice sounded from behind. Zhou Chen, right? I don't care if you were invited or not, but from now on, your qualification is revoked. Get out of the Filong Hall immediately. The voice was extremely domineering, devoid of any emotion, yet it made everyone who heard it pale. As the gazes converged, they saw the tall and sturdy figure of Yang Chengyuan striding forward like a dragon, followed by the sneering Xiao Xingyan, approaching this place. What's going on? How did even Master Yang get involved? Isn't this an internal feud of the Zhou family? Did this kid offend Master Yan? Or Xiao Steward? The onlookers, many young masters of prestigious families, were astonished. They initially thought it was just a small-scale farce, but when they saw even Yang Chengyuan stepping forward, they realized that things might be more serious than they had imagined. Yang Chengyuan stood before Zhou Chen with a daunting momentum, exuding a strong aura, full of oppressive force. Xiao Xingyan was his confidant, not just a superior subordinate relationship but also involving some shared interests. Even Xiao Xingyan's sister was one of his lovers. This made Yang Chengyuan turn a blind eye to Xiao Xingyan's actions at the Filong Tower. Even if Xiao Xingyan got into trouble and offended someone he shouldn't have, Yang Chengyuan would stand up for him. It had been like this for many years. And this time, as soon as Zhou Chen entered the hall, he noticed something amiss about Xiao Xingyan. After some inquiries, he immediately decided to stand up for him and teach this ignorant Zhou family outcast a lesson. It was truly absurd that relying on some connection with Su Yuan, he dared to flaunt his power. In his eyes, let alone Su Yuan, even if all three major stewards of the Filong Tower were combined, what did they amount to? So, without any hesitation, he spoke directly, with a hint of asserting his authority. At the same time, upon hearing these words, Zhou Chen slowly raised his head. He was not sure of the identity of the tall man in front of him, but being repeatedly provoked had ignited his anger. When he looked at Xiao Xingyan and Yang Chengyuan, his gaze was icy cold. Inside the Filong Hall, with one sentence from Yang Chengyuan, the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. All the onlookers were closely watching this scene, their hearts in turmoil. They could clearly feel the extraordinary momentum and oppressive aura displayed by Yang Chengyuan, a level 90 powerhouse. This was not just targeting the Zhou family outcast but also asserting dominance. It was to let everyone know that no one could offend the deputy master of the Filong Tower and get away with it. Yang Chengyuan is coming with an imposing manner, clearly intending to make an example, that Zhou Chen is in for trouble. Among the crowd, Sun Wenbin shook his head inwardly. He had already learned about the situation from Zhou Tong and understood the current situation clearly. The so-called Zhou Chen outcast only relied on knowing a steward of the Filong Tower. But now, standing up for Xiao Xingyan was Yang Chengyuan, a true influential figure. The three stewards might sound glorious, but in front of a deputy master, their status was far inferior. In reality, even the stewards would have to yield. Unless the Zhou family outcast had a bigger backer who could challenge Yang Chengyuan. But the problem was, Yang Chengyuan was already the deputy master of the Filong Tower, a position that towered above everyone in the city, overlooking all beings. Who could be of a higher level than him? Would the Filong Tower master step in? Sun Wenbin chuckled inwardly, clearly impossible. The Filong Tower master was an extremely transcendent figure. Even the heads of these prestigious families found it difficult to meet them. How could a family outcast who had been expelled and a student who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam possibly know such a figure? The gap between the two was like heaven and earth, never to intersect. Recalling the glorious days of the past, how splendid you were, my dear brother. But now, you can't even qualify to comprehend the advanced level of tree leaves. Truly, how unpredictable life can be. On the other side, the eldest son of the Morong family quietly watched this scene, silently sighing to himself. The Morong family had close ties with the Zhou family, and the younger generations of both families used to interact frequently. Therefore, the eldest son of the Morong family naturally knew Zhou Chen. He did not take advantage of Zhou Chen's downfall but had been busy with his own cultivation in recent years. Unexpectedly encountering the former young master of the Zhou family in such a state, he couldn't help but feel endless emotions. Yes, facing the undisguised malice of a deputy floor master, no one believed Zhou Chen had any hope of turning the tables. He was definitely not going to get the chance to comprehend the advanced tree leaves this year. Even though he was indeed invited by the Phylong Tower, so what? The Phylong Tower was powerful, and if the deputy floor master ordered the withdrawal of your qualification, you could only grit your teeth and bear it. Some with ulterior motives even found it amusing. They wanted to see how the former young master of the Zhou family would handle the situation in front of everyone. And at this moment, under the gaze of many eyes, Zhou Chen's face turned cold. With his hands in his pockets, he stared directly at young Cheng Yuan without hesitation, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. "Who do you think you are? You dare to revoke my qualification?" As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone widened their eyes, incredulously staring at Zhou Chen, thinking they had misheard. Young Cheng Yuan was also stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting someone to speak to him like that. His hawk-like features visibly darkened. Xiao Xingyan, on the other hand, was secretly delighted. He never expected Zhou Chen to be so audacious as to confront the deputy floor master of the Phylong Tower. As young Cheng Yuan's confidant, he knew very well how ruthless the man before him was. After all, how could someone without any ability secure such a high position? He's truly seeking his own death. Perhaps he hasn't realized the situation yet, not knowing that the person he's speaking to is the deputy floor master. Is he still hoping that Su Yuan can save him? Xiao Xingyan's eyes shifted, filled with indifference and mockery as he looked at Zhou Chen, as if he were watching a dying man. What to do? Although the Tianji Grand Hotel of the Long family has some status in Linyuan City, it's far from being able to make a deputy floor master yield. In the crowd, Leng Xiaoxiao was anxiously watching, wanting to help Zhou Chen but unsure how to intervene, her hands tightly clenched together. Morong Shui, Wang Manting, and others were equally shocked by Zhou Chen's demeanor, their faces filled with disbelief, wondering where Zhou Chen's confidence came from. Even if you are an unparalleled genius, you have not yet fully matured. However, the other party is a real authority figure, possibly several times higher in rank than you. To kill a discarded son of a family is not much harder than crushing a mouse. Zhou Chen's actions were indeed too reckless. As expected, young Cheng Yuan's face had turned ice-cold by now. A chilling sense of oppression was rapidly spreading. "Kid, do you know who I am?" He stared at Zhou Chen, his voice filled with anger as he continued. "The Phylong Tower has two floor masters, one responsible for the upper connections and the other for internal control, and I am the latter. You rely on Su Yuan, one of the three stewards, but let me make it clear to you, even if Su Yuan sees me, he must bow and obey my orders. Now tell me, do I have the authority to retract your invitation and kick you out of this Phylong Hall?" Standing with his hands behind his back, young Cheng Yuan's voice thundered, each word increasing his imposing aura. By the end, he had completely dominated the scene, his presence alone enough to frighten anyone. The younger generation of Linyuan City had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Even those who were just bystanders couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It's hard to imagine the pressure Zhou Chen must be under facing all this. However, as the gazes of the crowd fell on him, they were surprised to see the slender figure of the young man standing calmly with his hands in his pockets, unfazed by the overwhelming force before him. He remained composed, meeting Yang Cheng Yuan's gaze without flinching, and uttered coldly, "Not enough. Even as a vice master, you still lack the qualifications." This was Zhou Chen's response. This scene shocked everyone. "This kid must have gone crazy," Zhou Tong sneered, shaking his head in disbelief. Sun Wenbin furrowed his brow as well. With things having reached this point, why was this abandoned son of the Zhou family still resisting? In his view, the invitation Zhou Chen held was merely bestowed by the so-called steward Su. But Yang Cheng Yuan's status was much higher than that of a steward, making it natural for him to retract such an invitation. This was the rule of the Phylong Tower, as well as most places in the world. Has our young master really become so unruly? Has the genius youth of the past finally succumbed to reality? The eldest son of the Morong family sighed inwardly, his eyes filled with deep disappointment. How was Zhou Chen's current demeanor any different from that of a gambler unwilling to admit defeat? At this moment, some mocked, some sneered, but no one had faith in Zhou Chen. Yet, did Zhou Chen really need anyone's approval? As the top-ranked on the god list, a peerless talent, he was here today solely because Chu Tiange personally invited him. Could young Cheng Yuan, a mere vice master, retract an invitation from the host of the Phylong Tower? That's why Zhou Chen said it wasn't enough. Moreover, at this moment, Zhou Chen took a step forward, exuding an extraordinary aura not typical of his age, and confronted young Cheng Yuan, saying, "Being in a high position but allowing subordinates to oppress the people is one crime. Abusing power and selling invitation qualifications is another crime. Bringing shame to the Phylong Tower's century-old reputation is a third crime. Tell me, do you have any face to speak so arrogantly here?" Zhou Chen's voice was resounding, his words sharp and unmatched, as he mercilessly tore away young Cheng Yuan's fig leaf in front of the young elites of Linyuan City. At this moment, the whole place fell into a stunned silence, everyone gaping in disbelief. Everyone in Lingyuan City knew of Yang Chengyuan's actions over the years, but who dared to speak out? Zhou Chen's move was clearly a deliberate provocation. As expected, Yang Chengyuan's face could no longer contain his rage. Veins bulging on his forehead, he shouted, "Outrageous! Security! Drag this ignorant madman out and execute him." With that command, several security guards around level 30 approached menacingly. Zhou Chen remained unfazed. In his eyes, these small fries were not worth his attention. As he contemplated whether to take action, the main door of the Phylon Hall behind him was pushed open once again. "Who dares to make a move?" A furious shout rang out, and Su Yuan strode in swiftly, shielding Zhou Chen behind him. "Su Yuan, get this straight. How dare you speak here when Master Yang is present?" Seeing Su Yuan, Xiao Xingnian was reminded of the humiliation he suffered that day and immediately stepped forward, his tone menacing. But Su Yuan didn't spare Xiao Xingnian a glance, standing firm in front of Zhou Chen without any intention of backing down. This scene surprised many, leaving them puzzled. Yang Chengyuan almost laughed in exasperation, pointing at Su Yuan and cursing, all right, none of you respect this host anymore, huh? I don't believe it. Someone dares to defy me at Phylon Tower today." As he spoke, exuding a formidable aura, the level 90 figure took the initiative to reveal his intention to resort to force. And at that moment, a more overwhelming pressure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping everyone within it. This intense pressure, like a mountain, filled the entire Phylon Hall, making everyone palpitate with fear. Even Yang Chengyuan, his imposing demeanor instantly extinguished, his face contorted in shock, as if he had realized something. But before he could react, a tremendous crack shattered the air in the center of the arena. A figure in white clothes and white hair emerged from it. Before he fully emerged, a voice full of anger reached everyone's ears. "Yang Chengyuan, you are quite arrogant." As this voice sounded, the younger generation present did not understand its significance, but Yang Chengyuan's heart sank, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down his forehead. Just a moment ago, he was unruly and arrogant, but now his robust figure shrank, and he trembled uncontrollably like a quail. "Master of the tower, why have you come?" Swallowing hard, a sense of unease rose in him, and he hurried towards the white-clad young man with utmost humility. However, to everyone's surprise, the young man greeted him with a merciless slap. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, clearly audible to all. At that moment, the whole place fell into silence. The vice-master of Phylon Tower, in front of everyone, was ruthlessly slapped. This scene stunned everyone, their minds reeling, as they could no longer guess the identity of the white-haired young man before them. Astonishingly, he was none other than the aloof and elusive master of Phylon Tower. After receiving a slap, Yang Chengyuan stood there in a daze. He touched his visibly swollen cheek, his eyes twitching, but he dared not say a word. He could only bow his head submissively, allowing Chuj Song to vent his anger. "Rascal! Young Master Zhou was personally invited by me, a guest. How dare you insult him?" Chuj Song's icy gaze fell on him, his voice as cold as ice at the bottom of an abyss, freezing hearts. Upon hearing these words, Yang Chengyuan's hands and feet turned cold instantly. How could this be? The Zhou family's abandoned son, standing behind him, was not Su Yuan but Chuj Song? This was too absurd. Yang Chengyuan had 1,000 reasons not to believe it, but the cold reality constantly reminded him that he had no choice but to believe it. Equally shattered in spirit was Xiao Xingnian, standing not far away. He was dumbfounded when Chuj Song appeared. And when he saw Yang Chengyuan being slapped, he was struck as if by lightning, his brain almost short-circuiting. Why is this happening? This can't be true. Wasn't that brat relying on Su Yuan? How did it become the master? Xiao Xingnian was dumbfounded, engulfed in extreme self-doubt. He couldn't understand the scene before him, but a voice in his heart kept telling him, "It's over. Everything is over. Master of the tower, what kind of person is he?" He was just a small manager who could usually flaunt his power, but one can imagine the tremendous power wielded by the master who controlled the entire Phylon Tower. He was high above, a true big shot overlooking the city of Linyuan. Even his great supporter, Yang Chengyuan, who was above 10,000 others, was insignificant in front of him. At that moment, Xiao Xingnian felt a sense of despair, his hands and feet turning cold. Meanwhile, all the young aristocrats and heirs present at the scene could not contain their astonishment as they watched Zhou Chen. No one expected that Zhou Chen, who was destined to flee in disgrace in the eyes of everyone, would transform himself into a distinguished guest personally invited by the Dragon Tower Master, turning the tables in a desperate situation. Being valued by the Dragon Tower Master is an astonishing identity indeed. Zhou Tong was struck dumbfounded, standing there at a loss, lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. It turns out that Zhou Chen, who had always been ignored and not taken seriously, is the true big shot. His backer is not just a steward but the mysterious and profound Tower Master. Although in this world where strength reigns supreme, Wei Zhou-Chen, with only a D-level talent, could earn the appreciation of the Dragon Tower Master, he was not sure. But he understood that Zhou-Chen must be hiding a great secret. No one is a fool, especially not those top-notch figures. Someone who can befriend a Tower Master in such a manner must have qualities worth taking note of. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong bitterly smiled repeatedly, feeling like a clown for his past actions. Besides the burning pain on his face, he felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Wang Ge, we were all wrong. The person you were so cautious about is finally rising. Bitterness spread across his lips, and compared to his own embarrassment at the moment, Zhou Chen's unstoppable rise was the real cause of his crisis. On the other side, in the circle of the Morong family, the eldest son of the Morong family was staring blankly at the scene. Just when he thought the memory of Jun Di was long gone, the reality suddenly reversed, giving him a harsh lesson. Zhou Chen never does things without certainty, let alone resort to unruly behavior. He always has his own confidence. At the same time, Morong Shui bit her lips tightly, looking at the young man standing proudly in the field, the center of attention, feeling that his current brilliance was no less than that of the prestigious young master of the Zhou family back then. Thinking about the gradually drifting relationship between the two sides, she couldn't help but be filled with regret once again. Wang Manting was also surprised by this scene, standing still in amazement, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts and emotions. Only Lang Xiaoxiao was genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart, ecstatic. In her eyes, the young man at this moment outshone the stars in the sky. Interesting. I didn't expect this play to have a twist. Among the crowd, Sun Wenbin, who witnessed everything, looked extremely astonished, murmuring to himself in a low voice. Looking at Zhou Chen, his gaze was no longer disdainful but filled with curiosity. It seemed that he didn't expect such a character in Lin Yuan City. Young as he was, he could make the Tower Master value him so much. Sun Wenbin couldn't figure it out, but he knew that this abandoned son of the Zhou family was definitely not as simple as he appeared. Amidst the various reactions of the crowd, in the center of the scene, Chu Tiange stood with his hands behind his back, his heavy gaze fixed on young Cheng Yuan, coldly saying, "I don't want to hear any excuses. Apologize to Master Zhou immediately, then pack up your things and get out of the Dragon Tower." What? Yang Cheng Yuan, who was bowing his head, was taken aback, as if he had misheard. But when he met Chu Tiange's cold and indifferent eyes, he suddenly realized that the other party was not joking. Then, an absurd, angry, and humiliating feeling uncontrollably rose in his heart. Just because he had clashed with a young man who came to participate in the core skill acquisition ceremony, the deputy tower master of a prestigious tower was about to lose his position? Yang Cheng Yuan couldn't accept it at all, clenching his fists tightly, staring at Chu Tiange. What? You don't accept it? But who was Chu Tiange? A peerless genius, standing at the peak of Lin Yuan City, a figure that no one dared to question once he made a decision, even if it was just a cold snort. The terrifying pressure of a 100-level powerhouse was instantly released, pressing down towards Yang Cheng Yuan. The space trembled at this moment, as if it could collapse at any time. This scene instantly made Yang Cheng Yuan sober up. He realized that Chu Tiange in front of him not only overshadowed him in status but also surpassed him in strength by more than several times. This was a terrifying figure who could tear through the void with bare hands. In an instant, cold sweat dripped down, and Yang Cheng Yuan no longer dared to resist, gritting his teeth as he looked towards Zhou Chen, bowing his head and saying, "Young Master Zhou, I was wrong." Apologizing to a young man in humiliation, he seemed unable to stay here any longer after speaking, leaving in resentment. As Yang Cheng Yuan left in embarrassment, even his position could not be retained. Everyone fell into a long silence. They realized that they had underestimated Zhou Chen's position in Chu Tiange's heart. Just because of a small offense, even a figure as significant as the Vice Hallmaster could not keep his position. How unbelievable is this? Who exactly is Zhou Chen, and is he really worth Chu Tiange going to such lengths to befriend? The young elites of the major families were shaken and dared not underestimate this so-called abandoned son of the Zhou family anymore. As Yang Cheng Yuan left in embarrassment, there was one person in the crowd whose face turned extremely pale. He was Xiao Xingyan. It could be said that all the grievances originated from Xiao Xingyan. He had been arrogant and, after being reprimanded by Su Yuan for the first time, still harbored a vengeful mentality, ultimately leading to the current situation. At this moment, Xiao Xingyan was completely frightened. Before this, although he was shocked to learn that Zhou Chen had the backing of Chu Tiange, he had not realized that things would escalate to this extent. A vice hallmaster, dismissed just like that. In comparison, what was he, a mere steward? Young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. Please spare me this once. I was blind and ignorant. I was foolish. I beg you, I don't want to leave the Filong Tower. Young Master Zhou. Xiao Xingyan suddenly knelt at Zhou Chen's feet, slapping himself while begging for mercy, completely abandoning any dignity. Many people sighed at this scene. Who would have thought that the once prestigious Xiao steward would end up in such a situation? Truly, how unpredictable life can be. However, no one pitied him, and no one interceded for him. Even Zhou Tong, who had a good relationship with him, was now hidden among the crowd, as if he hadn't seen this scene. Such is human nature. When rising, friends are everywhere, but once the curtain falls, true friends are scarce. But Xiao Xingyan was not a good person, and he had brought this upon himself. As for Zhou Chen, he didn't even spare a glance at him, turning his head to greet Chu Tiange and walking towards the high platform with ease. Su Yuan stayed behind, conscientiously dealing with the mess. He gave Xiao Xingyan a cold look, then suddenly kicked him to the ground, indifferently saying, "Leave Linyuan City within a day. If you can't do it, I'll take your life." His voice was cold and ruthless, causing Xiao Xingyan's mind to tremble, feeling hopeless and bitter. In the end, he nodded in embarrassment, not daring to linger in the Filong Hall any longer, and disappeared in a hurry. Thus, this farce came to a complete end. The many young elites present were inexplicably shocked. They looked at Zhou Chen walking side by side with Chu Tiange, calm and composed, feeling the gap between them as vast as a chasm. Although they were of the same age, while they were still fooling around, Zhou Chen had quietly taken the lead, conversing with the southern powerhouse Chu Tiange. Boundaries and levels, they were far beyond what they had imagined. Even Sun Wenbin could no longer feel any superiority. He gazed at Zhou Chen's figure, his expression unusually solemn. Before Yang Chengyuan was dismissed, although he was surprised that Zhou Chen actually knew the Lord of Filong Tower, he didn't think much of it, assuming their relationship was superficial. But when he witnessed Yang Chengyuan's fate with his own eyes, Sun Wenbin deeply understood that he had greatly underestimated Zhou Chen's position in Chujsong's heart. It was not just a matter of seniority looking out for juniors, their interaction seemed more like that of equals. Why was this so? What secrets did this abandoned son of the Zhou family possess that made even Chujsong, a figure standing high above in the clouds, willing to lower his status to befriend him? Sun Wenbin's mind buzzed, unable to comprehend. And at this moment, with Chujsong's personal appearance, the annual grand ceremony officially began. Chujsong stood with hands behind his back in the center, his eyes full of majesty scanning the crowd, and he spoke loudly, "By coming to Filong Hall today, you have already met the prerequisite of level 18, all of you are the young geniuses of my Linyuan city. So, I am willing to give you the opportunity to comprehend the advanced core skills, but whether you can achieve the desired core skills depends on your own destiny. I will emphasize one point here. When choosing core skills, do not blindly pursue quality, but consider their effectiveness and compatibility with your own awakened talents. A core skill that can complement your innate talent will have a far greater effect than so-called high quality." Chujsong stopped speaking, regardless of whether the crowd had taken his words to heart, he remained silent. With a wave of his hand, a delicate green leaf appeared out of thin air. Initially, the leaf was of normal size, but upon contact with the present world, it seemed to be activated, swelling as if responding to the wind. In a short moment, a large green leaf that seemed to cover half of Filong Hall appeared before everyone's eyes. This leaf exuded a sacred and pure ancient aura, every pattern on it filled with dazzling golden light, truly astonishing. Although the audience were all from prestigious backgrounds, they had never seen such a divine object before, each of them staring intently, their minds shaken. Zhou Chen also saw the true form of the advanced leaf for the first time. He couldn't help but feel emotional, imagining how majestic the true form of the world tree behind this enormous and magnificent leaf must be. This world is truly magical and wonderful. With these thoughts, even Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. As he was lost in his thoughts, the huge advanced leaf, under Chujsong's control, descended to hover half a meter above the ground. "Everyone, sit cross-legged on the leaf surface, focus your mind, and the will of the world tree will select a suitable core skill for you." Chujsong's voice resounded loudly, addressing the young elites from prestigious families eagerly awaiting his words. Upon hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated and stepped onto the leaf, finding a suitable spot to sit down. "Zhou Chen, let's do this together." Lang Xiaoxiao walked through the crowd and approached Zhou Chen with a smile. Zhou Chen was slightly taken aback but didn't say much, just nodded. The two quickly found a spacious spot and sat down side by side. The mysterious golden patterns on the veins of the leaf shimmered brightly, conveying an indescribable sense of tranquility in their hearts. At the same time, everyone participating in the ceremony had seated themselves on the leaf. At a glance, there were about 40 to 50 people, all meditating earnestly. Chujsong nodded slightly at the sight, then, with the power of his will, the leaf of the world tree emitted a soft light, enveloping everyone. At that moment, Zhou Chen felt his consciousness suddenly sink. When he came to his senses again, he found himself floating in a vast universe filled with endless stars, surrounded by skill books shining like stars. Zhou Chen was amazed for a moment but quickly realized that this was not the real universe but a consciousness space created by advanced leaves. So, how do I choose the right core skill for myself? Zhou Chen pondered, floating irregularly in space without any discomfort, contemplating the situation. The universe was cold and devoid of oxygen. Normally, only top-level experts could enter, as others would quickly turn into mummies due to lack of air pressure, boiling body fluids, oxygen deprivation, low temperatures, and other reasons. Although Zhou Chen's physical attributes were strong, his level was still too low to be completely unaffected even with some resistance in space. Was this consciousness space imperfect, or was it simply unable to simulate harm to him like a dream? As Zhou Chen pondered, he suddenly looked at a distant massive star and tried to imagine it coming closer to him, but nothing happened. Frowning, he realized he couldn't control everything here as he could in a dream. So, how do I choose a core skill? What is the World Trees test? Zhou Chen muttered, recalling how he had received a core skill from an ordinary leaf in a previous life with much less complexity. The difference between advanced leaves and ordinary leaves was indeed significant. Feeling that continuous floating was not a solution, Zhou Chen shifted his gaze to a skill book floating not far above him. Each attempt to grab it fell short. If only my agility and strength were a bit stronger, maybe I could reach it, he thought after several failed attempts. After sighing in frustration, a bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Astonishingly, as this idea surfaced, Zhou Chen felt his strength and agility increasing significantly. Zhou Chen was truly stunned this time. In an instant, a bold idea emerged in his mind as he felt his strength and agility increasing continuously. Ah, I see. Although this consciousness space cannot be controlled as freely as a dream, it can effectively develop the awakening of innate talents. Zhou Chen exclaimed, realizing he could control the development of his innate talents effortlessly. Does this mean? Zhou Chen's voice trailed off as, under his control, all his four-dimensional attributes soared rapidly. Within a few breaths, his total attribute points reached 1 million. Taking a deep breath, he felt an unprecedented surge of power in his body, as if the entire universe could not contain him. Was this the effect of reallocating all attribute points at the SSS level again? Zhou Chen's face showed a profound sense of novelty as the solid power within him intoxicated him. However, this was far from his limit. With a single thought, he released another awakening skill at that moment. Boom! In an instant, he felt a torrent of blood and energy roaring within him, his strength reaching its peak, as if he could pluck stars with a single hand. After the complete sublimation of his entire million attribute points, it reached 10 million. What a terrifying power! Zhou Chen was immersed in the experience of this sudden surge of power, only to see him casually throw a punch, immediately causing the universe to tremble where he stood, everything in the path of the fist's radiance vanishing into nothingness. And at this moment, Zhou Chen, under the blessing of formidable attributes, could now freely navigate the universe. This was a skill possessed only by a 100-level expert, yet Zhou Chen had achieved it in advance with his exceptionally strong attributes. With a single step, he effortlessly picked up a core skill book in his palm. However, after flipping through it, he shook his head in disappointment. It was just an ordinary silver-tier skill book, not as good as what he had in his previous life. Subsequently, he transformed into a shooting star, swiftly advancing deep into the universe, picking up another skill book. This time, it was of golden quality. I understand. In this consciousness universe constructed by advanced tree leaves, all comprehenders retain their other abilities unchanged, but their innate talents will be infinitely magnified. What we need to do is to continuously advance towards the depths of the universe using our innate talents, searching for core skills that suit us. If I'm not mistaken, each person's consciousness universe contains a limited number of core skill books, and the deeper we explore, the higher the quality. Ultimately, by understanding our innate talents during this period, we choose the core skill that best suits us. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled, comprehending all the rules. He no longer hesitated and proceeded towards the depths of the starry sky. Perhaps due to the peculiar nature of this consciousness universe, his extreme enhancement did not fade even after 10 seconds. This led Zhou Chen to be like a fierce beast, maintaining millions of attribute points and advancing effortlessly towards the depths of the cosmos. With lightning speed along the way, he flipped through all the core skill books one by one. Under such intense progression, time seemed to pass unknowingly. When Zhou Chen came back to his senses, he found himself standing at the center of this consciousness universe. Before him floated 3 core skill books emitting a peculiar light. Zhou Chen, now as composed as a dragon, clear-minded, without any hesitation, proceeded to read through the 3 skill books. These 3 core skills were named Raging Fire Meteor, Yin-Yang Reversal Technique, and 5 Elements Mastery. Among them, Zhou Chen immediately discarded Raging Fire Meteor as its primary effect was related to amplifying fire damage. Obviously, this skill book was tailored for those awakened to fire talents, a far cry from Zhou Chen's pure physical warrior nature. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Zhou Chen turned his gaze to the other 2 skill books. Soon, he was astonished and plunged into contemplation. Because the abilities of the latter 2 core skill books were a perfect match for him. Name, Yin-Yang Reversal Technique Tier, Epic Type, Core Skill Book Description, Swap the Universe, Reverse Yin and Yang. This skill possesses a powerful attribute conversion ability. Upon activation, it can convert 80% of one's strength and agility attributes into 50% of vitality and spirit attributes in a short period, significantly enhancing survival capabilities. It can also convert 80% of vitality and spirit attributes into 50% of strength and agility attributes, greatly boosting combat capabilities, entering a rampage state, and becoming immune to all control effects. Name, 5 Elements Mastery Tier, Epic Type, Core Skill Book Description. Harmonize the 5 elements, unify the self. Mastering this skill allows one to freely manipulate their own attribute values, possessing both passive and active effects. Each attack passively stores 0.1% of the total attribute points enter a preparatory pool. Effect 2 Upon activation, transfer all accumulated attribute points from the preparatory pool to the strength attribute, unleashing a devastating blow. Both core skill books are of epic quality and possess rare effects related to attribute values. Zhou Chen found himself in a dilemma over the choice. Amidst the cosmic consciousness, Zhou Chen gazed at the 2 shimmering skill books before him, deeply conflicted. Along the journey, he had perused through no less than 100 core skill books, either of low rank or incompatible with his awakened talents. These 2 were his final options. Zhou Chen's dilemma lay in the significant disparity between the effects of these 2 core skill books. The former, Yin-Yang Reversal Technique, had an intriguing concept, categorizing strength, agility as offensive attributes and vitality, spirit as survival attributes. By activating the skill, one could freely switch between offensive and survival choices. However, the drawback was that the conversion was not on a one-to-one basis. Sacrificing 80% of one side's base attribute values would only yield a 50% increase on the other side. Despite the opportunity for unlimited refinement, Zhou Chen still found this skill too extreme. After all, his attribute points were inexhaustible, and he had always followed the path of enhancing all 4 dimensions simultaneously. Opting for the Yin-Yang Reversal Technique would require him to forsake one aspect, leading to vulnerability. It was a choice between sacrificing survival for attack or sacrificing attack for survival. Both options contradicted Zhou Chen's initial aspiration to become a hexagonal warrior. Nevertheless, the Yin-Yang Reversal Technique was not entirely without merit. The ability to switch attribute points at will might prove effective in critical moments, albeit lacking stability. As for the second core skill, 5 Elements Mastery, it was straightforward. Requiring no sacrifice of either attack or survival abilities, it passively stored 0.1% of the total attribute points and unleashed a devastating blow upon activation. It was purely an offensive core skill, akin to the feeling of nurturing a sword for decades, startling the world upon unsheathing. Clearly, compared to the Yin-Yang Reversal Technique, 5 Elements Mastery was more stable. Moreover, this type of stored power attack was formidable upon release. With Zhou Chen's total attribute points now reaching 109,200, each attack could store 109 points. Assuming 200 attacks, that would be a reserve of 21,800 points, effectively doubling Zhou Chen's attack power upon transfer to the strength attribute. Most importantly, this stored power attack had no limit. The longer the accumulation, the higher the damage. If he continued accumulating attribute points without releasing them, in just half a year or a year, a terrifying strength attribute would manifest in his preparatory pool. Once unleashed, the momentary burst of power could severely wound even a 100th level Divine King. This illustrated the dreadfulness of such a stored power attack. And this was merely the unoptimized 5 Elements Mastery. Zhou Chen was well aware that with the quality of these 2 skill books, once subjected to unlimited refinement, they would undoubtedly become immortal-level entities. The difference in effects would be astronomical. I wonder if I can use unlimited refinement before making a choice. Zhou Chen's brow furrowed as a bold idea crossed his mind. Holding the 2 core skill books, he simultaneously released the power of refinement, hoping to see if he could succeed in determining the optimal solution through the refined information. However, to his disappointment, the 2 skill books remained unchanged. It seems that there are some limitations to the use of innate abilities in this consciousness space made up of advanced leaves. Shaking his head, Zhou Chen, who failed to take a shortcut, no longer hesitated. He made a decision in his heart and chose the 5 elements technique. In this world full of crises, stability is always the best solution. As Zhou Chen made his choice in his mind, the 5 elements technique in his hand seemed to sense it all, shining brightly and almost turning into a tangible entity in his hand. At this moment, Zhou Chen had a feeling deep down that after making the choice, he could use the power of sublimation. Sure enough, the power of sublimation in his body boiled unrestrictedly, enveloping the skill book in his hand. The system's prompt sounded at this moment. Congratulations! You have advanced the 5 elements technique to 5 Qi rising to the origin technique. Name: 5 Qi rising to the origin technique. Grade: Immortal. Type: Core skill book. Description: 3 flowers gathering at the top. 5 Qi rising to the origin. The self is true, all things return to 1. Effect 1, every time any skill is released, a layer of momentum will passively condense, with no limit. Effect 2, when actively released, all stored momentum will erupt, causing true damage equal to 3% of the total attributes multiplied by the current momentum. Looking at the newly advanced core skill, Zhou Chen took a sharp breath. He knew that there would be significant changes from epic to immortal, but he didn't expect it to be this huge. It was almost a qualitative change. Not to mention, just the 4 words true damage had already surpassed 99% of the core skills in this world. Zhou Chen immediately calculated in his mind that with his current 23 levels of total attribute points, if he had condensed 50 layers of momentum in advance, then when he actively released the 5 Qi rising to the origin technique, it would erupt with 163,800 points of true damage. It was hard to imagine that as his level increased and his total attribute points increased, this damage number would skyrocket at a terrifying speed. Truly worthy of an immortal level core skill, this time I can truly challenge the demon god beyond my level. Taking a deep breath, excitement sparkled in Zhou Chen's eyes as he directly chose to learn the 5 Qi rising to the origin technique. In an instant, the ancient golden page in his hand turned into twinkling starlight, merging into his mind. Layers of profound enlightenment flowed through his heart. Zhou Chen immersed himself in the learning of the core skill like this. At the same time, the outside real world was not calm. At this moment, on the vast advanced leaves in the center of the Flying Dragon Hall, there were hardly a few people left. Groups of aristocratic youths were excitedly standing at the edge of the leaves, discussing their gains from this comprehension. This advanced leaf is truly extraordinary. I advanced hundreds of meters in that consciousness universe and successfully found a mythical level skill book. You're really lucky. I only advanced over 70 meters to my limit and only got an outstanding level core skill. I heard that the better the talent, the farther into the universe one can go, and in the deepest part, there may even be epic level core skills. I heard that too, but such level of skill books, where can ordinary folks like us aspire to? I think only top geniuses like Sun Wenbin and the eldest son of the Morong family have a chance. Speaking of which, they are still comprehending now. They probably really made it to the depths of that consciousness universe. While boasting about their rich gains, there were also envious tones as they looked at the person still meditating on the leaves. At this point in time, not waking up yet meant that they had traveled a long distance in that universe, and their gains would be quite remarkable. Even the high-level members of the Flying Dragon Hall, Su Yuan, Chu Tiange, and others, were closely watching the movements on the leaves. And so, more than 10 minutes passed. More and more people woke up. Including the talented Lang Xiaoxiao, Morong Shui, and Wang Manting, they all stood up from the leaves one after another. Their expressions upon waking up were different, evidently not entirely satisfied with the core skills they had gained. However, it was too late to regret, no matter the outcome. Carrying different emotions, they walked down the leaves and chose to continue watching. At this moment, there were few people left contemplating on the leaves. After a while, only 3 people were left sitting in meditation. They were the eldest son of the Morong family, highly respected by the children of various prestigious families, Sun Wenbin, and Zhou Chen, who had attracted everyone's attention since entering. On the advanced leaves, the 3 people sitting cross-legged on the top attracted everyone's gaze. Oh my! They haven't woken up from their contemplation at this point in time. Have they already reached the depths of the consciousness universe? Definitely. Whether it's the eldest son of the Morong family or the Qilin son of the Sun family, they are all owners of SS-level talents, dominating the geniuses of the previous college entrance examination, 1 year older than us, preparing for this day for a full year. It's not surprising that they can reach the depths of the consciousness universe. But that Zhou Chen, he hasn't woken up either, which surprises me. Is this Zhou family's abandoned son also a top-level talent owner? But didn't Zhou Tong just say he only has a D-level talent? D-level? D-level hasn't woken up from contemplation in the advanced leaves until now? Are you out of your mind? Jotong didn't even get his own intelligence clear and dared to speak nonsense. What an idiot. Many children of prestigious families were discussing at this time. Zhou Chen attracted the most attention, and many people did not expect him to persist until now. Jotong stood in the crowd, hearing others' admiration for Zhou Chen and even their disdain for himself, his face turning pale and then green. Staring darkly at Zhou Chen sitting cross-legged on the leaf, he found it hard to believe the other's talent was so good. But the facts presented to him like ironclad evidence made him have no choice but to believe. How could this guy possibly be contemplating with geniuses like Sun Wenbin and Morong Yuan? What level of talent is he really, stronger than Brother Wang? Amidst resentment, Zhou Tong felt more fear in his heart. He couldn't help but think of Zhou Chen's father, his own uncle, Zhou Xianrong, the pillar of the Zhou family. He had been so dazzling, sweeping through an era. And if Zhou Chen, as his son, was not influenced by the Starstone during awakening, what level of talent would he awaken? In this talent-centric world, Zhou Tong's claim of not being anxious was false. Over the years, since following Zhou Wang, he had not spared Zhou Chen. If Zhou Chen really rose against the odds and returned to the Zhou family, his fate was predictable. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong's face grew darker, staring closely at the movements on the advanced leaves, praying that Zhou Chen would not contemplate any high-level core skills. Meanwhile, in another small group, Lang Xiaoxiao was smiling at the young man sitting cross-legged on the leaf. She had been lucky today, walking a long way in that consciousness universe and contemplating a mythical core skill. Seeing Zhou Chen still meditating when she came out, she immediately knew that he must have gained a significant opportunity. The young man who had been looked down upon that day was finally going to rise. This made Lang Xiaoxiao inexplicably happy, as if the person about to become famous was herself. Morong Shui, Wang Manting, and others also watched the scene with complex emotions. That unparalleled genius who dominated Jinling alone, is finally going to make a name for himself in the city of Linyuan? Thinking of this, they felt a mix of emotions, especially Morong Shui, filled with regret. Host, it seems that Zhou Xiaoga is quite blessed. On the other side, Su Yuan sighed. Chu Tiange smiled faintly, looking at Zhou Chen with great anticipation. The talent of my little brother far exceeds your imagination. Perhaps today at our Linyuan Phylong Tower, he will set an unprecedented record. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhou Chen to receive such high praise from Chu Tiange. This made him even more curious, his gaze tightly focused on the situation on the leaves. And at that moment, there was a new change on the leaves. The golden veins on the leaves, which were already shining brightly, became even brighter at this moment, as if illuminating the heavens and contrasting the three figures sitting cross-legged on them extraordinarily. What's going on? Someone exclaimed. Among them, someone with extensive knowledge exclaimed in shock, the golden light breaking through the veins. It seems like someone has comprehended the signs of an epic core skill. This statement shocked everyone present. Someone had actually comprehended an epic core skill? Who could it be? They looked at the three figures sitting cross-legged, but from the outside, there was no clue. Host, Su Yuan was equally excited at this moment. As a steward of the Phylong Tower, his knowledge and learning far surpassed the young aristocrats present. He deeply understood that when the golden veins on the advanced leaves were activated, it meant that someone had completely comprehended an epic core skill. Moreover, judging by the intensity of this golden light, the epic core skill was quite powerful even among peers. Could it be Zhou Chen who triggered this golden light? Su Yuan was filled with anticipation. Chu Tiange was also observing attentively. When he comprehended the core skills back then, he had also triggered a golden light, being hailed as a genius. His comprehension record was even recorded in the Phylong Tower of his city, unbroken to this day. However, he knew deep down that his so-called proud record was far from reaching the limit displayed on the advanced leaves. If the one triggering the golden light was Zhou Chen, it would only disappoint Chu Tiange, because it would mean that Zhou Chen, the first on the god ranking, was only on par with him in comprehending core skills. This achievement was far inferior to those god kings in the starry sky. The achievements they made when comprehending core skills in their youth were almost immortal level. Zhou Chen, you won't disappoint me, will you? Chu Tiange thought to himself, clenching his fist rare under his sleeve. Meanwhile, someone stood up on the leaves. It was the eldest son of the Morong family, who had awakened. After slowly getting up, he quickly understood the situation before him. When he noticed the dense golden light under his feet, his pupils constricted involuntarily, feeling a strong sense of defeat in his heart. Someone has comprehended an epic core skill. He sighed deeply and walked off the leaves in desolation. The people around immediately understood when they saw this scene. The one who triggered the shining golden light is not the eldest son of the Morong family. They were shocked. Even Morong Yuan, a top genius who had prepared for a year in advance, had failed. So who exactly comprehended the epic core skill? Sun Wenbin or Zhou Chen? Their eyes were filled with hopeful anticipation. And before they had to wait too long, the dense golden light on the veins underwent a new change, surging and boiling, turning into a golden storm sweeping across the leaves, followed by Sun Wenbin, who suddenly stood up. His eyes were sharp as lightning, and in the moment he stood up, a vast and majestic aura rose, making all the golden rays seem to respond to their master's call, swirling around him. The one who comprehended the epic core skill is Sun Wenbin. At that moment, everyone understood. The gazes directed at him were filled with admiration and respect. Simultaneously, more eyes turned to Zhou Chen. So, the abandoned son of the Zhou family failed? They looked at the now recovered advanced tree leaf and Zhou Chen still sitting on it, with a hint of regret in their expressions. Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. You scared me, thought you were going to turn the tables. He felt relieved. Zhou Chen not comprehending an epic level skill meant at most he was at the mythical level, perhaps even lower. He felt elated. Meanwhile, Lang Xiaoxiao's expression flickered for a moment, but she murmured, it's okay, even if he didn't comprehend the epic level skill, mythical is still good, you still shine as the unrivaled genius. She consoled, but anyone could hear the tinge of disappointment in her tone. Wang Manting shook her head, Morong Shui remained silent. It seemed even the unrivaled geniuses could make mistakes. They thought to themselves that being powerful in battle didn't mean being superior in all aspects. Feeling this way, they found the ceremony rather meaningless. Su Yuan was also somewhat disappointed. Compared to Sun Jia's Qilin's son, he hoped it would be Zhou Chen awakening the golden rays. Only Chu Tiange remained unmoved, watching the scene unfold, saying calmly, what's the rush, hasn't he awakened yet? This. Su Yuan smiled bitterly. Even the golden rays from the tree leaves had dissipated. Was there still hope for a reversal? And at this moment, only Zhou Chen remained seated on the advanced tree leaf. He appeared calm, peaceful, just like the advanced tree leaf beneath him, showing no signs of anomaly. Many shook their heads upon seeing this scene, feeling that there was little hope left. Sun Wenbin's achievement had already reached the pinnacle of this generation. Some were even considering leaving early, no longer interested in watching. Let's go. Wang Manting patted Lang Xiaoxiao's shoulder, wanting to pull her friend away. You go, I'll wait until he wakes up, Lang Xiaoxiao said stubbornly without looking back. This left Wang Manting stunned, and in the end, she shook her head helplessly and turned to leave in the direction of the door. However, just as she had taken a few steps away, a vast, boundless, and supremely sacred aura suddenly swept up from behind her. She was stunned, turned back in astonishment, only to witness an unforgettable scene. On the huge advanced tree leaf, an unprecedented burst of colorful light erupted at that moment, resembling celestial light from the heavens. These lights revolved around Zhou Chen, spinning faster and becoming more dazzling, finally converging as Zhou Chen's eyes opened and closed, gathering into a vast and terrifying aura that shot straight into the sky. It pierced through the roof of the flying dragon tower like a divine light, rushing into the sky, making the entire Lin Yuan city clearly visible. The vast and sacred light penetrated everything, shooting straight into the sky. At that moment, the Lin Yuan city with millions of inhabitants had no idea how many people were attracted and amazed by this scene. Only a few knowledgeable strong individuals had their expressions drastically changed. They clearly understood the significance of this colorful light. It was the special effect that occurred only when one comprehended an immortal level skill from the advanced tree leaf during the core skill selection ceremony. Who is this genius from? Countless protectors of prestigious families and wandering experts in the region murmured in shock. This was too astonishing. Lin Yuan City hadn't seen such a phenomenon in many years. Was another young genius about to rise to the top? At this moment, the entire city was stirred, and all the strong individuals who understood the meaning of the colorful clouds were inquiring about what had happened at the Feilong Tower today. Meanwhile, inside the 29th floor of the Feilong Tower, the young elites from prestigious families who had not held much hope for Zhou Chen's achievements and were already planning to leave, all stopped in their tracks. They looked in astonishment at the exaggerated colorful divine light on the advanced leaves, their minds buzzing, standing there dumbfounded. Wow! What is going on? Why is the omen of Zhou family's abandoned son so terrifying? Could it be that he has comprehended an immortal level core skill? All the young elites from prestigious families were shaken, gazing intensely at everything before them. Sun Wenbin's pupils contracted, immense waves surging in his heart. He had thought that comprehending an epic level core skill already made him a formidable presence. Little did he expect that Zhou Chen had surpassed him in the blink of an eye. What had he experienced in that consciousness starry sky? Sun Wenbin couldn't understand, and the eldest son of the Morong family at this moment let out a bitter smile, looking extremely defeated. Originally, he was also one of the highly anticipated geniuses among the young elites of major families today, but the results he had finally comprehended not only failed to surpass Sun Wenbin, but now he was even inferior to Zhou Chen, a junior 1 year younger than him. This bloody reality was too cruel for the eldest son of the Morong family, leaving him extremely disheartened and his Dao heart shattered. Among the circle of Zhou family's young elites, Zhou Tong was the most uncomfortable, his expression filled with disbelief. He had thought that Zhou Chen's comeback had failed, and the epic level core skill was out of his reach, but now he had summoned a dazzling light with a wave of his hand. That conspicuous divine radiance was like an invisible big hand, ruthlessly slapping his face. Zhou Tong couldn't bear to stay for another moment and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the other young elites of the Zhou family, after exchanging glances, their mouths were all filled with bitterness. After all, at this moment, the one shining brightly on the advanced leaves was also surnamed Zhou. If it weren't for the actions of Zhou Wang and his son, this glory that belonged to the Zhou family would have been shared by them. But now, they could only watch from afar, filled with envy. Wang Nating, Morong Shui, and other women, not to mention. Their expressions were extremely vivid. And they deeply understood that from today onwards, this young man could no longer be stopped. He would be like a sword piercing through the clouds, attracting attention from the entire Lin Yuan city, and even the southern region. Lang Xiaoxiao's red lips slightly curved, her eyes filled with tenderness. The figure of the young man illuminated by the colorful clouds was infinitely magnified in her heart at this moment. Zhou Chen, continue to walk with such brilliance, I will strive to catch up with your figure, standing side by side with you. She clenched her fist, thinking like this in her heart. On the other side, on the high platform, Su Yuan widened his eyes, looking at this scene that belonged only in legends, unable to speak properly. On the other hand, Xu Tiange beside him showed a knowing smile at this moment. Yes, this was the demeanor that the first on the god ranking should have. If Zhou Chen had only comprehended an epic level core skill, he would have been disappointed instead. In his view, only the current myriad colorful lights were worthy of Zhou Chen's top-tier talent. And at this moment, on the vast leaves, Zhou Chen finally stood up. His breath calmed, hands behind his back, surrounded by endless divine light, he walked down the leaves step by step. Wherever he passed, all the young elites from prestigious families made way, looking at him with awe. Regardless of his identity and talent, at least at this moment, his performance surpassed everyone, displaying the demeanor of an unrivaled genius. Therefore, everyone present treated him with extreme respect, just like they did with Sun Wenbin, the eldest son of the Morong family, and others. Congratulations, Master Zhou. At this moment, Xu Tiange on the high platform walked over laughing heartily. He approached Zhou Chen openly, put his arm around Zhou Chen's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Would you honor me with a chat upstairs? Big brother Chu, don't tease me. There's no need for such formality between us." Zhou Chen showed a wry smile, feeling helpless. Seeing this, Xu Tiange smiled again. "Alright, little brother, let's go upstairs. I have prepared some new divine tea specifically for you, you will surely like it." With that, the two of them chatted and laughed as they walked out of the Filong Hall, leaving behind the young elites of the noble families who looked on with envy. Even Sun Wenbin let out a long sigh. He considered himself unparalleled and above the common people, but ever since Xu Tiange appeared, he couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Instead, he took the initiative to talk to Zhou Chen, treating him like a brother. This scene dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem. There are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. One day, I will make the lord of a city treat me with such respect as a guest. He calmed himself down, determination flashing in his eyes, and then left the Filong Hall without lingering. As Sun Wenbin departed, more and more people also left without delay, each harboring various complex emotions as they walked away from the hall. A grand ceremony came to an end. However, the waves it stirred up were far from settling. As the young elites of the major families left, everything that happened in the Filong Hall today spread rapidly throughout the city like a storm. From Zhou Chen's grand entrance, to the confrontation with Yang Chengyuan, to Xu Tiange's powerful arrival, slapping Yang Chengyuan and stripping him of his position. And finally, Zhou Chen comprehending the immortal level core skill, the colorful light shining across the heavens and earth. Every detail of these events spread to the ears of the major powers without omission. Those who heard were left astonished and speechless. It was truly incredible, even figures like Yang Chengyuan admitted defeat, and Xu Tiange treated him like a brother. This abandoned son of the Zhou family was truly extraordinary. Will a second Zhou Xianrong appear in Lin Yuan City? Someone sighed with a tone of fear. Without a doubt, on this day, Zhou Chen's name was like a deep water bomb, causing endless ripples in Lin Yuan City. Night fell. Happiness residential area. Zhou Chen returned to his long-lost home and sat cross-legged on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him, a pot of freshly brewed divine tea was steaming. This was the myth-grade tea that Xu Tiange had given him, known for its calming and experience-enhancing effects. Now, this pot of tea had been elevated by Zhou Chen to epic quality. Long-term consumption not only slowly strengthened mental power but also increased the passive experience points to 20. Of course, for Zhou Chen's current goal of leveling up, this increase was insignificant. He couldn't rely solely on tea to level up. This kind of tea was at most a luxury item. The big shots scrambled to buy it just to show off their status. Zhou Chen was willing to drink it simply because it was a freebie from Chu Tiange. Free tea always tastes better. After taking a sip, Zhou Chen brought up his attribute panel. There were no changes in the various values, except for the core skill section. Core skill, 5 Qi Revitalization Technique LV1, Passive Experience Points plus 2/S, Meditation Experience Points plus 8000/H. This was the profound aspect of having a core skill. The importance of core skills lay precisely in this. Not only did they possess extremely powerful skill effects, but they also continuously provided experience points once mastered. Whether through passive increase per second or meditation, substantial benefits could be gained. As for the quantity of experience points provided, it is related to the quality of the core skill books. Like Zhou Chen's 5 Qi Morning Yuan skill, as an immortal level skill, the experience points provided per second are as much as 2 points. Do not underestimate these 2 points. In a day of 86,400 seconds, this means that even if Zhou Chen does nothing, he still has a guaranteed 172,800 experience points credited. This is already a considerable income. You should know that the golden level core skill Zhou Chen mastered in his previous life only provided 0.3 experience points per second. Yet even so, it has already made many envious. After all, in this world, leveling up is extremely difficult, and any means of passively gaining experience points is seen as a great opportunity by ordinary people. This shows the power of an immortal level core skill. Furthermore, this is only the LV1 5 Qi Morning Yuan skill. As the skill level increases in the future, the provided numerical ratio will become even higher. By then, gaining tens of thousands or even millions of experience points in a day will not be a dream. Thinking of this, Zhou Chen felt even more satisfied. After closing his personal panel, he began to consider changing his equipment. Honestly, his current strength and level have been increasing too quickly. Since the day of his rebirth until now, which is only a week, and even before the college entrance examination has started, he has already grown to be well known in Lin Yuan City, with his level reaching 23. Compared to his previous life, this is a complete transformation. Therefore, the urgency of replacing his equipment is evident. Among the equipment he currently wears, the Rampaging Dragon Soaring Skyset can last until level 30, but the Ring of Endless Life reaches its limit at level 25. Not to mention the weapon, ever since the thunderous robbery was phased out, it has been vacant. I'll go to the trading post tomorrow and try to replace all my equipment before the college entrance examination begins. Zhou Chen decided as he rubbed his chin at this moment. After drinking the last sip of tea, he went to bed and entered dreamland. The next morning, facing the morning sun, Zhou Chen strode out of the residential area. After breakfast, he headed straight to the largest trading post in Lin Yuan City. After changing several subway lines, the vast trading post soon appeared before Zhou Chen's eyes. It was a building with a design reminiscent of ancient Xia country, grand and majestic, with luxury cars parked in front and a constant flow of people entering and exiting. Zhou Chen had been here a few times in his previous life, but back then, due to limited finances, he only bought some minor equipment. This time, however, he carried tens of millions of dollars and aimed to buy nothing less than mythical-grade equipment, truly showing off his wealth. Even with an indifferent attitude, he walked towards the first floor of the trading post. "Sir, hello, welcome to the Lin Yuan auction house. Are you looking to sell or buy?" As soon as he entered, a service staff member approached with a smile, showing no disdain for his simple attire. Without wasting words, Zhou Chen took out a gold card and said, "Take me to see your manager." This is. The service staff member was stunned when he saw the gold card, but after careful observation, his attitude became even more respectful. He quickly bowed and said, "Sir, please follow me." With that, he led the way towards the VIP area. This gold card was a reward given by the Federation when he registered at Wuzhong. Apart from the most precious red card, there was also a silver card and a gold card. The silver card contained 50 million Federation coins, which Zhou Chen had never spent. However, the gold card was different. It allowed free access to any outstanding level or below resources in all Federation trading posts. For levels above outstanding, a 30% discount was applied. This was why the service staff member became so respectful upon seeing the gold card. Soon, Zhou Chen was taken to a VIP room. Sitting on a plush sofa with a cup of premium pu'er tea within reach, Zhou Chen kept his eyes closed, relaxing. Fortunately, He didn't have to wait long before the door to the lounge was pushed open. "Greetings, young Master Zhou, what an honor to have you here." A charming woman with fiery red lips, dressed in a black silk professional outfit and exuding charisma, walked in with confidence. She extended her hand with a smile and introduced herself. "I am the manager of the Abyssal Trade House, you can call me Meng Chan." "Oh, you know me?" Zhou Chen stood up, shook her hand, feeling how smooth it was. Meng Chan chuckled. "Young Master Zhou displayed great prowess at the Phylong Tower yesterday. Everyone at the Abyssal Trade House knows of you." He, I seem to have forgotten about that." Zhou Chen chuckled, then got straight to the point. "Manager Meng, I'm here this time to purchase some equipment. You can rest assured, young Master Zhou, our trade house will do our best to satisfy your needs. But may I ask what type of equipment you are looking for?" Meng Chan agreed first before inquiring. Zhou Chen raised his finger. "I need a full set of level 35 jewelry and a sword or blade type weapon, all starting at the mythical quality level, with no upper limit." His request was bold, leaving Meng Chan, an experienced manager, momentarily stunned. A full set of jewelry was not uncommon, and sword or blade type weapons were ordinary, but all starting at the mythical quality level was astonishing. Mythical quality was something many people could only dream of in their lifetime. Zhou Chen's request was indeed extravagant. "Please wait a moment." Meng Chan quickly took out a tablet and began checking the inventory. After a while, she presented images of various pieces of jewelry to Zhou Chen, saying respectfully, "Young Master Zhou, we do have quite a few level 35 jewelry pieces, although we don't have a complete set. The individual pieces are excellent, you can take a look first. As for the sword or blade type weapon you want." Meng Chan furrowed her brows. "I just checked, and unfortunately, we don't have one that fully meets your requirements in terms of level. We have one that can be used up to level 30 and another up to level 45. Unfortunately, we don't have one for level 35. Meng Chan's tone carried a hint of apology. Zhou Chen also frowned upon hearing this. Compared to jewelry, weapons were the most crucial, especially since he possessed an immortal-level swordsmanship skill. Without a suitable weapon, it would be like missing out on a valuable skill. He immediately asked, "Can you try to find a solution, even if it means paying more?" Meng Chan sighed. "Young Master Zhou, it's not about money. The equipment output in the southern region is limited. I can check if other cities' trade houses have the weapon you're looking for." In the Federation, trade houses operated under a regional system to facilitate the needs of the Heaven's Edge warriors, making the internal networks of major auction houses in the southern region almost interconnected. After saying this, Meng Chan began searching immediately. After a while, she blinked in front of Zhou Chen with a pleased expression. "Congratulations, young Master Zhou, you're in luck. In the Kunyu auction house in Jinling, there is a sword or blade type weapon that meets all your requirements and has not been sold yet." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's eyebrows raised involuntarily. Jinling? Jinling. Zhou Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to be dealing with this city again so soon. The weapon that matched his level requirements was something he must obtain. But before that, he had to confirm the specific equipment information from Meng Chan. Soon, Meng Chan found the introduction picture of the equipment and displayed it on the tablet for Zhou Chen. At first glance, Zhou Chen deeply liked it. Unlike the thunderous raid, this was a proper long sword. It was a pale blue color throughout, with intricate inscriptions covering the thick blade, giving it a very elegant and fresh appearance. Its name was Embracing Light and Shadow. In terms of grade, it was even better than Zhou Chen had expected, reaching the epic level. This meant that once Zhou Chen obtained it, he could definitely elevate it to the immortal level weapon. An immortal grade long sword, the value of this was immense. Especially when Zhou Chen also possessed immortal level sword techniques, the combined power of these two was far more than just adding one and one together. Not to mention fighting opponents of the same level, even in battles beyond his level, Zhou Chen was confident that with just himself and this sword, he could sweep away all enemies. So, he had to get his hands on this weapon. Jinling was now a must-go. At this moment, after making his decision, Zhou Chen looked at the jewelry and equipment that Meng Chan had shown him before. They were all of mythical quality, with a usage level of 25 to 35. Rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, everything was there. Zhou Chen briefly looked at them, not being too picky since they would all be elevated once in his possession. So, he just paid attention to the prices. Anything over 2 million was not considered. After all, his silver card only had a total limit of 50 million. Even though his other gold card could give him a 30% discount, he still had to be careful with his spending. Therefore, Zhou Chen chose some mythical jewelry with relatively good attributes but prices not exceeding 15 million each. He bought a total of 4 pieces, and after enjoying the discount, he spent over 47 million. This made Zhou Chen can't help but feel emotional. Being a heaven's conqueror really burned money. No money, no progress. Now, there were only 3 million federal coins left in his account, and getting that epic-level longsword in Jinling was not an easy task. Fortunately, with his unlimited elevation talent, he could also take a shortcut in making money. I have 3 million left in my card, exchange it all for restorative potions. Thinking of this, Jochan instructed Mengchan after completing the card swiping procedure. The latter was slightly surprised but didn't say much. As a qualified merchant, she would do her best to provide what the customer wanted. With a slight nod, she said, "Master Zhou, please wait a moment. I will go purchase them for you." With that, she swayed her graceful figure out of the lounge. Jochan sat calmly on the wooden chair, lightly caressing a just-acquired mythical ring in his hand, calculating his next plan in his mind. In fact, making money quickly was quite simple for Jochan. It was just a matter of utilizing the huge price difference between equipment grades, upgrading low-level equipment in bulk, and then reselling them to achieve something out of nothing. This operation was not difficult, the only headache being that frequent use of unlimited elevation would make him very weak. That's why he spent 3 million to purchase restorative potions. As for the low-level equipment needed for elevation, Jochan had a bunch of them in his spatial backpack. After all, the dungeons he had been through these days were not for nothing. From the Dark Forest Secret Realm, to the Valley of Fierce Winds, and then to the Forgotten City. Jochan had swept through all these dungeons like a plow through a field. Even if the drop rate was low, with such a huge accumulation of monster numbers, he had still gathered nearly 100 pieces of unused equipment. Among them, the most were of golden quality, followed by silver and superior. Jochan estimated that if all these nearly 100 pieces of equipment were fully upgraded, with some luck, he could make nearly $1 billion in profits. Looks like tonight is going to be a big project. With this thought, Jochan couldn't help but sigh softly. Using the power of sublimation continuously over 100 times, without the help of recovery-type secret medicine, he might have died at home. But there was no other way, the path to becoming stronger was never smooth sailing, and Jochan could only endure this small hardship. After a while, Meng Chan returned, twisting her slender waist. With a wave of her delicate jade hand, more than 50 bottles of recovery-type secret medicine appeared on the table. "Young Master Zhou, you've used up all your balance of over 3 million buying more than 40 bottles of secret medicine. The extra 10 bottles are my personal gift to you." As she spoke, Meng Chan blinked flirtatiously at Jochan. Paired with her fiery red lips, her mature charm was truly captivating. Unfortunately, her charm was wasted on the wrong person. Jochan was now solely focused on his path to leveling up, adhering to the principle of no women in the heart, draw the sword naturally, completely ignoring Meng Chan's allure. His eyes were only on those bottles of secret medicine, saying joyfully, "Manager Meng, you are truly a kind person." "Oh, carrot, oh." Caught off guard by being labeled a kind person, Meng Chan was stunned for a moment, then pouted in annoyance. How could there be such an unromantic man? Wasn't her hint obvious enough? Meng Chan doubted herself and couldn't help but sneak a glance at the mirror in the lounge, wanting to see if her makeup was off today. On the other hand, Jochan had no time to guess Meng Chan's thoughts. After receiving the secret medicine, he just thanked her perfunctorily and hurriedly left the trading post. Racing all the way back home, he began upgrading the idle equipment in his backpack. It was a huge project. Jochan kept taking medicine, switching between exhaustion and fullness, truly experiencing both pain and joy. In his hands, each piece of ordinary equipment transformed into rare treasures on the market. "Congratulations! You have upgraded iron knee guards, silver, to steel leggings, outstanding, congratulations! You have perfectly upgraded wolf fur cape, gold, to shoulder guards of the Wolf King, mythical, congratulations! You have upgraded lizard tribe staff, outstanding, to staff of the Lizard King sorcerer, mythical, congratulations! You have perfectly upgraded earrings made of the bones of the knee, outstanding, to earrings of the knee chieftain, epic, congratulations!" A series of notifications kept flashing in Jochan's peripheral vision, until late at night. Jochan, who had consumed 48 bottles of secret medicine, finally completed the upgrade of all his idle equipment. Currently, the lowest grade equipment in his hands was outstanding. And those mythical grade equipment items, originally extremely rare in the market, had become commonplace in his possession, accounting for 30% of the 100 pieces of equipment. Among them, the earrings made of the bones of the knee surprised him the most. He remembered that this equipment had dropped from the LV-40 Lord-level monster, the Loyal Knee Undead, when clearing the Forgotten City dungeon. The equipment was restricted to levels 35 to 50. Because his level was too low at the time, Jochan casually threw it into his backpack. But today, a single upgrade triggered a perfect effect, turning it into the highest level epic equipment that could be used up to LV-50. It was worth noting that besides the grade, the level of equipment also affected its price. The price difference between a level 10 epic equipment and a level 100 epic equipment was definitely significant, so Joe-chan was pleasantly surprised. This time, his luck had truly shown, and he was looking forward to the trading price of the earrings of the Ni chieftain. It's very likely that just the price of this equipment alone is enough to make him rich in one go. There are still 2 bottles of secret potions left. Let's use them together. Late at night, at home, Joe-chan sat in the living room, collecting all the various gorgeous equipment in front of him, and then took out the 4 pieces of jewelry purchased today. These 4 pieces of equipment are all mythical grade, with a usage restriction between LV25 LV35. Strictly speaking, only Joe-chan at LV23 still couldn't wear them. But for him, who already possessed immortal core skills, breaking through these 2 levels was a piece of cake. So, without affecting his future plans, Joe-chan decided to upgrade them in advance. When his level was high enough, he could just wear them directly. So at this moment, after gulping down a bottle of recovery potion, Joe-chan's gaze fell on a delicately designed earring. This earring cost Joe-chan a whopping 13 million. The basic attribute bonus was decent, but the special effect was average. Of course, Joe-chan didn't care about these details since everything would be reshuffled after the upgrade. Even though he used the power of enhancement on it, waves of familiar weakness surged through him. His pockets felt lighter. But at the same time, an extremely pleasant notification sound echoed in Joe-chan's ears, dissipating all his fatigue. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded the closer earrings, mythical, to sky feather earrings, immortal. Just with the first shot, he luckily hit the mark, triggering the top-tier perfect upgrade. This meant that Joe-chan once again succeeded in gaining an immortal-grade equipment through a small gamble. His spirits lifted, and even the weakness inside him seemed to dissipate somewhat, eagerly looking ahead. Name, Skyfeather Earrings Grade, Immortal Type, Accessory Restriction, LV25 LV40 Constitution, plus 3,591 Spirit, plus 3,885 Description. After equipping, skill attack power increases by 12%. When attacking Lord level or higher ranked monsters 10 times, it triggers blood vessel rupture, reducing their remaining HP by 1%, up to 10 times. Looking at the detailed description of the equipment, a strong sense of joy appeared on Joe-chan's face. Truly worthy of being an immortal-grade equipment, the attribute enhancement was indeed immense. Not only did the level restriction increase to LV40, but the effect after equipping was also astonishing. A 12% increase in skill attack power. Just based on this, it was truly deserving of the immortal title. Not to mention the special effect called blood vessel rupture that followed. If all triggers were met, it meant reducing the boss's health by a 10th out of thin air. For monsters of Lord or King rank, the effect might not be very noticeable, but when facing extremely tough supreme beings or even demon god level entities, it would undoubtedly show its miraculous effects, demonstrating its true strength. In short, Joe-chan was very satisfied with the upgrade of this equipment. This filled him with anticipation for the other 3 pieces of equipment as well. Without hesitation, he immediately upgraded all of them. Congratulations! You have advanced the Victory Libra bracelet, mythical, to Lucky Bestowal, epic. Congratulations! You have upgraded the Peerless Overlord ring, mythical, to Skybreaking Dawn ring, epic. Congratulations! You have perfectly upgraded the Dragon Pulse necklace, mythical, to Dragon King's Domination, immortal. Weakness spread throughout his body, causing Joe-chan to lie exhausted on the sofa. But his face was filled with a smile. He was incredibly lucky tonight, as among these 3 pieces of equipment, there was also a rare occurrence of a perfect upgrade. This meant that out of his 4 pieces of jewelry, 2 were now immortal grade. And with a single thought, the attributes of this brand new immortal grade necklace also appeared before Joe-chan's eyes. Name, the Dominion of the Dragon King grade, Immortal Type, Accessory Restriction, LV25 LV40 Strength, plus 4,591 Agility, plus 2,885 Description. After equipping, Strength attribute is enhanced by 10%, generates a protective shield that automatically restores to maximum HP by 15%. If neither the self nor the shield is attacked within 5 seconds, the shield restores 20% of the maximum value per second. This is an exceptionally mortal-grade necklace with remarkable attributes. Joe-chan looked at it with envy. If his level allowed, he would have loved to wear it and try it out now. I still need to level up. High-level equipment is just too tempting. Joe-chan lying on the sofa sighed sincerely. The path of martial arts becomes more exciting as it progresses. This is not only reflected in equipment. Joe-chan had heard that when the Sky Hewer reaches a certain level, they will continuously unlock various incredible abilities. For example, reaching level 80 marks a qualitative leap. Because at this level, one completely transcends the realm of low-level Skyhewers and can walk on air. This is a brand new skill that unlocks without any conditions. As long as the level is reached, everyone can achieve it. Unfortunately, in his past life, Zhou Chen's highest level was only 54, so he did not experience the magnificence of that realm. At this moment, he is eagerly looking forward to the scenery after reaching level 80 or even 100 in this life. Thinking about these things, Zhou Chen gradually fell asleep on the sofa, exhausted. He slept deeply. In his dream, he stepped into the starry sky, tore apart dark creatures with his hands, gazed down at the blue planet, and found traces of his parents. Upon waking up early, Zhou Chen was surprised to find that he had unknowingly leveled up in his sleep. The passive of the Immortal Grade Core technique constantly provided him with experience. It had only been 2 days, and he hadn't even entered a dungeon, yet he had automatically leveled up. There was a hint of joy on his face. The moment to wear new equipment at level 25 was getting closer. After freshening up and maximizing the new attribute limit at level 24, Zhou Chen, carrying hundreds of upgraded equipment, returned to the trading post. After selling all these equipment today, he planned to head to Jinling. Time was of the essence, and there was only one sword weapon in the entire southern trading post that met his requirements. If he missed it due to procrastination, Zhou Chen might cry. So as soon as he arrived at the Abyss trading post, he quickly found Mengchan, causing her to blush and shyly think that this young Master Zhou had come to his senses. However, when she heard that he was only there to sell equipment, she almost fell to the ground. Rolling her eyes discreetly, Mengchan eventually helped Zhou Chen recycle all the equipment. The lower level equipment at the beginning was fine, even with many mythical grade items, it only slightly surprised Mengchan. It wasn't until the appearance of the LV50 epic earring that she was completely taken aback. Master Zhou, please wait a moment. Your equipment is extraordinary. I need to consult with my superiors. Mengchan said seriously. Zhou Chen nodded, although anxious, he could afford to wait a bit longer. Mengchan returned quickly, her heavily made-up face showing shock as she reported a number to Zhou Chen. 63 million. The Abyss trading post was willing to purchase this equipment for 63 million federal coins. It had to be said that this price was definitely a sincere offer. Many trading posts on the market would find it hard to match this price. It was probably due to Zhou Chen's reputation as a peerless genius that they made this concession, hoping to establish a good relationship. Naturally, Zhou Chen accepted the offer. He was in need of money, and he still didn't know what to expect in Jinling City. At that moment, he bundled up all the remaining equipment and sold it to the Linyuan trading post. And the result of this resale trip was, when Zhou Chen walked out of the trading post, there were a whopping 97 million federal coins lying in his bank account. A night's hard work turned into nearly $1 billion in cash. What a huge profit! Even though Zhou Chen had a premonition, he was deeply surprised at this moment. The talent of infinite ascension was far more powerful than he had imagined. That afternoon, Jinling Airport. A flight from Linyuan was slowly descending. In this world, due to the wild monsters roaming the wilderness after the world's major changes 1,000 years ago, air travel had naturally evolved as the primary mode of transportation between cities. As for the global railway system, it had been phased out centuries ago. After all, it was too difficult to maintain railways in monster-infested lands, posing significant safety risks. In the early days of the upgrade system's arrival, many people lost their lives due to monster attacks while riding high-speed trains. In comparison, although there were flying monsters in the air, their numbers were undoubtedly much lower than those on the ground. Therefore, over the past millennium, airports had been built in all major cities globally, making airplanes the safest and most widespread mode of travel. At this moment, in the bustling Jinling airport, Zhou Chen walked out steadily with his hands in his pockets. After leaving the Linyuan trading post in the morning, he immediately booked a flight and finally rushed to Jinling in the afternoon. Kunyu Auction House. Recalling the information about the long sword's location in the trading post, Zhou Chen identified the direction and took the subway to get there. He had traveled to Jinling for a long time in his past life, so he was quite familiar with the city. And if he remembered correctly, this Kunyu Auction House was owned by the Yang family in Jinling. Yes, it was the Yang family where Yang Tianhua, who was suppressed by Zhou Chen in the forbidden hunting area some time ago, belonged. Although he had left a mark that day, stabbing a hole in Yang Tianhua's chest, it wouldn't be fatal if treated in time. After all, these top-tier families still had plenty of high-quality healing elixirs in stock. As for whether Yang Tianhua would hold a grudge against Zhou Chen after this incident, that was hard to say. I hope he doesn't provoke me again. Sitting on the subway, Zhou Chen lightly tapped his arms and prayed that this trip would be smooth without any waves. He came here for business, not to start any disputes with the Yang family, so peace and quiet were preferable. Then, Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. How could Yang Tianhua, as the young master of the Yang family and a cultivation maniac, coincidentally be in the Kunyu auction house. Maybe he wouldn't even encounter him once he entered the auction house. Then he could smoothly purchase the Hangguan Chengying weapon and quietly return to Lin Yuan. All would be well. This was the most ideal scenario. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen stopped overthinking and closed his eyes to rest quietly. After tens of minutes, he got off at the nearest subway station to his destination, walked for another 5 or 6 minutes, and the magnificent Kunyu auction house owned by the Young family appeared before his eyes. Compared to the Lin Yuan trading post, the Young family's Kunyu auction house was truly luxurious to the extreme. The entire building had a commanding presence, resplendent in gold and jade, exuding a unique and ingenious design. In addition to the luxury cars everywhere in the exclusive parking lot in front of the building, there was even a special area for resting magical pets. At a glance, there were quite a few rare pets nesting there. This made Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel. Jinling was truly deserving of its reputation as a super metropolis globally, with a level of sophistication and wealth that Lin Yuan couldn't compare to. At the Abyss, demonic pets were extremely rare, so rare that it was hard to even spot one while walking down the street. However, Zhou Chen was not envious at all, as he had a magical beast-grade pet egg in his backpack. Thinking about this, Zhou Chen stopped looking around and stepped into the Kunyu auction house. "Hello, sir, welcome to Kunyu auction house. Are you here to consign or purchase equipment?" As soon as he entered, a staff member immediately greeted him warmly. It was indeed a large industry controlled by the Yang family, and they were very attentive in their service. Even though Zhou Chen was dressed in cheap casual clothes, the staff did not look down on him at all. They truly embodied the service philosophy of the customer is God. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen went straight to the point and said, "I came from the Abyss and heard that you have an epic sword weapon of LV 25-35 levels. I specifically came to purchase it. Please wait a moment, let me check." The staff member was surprised that this customer had come prepared. He then took out a tablet from his arms to check the information. However, at that moment, a very unexpected voice suddenly sounded from afar. "Zhou Chen?" The voice was rough and very familiar, causing Zhou Chen to feel a sense of helplessness. Following the voice, he saw Yang Tianhu on the other side of the hall, clad in armor, looking at him with astonishment. "Don't get me wrong, I'm here to buy equipment from your place. If you don't welcome me, then forget it." Zhou Chen sighed inwardly, then without waiting for Yang Tianhu to speak, he took the initiative to express his intention to leave. Although he really wanted the weapon Light Shadow, Kunyu auction house was someone else's business after all. If Yang Tianhu held a grudge against him from the last incident in the forbidden hunting area and refused to sell it to him, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't force it. At that moment, it seemed like Yang Tianhu saw Zhou Chen about to leave and suddenly quickened his pace to approach him. "Hey, wait." Standing at the door, he suddenly said, "Zhou Chen, don't underestimate me, Yang Tianhu. I, Yang's man, can accept defeat gracefully. Last time between us was just a normal exchange, a matter of skill, nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, you deliberately held back, so it can be considered a favor owed to you, morally and logically. This time you come to do business with my Young family, how could I turn away a guest?" With his arms crossed, Yang Tianhu unexpectedly made a statement that surprised Zhou Chen. Honestly, Zhou Chen had not expected Yang Tianhu to have such insight. The young men of the Yang family in Jinling were indeed quite interesting. "Today, whatever my brother Zhou wants to buy, we will sell it." After making this statement, Yang Tianhu directly instructed the staff beside him. "Yes, young master." The staff member was taken aback and looked at Zhou Chen with respect. Obviously, they had not expected that this ordinary young man would be so valued even by their young master. "Thank you, brother Yang." Seeing all this arrangement, Zhou Chen finally let go of his guard and bowed to Yang Tianhu. "Ha ha, that's more like it. We've got to know each other without a fight." Yang Tianhu grinned and warmly invited, "Let's leave the equipment purchase to my subordinates and go to the lounge for some tea? How about it? I'll gladly accept your offer." With things developing this way, Zhou Chen naturally would not refuse. Shortly after, in the private lounge of Kunyu auction house, Zhou Chen and Yang Tianhu sat facing each other, with a cup of legendary tea steaming on the table in front of them. After chatting for a while, Zhou Chen finally understood the young master from the Yang family in front of him. He truly had no ill intentions. On the contrary, he was bold and courageous, a true man. He didn't harbor any resentment or grudges for losing to him that day. Instead, it ignited his determination to practice even harder. This kind of mindset had a taste of a true hero who becomes more courageous after setbacks. Therefore, Zhou Chen acknowledged this friend in his heart. "Zhou Xiong, the market price of Reflecting Shadow is 80 million. We were strangers before, but now we can consider ourselves friends. I'll give it to you as a gift." After a cup of tea, the staff brought Reflecting Shadow from the warehouse. Yang Tianhua, after watching for a while, suddenly said something astonishing. Zhou Chen was visibly surprised, but ultimately shook his head and said, "It's not necessary. Friendship is friendship, business is business. Besides, it's just 80 million, I can afford it," Zhou Chen said firmly. Although Yang Tianhua was used to being generous as a young master of the Yang family, Zhou Chen couldn't accept things for free. Moreover, this weapon was valuable, even more so than the LV-50 Epic he had sold before, so he couldn't take advantage of this situation. As these words fell, Yang Tianhua also looked at Zhou Chen in surprise. It seemed he didn't expect Zhou Xiong to remain so calm in the face of an 80 million worth temptation. To be honest, although Yang Tianhua's intention to give a gift was genuine, if Zhou Chen had accepted it, he would have looked down on him a bit. Now, Zhou Chen's reaction not only satisfied Yang Tianhua but also made his respect for him deepen. After a pause, Yang Tianhua said, "Since Zhou Xiong is determined not to accept it, I won't insist. But we are in my territory now, I can't let you leave empty-handed. How about this? I'll give you a 50% discount, Zhou Xiong, please don't refuse this time." Yang Tianhua poured a new cup of tea for Zhou Chen and insisted. Zhou Chen chuckled upon hearing this and finally accepted. After the discount, it was 40 million. In the end, he accepted this favor. He finished the tea, swiped his card with the staff, and a reflecting shadow was finally handed to Zhou Chen. However, he didn't examine it closely, just checked the basic information for accuracy before calmly putting it into his spatial backpack. Since it would eventually evolve into an immortal-level weapon, the current basic attributes were meaningless to him. He didn't mind at all. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Chen planned to take his leave. Yang Tianhua, noticing his intention, was surprised and asked, "Oh, Zhou Xiong, are you not here for the Yang family's peak auction held once every 10 years? He seemed astonished that Zhou Chen was only there to buy equipment. Hearing this, Zhou Chen was also taken aback. The peak auction? He looked curiously at Yang Tianhua, almost displaying the word bewilderment on his face. Seeing this, Yang Tianhua smiled and said, "It seems you really don't know. I misunderstood. Well, let me tell you about this peak auction." Yang Tianhua explained to Zhou Chen while they sipped tea. After listening, Zhou Chen suddenly understood. The Yang family had a wide network in the auction business and had a significant influence in the entire southern region. Their current status was closely related to the organization of the peak auction. This was a commercial strategy set by the Yang family ancestor hundreds of years ago. In simple terms, every 10 years, the Yang family would host a grand auction where they would sell the rare treasures collected over the years. As many valuable items would appear during these auctions, the reputation of the peak auction grew over time, granting the Yang family the power and status they hold today. Now, whenever the peak auction is held, almost half of the forces in the southern region would rush to participate, creating a lively atmosphere. This is why when Zhou Chen appeared this time, Yang Tianhu subconsciously thought that he had come to participate in the auction. "Zhou, this is the list of items for this auction. You can take a look," Yang Tianhu said, taking out a tablet and handing it to Zhou Chen with a smile. Zhou Chen, without hesitation, curiously took it and started browsing. He wanted to see what treasures the renowned peak auction of the Yang family had to offer. At first glance, his eyebrows couldn't help but raise in surprise, because all the items on the list were of mythical quality. Not even one outstanding item could be seen. Not only that, but the variety was also extremely rich. From equipment, secret medicines, skill books, special props, even magical pets were included. This greatly astonished Zhou Chen. The scale of the so-called peak auction held by the Yang family every decade was much higher than he had imagined. And when he reached the last page, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, because he saw a drop of supreme-level magical beast blood listed for auction. This greatly shook Zhou Chen internally. He had been searching in vain for high-level magical beast blood, but he never expected to encounter a drop here. Although it was only supreme-level blood, that was not a problem. As long as it underwent a refinement process, it could become the coveted immortal-level blood. It seemed he would have to participate in this peak auction as well. Thinking this, Zhou Chen calmly raised his head and asked, "What are the requirements for me to participate in this auction?" "If Zhou wishes to participate?" Yang Tianhu was slightly surprised, then smiled. "Normally, to participate in this auction, one must come from a prestigious background and have a personal wealth of no less than 1 billion federal coins. But since Zhou and I share a close relationship, you naturally do not need to meet these conditions." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen nodded slightly. He couldn't help but feel that fate was unpredictable. After all, according to the usual rules, in his current situation, if he didn't know Yang Tianhu, he wouldn't have the qualifications to participate in this auction. Yang Tianhu didn't dawdle at this point and directly took out a card with a gold border, saying, "Zhou, this is the highest level invitation from my Yang family. With this, even if I am not present at the auction, no one at the Kunyu auction house would dare to ignore you. Furthermore, our Kunyu auction house welcomes guests from all directions year-round, and we also have guest room services in this building. With this card, you can directly go to the top floor presidential suite for accommodation. The auction will begin in 2 days, Joe, do not be late. Lastly, let me remind you privately, if you truly want to secure good items at the auction, having an account balance of over 1 billion is far from enough. You should start with at least 5 billion. As young Tianhu finished speaking, his expression became quite serious. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, also felt a slight tremor in his heart. He had anticipated that such a grand auction would require a considerable amount of wealth, but he never expected that it would take 5 billion just to get started. It seemed he would have to continue his money-making endeavors. Night fell. The top floor of the Kunyu auction house. In a luxurious presidential suite with a view of the city's night scene. Zhou Chen had just finished bathing and was sitting comfortably on the sofa, looking at the rows of shiny equipment in front of him. After deciding to participate in the young family's peak auction, Zhou Chen immediately took action and spent all of his nearly 60 million balance in one go. He bought these equipment as startup capital. In order to maximize profit, all the equipment Zhou Chen purchased this time were around level 40 to 50. Because the higher the level, the higher the selling price. As for the quality, they were all at the outstanding level. Outstanding quality had the highest cost-effectiveness, could steadily ascend to the mythical level, and even had a high probability of directly becoming epic. It's important to note that in the price of equipment, the mythical level was a watershed. Equipment above and below this level had a huge price difference, almost doubling. Zhou Chen's approach could maximize his benefits. Picking up a piece of equipment, Zhou Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. With only 2 days left until the peak auction, time was running out, so he had to burn the midnight oil. The restorative secret potions were ready, so he had to rely on luck. Rubbing his hands, Zhou Chen began to release the power of enhancement. Congratulations! You have advanced the broken demon earrings, outstanding, to wrathful azure earrings, mythical, congratulations! You have perfected the butcher's axe, outstanding, to minotaur battle axe, epic, congratulations! The familiar system notification sound rang in his ears as usual. Zhou Chen remained expressionless, like an enhancement machine without emotions. Even if he occasionally triggered the perfect probability by luck, he remained indifferent. When tired, he would drink restorative secret potions, 1 bottle to refresh the mind, 2 bottles for endless energy, and 3 bottles for eternal youth. In short, he unleashed his full potential and went all out. It wasn't until dawn broke outside the window that he stretched lazily and stopped. In front of him lay a pile of equipment exuding various powerful auras, ranging from mythical to epic. Everything was there. The immortal level was the only one missing. However, this was within Zhou Chen's expectations. After enhancing so many pieces of equipment, he had an understanding of the range of enhancement power. Despite being divided into normal, intermediate, advanced, perfect levels, even triggering the perfect probability couldn't directly skip 4 levels of enhancement. This seemed to be related to the energy required for enhancing the quality of the equipment. The higher the grade, the more enhancement power needed. The minimum was to advance 1 grade. In other words, if there was an epic item, it could definitely be enhanced to the immortal level. As for mythical items, they could only cross to the immortal level after triggering the perfect probability. As for outstanding items, even if the perfect level was triggered, the enhancement power contained could not forcibly elevate it to the immortal level. Therefore, Zhou Chen was not surprised by the current results. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking interrupted Zhou Chen's thoughts. He got up to open the door and was slightly surprised because standing before him was a stunning beauty dressed in professional attire. Standing at around 1.7 meters tall, she had a delicate and pure face with light makeup, exuding an intellectual aura that made her stand out in the crowd. Good morning, Master Zhou. I am your personal advisor, Mia, responsible for all your needs at Kunyu Auction House these days. Seeing Zhou Chen, Mia immediately showed a very friendly smile, with 2 cute dimples on her cheeks. Are you sent by young Tianhu? Zhou Chen looked her up and down, asking calmly. The woman named Mia smiled again and bowed. Yes, the young master said to ensure that Master Zhou feels at home. As she spoke, she slightly turned to reveal a food cart hidden beside her, filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Master Zhou, this is your breakfast. If the taste is not to your liking, please let me know. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen's gaze casually fell on the meticulously arranged breakfast that seemed to come from the hands of a famous chef, nodding in satisfaction. Young Tianhu is considerate. He truly did not expect that the young master of the young family would be so thoughtful in his hospitality, even arranging for a personal consultant. Without further ado, after having Mia push the dining cart into the room, he proceeded to have breakfast under her service. The whole process was quite comfortable. After all, Jo Chen was once a scion of a prestigious family, a true noble. After finishing breakfast, the two headed to the first floor of the Kunyu auction house to sell the upgraded equipment from the previous night. With Mia as his consultant, Jo Chen didn't need to worry about anything, and everything went exceptionally smoothly. This batch of equipment was sold for a staggering 220 million, a net profit of 160 million overnight. What a huge profit! However, relying solely on this 200 million was still far from enough to fully unleash at the auction. Without hesitation, Jo Chen reinvested the entire 220 million, purchasing another batch of higher-grade equipment. Then, he spent the whole afternoon upgrading them. By the evening, he called Mia again, entrusting her to sell these newly upgraded equipment. This time, his funds doubled to 570 million. Yet Jo Chen was still not satisfied. After some thought, he took out 4 billion and directly purchased 160 grade equipment at a price of 1 billion each. After upgrading overnight, 3 of them turned into mythical grade, and 1 turned into epic grade. Once again, he called consultant Mia to sell these 4 pieces of equipment overnight. The result was a whopping 8 billion in earnings. One of the epic grade equipment alone was worth 550 million. Jo Chen's total funds soared to 970 million. Holding such a huge sum, he naturally had full confidence facing the highly anticipated auction in the southern region. Of course, after these days of continuous money-making, the people of the Young family could not turn a blind eye. Observant individuals would easily notice that Jo Chen harbored a great secret. But this was not uncommon. Above the blue star, the awakened abilities of the Heaven's Conquerors were varied and extraordinary, and it was not unusual for top-tier geniuses to possess unimaginable means. The Yang family conducted legitimate business, and with the relationship with Yang Tianhu, no one exposed Jo Chen's actions. After all, they could profit from purchasing Jo Chen's equipment. Even many decent epic-grade equipment had urgently been added to tomorrow's auction lineup. The Yang family's timely attitude was what pleased Jo Chen the most. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, outside the Kunyu auction house, luxury cars were as numerous as rain, and celebrities were as swift as shuttles. Not only did all major forces in Jinling attend, but also many big shots from other cities in the southern region flocked in. The once-in-a-decade peak auction had such a resounding reputation that no one wanted to miss it. Even many young ladies and young masters from prestigious families followed their elders, just to broaden their horizons, not necessarily to auction anything. It can be seen that the allure of this auction was no longer a simple trading event but more like an exclusive platform for top-tier class exchanges. It seemed that only by coming here could one truly enter the circle of the big shots in the southern region. At this moment, the top floor, presidential suite, Jo Chen was still wearing that cheap casual outfit. He pushed open the door, and Mia had been waiting in the corridor for some time. The auction was set to begin at 10, and he needed to go down to greet young Tianhu first. After all, he had received a lot of care from him these days. After completing all this, it was almost time to enter the auction. So, with Mia by his side, he headed towards the first floor. Along the way, he could clearly sense a livelier atmosphere in the entire building compared to usual. Not a single ordinary person was in sight. The Yang family had set entry restrictions well in advance for this auction. Everyone present today held an invitation, all prominent figures. As Jo Chen walked, he attracted quite a few glances, not because of anything unique about him, but because Mia behind him was incredibly captivating. A pure and lovely beauty in professional attire, truly eye-catching. Even many young masters from prestigious families couldn't help but stare. Mia, however, remained composed, seemingly accustomed to it all, dutifully following behind Jo Chen. The exclusive emblem of Kunyu auction house's private consultant adorned her clothes. Those with some knowledge understood that individuals who were assigned private consultants at such a critical moment were truly distinguished and esteemed figures. In other words, the seemingly ordinary young man in cheap sportswear was a distinguished guest treated with great respect even at the auction. His status must be significant. Therefore, many could only shake their heads in envy and jealousy at the scene but dared not cause trouble. At this moment, Jo Chen passed through the crowd and arrived at the office door where Yang Tianhua was. After knocking and receiving permission, he entered, while Mia stayed outside the door. "Jo, have you been comfortable these past few days?" Yang Tianhua asked with a smile as Jo entered. Jo nodded and replied, "Brother Yang, your hospitality is impeccable. Having a consultant assigned specifically to me was quite a surprise." "Ha ha, Mia is the top consultant at our auction house. She joined us right after graduating, and many young masters from prestigious families have their eyes on her. Yang Tianhua poured a cup of tea for Joe with a smile and then continued, but Mia is a proper lady, she hasn't even dated anyone yet. If you like her, Joe, you'll have to pursue her yourself. Seeing Yang Tianhua's teasing expression, Joe couldn't help but chuckle. Although Mia was indeed attractive, Joe had no intention of thinking about romance at the moment. Yang Tianhua seemed to have misunderstood him. However, Joe had no desire to explain further. After chatting with Yang Tianhua for a while and noticing his busy demeanor as he frequently glanced at his phone, Joe excused himself. Pushing open the office door, he found Mia waiting for him at the corner of the corridor. As soon as Joe stepped out, a cacophony of arguments reached his ears. Frowning, he followed the direction of the noise. Soon, he saw several young masters from prestigious families surrounding Mia in a disrespectful manner. Among them, a particularly unruly young man, only 16 or 17 years old, dressed in a floral shirt with a high-ranking gold necklace around his neck, raised his voice. Mia, how many times has this young master asked you out? You're always busy, always with someone else? The insolent youth, named Lin, showed impatience as he vented his frustration towards Mia. Mia's expression was equally unpleasant as she softly refused. Young Master Lin, I am currently working. Please refrain from bothering me. Nonsense. Upon hearing Mia's response, Lin burst out with profanity, shouting, Don't give me these useless excuses. Whether you are this private consultant or not, you better act like one. Even Yang Tianhua's presence won't change that. Whoever your current client is, tell them to get lost. His demeanor exuded arrogance, a typical spoiled young master accustomed to being domineering and self-centered. Mia was taken aback by the sudden aggression. She instinctively bit her red lips, her eyes misting over unconsciously, and her small hands clenched tightly. As a top consultant at Kunyu Auction House, with the Yang family backing her, even if there were those who coveted her, they wouldn't dare openly offend her. But this young man before her was different. He was a direct descendant of the Lin family, the grandson of old Master Lin. In Jinling, the Lin family was like a deity, a true dominant clan. Although the Yang family was also a top aristocratic family, they were incomparable to the Lin family. Not to mention that the current generation of the Lin family had produced an SSS-level talented female, ensuring the future glory of the Lin family. That's why this young man from the Lin family acted so recklessly. He was the grandson of old Master Lin, the younger brother of the Lin family's talented female, a veritable little overlord in Jinling whom no one dared provoke. Even the proud Yang Tianhu, when facing this little overlord, showed great helplessness and had to give him a lot of face. Recently, for some reason, this little overlord had learned that the real VIPs at Kunyu Auction House had private consultants, so he clamored to experience it himself. Mia was a gold consultant, naturally catching the attention of the Lin family's little overlord. Hence, the current situation unfolded. Mia was on the verge of tears. She was already afraid of this Lin family little overlord, and hearing those words made her feel utterly hopeless. Young Master Lin, I really do have a client today, Mia twisted her clothes nervously. She knew that Zhou Chen was invited by Yang Tianhu as a distinguished guest, but the Lin family's little overlord held an equally high status. She wasn't sure whose status was higher between Zhou Chen and the latter, so she hesitated to mention Zhou Chen's name, fearing that the amiable Zhou young master would incur the little overlord's wrath. Just as Mia was at a loss, a strong hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, gently pulling her behind. This is my consultant. Say it again, what do you want to do? A familiar voice reached her ears, and Mia was astonished to see that the previously worried Zhou young master was now standing tall in front of her, questioning the little overlord. Who are you? Lin Muyu tilted his head nonchalantly, looking up at the man who was half a head taller than him, his expression unfriendly. Someone you can't afford to mess with, Zhou Chen said calmly with his hands in his pockets. Can't afford to mess with? Lin Muyu was taken aback, seemingly surprised by this response. But then he burst into anger, sneering, All right, now anyone and everyone dare to act arrogantly in front of me, Lin Muyu. Kid, let me make it clear to you, today Mia can only serve me. You better roll as far away as you can. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here standing. This statement was like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Although Zhou Chen remained motionless in his place, his face turned completely cold. In the hall on the first floor, the commotion here had attracted quite a few onlookers. What's happening? Is someone causing trouble at Kunyu Auction House? It's the Lin family's little overlord. Seems like he's getting into a dispute with someone over a woman. The Lin family? Is it the Lin family in Jinling known as One Dragon and Three Tigers? Exactly. The Lin family has produced many talents in this generation. The Lin family's little overlord, relying on his SSS-level talented sister, acts recklessly, claiming to be the #1 playboy in Jinling. Hey! It's quite interesting that the Lin family's little overlord chose to cause trouble today. It's a pity for that guy he's targeted by him. Offending the Lin family's little overlord could mean losing face or even breaking bones. The murmurs rose, and the young elites from various prominent families found the scene quite intriguing. Those who came from other cities in the southern border, although they had not heard of the name of the Lin family's little overlord, gradually understood what was going on from the mouths of the informed people nearby. The vast city of Jiling is home to numerous powers, with 4 major families being the most prosperous, known as 1 dragon and 3 tigers. The dragon refers to the Lin family. It represents absolute authority, a dominant position. The remaining 3 tigers are equally formidable, only slightly inferior to the Lin family in the entire Jiling city. The Yang family hosting today's peak auction is one of the 3 tigers. This is also why the Lin family's little overlord completely disregards the Kunyu auction house, even on such an important day, remaining arrogant and overbearing. He is well aware that even if young Tianhu, that big fool, were to come, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Or in the entire Jiling, apart from his grandfather and sister, no one can control him. While in the family, he had to be restrained by others, showing some restraint. Now that he has left the family, he is like an untamed wild horse, and everyone in Jiling has to make way for him. This is Lin Muyu's philosophy. At this moment, surrounded by so many people, Lin Muyu showed no shame, still nonchalantly staring at Zhou Chen and Mia. The other dandies playing with him also had a mocking smile on their faces. One of them, seeing Zhou Chen standing still, stepped forward to show off his power. "Kid, didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Do you even know your own status? You even hired a personal consultant." His voice carried a tone of reprimand, his face full of disdain, showing no concern at all because of Zhou Chen's previous words. In his view, Jinling belongs to the Lin family. There is simply no one they can't afford to offend. The boy in front of him, dressed in cheap casual clothes and never seen before, was just bluffing. This might work on others, but it had no intimidating effect on them. Your status is high, but can it surpass Lin Muyu, the legitimate son of the Lin family? So this dandy had no fear at all, even rolled up his sleeves, showing a posture of being ready to fight at the drop of a hat. "Master Zhou, why don't you leave? This matter started because of me, and I can't let it affect you." Mia was so scared by the scene in front of her that she didn't know what to do, tears in her eyes, gently tugging at Zhou Chen's sleeve, softly speaking. The reputation of the Lin family's little overlord was too loud to be provoked by ordinary people. Although she had realized that Zhou Chen's identity was not simple after these days of getting along, this was still Jinling, the territory of the Lin family. If Zhou Chen were to be resented by the Lin family's little overlord because of her personal reasons, or if something happened, she would never be able to sleep well for the rest of her life. Listening to the girl's fearful advice with a trembling voice, Zhou Chen showed her a reassuring smile. Then, to the surprise of everyone, he walked up to the dandy with his hands in his pockets. The next moment, he kicked out as fast as lightning. Even though this kick only used 3 points of force, it was far beyond what this playboy could bear. He flew out like a cannonball, rolling on the ground for who knows how many rounds, finally lying motionless there, life or death unknown. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly, leaving everyone unable to react. It took several seconds before an uproar erupted all around. Damn! Who is this guy? So fierce. He didn't hesitate to act. He's rubbing the Lin family's little overlord's face on the ground. Things are going to get messy. Even though today is a grand day for the Yang family, the Lin family's little overlord will never let it go. That young man who made the move is in for trouble. Countless whispers and murmurs filled the air. Zhou Chen's sudden move caught everyone off guard. After all, engaging in a direct conflict with a Lin family heir on Jinling's turf was something many wouldn't even dare to think about. Some marveled at Zhou Chen's boldness, but most shook their heads in disapproval behind his back. In their eyes, Zhou Chen had completely offended the Lin family's young overlord, which was incredibly unwise. How could he not realize the status of the Lin family? They would never let such a major insult go unpunished. As expected, Lin Muyu's eyes twitched, his face incredibly dark. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated Zhou Chen suddenly attacking his little brother. How dare he? "Kid, do you know who I am?" Lin Muyu suppressed his anger, took a step forward, and shouted fiercely, "I am a Lin family heir. Lin Changwei is my grandfather, Lin Muyo is my sister. You dare to lay a hand on my people, you have some nerve." His voice grew louder and more menacing. Seeing this, onlookers knew that the Lin family's young overlord was truly angered. And the young man now knew Lin Muyu's identity. How would he handle the situation? Apologize on his knees? It might be too late for that. Youth's recklessness. Some big shots watching shook their heads in pity. They had already judged that Zhou Chen was about to suffer a big loss. Most people shared this attitude, not optimistic about Zhou Chen. Some even harbored a gloating attitude, eager to see how Zhou Chen would react upon hearing the Lin family's name. However, under the scrutiny of many eyes, Zhou Chen remained unfazed, with his hands in his pockets, as if he hadn't heard Lin Muyu's words, and walked up to him. "Even if I hit your little brother, what can you do?" These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking many people. Lin Muyu was furious but laughed in disbelief, pointing at Zhou Chen's nose. "Hit me? Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare?" Almost as Lin Muyu's voice fell, Zhou Chen's response came, without a moment of hesitation, accompanied by a raised hand that viciously slapped towards Lin Muyu. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the hall. Lin Muyu's body spun like a top in place, his right cheek visibly swelling, before he finally sat down after a few moments. The Lin family's young overlord absent-mindedly touched his cheek with a clear palm print, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Clearly, he was stunned. The Lin family's young overlord got a beating. Someone in the crowd shouted. Then a wave of commotion erupted from all sides. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. While kicking the dandy before might have been somewhat understandable to onlookers, now directly hitting Lin Muyu, the rightful heir, was completely beyond their comprehension. He was the Lin family heir, the most favored young master of the Lin family. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a living prince of Jinling. No matter how arrogant he usually acted, as long as the Lin family stood, no one dared to say anything. But now, this kid was in Jinling's territory, hitting the prince of Jinling. Was this even possible? Many looked at Zhou Chen with a tinge of pity in their eyes. It was sympathy for a life about to be extinguished. Indeed, in their eyes, Zhou Chen's rash actions might have pleased himself, but he had completely offended Lin Muyu. With the Lin family's power, how could a young junior like Zhou Chen resist? He might not even make it out of Jinling. What's going on? A rough voice sounded. It was Yang Tianhu who had heard the commotion and walked out of his office. He glanced at the situation below and immediately guessed what had just happened, feeling somewhat shocked. "Zhou, did you hit Lin Muyu?" Zhou Chen nodded, spreading his hands. "He provoked me, I had no choice." "You, sigh, what can I say to you?" Yang Tianhu, upon hearing this, looked bitter and troubled. "Zhou, the Lin family is like the emperor of Jinling. Even my Yang family has to show respect. Lin Muyu is the young master of the Lin family. You were too impulsive." Hearing Yang Tianhu's anxious tone, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. "So even you, Yang Tianhu, are afraid of someone?" "I'm not afraid of him, I just..." Yang Tianhu wanted to retort immediately, but after thinking for a while, he didn't know how to express himself. A sturdy man like him was rarely seen in such a dilemma. Seeing this, Zhou Chen stopped teasing him and said calmly, "Don't worry, I only slapped him because I knew he was from the Lin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here talking to me now. Also, by hitting him today, I was teaching a lesson on behalf of Mr. Lin to the younger generation. If the Lin family finds out, they won't blame me. Instead, they will praise me for hitting him." Zhou Chen stood proudly with a faint smile on his face. But to Yang Tianhu, the words he heard seemed like gibberish. "So you're telling me that if you hit the young master of the Lin family, Mr. Lin won't blame you but will actually praise you? My goodness, are you even listening to yourself? Are you the one who saved Mr. Lin's life? Would he ignore his own grandson and applaud a stranger like you?" Yang Tianhu's head was spinning, feeling that this Zhou had a mind that was beyond comprehension, almost insane. Meanwhile, Lin Muyu, who had been slapped and was still dazed, finally regained his senses. He sprang up from the ground, veins bulging on his forehead out of anger, looking almost frenzied. "You're finished. Did you hear me clearly? You're finished. Daring to mess with me, Lin Muyu, in Jiling City, even if a deity comes today, they won't be able to save you." Lin Muyu covered his swollen cheek with one hand, pointing at Zhou Chen with the other, shouting hysterically. Having lived for so many years, as the young tyrant of the Lin family, he was always feared wherever he went. How could he endure such humiliation? In front of a crowd, all the major and minor forces of the southern region were watching, and then a big commotion broke out. Do you know how much harm a slap from a big shot like him can cause to a 16 or 17-year-old boy? Feeling both angry and annoyed, Lin Muyu not only got beaten up but also felt humiliated. If he couldn't even intimidate a country bumpkin, how could he, the young tyrant of the Lin family, continue to thrive in Jinling? In Lin Muyu's eyes, Zhou Chen was no different from a country bumpkin because a normal person wouldn't do such a thing after knowing his identity. It seemed that only a clueless country bumpkin who didn't know the significance of the Lin family would slap him so foolishly. "Oh, still daring to threaten me? Haven't you had enough slaps?" Zhou Chen looked at Lin Muyu, who was yelling like a cat with its tail stepped on, with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. At the same time, that devilish hand was raised high once again. Startled, Lin Muyu quickly stepped back several paces. Only when he felt he had created a safe distance did he continue to threaten with uncertainty, "Kid, don't run away. My sister will be here soon. My sister is a powerhouse with SSS level talent, you're done, I'm telling you." "Your sister is coming?" Joe Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Yes, on a day like the peak auction, which only happened once every 10 years, with various forces gathering, the Lin family, as the leader of Jinling, naturally wouldn't be absent. "I just didn't expect to meet Lin Muyo so soon. I wonder how Mr. Lin is doing after taking the secret medicine." Zhou Chen was lost in thought about these things for a moment. Seeing his distracted state, Lin Muyu thought he was scared and immediately became confident. He shouted arrogantly, "Sister Lin Muya, get ready to be dealt with." As he rubbed his swollen cheek, he eagerly anticipated as if he could already see Zhou Chen being slapped continuously by Lin Muyo and begging for mercy on the ground. At the same time, the onlookers around were all stirred up by this scene. "What? The Lin family's goddess is coming? I heard that this Lin family goddess is a rare talent, with an SSS level talent and outstanding beauty, worshipped as a goddess by the young elites of the major families in Jinling. But when this Lin family goddess arrives, this young man in front of us is in for trouble. His brother was beaten, and the Lin family goddess cannot turn a blind eye. Ha! Who let him be so arrogant and dare to oppose the Lin family in Jinling?" Countless discussions echoed in the hall. Obviously, although they were all from the Lin family, the popularity of the Lin family goddess far surpassed that of the Lin family's little tyrant. Moreover, many people began to speak ill of Zhou Chen at this moment. In their eyes, this person first snatched a beauty from the Lin family's little tyrant, and then publicly restrained him, causing the Lin family's main branch to lose face. With the arrival of the Lin family goddess, it was impossible for things to end there, and bloodshed might even be possible today. No one doubted the methods of the aristocratic families. Time passed slowly like this, and after about 3 to 5 minutes, there was suddenly a commotion at the door, and even many onlookers shifted their attention there. Then a surprised voice rang out in the crowd. "Everyone, the Lin family goddess has arrived."